Chapter 1. Good news. You've become the big brother. Bad news. The apocalypse is here. Year 4725 of the Zhuxia calendar. Daxiao Empire. Huadu City, Heavenly Realm nightclub. Big brother, technician number 18, is planning to resign. Resign? Lu Yu opened his eyes, which had been feigning sleep, leaning slightly forward, with his feet still resting on the boss desk. Gazing at Zhang Wei before him, he pondered briefly before inquiring, wasn't she performing well? Why does she wish to leave? She mentioned that she has made enough money over the years and now intends to return home to get married. During her last leave, she not only went on a blind date, but also got engaged to a diligent and honest worker. Zhang Wei replied, gesturing slightly. Lu Yu internally mourned for the honest man for 3 seconds. He then nodded, I understand. Please have HR process her resignation and settle all her dues. Huh? Big brother? Are you really just letting her go like that? Zhang Wei exclaimed, his eyes widening with slight urgency. Isn't that a bit too? Why shouldn't we allow an employee to resign when they follow the proper procedures? Before Zhang Wei could finish his thought, Lu Ye's voice interrupted. We are a legitimate entertainment venue, not a den of thieves. Oof. I can see you're reluctant to let her go, Lu Yu remarked, having discerned Zhang Wei's hidden feelings. You truly understand me, big brother, Zhang Wei said, scratching the back of his head to mask his embarrassment. As the saying goes, it is better to dismantle 10 temples than to ruin a single marriage. To meddle in someone's lifelong commitment is to invite divine retribution. Yes, I understand, big brother. Also, inform the finance department to add an extra $66,000 to her final paycheck and tell them it's my contribution. After all, we've known each other for a while, and this nightclub is like her second home. It wouldn't be right not to show some consideration. Big brother is so benevolent. All right, you may leave now. Understood, Zhang Wei replied, exiting the office while ensuring the door was closed behind him. Indeed, a boy often harbors unique feelings for the first woman who helps him transform into a man. I wonder how my first woman is faring in another world. Lu Yu mused to himself, leaning heavily against the back of his chair. Indeed, he was a time traveler. As for how he traveled, it's a rather intricate tale. Before his journey, Lu Yu was a mercenary, fighting for money. At that time, he was gripping the trigger of a heavy machine gun, unleashing a hail of bullets at the enemy. However, due to erroneous intelligence, the enemy tribe he was targeting had reinforcements. Amidst the relentless assault and reinforcements, his comrades fell one after another. Unwilling to perish, Lu Yu prayed to the celestial beings Yuan, Shirtianzun, Buddha Rulai, and Jade Emperor for their divine intervention to save their devoted follower. To his astonishment, a miracle occurred. A beam of ethereal light descended from the heavens, striking him upon the head and merging with his soul. The gathering treasure Rui. This was a supreme treasure, colloquially referred to as the Golden Finger Daddy. Its function was to randomly draw benefits from the vast universe every month. At that moment, the Rui bestowed upon Lu Yu a treasure known as the Heavenly Treasure Manual. This artifact originated from the luminous celestial realm, a prized mirror belonging to the luminous celestial emperor's household, which possessed the ability to traverse space and time at will. In a moment of crisis, Lu Yu had no time for experimentation and used it immediately amidst the astonished gazes of the enemy. He transformed into a flash of white light and escaped. Thus he arrived in this world. This realm bore a semblance to the world he had left behind, yet it was distinctly different, akin to a parallel universe. Lu Yu had initially believed that the enemies would not linger for long, thinking he could return after a brief period of hiding, but he soon discovered it was a one-way ticket. The Heavenly Treasure Manual, having activated once, had depleted its stored energy, requiring vast magical power to function again. But where would he acquire such power? Thus, he was left to survive in this world. Lacking an imperial citizen certificate, many jobs were unavailable to him, and he dared not seek them out. He was forced to work in a low-paying, unregulated factory that did not require such documentation. While working, Lu Yu gathered information about this world, particularly intelligence pertaining to the underbelly of Huadu, while awaiting new benefits from the Rui. As the first month concluded, the Rui bestowed upon him a 9-bull and 2-tiger pill from a certain fantastical realm, which granted him immense strength upon consumption. Lu Yu swallowed the pill and transformed into a miniature Superman, leading a few younger workers from the factory into the underworld of Huadu, where he secured his first pot of gold through illicit means, thereby establishing his reputation. As the second month drew to a close, the Rui provided him with a spatial ring from a magical realm, freshly crafted by a female sorceress, and yet to be marked it would recognize its owner upon a drop of blood. The internal space was equivalent to that of his former homeland, with towering heights of several thousand meters. The arrival of the ring greatly facilitated Lu Yu. By this time, he had already subdued several underground factions and used a substantial sum of money to acquire this upscale nightclub, renaming it Heavenly Realm as the headquarters of his burgeoning power. As the third month ended, the Rui granted him a shipment of arms and ammunition from a parallel world, comprising an array of brand new, unopened weapons and ample munitions, sufficient to outfit an entire reinforced battalion. With the military supplies at his disposal, Lu Yu felt emboldened, storing all the armaments within the spatial ring as a precaution. As the fourth month concluded, the Rui bestowed upon him the supreme, chaotic body, the most formidable constitution from a certain fantastical world. This ability allowed him to absorb the essence, soul, lifespan, cultivation, bloodline, talent, and memory of all beings, seamlessly merging them without conflict, while selectively discarding flaws and preserving strengths. Ultimately, it could evolve all paths and create universes. It could also annihilate all laws and revert to chaos. Due to its nature of seizing the world's creation and benefiting oneself at the expense of others, it was indeed tyrannical, earning it the moniker Supreme. However, due to his own weakness and lack of cultivation methods, he could not fully activate this constitution or unleash its powers for the time being. He could only utilize one ability, the capacity to absorb the talents of other beings. To be honest, this was an exceptionally powerful constitution, impressively formidable. Yet this was a normal world. There were no cultivators, no magical powers, and certainly no bloodline talents at least. Lu Yu had never encountered any such phenomena despite his extensive inquiries. Thus, the supreme chaotic body became akin to a talented craftsman unable to work due to a lack of materials sounding impressive yet utterly useless. Today marks the first day of the month. I wonder what delightful surprises the esteemed Rui will bring me. Lu Yu mused with a smile, closing his eyes. He focused his mind to summon the Rui. In the next moment, a piece of jade-green Rui emerged from the darkness, radiating a gentle and luminous glow. It was indeed the gathering treasure Rui. Surrounding the Rui was a mirror framed in purple gold, orbiting it in a circular motion. Though it could emit its own divine brilliance, it remained unassuming, seemingly shy to compete with the sun and moon, much like a sycophant begging for attention. This was the Heavenly Treasure Manual. Cough, dear mirror, you're currently unable to do anything, so please step aside and don't obstruct my communication with the esteemed Rui. Lu Yu thought to himself, Mirror, TT, esteemed Rui, the time has come, would you kindly bestow upon me your gifts? As soon as these thoughts crossed his mind, the light emitted by the Rui surged dramatically, illuminating the darkness completely. Lu Yu seized the moment to open his eyes, reciting with keen interest, Rui, Rui, according to my will, reveal your spirit, he. Why was he so respectful towards the Rui? It's simple. If you possessed a golden finger, would you treat it like a servant, barking orders like the foolish protagonists in those novels? Or would you lack the basic respect, casually referring to it as the dead system or the foolish system, all while claiming to be joking with it? Even worse, upon facing unfortunate events, would you vent your frustrations on the system, hurling insults at it? Do you truly think the world revolves around you? Lu Yu certainly did not dare to behave that way. He believed that having a golden finger was a matter of fortune if it chose to assist him. It was a kindness, and if it did not, that was its prerogative. To act arrogantly toward a benefactor was to be utterly ungrateful. Even if the golden finger had its own motives, being utilized is not a concern. The real worry is lacking any value to be utilized. The Rui's work was done in a mere second, and Lu Yu instantly knew what he had received this time. It was yet another constitution, the peach blossom divine body. Suddenly, he felt a warm sensation enveloping his body, and his vision became hazy, as if a towering peach blossom tree was slowly rising, uplifting the entire realm. Simultaneously, information regarding this constitution appeared in Lu Ye's mind. This constitution originated from a vast and magnificent cultivation world, renowned as the pinnacle of its kind, known as the gift of the exiled immortal, not passed down through bloodlines, but rather chosen by the heavens, appearing only once every 30,000 years. The divine Bodhis abilities are as follows. Firstly, the divine form will gradually evolve towards perfection, possessing unparalleled cultivation aptitude and speed. Secondly, thirdly, fourthly, fifthly, sixthly, the cultivation techniques must be thoroughly activated, otherwise they will only grow and awaken with the passage of time. Wow! After absorbing so much information, how profoundly shocked was Lu Yu internally. He could only articulate his current excitement with these two words. Brother Rui, you are truly too good to me. I absolutely adore your kind and charming golden finger. You are just like the esteemed readers before the screen. Impressive, undeniably impressive. Lu Yu gave a thumbs up to Rui. He had an inkling that something wonderful was coming, but he never anticipated it would be something that countless seasoned enthusiasts yearned for and dreamed of. What an extraordinary physique, truly extraordinary. No wonder it is called the Peach Blossom Divine Body. With such abilities, could it possibly lack in romantic fortune? Contemplating the myriad capabilities of the Peach Blossom Divine Body, he hastily retrieved a mirror to inspect himself. Is this the effect already? Lu Yu murmured as he touched his cheek. Having always been handsome and dashing, he noticed subtle changes in his appearance, making him even more attractive and captivating, especially those eyes that seemed to conceal stars. Indeed, just like the esteemed gentleman here. Yet the full manifestation of the Peach Blossom Divine Bodhis power hinges on both me and my sparring partner cultivating techniques. Moreover, without cultivating techniques, it cannot be fully activated, and I can only rely on time for gradual progress. Suddenly, Lu Yu realized his current shortcoming. Regardless of whether it pertains to immortality or martial arts, one must possess a technique for it to work. Otherwise, the capabilities of the divine body will be significantly diminished. Indeed, although all abilities are only activated at a rudimentary level, it is still far superior compared to the Supreme Chaos Body, which can only utilize one ability temporarily and requires cultivating techniques to be fully activated. Before Lu Yu could ponder further, he sensed a shift within him. The Supreme Chaos Body began to actively reveal its might, engulfing the Peach Blossom Divine Body, merging them into one. Lu Yu had anticipated this development, so he found it unremarkable. Now, he only felt a twinge of annoyance. In this purely modern society, there exists no immortality, no magic, no witchcraft, not even the most rudimentary martial arts or internal cultivation. Could it be that to truly unleash the powers of these two extraordinary physiques, he must wait for Rui to procure some techniques for him? If all else fails, I could delve into those online manuals. Perhaps they fall within the realm of techniques. Lu Yu conceived a clever idea, feeling it had potential. Just as he was about to check on his phone, he suddenly noticed the room dimming. Furrowing his brow, he discovered that the sunlight streaming into the office had vanished. What on earth? Lu Yu stood up, and as he opened the window, he heard the commotion outside. Quick, look up at the sky. Oh my, what is this? Some terrified voices piqued Lu Yu's curiosity. He leaned out to gaze at the sky. It was shocking indeed. His eyes widened in astonishment. Above, as if shrouded by ominous clouds, another world was steadily and resolutely colliding with theirs. Indeed, it was quite literal another world. Though he was gazing upward, it felt as though he were looking down from a great height, clearly observing the mountains, land, plains, rivers, and oceans of this other world. The map continued to magnify until a city, known as the Steel Jungle, occupied the view of all the inhabitants of Flower City. Wow! Could this be the apocalypse? Lu Yu's mind instantly leaped to that conclusion, leaving him dazed. How could I be so unlucky? I've only been the big brother for a few months. Chapter 2. The SSS class ability Thunder Control is mine. A blinding light instantly enveloped the entire world. At that moment, countless individuals, like Lu Yu, believed they were witnessing a cataclysmic event akin to Mars colliding with Earth, feeling a surge of despair. However, the reality defied all expectations. Merely seconds later, The brilliance dissipated, and the approaching other world vanished without a trace. Is everything all right? Could it be that what just transpired was merely an illusion? No, I sense that something grave is about to unfold. Those outside, near the heavens and the human realm, felt an eerie and chilling sensation. Screech! The sound of tires screeching against the pavement rang out. Boom! Time had run out. Two vehicles collided abruptly, producing a tremendous noise, and two unfortunate souls met their demise alongside their vehicles. Bang, bang, bang. Soon after, more traffic accidents ensued. The earlier blinding light had obscured everything, leaving many vehicles unable to take emergency measures, resulting in a series of tragic events. Is it really over? Lu Yu was too preoccupied to concern himself with these matters. He remained fixated on the sky, searching for traces of the earlier world reflection. Hiss hiss. Suddenly, a series of bone-chilling roars echoed through the streets. Lu Yu's ears perked up, and he instinctively lowered his head. He discovered that many swaying figures had emerged on the street. Upon closer inspection, they appeared ragged, with hair gone and skin a ghastly gray, their faces grotesque and horrifying, reminiscent of demons from hell. Zombies? Having watched numerous zombie-themed films and television series, Lu Yu immediately thought of this as he beheld their ghastly visages. Wow, they're monsters. Oh my, who are these people? Many individuals on the street were startled, their faces etched with panic. It seems they are zombies. Stay away from them. Those with quick wits immediately raised the alarm, but it was too late. Hey, what are you doing? Ah! A zombie lunged at a man, knocking him down after a brief moment of hesitation, sinking its teeth into his neck and splattering blood everywhere, eliciting a pained scream from the man. Ah! A nearby woman met the same fate, her fair legs exposed beneath a short skirt, being devoured by a zombie, prompting her to emit a chilling scream. Witnesses were left dumbfounded. The sight of bright red blood was striking, instilling an involuntary sense of fear within. Ah! Run! Chaos erupted on the street, a cacophony of sounds rising in tumult. Meanwhile, the zombies immediately began to attack those around them. People scattered in all directions, but zombies were everywhere, and some were inevitably caught and brought down, becoming the zombies' next meal. No! Ah! Ah! Mommy! The slaughter unfolded, panic boiling over. Screams, wails, roars, pleas for help. A symphony of sounds intertwined, composing a melody of death from the depths of hell. This gruesome scene of carnage made Lu Yu, standing before a third-floor window, feel his pupils constrict sharply. He also noted that these zombies were not sluggish targets. Their speed was akin to that of a person jogging. Lu Yu forced himself to remain calm, coolly observing the unfolding chaos. The good news was that it was not the end of the world. The bad news was that the apocalypse of zombies had arrived. ZZC. The SSS class elemental ability of thunder control is simply exhilarating. Just as Lu Yu was about to gather his employees and barricade the club's entrance, he suddenly heard laughter, prompting him to halt and turn to look outside. There, on the street, stood a boy around 15 or 16 years old, wearing glasses, arms outstretched, with dazzling lightning dancing upon his palms. There's actually someone with abilities? SSS class? Elemental? Thunder control? Who is this kid? He seems to know something secret. Lu Yu was taken aback, a myriad of questions flooding his mind. Zombies die. With a flick of his hands, the boy unleashed two bolts of lightning that zipped through the air. A zombie was instantly shocked, convulsing violently before succumbing to death as its brain was fried. Ah, incredible! I am indeed the chosen one, the protagonist. I will establish my harem. I will. Ah! Just as the boy was basking in his triumph, a zombie suddenly pounced from behind, sinking its teeth into his neck. The boy struggled desperately, yet he was pinned down by the zombie, unable to move. His body began to betray him, dark red veins appearing beneath his skin, his pupils gradually fading, and the lightning in his hands flickering out. Seize the moment. Oh no, it's devouring. Yes, I can absorb this kid's ability. As Lu Yu beheld the boy being devoured by the zombie, an instinctive impulse surged within him, an uncontrollable craving. This was the supreme chaos Bodis urge to consume once it detected a worthy target. Regardless of what this ability truly entails, an S-class ability sounds impressivite is a prime opportunity that I cannot let slip away. In the fleeting moments of contemplation, Lu Yu decisively vaulted through the window, leaping from the third floor. With a resounding thud, his feet landed heavily upon the ground, and he swiftly dashed towards the lifeless body of the young boy. Ha! Boom! The zombie feasting upon the boy's corpse abruptly turned its head, only to be met with Lu Yu's powerful kick, which shattered its skull, splattering crimson and ivory matter across the ground. Lu Yu paid no mind to the headless cadaver driven by an instinctive urge. He placed his hand upon the boy's body. Buzz! In an instant, he felt an immense gravitational force emanating from within himself, drawing in something imperceptible from the corpse of the boy. It was the boy's unique ability, a manifestation of thunderous might. Elemental ability, SSS Grade Mastery of Thunder, possessing the following capabilities. 1. By expending physical energy, one can absorb, condense, manipulate, and control the thunder elements present in nature, including those released by adversaries. This is the supreme ability among all powers related to lightning. 2. Immunity to lightning-based attacks and a remarkable resistance to extreme heat. 3. As one's essence of life elevates and physical form strengthens, the ability will correspondingly intensify. The potential of an SSS grade ability belongs to an elite few. This information was imparted by the supreme chaotic body, making Lu Yu acutely aware of the formidable nature of this ability. Crackle, crackle, crackle. He extended his palms, two brilliant orbs of lightning igniting within his hands. Haha. It seems that the extraordinary abilities indeed lie within the realm of talent. I can now only consume these powers. How fortuitous. Brother, may you find greater fortune in your next life, and fulfill the wish of a small horse pulling a great cart. The only way I can assist you now is by slaying a few more zombies in your honor. Huh. With a single step, the recently transformed Yu's skull was crushed beneath his foot. At that moment, other zombies took notice of this living being and charged towards Lu Yu. As the living, you are deemed unworthy, for you possess no soul. And as the deceased, you are equally unworthy, for you find no rest. With a grin, Lu Yu proclaimed, and at the instant his final word fell, he swung his hands violently towards the approaching zombies. Suddenly, blinding bolts of lightning obliterated the skulls of several zombies, causing their bodies to collapse heavily. Not only did he acquire newfound power, but the potency he unleashed surpassed that of the boy's previous attempts. Lu Yu surmised that this was likely due to the robustness of his own life essence. After all, having consumed the 9 oxen and 2 tigers pill earlier, he had already attained formidable physical prowess, terrifying strength, astonishing speed, and near-limitless stamina. Naturally, Lu Yu did not let his newly acquired SSS grade ability lead him to recklessly flaunt his power. Setting aside the cautionary tale of the boy before him, he had pressing matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. Enjoy yourselves. Lu Yu turned and raced back to the spot from which he had leaped, then propelled himself upward, grasping the edge of the balcony with both hands and using the wall to flip himself back inside. Hut, hut, hut. Brother, brother, are you there? Brother, something terrible has happened. Upon his return, he was met with the anxious cries of his subordinates outside the door, which was being pounded relentlessly. Lu Yu adjusted his collar and said directly, "Come in." Upon hearing his voice, the door swung open, and 4 individuals rushed in. Brother, zombies, the outside is swarming with them. Brother, the apocalypse has arrived. Brother, just as the zombies appeared, a voice echoed in our minds. Yes, we all heard it. Zhang Wei, Yu Yang, Gung Biao, and Song Wen. These were Lu Yu's 4 chief lieutenants, loyal confidants who had ventured into the world alongside him after escaping the Black Factory. I have seen the zombies. They are indeed outside. Lu Yu gestured towards the window, continuing, as for that voice, I heard it too. What a lie! What voice? Surely, it must have been something of great significance, likely connected to this newfound ability. He knew he had been correct in his assumptions. At present, Lu Yu was adept at weaving tales without revealing any cracks in his facade. What did you hear from that voice? Tell me, let us see if our experiences align. Chapter 3. The animal tool he loathed most. Zhang Wei immediately remarked. That voice was a chilling female tone, proclaiming that the heavens were in turmoil, the myriad realms were merging, and that the world would bestow the primal force upon all beings in existence, granting them the chance to awaken extraordinary abilities. Indeed, what we heard aligns with that. The voice must be the world will of our realm. Song Wintao added that Wei Yang and Gung Biao both nodded in agreement. Then it must be correct. The content I heard is the same as yours. Lu Yu maintained an outward calm, yet his heart was tumultuous with waves of shock. The merging of realms? The world will? The primal force? He finally began to comprehend the situation. But why could everyone else hear it while he alone could not? He pondered, considering that he had traversed from another world, making him a stowaway. An outsider, not a native being of this realm. Thus, it seemed normal that others could hear the voice of the world will and receive the blessing of the primal force, while he could not. Damn it! Realizing this infuriated Lu Yu. Is this a discriminatory treatment? Not considering me one of your own. Since you won't give it, I don't need it either. I have the treasure-gathering charm, and that is sufficient. Brother, look, I have acquired a B-rank ability, a transformation type. Fire-breathing, Zhang Wei exclaimed, showcasing his prowess by unleashing a long stream of flame from his throat. Brother, I have attained an A-rank ability, a transformation type, Bloodthirsty Berserker. Once activated, all my physical attributes can double in growth. Yu Yang added with a grin, revealing his own ability. Gung Biao, unwilling to lag behind, declared, Brother, I possess a B-rank ability, a transformation type, Corrupting Hand, allowing my hands to emit a corruptive light that can dissolve matter. He extended his hands, and two spheres of ominous black light appeared, radiating a dangerous aura. Brother, mine is also a B-rank ability, an elemental type. Icy Blade, capable of summoning ice elements to form blades. Song Wintao raised his hand, and the temperature around him plummeted, slowly manifesting a blade of ice in his palm. Excellent, all impressive. I didn't expect all four of you to gain extraordinary abilities. As the elder brother, I cannot be looked down upon either. Lu Yu nodded in satisfaction, then snapped his fingers that in an instant, the room was illuminated with dazzling bolts of lightning flashing through the is it also elemental, related to thunder. This feels incredibly powerful. The four were instantly taken aback, their faces slightly pale. Indeed, my ability is of the elemental type, SSS rank, Thunder Mastery. Lu Yu proclaimed with a smile, mentally applauding the youth who had contributed to his newfound power. Were it not for him, where would he find the opportunity to show off now? Wow, amazing. Our brother is incredible. An SSS rank ability. This is truly, the higher the rank, the greater the potential of the ability. Surely this ability's potential is at its peak, right? Indeed, it practically dazzles my 24K gold-plated eyes. The four friends began a spirited discussion, showering Lu Yu with compliments. All right, Lu Yu interjected with a wave of his hand, halting their chatter, then turned to Song Wintao, asking, Wintao, have the front and back doors been blocked? Brother, the moment the incident occurred outside, I instructed the staff to move everything that could block the doors. Both the front and back entrances should be secure now. Song Wintao promptly replied. Excellent. I knew you wouldn't let me down, Lu Yu said, patting him on the shoulder. Among the four stalwarts, Zhang Wei was the most astute and sensible, Yu Yang the most reckless and combative, Gung Biao the most ruthless, and Song Wintao the most level-headed. Hence, Song Wintao was appointed as the vice president of the establishment, concurrently serving as the procurement manager. Lu Yu then inquired, what about the sand pit, the mine, the construction site, and our other ventures? Any updates? Brother, I'll call right away. Zhang Wei exclaimed, pulling out his phone to make a call, followed suit by the other three. Brother, the person in charge of the sand pit isn't answering. Li Hu from the construction site isn't either. Yes, probably. Li DePeo's phone is off. No response from the restaurant either. One bad news after another made Lu Yu's expression darken significantly. He fell silent, returning to his chair. Just as he retrieved a cigarette, Zhang Wei spontaneously offered him a light. Lu Yu then took out his phone and dialed several numbers. Hello, Councilman Huang? Hello, Director Chen? Hello, Captain Li? Damn, are they all gone? After 3 consecutive calls went unanswered, he frowned. Brother, Zhangwen is still alive. Gung Biao announced with surprising joy. Zhangwen was one of Lu Yu's followers who had joined after his rise to fame. A leader among the four stalwarts. Quick, pass me the phone, Lu Yu urged, taking the call. Mosquito, are you all right? On the other end, Zhangwen responded, Brother, we have zombies here at the mine. I'm currently hiding with the brothers and workers in the dormitory. We should be safe for now, that's good to hear. Gather food and water, then barricade all doors and windows. Make sure to protect yourselves and hold out for rescue. Don't worry. You all be careful over there too. I understand. Keep in touch. After hanging up, Liu addressed the four. Let's go, let's check outside. The establishment had 6 floors plus 1 basement. The first floor was for reception and storage, the second for the dance hall and kitchen. The third and fourth for KTV rooms and massage parlors. The fifth was entirely resting rooms. The sixth housed employee dormitories and some offices, and the basement was a casino. Liu descended from the third to the first floor and found that the main entrance had indeed been barricaded with various objects. What to do? The emergency line is busy. Can I get out? My wife and kids are at home. If you want to die, don't drag everyone down with you. There's zombies outside. How can we go out? At this moment, numerous individuals had gathered on the first floor, including staff and patrons, all in a state of panic with chaotic voices filling the air. Calm down. The zombies haven't breached. Why are you all in such a frenzy? Liu Yu's stern expression commanded attention as he stood at the center of the staircase. His authoritative shout instantly quelled the clamorous noise. Manager Liu! Manager Liu! Upon seeing Liu Yu and the cadre, the employees greeted him in unison, especially the guards under Yu Yang. Their spirits lifted as if they had encountered a pillar of support. Liu Yu remarked, "Why aren't you all preparing your equipment?" "We're just waiting for your orders, brother," Yu Yang replied promptly. "Good. Everyone get ready and distribute the gear." Liu Yu was pleased with Yu Yang's composure. "Yes, all security personnel, follow me." At Yu Yang's command, the guards in black suits sprang into action, heading towards the storeroom's secret chamber. Liu Yu, accompanied by the other 3, gradually descended the staircase to the reception area. Soon, Yu Yang returned with his team, each wielding steel pipes, machetes, and other melee weapons, with many also brandishing shotguns. Crossbows, homemade firearms, and modified nail guns. Powerful weapons indeed. "Brother, here." Yu Yang approached Liu Yu, handing him a handgun and distributing 3 more to Zhang Wei and the others, after tucking the handgun into his jacket. Liu Yu turned to Yu Yang and said, "Yangzi, take your team and gather everyone downstairs. The customers are resting. Are we waking them up directly? Of course. No matter what they're doing, they must come here now." "All right, I'll do that." Yu Yang took a team and left. Just then, Liu Yu's phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was Captain Li from the local police station and promptly answered. "Hello, Captain Li. What is the situation like now?" "Don't mention it. It's utter chaos. Zombies everywhere. Captain Li, we urgently need help at the mine. Can you send someone to rescue us?" "Rescue? Let me tell you, not only are you calling me, but others are too. Who do you want me to save first? Moreover, we're trapped in the station ourselves, unable to escape. For now, everyone should fend for themselves. Perhaps help will arrive when the military comes." Beep, beep, the call was abruptly ended. Liu Yu expressionlessly put his phone away, his eyes narrowing slightly. Before long, numerous people began descending from upstairs. "Manager Liu, what is going on? I was having a great time, and suddenly someone barges in telling me to leave? Is this the service attitude of your establishment?" A bald man in pajamas, filled with grievances, pointed at Yu Yang and vented his frustration at Liu Yu. Were it not for the armed guards, the bald man might have dared to shout even louder, especially since his brother had just been incapacitated. "They say the service at Tianshang Runjian is the best and most attentive." "What is this?" "Mr. Liu, you must provide us with an explanation. Last night was spent in revelry, and now I find myself in desperate need of sleep. Indeed, with so many venues in Huadu, it is the first time I have been singled out. Those who can afford to frequent this place are either wealthy or influential, each possessing their own temperaments." Thus, when the balding man spoke, those with grievances began to voice their discontent. The crux of the matter is that those who have not awakened their abilities are completely oblivious to the voice of the world's will. Occasionally, a few awakened individuals sleep soundly in their rooms, equally unaware of the situation that I in response. Liu Yu remained silent, merely exchanging a glance with Yu Yang, who instantly understood and fired a shot into the air. The sharp crack of the gunshot silenced all chatter, causing those present to flinch and swallow nervously. "What the hell?" Yu Yang bellowed, his gaze sweeping across the crowd, whereupon all those he looked at averted their eyes, none daring to meet his gaze. "Are you dissatisfied? Do you have a problem?" Yu Yang advanced towards the balding man, grabbing his collar and shouting furiously, saliva spraying across the man's face. "Dare to act tough in front of my brother? Who the hell do you think you are? Huh, what gives you the right? Ah, I don't dare, I don't dare. The balding man trembled, his face pale, his heart racing uncontrollably. And you, who else is unsatisfied? Step forward if you dare. What kind of place is this? Still playing around, still sleeping. Are you all insane? My brother called you down for your own good, and yet you repay kindness with disdain, acting like I'm your indulgent parent. Yu Yang brandished his gun, looking as enraged as a cornered tiger, appearing utterly unhinged. All right, that's enough, Yangzi, Lu Yu signaled, indicating that the display of intimidation was sufficient. Damn it, they all deserve a beating. Yu Yang released the balding man and returned to Lu Yu's side, who slumped to the ground, drenched in sweat. Just as Lu Yu was about to gather his thoughts and address the crowd, a clumsy voice emerged. You cannot treat guests this way. The reason it sounded clumsy was that, although the language was Mandarin, it was evident that it came from a foreigner. Indeed, a figure resembling a black coal ball emerged from the crowd, followed by a woman. You are too violent, too rude. Lacking the decorum expected in the service industry. This individual pointed at Lu Yu, seemingly oblivious to the armed thugs around him. Have you lost your mind? Lu Yu was momentarily taken aback, unable to believe that someone would dare to speak up in such a situation. Hey, Zhang Wei exclaimed, equally astonished, then chuckled. Geng Biao and Song Wentao exchanged bewildered glances, also finding the situation perplexing. What the hell? Yu Yang was instantly enraged, cursing furiously and preparing to confront this individual, only to be restrained by Lu Yu's outstretched arm. Lu Yu turned to Geng Biao and asked, Biaozi, how did this person get in? Didn't Ti say that the spirits and the silent should be prohibited from entering, as the service department manager responsible for the front desk? Geng Biao felt the weight of the question, unsure of how to respond. It seems that the woman with him brought him in through the back door. She's one of our regulars. And my men, forgetting the rule, allowed them into the first-floor venue. Fortunately, a subordinate came to the rescue, and Lu Yu was disinclined to pursue the matter further. Instead, he turned a sardonic smile towards the intruder, asking, What is your issue? My dear, please don't stop me. The woman beside the intruder, aware of the gravity of the situation, urgently tried to pull him back into the crowd, but ultimately failed. The intruder, with righteous indignation, declared, I will call the authorities to report you. Your actions are unacceptable. Moreover, you are illegally harboring weapons, which is a crime in your country. This wasn't a matter of the creature being inherently just. It had always perceived those here as weak and easily bullied, allowing it to act with impunity, unafraid of repercussions. Some individuals here had become so culturally infiltrated that they felt profoundly inferior, believing that outsiders must be better, and any praise from them led to a misguided sense of validation, falsely elevating their self-worth, that in reality, the prestige of a great nation is never earned through empty platitudes, but rather through cannons and bayonets. So, hearing that I intend to report you, are you frightened? The creature raised a defiant middle finger. You worthless fools, try hitting me if you dare. This place will eventually become our new homeland. However, this time, it was gravely mistaken. The mafia is not the same as ordinary folk, and Lu Yu is even more exceptional. Before his crossing, he had been nearly surrounded by such creatures, losing all his comrades, leading to a deep-seated enmity towards them. Biaozi, Lu Yu said coldly. Watch closely. Capture it. Geng Biao led his men in a rush, swiftly pinning the creature to the ground. Beat it to a pulp, Geng Biao shouted while kicking, harboring a deep-seated hatred for the creature. The intruder howled in pain, emitting chilling cries. Stop. You can't hit him. He is a Moor. The woman accompanying the creature was frantic, tears streaming down her face as she cried out, hoping that invoking its identity would prove beneficial. Yet this only fueled the men as fury further. How dare you come to our territory, flaunting your privilege without experiencing our struggles, all while being so brazenly arrogant. With such thoughts in mind, their strikes became all the more fervent. One thug even delivered a brutal kick, causing the creature to writhe in agony, its eyes bulging in pain. Chapter 4. The Fate of Tools. Commanding the situation. Stop. You must stop. If this continues, it will be beaten to death. The woman was beside herself, frantically shouting and even attempting to pull away the thugs assaulting the creature. Get away from me. You filthy bitch. A thug shoved her aside, causing her to fall to the ground. Lu Yu's keen eyes caught sight of a spade-shaped tattoo on the woman's neck, and his expression shifted dramatically. "Stop! Bring her to me!" At Lu Yu's command, several thugs reluctantly withdrew their fists, revealing the battered creature Binia. Gung Biao suddenly advanced, tearing apart her garments and exposing the spade tattoo on her neck fully to the light. This woman is utterly repulsive, a traitor to her nation. How shameless, how despicable. In earlier times, she would have been punished 100-fold for her transgressions. She brings disgrace upon all women. I, as a representative of the vast female populace, hereby expel her from womanhood. Indeed, even a harlot is cleaner than she. Do you not realize that you are insulting the ladies? Each of those women stands resolutely against the biting cold, shivering merely to offer charity. They are all bodhisattvas. They earn their living through their own abilities, unlike her, who shamelessly offers herself to beasts. Only creatures of the lowest order would take a liking to her, even associating with someone like Puh. I would not comment. Yet she seems to revel in the company of those primitive, low-intelligence beings that is her mind deranged, or does she simply enjoy the thrill of being hunted? She likely relishes being ravaged by such brutes. One can only wonder if her parents are aware of their daughter's proclivities. While the actions of Lu Yu's gang left much to be desired, the guests present shared a remarkable consensus on their disdain for Mo and Mei Mo. They began to murmur amongst themselves, their scathing words, disdainful gazes, and mocking laughter pierced through Li Chun's heart like daggers, leaving her feeling as though she were paraded naked through the streets, an overwhelming shame flooding her entire being. "No, I'm not. Please do not look at me with such eyes. Do not gaze at me like that," she screamed hoarsely, her expression grotesque. "You shameless harlot. Only now do you understand shame. It is too late." Song Wentao cast a loathsome glance at Li Chun before addressing Lu Yu. "Brother, what should we do with this harlot and her companion?" Lu Yu smiled faintly and spoke to his subordinates. "Is there anyone here who finds them appealing? If so, I could do you the courtesy of handing them over to Tio his surprise." All the men present shook their heads in unison. "My heavens. This is simply too horrifying. Mr. Lu, do not jest. Who would desire such filth? Indeed, this creature is toxic. We wish to live a few more years." Laughter erupted, diffusing the previously tense atmosphere. "Since none of you wish to keep her, we cannot allow her to roam free to harm others. Furthermore, since she is so fond of beasts, then..." Lu Yu stroked his chin and turned to Gung Biao, instructing Biaozi, "Throw her and her paramour from the second floor. Ensure the zombie brethren witness it. Understood?" "Understood, brother." Recognizing the weight Lu Yu placed on the word witness, Gung Biao understood his meaning immediately. He grinned menacingly and approached Li Chun, gesturing for his underlings to seize the nearly lifeless Mo. Are they to be fed to zombies? How ruthless! The other attendees shuddered upon hearing Lu Yu's words, coming to a genuine realization of the seemingly amiable young man's true nature. No, you cannot do this. Please no. Amid her screams, the two non-humans were dragged upstairs. "Shoo, now let us be silent and listen closely." Lu Yu gestured for everyone to quiet down to at that moment. He was the authority in the room, and no one dared oppose him. The crowd fell silent, not daring to make a sound. Soon, the air was filled with the roars of zombies and the horrific screams of a man and woman, their cries more chilling than the sounds of pigs being slaughtered during the New Year. Once the screams subsided, only the faint sounds of gnawing and tearing remained, audible if one listened closely. Lu Yu's face took on a sorrowful expression as he lamented, "It is truly regrettable that one of our ladies and a foreign friend have met with such a misfortune, having fallen outside." A heavy silence enveloped the room. They understood this was Lu Yu's way of conveying the events that had transpired. Regardless of who inquired or investigated in the future, it would be accepted as such. "Indeed, it is a great pity," Mr. Bai was the first to speak, mourning the unfortunate victims. "Yes, it is their carelessness that led them to play near the second-floor window. In pursuit of excitement, they have brought this upon themselves. Not only that, we all advised them, yet they chose to ignore our warnings." The crowd quickly concocted a narrative, absurd as it was. After Gung Biao returned with his underlings, Lu Yu positioned himself at the center of the staircase, allowing him to survey the entire room. "Now, let us discuss the pressing matters at hand. I trust you are all aware of the situation outside." The words of the world consciousness echoed in their ears. Requiring no further elaboration, Who could guarantee that this was not the end of the world, nor could anyone predict it? However, at this moment, our circumstances are exceedingly grim. Lu Yu's declaration elicited nods of agreement from the attendees. Indeed, the outside is teeming with zombies. Although the front and back doors of Tianshang Renjian are barricaded, and we are temporarily safe from death, who can say whether the zombies might breach our defenses? Lu Yu continued, earlier, when my people came to summon you, they may have been a bit rough. I apologize for their behavior, that he then addressed them earnestly, as the proprietor of Tianshang Renjian. I, Lu, bear the responsibility of ensuring the safety of every esteemed guest who has come here. However, while we may endure for a time, this cannot be a long-term solution. Upon hearing this, some were visibly affected. Speaking up, Mr. Lu, you do not intend to expel us, do you? You cannot do that, Mr. Lu. We are customers, and if you force us out at such a critical juncture, we will have no means of survival. Indeed, Mr. Lu, please do not take such drastic measures. I have money, and if it is funds you desire, I can pay to stay. Yes, I have money too. Matters of life and death cause the customers to overlook Lu Yu's ruthless demeanor, each pleading for clemency. Money. What use is paper currency now? It is as useful as toilet paper. Lu Yu scoffed internally, shaking his head that if the world consciousness is to be believed, the zombie apocalypse is merely the first stage of a far greater calamity. He could guarantee that the future would be rife with war, death, famine, disease, and chaos. In such turmoil, power reigns supreme. To be more precise, food, weapons, and extraordinary talents are of utmost importance. What good is money? These people must still be waking from their slumber. Hey, am I not allowed to speak? What is all this noise? Yu Yang shouted, drowning out the clamor. You're being overly dramatic. Many of you are my loyal patrons, and even if you are not regulars, you have come to support me, Lu. How could I ever engage in such treachery? Lu Yu waved his hand and smiled at everyone. To put it simply, during these extraordinary times, Tianshang Renjian may not be able to provide the same level of service as before. That is acceptable, Mr. Lu. As long as you provide us with a place to stay, we will be content as long as you do not cast us out. Yes, it won't be long before the police come to rescue us. If not the police, then the military. Indeed, we just need to hold out for help to arrive. The crowd finally exhaled in relief. Yet, that alone was insufficient. Lu Yu smiled. What I mean is with so many of us. A lack of unified command will lead to chaos. Therefore, from this moment on, I hope you will all heed my orders. Together, united, we can overcome this crisis. That As words concluded, the room fell silent. The guests exchanged glances, finally comprehending Lu Yu's intentions. Many among them were business magnates and executives of considerable ability, so despite their reluctance to acknowledge it, they understood Lu Yu's rationale was sound, that a bird cannot fly without wings. Nor can a snake function without a head, especially in such a situation. Why is everyone silent? Is my brother's suggestion flawed, or do you have objections? Speak freely if you do. Song Wentao's voice turned icy. Yu Yang frowned. Indeed, my brother is not as explosive as I am. Whatever you say, he will consider it as, let us have a clear answer. Will you follow my brother's guidance? Those who do not wish to stay may leave. Those who desire to stay must heed my brother's words. Gung Biao stated bluntly, Biaozi, do not hastily chase people away. That would not be appropriate. Lu Yu lightly admonished Gung Biao, though it was clear there was no malice in his words. Regardless, our staff are all willing to listen to Mr. Lu, are they not? Zhang Wei surveyed the employees present, underlings, female attendants, and service staff. Yes, a chorus of agreement echoed throughout the room. Who would dare to oppose? Lu Yu was their employer, who treated them well, making him a figure worthy of trust. Moreover, the presence of armed enforcers lent them undeniable authority. Most importantly, what would happen if one refused to comply and was cast out? Currently, no one is willing to venture out to feed the zombies. However, we are certainly eager to heed the directives of General Lu. Indeed, in times like these, the absence of a leader is untenable. General Lu, please give the word. Everyone is ready to follow your command. Clearly, aside from that reckless non-human who previously leapt forth seeking death, the remaining patrons are not foolish. They are well aware that those who recognize the times are the true heroes. This is what you all have stated, and I shall take it to heart. Lu Yu promptly responded, "Since everyone has elevated me to this temporary leadership position, I shall graciously accept that. I hope to make it clear from the outset that I wish for no friends to present me with difficulties in the time to come. Should anyone cause distress to my elder brother, I shall ensure their discomfort is amplified." Yu Yang let out a sinister laugh, perfectly embodying the role of the enforcer. "Well then, let us commence our investigation. Surely among you, there are those who have awakened their abilities. Please do share and demonstrate." Upon hearing this, many in the crowd shifted uneasily. Those who had awakened their powers were not naive. They understood that in this critical moment, their abilities were their greatest safeguard. Yet, who would wish to reveal their powers to others? Speak up quickly. What are you waiting for? Are you hoping to conceal your abilities for a surprise attack? Do not assume we are armed solely with guns. If you can awaken your powers, surely we can too. Zhang Wei and several others spoke in succession, startling those who had harbored such thoughts. Indeed, the Lu Yu's gang not only wielded firearms but also boasted individuals with awakened abilities. Thus, if one were to confront them, it would necessitate dealing with both the armed henchmen and their empowered members. Consequently, some individuals promptly extinguished their clandestine thoughts. "Let us have our subordinates step forward first to set an example," Lu Yu suggested. "Very well." Song Wentao swiftly organized this, calling forth all those among the awakened subordinates and employees to present themselves and disclose their abilities. "General Liu, I have awakened an F-grade ability, a transformation type, strength. This ability significantly enhances my physical prowess." The first to speak was a server who sliced fruit. "Elder brother, I have awakened an E-grade ability, a transformation type, iron arms, which allows my arms to become as unyielding as steel." The next to speak was a junior from the security department, Yu Yang. "Elder brother, I have awakened an E-grade ability, a transformation type, copper skin, which grants my skin the hardness of copper." Another junior raised his hand to declare. The abilities exhibited by these individuals did not particularly astonish Lu Yu. They were rather mundane when compared to his own mastery over lightning or the powers of his four formidable subordinates. "General, one among them has awakened a C-grade ability, a special type, healing, which allows them to release healing light from their hands at the expense of their vitality." This ability caught Lu Yu's attention. At last, a higher-tier ability had emerged, and a unique one at that. A glance revealed a figure clad in a form-fitting white cheongsam, complemented by white stockings and heels, with cascading waves of hair and lips painted a fiery red. Exuding allure and possessing commendable beauty, that wasn't that the technician number 18? "Sister Fong Fong, you have awakened an ability too?" Zhang Wei exclaimed with evident surprise. "Indeed, little Wei," technician number 18 replied with a coy smile, eliciting envious glances from many of the surrounding female technicians. Among the female technicians and hostesses, she alone dared to address Zhang Wei in such a manner without inciting his distaste that, of course, the primary reason for their jealousy stemmed from her awakening of an ability. "General Liu, what do you think of her?" Technician number 18 turned her gaze toward Lu Yu, her eyes ablaze with fervor. Prior to this, she had longed to spar with this esteemed boss, a figure of renown in the underworld. Never daring to dream of becoming his woman, yet knowing that being favored by him would bring considerable advantages. However, Lu Yu seemed indifferent not only to her advances, but also to all the women in this establishment, which had left her somewhat disheartened, leading to moments of self-doubt. Now that she had awakened an ability, she believed she would undoubtedly become important in Lu Yu's eyes. Moreover, ever since Lu Yu had emerged from the office, she couldn't shake the feeling that he appeared exceptionally handsome and irresistibly captivating, as if he exuded an intoxicating fragrance that particularly attracted women, leaving her utterly entranced. Not only she, but she had also noticed that her fellow colleagues were casting curious glances at Lu Yu. This ability is quite commendable, technician number 18 thought, only to be met with Lu Yu's brief praise before he shifted his gaze away. "Proceed next." General, I have awakened an ability as well, one of strength." The remaining employees and subordinates began to speak in turn. Awakening abilities was a matter of chance. Among the 500 or so employees, merely over 50 had awakened abilities. Furthermore, most of these were not particularly impressive, with the majority being F-grade strength. The rest included F-grade fangs, F-grade claws, F-grade iron fists. Essentially, they were mostly insignificant. "All right, gather over here. Wentao, please register them," Lu Yu commanded. Having concluded the introduction of his own group, it was now time to address the empowered patrons, although they were reluctant. Circumstances dictated their compliance, as they were in another's territory. Moreover, none of their awakened abilities were particularly formidable. Had someone awakened an SSS-grade ability like Lu Yu's mastery over lightning, they would likely have already emerged boasting or negotiating with him. Do not think of concealing your awakened abilities. Each must be demonstrated here and now. Zhang Su, please check them. One by one, Zhang Wei chuckled mischievously as he pulled over a bespectacled subordinate who exuded an air of scholarly refinement. Zhang Su had been a distinguished psychologist, a luminary in his field. No one could lie before him without being discovered, save for those trained spies that he had fallen afoul of a certain underworld figure and was now under a death warrant. Lu Yu recognized his talent and sheltered him, and now it was proving useful. If these individuals could deceive him, Zhang Wei would have no choice but to concede their prowess. General, I have awakened an F-grade ability. Transformation type, Strength. General, I have awakened an E-grade ability. Transformation type, Iron Skin, similar to the brother who awakened Copper Skin. General, I have awakened a D-grade ability. Transformation type, Blade Palm, allowing my palms to become as sharp as blades. Your gaze instinctively avoids mine, hence you are lying. What? I am not. Absolutely not. We shall see once I give you a beating. Bring it on. Damn it, I will fight you all. I do not believe my C-grade ability. Bang, bang, bang. Your C-grade ability is lacking too. You can't even withstand a few shots. Pathetic. Come everyone, do not dwell on the corpse. Let's continue. Among the more than 200 patrons, only 20 or so had awakened abilities. The most impressive were two individuals with C-grade abilities. One had awakened a transformation type, Lizard Man, enabling him to transform into a half-human, half-beast lizard form, significantly enhancing his physical attributes. The other had already perished under the collective fire of the patrons and need not be mentioned. C-grade abilities are truly subpar. Why is it so difficult to absorb a decent ability? Lu Yu shook his head inwardly. If anyone among these individuals were worthy of absorption, it would be his four formidable subordinates. Yet, how could he sever his own limbs? Aside from that, only Technician number 18's ability was marginally acceptable. However, she was one of his own, and Zhang Wei harbored some special feelings for her. It would not be wise to eliminate her. Forget it, anything below B grade should be disregarded. These inferior abilities would only dilute my focus. After contemplating, Lu Yu instructed his subordinates, Biaozi, Yangzi, Wentao, you three gather people and collect all food and water. Remember, everything? Understood, brother. The three immediately sprang into action, rallying everyone to head upstairs to work, including those patrons who had not awakened abilities. The patrons had little to say. Given the circumstances, what more could they do, compared to those who had perished outside? The fact that they could stand alive here was already a stroke of luck. A bit of labor would not spell their doom, that if they could endure until the police arrived, until the military came to their rescue, then everything would be worth it. Xiao Wei, you lead some people to move more items to block the front and back doors. I still have my reservations. Yes, brother. After issuing his commands, Lu Yu ascended to the top floor and gazed out the window. Chapter 5. Where to go from here? Formulating strategies to establish control. At this moment, Huadu was in utter chaos. The cacophony of gunfire, cries, and explosions merged into a tumultuous symphony, chaos surging like a tide. Thick, billowing smoke rose from numerous locations, enveloping everything in its grasp. Yet, amidst this turmoil, Lu Yu's visage remained as tranquil as still water. He was a traveler, not a reincarnata, unaware of how this world would ultimately transform. However, he was acutely aware that a tumultuous era had unfurled its dramatic curtain. Without delving into the so-called world that purportedly heralds the arrival of other realms, one need only consider the present. The relentless emergence of countless zombies had already plunged the entire world into upheaval. Peering through the narrow lens of a tube, one could see that the city of Huadu had already metamorphosed into this state. What of the other cities within the great Xia Empire? What of the nations beyond our borders? The opportunities long awaited by many were finally at hand. A smile played upon Lu Yu's lips as he lit a cigarette for himself. As the smoke curled upwards, he murmured, the oppression faced by the lower echelons in this parallel world, along with the rigidity of social classes, surpasses that of the world I traversed before. Ambitions remain unfulfilled, and achieving anything substantial is a Herculean task. Merely standing one's ground is a struggle fraught with hardship. For those on the lower rungs to rise above, it is akin to reaching for the heavens. The only course of action left is to remain humble and bide one's time. To speak bluntly, it is akin to lying flat, as individual effort often pales in comparison to the grand historical events and societal currents that shape one's destiny. A seemingly trivial choice could lead to vastly divergent futures. Yet now, the tide of change has arrived. An unprecedented upheaval of monumental proportions is upon us, and it remains to be seen who will seize the opportunity. The chaotic state of affairs and tumultuous times could not be more fortuitous for me. Indeed, I find myself reluctant to depart from this world. As he mused, Lu Yu felt a surge of emotions, his spirit ignited with fervor. Yes, although he was a traveler endowed with a golden finger. Until he acquired the power to contend against nations single-handedly, he could only adapt to the rules of this world, reigning supreme within limited constraints. Now, however, the apocalypse has arrived. For many ordinary citizens, this spells disaster. As the old adage goes, better to be a dog in peaceful times than a human in chaotic ones. But for the disillusioned and ambitious souls of a peaceful era, it represents an opportunity, a chance to rise and reclaim their fortunes. And Lu Yu, indeed, was among the most ambitious. With the collapse of order, the decay of morals, and the gradual disintegration of old rules, all that was once suppressed shall rise anew. The heroes and rogues of the wild shall emerge. A myriad of characters will grace the grand stage of this so-called new era, revealing who will truly ride the waves of change and who shall lead the charge. He chuckled softly. Surely, I cannot be absent from this spectacle. As the cigarette burned down, Lu Yu flicked the butt away, lifting his head to reveal a beaming smile. His eyes sparkled with a fervent desire for change. A blazing light that yearned for chaos. He then picked up his phone and opened a short video application. Unsurprisingly, every video flooding his feed was related to this unprecedented disaster. Some individuals vented their frustrations, questioning where the national military had vanished. Others captured the chaotic scenes of the city, displaying the gruesome and brutal realities. Some celebrated the arrival of the new era, showcasing their extraordinary abilities, while others abroad depicted the current state of their nations. Has even the enforcement of regulations become futile? Lu Yu stroked his chin, gleaning insights into the current situation. Perhaps the auditors have turned into zombies, or have fallen prey to them. Closing the app, Lu Yu logged onto various forums, discussion platforms, and knowledge communities, discovering a consistent theme. Survivors with internet access were engrossed in discussions surrounding the catastrophe that, a new continental plate has emerged in the ocean. Significant alterations have transpired across the world's geography, revealing numerous unfamiliar cities, with experts urgently analyzing this as a manifestation of the fusion of realms. My word, a soldier fleeing from danger has time to post videos? He claims that these zombies appeared out of thin air in the military camp, resulting in catastrophic losses and a complete loss of combat effectiveness. This begs the question, which military will suffer misfortune next? Might the forces surrounding Huadu also? While Lu Yu scrolled through videos, his phone rang. To his surprise, it was a call from Councilman Huang that he quickly answered. "Hello, is this you?" came the rich voice of a middle-aged man on the other end. "Uncle Huang, it's me." Lu Yu settled into a chair, phone in hand. This gentleman, Huang Shorin, was a member of the Empire's lower house of parliament, hailing from Huadu, possessing considerable influence within the local government. Furthermore, he was the person behind Lu Yu's group, colloquially known as a protective umbrella. To recount a few months back, after Lu Yu had traversed into this world, he initially toiled in a black factory. By the second month, he had gained power and began to make a name for himself in the underbelly of Huadu, swiftly capturing the attention of several bigwigs. When one disrupts another's interests, resistance is inevitable. Such a complex web of interests is not easily unraveled by a mere outsider. However, Huang Shorin, being a shrewd and self-serving politician, chose not to eliminate Lu Yu's gang when his own underhanded associates were thwarted. Instead, he sought to recruit them. Embracing the olive branch extended by old Huang, Lu Yu readily accepted, instantly altering his precarious situation and becoming a so-called member of Huang's faction, thus gaining acceptance in the underworld of Huadu, transforming into a formidable figure. This was indeed a transaction of interests, a dark rule concealed beneath the guise of light that, of course, one must possess strength. Otherwise, the weak would not even qualify to be pawns. I was in a meeting and missed your call. You don't hold any grievances, do you? Aha, not at all, Uncle Huang. Lu Yu chuckled, yet he keenly sensed something amiss in Huang Shoren's tone. In previous interactions, whether in person or over the phone, Huang Shoren had maintained a demeanor of detached authority, neither haughty nor overly warm. Yet now, his words carried a note of concern, as if he were extending goodwill. Huang Shoren acknowledged this and inquired, "You, how are things on your end?" Lu Yu pursed his lips, responding, "Don't mention it, Uncle Huang. You're aware of the current situation outside, that I suspect my subordinates' establishments have all fallen, leaving only this place under my guard unscathed." Indeed, the situation was dire. Huang Shoren sighed, then suddenly asked, "By the way, how many people do you currently have?" Lu Yu understood that he meant not the number of employees but rather those willing to fight, the ones with combat capability. Contemplating for a moment, Lu Yu mentally discounted the number and replied, "About 100 brothers, give or take. In that case, you must keep a tight grip on these people." As he spoke, Huang Shoren's tone grew increasingly cordial. "But I've taken note of that, Uncle Huang." Lu Yu's eyes gleamed, a smile gracing his lips. One could say that he was indeed a politician. Daily, he treated his underhanded associates with disdain. Yet in the face of the present predicament, he recognized what was paramount and began to strategize for consolidation and control. However, a nagging sense of unease crept in. Perhaps something dire was unfolding, as Huang Shoren had access to a broader network of information. Thus he promptly inquired, "Uncle Huang, has something happened?" There was a brief silence on Huang Shoren's end before he revealed, "We received word that the Navy at the port and the nearby army have suffered severe losses, with significant casualties. Some units have even been completely wiped out. So grave is the situation." Although Lu Yu had prepared himself mentally and entertained such thoughts, hearing it from Huang Shoren still left him somewhat astonished. Huang Shoren was not angered by Lu Yu's interruption. He continued, "Indeed, the fusion of realms has led to a scenario where you are within me, and I am within you. Our soldiers were completely unprepared for such an occurrence, and coupled with the fact that the military rarely distributes ammunition outside of target practice, it became exceedingly difficult to mount a viable counterattack when zombies appeared abruptly in their camps, resulting in the rapid spread of the zombie virus and the dire consequences we see today." The more Lu Yu listened, the more elated he became. Heavy losses for the military indicated a diminished governmental grip on society, which in turn afforded him and other civilian forces a larger stage and greater opportunities. Some surviving units managed to salvage the situation due to soldiers awakening their extraordinary abilities, allowing them to break into the ammunition depots and distribute supplies. However, in contrast to these rare exceptions, the majority of forces sustained heavy casualties, leading to the expectation that few military units would be able to advance into the city for rescue operations. By the way, have you and your men awakened any extraordinary abilities? Upon hearing this question, Lu Yu's mind raced, and he replied, "Yes, indeed, many of my subordinates have." Without waiting for Huang Shoren to respond, he deftly shifted the topic, "Uncle Huang, while the district police stations may be unreliable, we still have a significant number of guards across the districts, correct? The Daxia Empire boasts 3 distinct armed forces. One is the Royal Army, which is exclusively devoted to the imperial family, while the other 2 fall under military jurisdiction, namely the National Defense Army and the Guard Army. The National Defense Army, being the largest, is predominantly stationed outside urban areas, whereas the Guard Army is stationed within various cities, tasked with counterterrorism, maintaining stability, and disaster relief missions." Having been diverted by Lu Yu, Huang Shoren felt a tinge of dissatisfaction and fell silent for a few moments. Lu Yu, however, did not break the silence. Instead, waiting patiently, his smile growing ever more pronounced. "The tides have shifted. The roles of offense and defense have reversed. I have men and firearms at my disposal. Whether I choose to heed your counsel depends solely on my whims." "You wish to probe into my affairs?" Yet Huang Shoren held back and replied, "Indeed, the various units of the Huadu Guard Army have commenced operations, currently rescuing some key individuals and beginning to establish safe zones. There should be some progress. The safe zone will center around the Jinghai district that, if possible, I hope you can come here swiftly." Jinghai district? Lu Yu remained silent, rapidly contemplating in his mind. This district is situated on the fringes of Huadu, also known as the development zone. In the past, no one wished to venture there. Everyone flocked to more prosperous locations. However, it is indeed an opportune site for establishing and developing a safe zone. indicating the government's keen insight into current necessities. And Huang Shuren, from his words, he's already there. His invitation likely aims to bolster his own influence that, these bureaucrats, they always think first of competing for power and profit, regardless of the circumstances. Noticing Lu Yu's silence, Huang Shuren could not help but say, You are an astute individual, aware of the current situation. As long as your men remain united, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Let me tell you, although the city government has not approved the proposal to arm all citizens, they are preparing to expand the military and consider granting organization to civilian groups. As he stated, this truly is a golden opportunity. With proper maneuvering, those from the underworld could swiftly transform into soldiers, and leaders of the underworld could easily become officers of the civilian militia. Yet Lu Yu did not immediately acquiesce. Instead, he deflected, saying, Uncle Huang, I will do my utmost. Very well, I shall await your favorable news that as long as you can bring more people here, there will surely be a share of the spoils for us. He replied, Thank you in advance for your support, Uncle Huang. Lu Yu said before hanging up that he then scoffed, Go. To what end? Am I incapable of developing myself? He swiftly gathered his subordinates. Big brother, we've collected food and water. Song Wentao reported upon their arrival. Good. Lu Yu nodded and addressed them. Given the current situation, it seems the military outside Huadu is mostly incapacitated, and waiting for rescue will take an eternity. After sharing the intelligence he had gleaned from Huang Shuren, his men reacted with varying degrees of concern. The Jinghai district is quite far from us. Attempting to reach it would be perilous. Zhang Wei furrowed his brow. What is there to fear? They're merely zombies. Let us charge forward. Yu Yang grinned, his eyes glinting with murderous intent. Old Huang's group has fled quite rapidly, while others remain oblivious. He has already reached the safe zone, Gung Biao remarked, shaking his head with a knowing look. Food and water are limited. Remaining here without rescue is tantamount to waiting for death. We must dispatch someone to scavenge for supplies, Song Wentao said, his expression grim. That we need to scavenge, but we must also leave. This place is not suitable for prolonged occupation, Lu Yu declared firmly. Big brother speaks wisely, that we shall follow your lead. All four nodded in agreement. But we are not heading to the Jinghai district. Upon hearing this, the four men were momentarily taken aback. Big brother, if we don't go to the Jinghai district, where shall we go? Zhang Wei inquired. Allow me to show you, Lu Yu replied, pulling out his phone to enlarge a map. Sanshao Island, surrounded by water on all sides and connected to the mainland by only 2 bridges, is a lush area dotted with villas. Renowned as an affluent district, that is an ideal location that is easy to defend and difficult to assault. The eastern side features a dock and urban area, facilitating supply scavenging and rescue operations for survivors, while the outskirts are sparsely populated with zombies, providing a potential escape route once we secure that territory. Regardless of whether we choose to blockade or destroy the bridges in the future, it will become our independent kingdom. Upon hearing Lu Yu's words, the four stood in astonishment, shocked by both his proposition and ambition. Song Wentao, the most pragmatic among them, merely wished to align himself with Lu Yu and secure a legitimate militia status to cleanse his identity and become a bona fide officer. Yet he never imagined, nor dared to consider, that Lu Yu harbored such separatist aspirations. Seeing their bewildered expressions, Lu Yu smiled slightly, then adopted a serious demeanor, addressing the four brothers. It is evident that the future will be marked by chaos and bloodshed. Only those with strength and armed might will hold sway, and with that will come wealth, beauty, and more. As the saying goes, when the wind stirs the green plumes, waves form in the slightest ripple. This opportunity is one we cannot afford to miss. Why serve others as dogs when we can be masters of our own fate? If we can grow and establish a military political power, the prospects are beyond imagination, brothers. This was merely what he expressed outwardly. Internally, he held back even greater ambitions that he feared that revealing his true intentions might frighten his loyal subordinates. His aim was to construct a powerful authority centered around himself, to seize the land and the nation, to dominate a territory. Setting aside distant aspirations, the reality is that as long as he has a loyal band of followers and strength, he could become a local sovereign, a grassroots king in a time of turmoil. After all, he had traversed worlds and found himself in an apocalyptic era with a golden opportunity in hand. Why not aim for something grand? Big brother, are you serious? Zhang Wei's eyes widened in disbelief. When have you seen me not serious? Lu Yu chuckled. Let us do it. Yu Yang exclaimed excitedly, his blood pumping. Just say the word, and we will follow your lead. The militia, it sounds appealing, but who knows what it truly entails? We might end up as examples of harsh punishment in a chaotic era, dragged out and executed. Gung Biao cautioned, the ITS far more reliable for us to raise our own force. In the end, everyone will want to win us over, which is far superior to living under their watchful eyes. Indeed, let us do it. Zhang Wei waved his arms, equally exhilarated, with Big Brother-esque courage. How can we falter? Ever since I left that dark factory with you, I have no desire to return to that former life. Among the four, only Song Wentao remained measured and focused on reality. He said to Lu Yu, Big Brother, our number of brothers is limited. Whether we head to the Jinghai district or Sanshao Island, it won't be easy, even though the latter is relatively close. You right. Lu Yu nodded, patting him on the shoulder, then smiled. Even if we reach Sanshao Island, expanding our influence won't be straightforward, but at this juncture, Lu Yu stepped out of the room. The four exchanged glances before following him. Lu Yu entered another room, and a voice emerged from within. Come in and take a look. As the four entered sequentially, Lu Yu's voice resonated. I've been preparing for this. Seeing the sight before them, the four were once again left speechless. Chapter 6. The arms reveal, astonishing the eyes, deeply calculated, initial formation of the team, the four were dumbfounded. Not for any other reason, but because the room was now brimming with an abundance of military supplies. I can't be seeing this right. Zhang Wei rubbed his eyes in disbelief. This is simply Song Wentao gaped. Turning his gaze toward Lu Yu did my goodness. This is unbelievable. Gung Biao swallowed hard, realizing that their current collection of hunting rifles, improvised weapons, and modified guns paled in comparison to what lay before them. Big Brother, is this for real? Yu Yang exclaimed, his face aglow with excitement. Did I guess it real? What do you think? Lu Yu walked over, picked up an M4, aimed it a few times, then turned to the four. With these treasures, storming Sanshao Island will be much easier. Indeed, this batch of equipment comes from the Eagle country of a parallel world, Lu Yu declared. After traversing to this realm, his golden finger had provided him with a 9 oxen and 2 tigers pill in the first month, a spatial ring in the second, and this cache of military supplies in the third, all stored within the spatial ring on his finger. Given the current chaotic situation, he felt emboldened to unveil the arms he had previously kept hidden, especially since the moment was ripe for their utilization. Absolutely. With these fine items, we can do whatever we desire, Yu Yang exclaimed joyfully. Seeing his enthusiasm, Lu Yu tossed the weapon to him, allowing him to revel in it, his face breaking into a grin. While others stockpile food, I stockpile weapons. Your home is my granary. A.S. by Baoshan once said, a gun is a man's courage, and as the bandit warlords say, to possess a gun is to be a king among the grassroots. These 2 points are particularly pronounced in the apocalypse. Supplies. Just grab a gun and steal, especially from those hoarding resources. You'd better not let me find out where those resource-hoarding scoundrels are. If I do, even the system will be taken from you. Lu Yu mused to himself that, of course, if there were truly those who had reincarnated, stockpiling food from the get-go and possessing a system, their strength would likely not be lacking, making them difficult to deal with. Goodness, not only are there rifles and handguns, but also machine guns. Oh, is that a rocket launcher? Zhang Wei remained utterly astonished. Brother, are you gearing up for war? There are even grenades and landmines. With these items alone, it would be sufficient to conduct a small-scale battle. Gung Biao muttered he was not wrong. Had Li Yunlong possessed such equipment back in the day, he would have undoubtedly dared to assault Taiyuan. Indeed, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have thought I was dreaming. Song Wentao remarked that I never expected my brother to secretly stash away such armaments. When did he even bring these in? Clearly, he has been well prepared, but this level of preparation is rather intimidating. That if there had been no apocalypse, who would these arms have been intended for? Amidst their shock, the four felt a deepening sense of reverence for Lu Yu. After tossing a handgun to Zhang Wei, Lu Yu stated, these weapons, apart from me, you probably won't be able to use effectively. So we need to quickly master their usage and then get the brothers out of here. What the elder brother says is true. Indeed, the others nodded in agreement. While a handgun may be manageable, a rifle is barely so. Landmines, machine guns, rocket launchers. These items are certainly not meant for ordinary people to wield. In truth, this batch of military supplies Liu Yu had acquired could fully equip an enhanced regiment to the teeth. And not just any regiment, but an armored one. Moreover, there were mortars, individual missiles, armored vehicles, tanks, and armed helicopters quietly resting in his spatial ring. Of course, teaching his subordinates to use individual weapons in a short time would already be a tall order. Expecting them to immediately grasp the operation of such high-tech equipment, that would be wishful thinking. This was also why Liu Yu chose not to reveal those items. Liu Yu remarked, "The zombies outside are the best targets. Let everyone take a few shots from the windows, and they'll learn that." Yu Yang cheerfully said. "Then, brother, shall I go gather the brothers now?" "Not so fast. We must first ensure a smooth transition. Besides, we have those customers to consider. Are they willing to leave? We need to clarify that first. Who cares? If they refuse, we'll just leave them here to await their demise." "Exactly. Those willing to accompany us are our own. Those unwilling can be discarded. All that has been said is correct. Then let us proceed to gather everyone." Soon, the employees were all called together. Upon learning they were to leave, they were quite reluctant. However, when they laid eyes on the military supplies, their sense of security surged, and they immediately changed their tune, wholeheartedly supporting Liu Yu's decision to depart for a safer location. With the morale of the team stabilized, attention turned to the customers. Over 200 customers were quickly gathered. They were all in a state of agitation, uncertain about what was happening this time. I've finished speaking. What do you all think?" After Liu Yu announced his intention to lead a departure towards Sanxia Island, a buzz of discussion erupted among the crowd. Some believed Liu Yu had gone mad, insisting on venturing out into a world teeming with zombies, while others mentioned having just seen an announcement from the Empire urging citizens to protect themselves as the military was mobilizing to rescue cities across the land, and that the Huadu government had echoed this sentiment, suggesting they simply wait and not risk going out. There were those who asserted that collecting supplies was a valid endeavor, but traversing dangerous streets to reach Sanxia Island was nothing short of a fantasy. Regardless, neither the employees nor the customers endorsed this notion. "Fine, if you don't want to follow us, I won't force you." Just as Liu Yu spoke, he was abruptly interrupted by a bespectacled, portly man. "Wait a moment. Mr. Liu, I want to join you, but could we avoid going to Sanxia Island? What about heading to Jinghai District instead? I think that's a splendid idea. Jinghai District is quite good. Yes, it's less populated and has fewer zombies. We can break through to that area." "Exactly. While Sanxia Island is closer, it's not as safe as Jinghai District." 5 or 6 others chimed in, echoing this sentiment. Liu Yu chuckled, looking meaningfully at these few individuals. "Mr. Zhang, Mr. Wang, Mr. Guo, you all are quite astute. We owe it all to you, Mr. Liu. Indeed, without Mr. Liu and his capable brothers, what good are our ideas?" This group hastily flattered Liu Yu, yet the rest of the customers were left bewildered. "What is going on? It sounds like there is something more to this. But no, I refuse to go to Jinghai District. I will go to Sanxia Island." Liu Yu's demeanor shifted abruptly, his voice growing cold. "Those who wish to accompany me should prepare themselves. I won't concern myself with those who wish to stay in a few days. This place will be yours. Make your choice immediately." The outcome was clear. Out of the more than 200 people, aside from a dozen or so who felt Liu Yu had something to rely on and wished to take a gamble with him, the majority were unwilling to leave with him. Liu Yu then called his subordinates, ascending the stairs to practice shooting at the windows. Over 500 individuals, regardless of gender, donned military uniforms and were each assigned firearms. Then, a cacophony of gunfire erupted. Zombies fell in droves outside, some even blown away by grenades, drawing more zombies toward the commotion. "Why didn't you mention the abundance of weapons sooner? Indeed, if you had mentioned it earlier. Curse it, I suspect Liu is deliberately trying to abandon us, which is why he kept it under wraps." Exactly, this underworld character is truly cunning. A group of disgruntled customers from the upper echelons gathered in a room, each brimming with grievances. Upon Witten, Gung Biao revealed a sinister expression, making a throat-cutting gesture with his hand. "Well, eliminating them isn't out of the question." Liu Yu mused for a moment before suddenly inquiring. "They must have already contacted their families via phone, right?" "Oh dear." At this remark, Gung Biao was momentarily taken aback, then slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "Brother, it's my fault. I was so busy earlier that I completely overlooked that. If their families remain unaware, it would indeed be inconsequential to eliminate them all. However, If their families, along with friends in the government and military, are aware of their presence here, then exterminating them all could become rather troublesome. Lu Yu did not scold Geng Biao, but instead continued his analysis. The current situation has not yet deteriorated to a level of complete anarchy if we merely aim to be a band of ruthless brigands. We could proceed without hesitation and simply kill them all. However, if our ambition is to grow and not become the primary target of the military and government, we cannot act impulsively like mindless brutes. Among these more than 100 individuals, many have influential families. While it may seem harmless to eliminate them in the short term, it could pose significant obstacles when we engage with the authorities and military later on. Are you suggesting? Geng Biao raised an eyebrow, lost in contemplation, that we successfully reach Sansha Island. And then what? Raise a flag and establish a new government, openly opposing the entire empire. If we were to do that, the surviving military forces around Huadu would undoubtedly risk everything to eradicate us first. Lu Yu shrugged and continued. Even if we manage to recruit soldiers and gain strength, we must still establish a relationship with the Huadu government and the military. Ideally positioning ourselves as troops that heed orders but do not adhere to proclamations. Though the government and military have suffered severe setbacks, until we possess the strength to upend their power, we cannot be labeled as rebels. Brother, you truly have a far-reaching vision, Geng Biao remarked sincerely, his admiration evident on his face. Indeed, while he was still contemplating how to recruit manpower upon arriving at Sansha Island, Lu Yu had already envisioned the future trajectory of their group. However, we must remain vigilant. Keep a close watch. I am curious to see who dares to step forward and seek their own demise. I estimate that even if someone does choose to court death, it won't be all of them. At most, just a portion. That a chilling glint flickered in Lu Yu's eyes. We have fulfilled our part. If a segment of them chooses their own demise, we cannot be blamed. Even if their families band together to seek accountability from both the military and government, we will stand firm in our position. Of course, whether to pursue a path of reconciliation remains uncertain. Perhaps if we thrive, we may entirely evade dealings with the military and government, but if that were the case, eliminating a few foolish individuals would pose no inconvenience whatsoever. Geng Biao was utterly in awe of Lu Yu, admiring how he had considered every aspect and meticulously planned everything that I excel in covert operations and backstabbing. Rest assured, brother, I will keep a close eye on them. Indeed, if you cannot report in time, you may handle it directly. Yes, I shall arrange for people immediately. Chapter 7. The conspiracy unravels. Killing must also cut to the heart. For 3 consecutive days, the vicinity of Tianshang Renjian was filled with the sounds of gunfire and explosions. With the surrounding zombies cleared from higher ground, it was time to send out personnel to lure them in. After all, there was no shortage of live targets. Notably, the relentless gunfire led many survivors in the nearby districts to mistakenly believe that the military had arrived. However, their disappointment grew as only the sounds echoed without any appearance. Some survivors gritted their teeth and ventured through the streets to investigate, only to find it was not the military. Instead, they sought to join. Faced with their pleas, Lu Yu did not refuse. After a careful selection, he accepted them, expanding his ranks from over 500 to approximately 700. This group included both men and women, all capable fighters, as the elderly and children could not traverse the streets to reach this place. With ample ammunition and Lu Yu himself providing guidance, these 700 individuals, while not all becoming exceptionally skilled sharpshooters, had at least grasped the fundamentals of using their weapons effectively to slay zombies without accidentally harming their comrades. This afternoon, Lu Yu announced the cessation of training, allowing everyone to indulge in a hearty feast to replenish their energy before embarking on their journey to Sansha Island early the next morning. In truth, they had no choice but to leave, as their food and water supplies were nearly depleted. In the early hours, within Tianshang Renjian, several shadowy figures stealthily made their way upstairs. Is this going too smoothly? Has Lu arranged even a single guard? One whispered. Another immediately hissed in response, keep your voice down. Do you want to die? We have maintained our submissive facade these past few days to let Lu grow complacent, to give him the illusion that we have accepted our fate. Exactly. Do you think your ominous predictions will make him cautious? If that's the case, we might as well give up on living. This time of night is when people are most relaxed. They should all be soundly asleep by now. Hey, Lu probably would never dream that we would seize the king by capturing him first. Once we control him, he will have no choice but to comply. Silence and proceed. Stop before the corner of the corridor, then cautiously peek out to observe that we have only this one opportunity. If we fail now, it's all over. Upon reaching the corridor, one individual carefully poked his head out. Old Zhang, what do you see? It's pitch black. I can't see a thing, but after observing for a while, it seems there is no one around. Good, let us move forward. Lu is in room 404 and will burst in and capture him at the fastest speed possible. However, just as this group collectively entered the corridor, a sudden click echoed as the overhead lights illuminated. Not only the lights above them, but all the corridor lights flickered to life. Not good. We've been discovered. The group collectively felt a chill run down their spines, their hearts plunging into an abyss of despair. Everyone, what is this thieving act you're attempting? The situation had indeed escalated to its worst possible outcome, as a large group stood at the end of the corridor, with Lu Yu casually seated in a chair. Legs crossed, wee. The leader, Yuan Feng, stiffened, his face twitching uncontrollably. This, Mr. Lu. The others beside him turned pale, utterly at a loss for words, as they had never anticipated failure. Thud, thud, thud. The sound of heavy footsteps approached from behind them. Turning to look, they found their escape route blocked by numerous armed individuals, led by Yu Yang and Zhang Wei. Did you really believe your meticulously crafted plan was foolproof? Did you think that the people in this world could be easily deceived by you? Zhang Wei sneered, brandishing his firearm with a mocking grin. Ha, what a bunch of fools! You managed to reach the 4th floor so easily. Are you reveling in your success? But everything is under our control. We have been aware of your plans from the moment you began discussing them. Wai Yu Yang laughed heartily, mercilessly ridiculing these self-proclaimed clever individuals. This is impossible. How did you find out? Yuan Feng's face darkened, his mind racing with disbelief. Those who conspired and formulated the plan had accompanied him. There was no possibility of a traitor. How then had the information leaked? He simply could not fathom it. Initially, I was not too willing to believe that you would have the audacity to execute such a scheme. Lu Yu interjected, a faint smile gracing his lips that, or perhaps, you were foolish enough to plot a conspiracy under the barrels of hundreds of guns. For any rational individual, the choice would be to seek food and water outside after we leave, rather than risk their lives attempting the impossible. Lu Yu reflected. Yet I miscalculated, completely underestimating the depths of human foolishness. I never expected that someone would actually choose to act in such a manner. Indeed, it is exceedingly foolish. Song Wentao chimed in with a smile, then turned to Gung Biao beside him. What do you think? Biaozi, Gung Biao replied, it is utterly beyond foolish. These are the most foolish individuals I have ever encountered at AS for how we discovered your conspiracy. Lu Yu's smile deepened as he gestured to Zhang Wei behind him. Little Wei, why don't you enlighten them? How could they not be deemed foolish? Planning a conspiracy that concerns life and death on our territory, believing they could hide in the restroom without consequence. A listening device captured every one of your schemes. We heard it all clearly. And thus, tonight's spectacle came to be. Yu Yang added, do you know? I hid in the corner, nearly suffocating, just to let you think you would succeed. Granting you a glimmer of hope and the last shred of joy before your demise. Lu Yu and his 4 subordinates exchanged banter, their words a lethal combination of metaphorical murder and psychological torment. In the ensuing moment, Lu Yu's subordinates erupted into boisterous laughter, rendering the encircled individuals as pale as death. The listening devices. Yuan Feng gritted his teeth, his fists clenched so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh. He had anticipated this, yet he never imagined that the world of heavenly and earthly would be so twisted, not sparing even the restroom. Indeed, the suggestion to install listening devices in the lavatory had been proposed by Zhang Wei earlier. These listening devices and pinhole cameras were almost ubiquitous in every corner of this realm, all aimed at gathering incriminating evidence against certain individuals to be wielded as leverage when necessary. Not just the restroom, even the rats in the sewers could not hope to escape surveillance. Mr. Lu, I was wrong. I was blinded by greed. And in a moment of confusion, I beg you to overlook my transgressions and spare me. Suddenly, one fellow knelt down, frantically slapping his own face, the sound resounding sharply, causing his cheeks to swell within moments. Yes, we were foolish. We were foolish. Please, Mr. Lu, show mercy. The others quickly joined in, pleading for forgiveness, fearful that they might suffer dire consequences should they delay. Only Yuan Feng remained standing, furiously cursing, "Do you not know who he is at this juncture? What good will your pleas do?" "Mr. Yuan is correct. Indeed, your supplications hold no value now," Lu Yu replied. Shaking his head, a group of you ventured to the cake shop, while another set made their way to the milk tea store, and the hardware store nearby also could not be overlooked. Soon, hundreds began to mobilize, strutting confidently as they scoured the buildings on either side. Their primary targets being food and water, followed by various usable resources and supplies. They acted as if no one else existed, unperturbed by the surrounding chaos, unlike other survivors trembling in fear at the end of the world. With so many people and ample firepower, even the presence of zombies in some buildings was merely a minor inconvenience. After approximately half an hour, a significant amount of supplies was gathered and transported to the sides of the street. No survivors were discovered during the operation, as this area was perilously close to the heavens, and those who could survive had already joined the ranks. Aside from food and water, what purpose did these items serve? Indeed, the valuables in the jewelry store were somewhat justifiable, but these tables and chairs, although new and splendid, took up space. Each person could only carry a single backpack. "What do you understand?" Someone interjected. "Since the elder brother has spoken, there must be a reason behind it." Amidst the chatter among the team members, Lu Yu returned from the front. With a wave of his hand, everything he touched vanished without a trace, absorbed into the spatial ring. This astonishing display of material collection immediately drew gasps of amazement. What on earth is happening? Could it be the legendary spatial ability? Spatial ability. Is it like those described in apocalyptic novels? Yes, have you read them too? I've skimmed some on Hongwen Novel Network, but most are illogical and absurd. Who knows, perhaps the elder brother's power is indeed this. That would be remarkable. However, Zhang Wei and his three companions showed little reaction, as they had already been thoroughly astonished during Lu Yu's earlier demonstration. "Enough boasting. Let us move forward," Zhang Wei shouted, signaling his subordinates to regroup. Thus, they traversed an intersection and arrived at the next street. It was the same routine. Lu Yu led the vanguard, using abundant ammunition to eliminate over 100 zombies in this street before the following squads prepared to commence their work. That the military, they don't seem to be our country's soldiers. Their uniforms are different. Who cares as long as someone is here to rescue us? Over here. We need help. Help, save me. On both sides of the street, numerous survivors, upon witnessing the large-scale group, immediately began to shout for assistance. "Elder brother, zombies are attacking." Before Lu Yu could scour for supplies and rescue survivors, the gunfire attracted the zombies, who began to converge upon them in increasing numbers. "First squad, listen up. Block the front entrance, prepare grenades and incendiary devices, and set up the squad machine guns. Be ready to fire on my command. Rocket team, be prepared. Only fire when I instruct you to. What about the mortars? Bring them over here. This is a rare opportunity for live training, so mortarmen, pay close attention to how I operate it. Wen Tao, your squad is to seal off the rear. Establish a defensive position and prepare to eliminate all incoming zombies. Xiao Wei, Yangzi, Biaozi, hold off on your work for now. Ensure your third team is vigilant for any zombies that might spring from the buildings, ready to assist at a moment's notice." Lu Yu, calm in demeanor, promptly issued a series of combat orders that at this point, it was no longer feasible to establish a defensive position on site, should such a vast number of zombies disrupt their formation. It was likely that apart from him and a handful of awakened, powerful individuals, the rest would not survive. The zombies, moving at a rapid pace, surged towards their longed-for flesh, their sounds chillingly unsettling. "Open fire." "Shoot!" Commands rang out simultaneously and gunfire erupted, echoing through the air. With the increasing number of zombies, pinpoint shooting was no longer practical. They simply needed to pull the trigger. Submachine guns, assault rifles, and squad-light machine guns unleashed a storm of metallic shells, creating a tempest of bullets. The advancing zombies fell like wheat before a harvester. Those with severed legs rendered immobile, and any unfortunate enough to be struck in the head were instantly silenced. Unable, without uttering a word, simply strike me down with vigor. Should we emerge victorious, we shall revel in feasting and indulgence, but if we fail, I shall make my escape and leave you all behind. In stark contrast to the front line's unwavering stability, the rear, where Song Wentao was stationed, faltered. Despite the reinforcements dispatched from the other 3 squads under Liu Yu's command, the situation remained precarious, with the line continuously retreating. In desperation, Liu Yu rushed to the rear, issuing commands and organizing the troops, ultimately stabilizing the front and seizing the opportunity to impart some wisdom to a few officers. "Boss, a special type of zombie has appeared." The voice crackled over the intercom, causing Liu Yu's expression to shift. "It's in your hands now. I must return to the front," Liu Yu instructed before making his way back to the front line. "Boss, look. That one struck by the rocket launcher has given rise to another." Liu Yu followed his subordinate's pointing finger and discerned an unusual zombie, with a pointed head, limbs on the ground, and a mouth filled with irregularly shaped teeth. It was a grotesque creature with a greenish hue. Moreover, its speed far exceeded that of ordinary zombies, moving like a green shadow, drawing ever closer to the defenses. Grasping an assault rifle handed to him by his subordinate, Liu Yu took a deep breath. 2 seconds later, a series of accurate bursts rang out, striking the monster's head and sending it sprawling onto its back, clearly lifeless. "Boss is amazing. Boss is formidable." Just as the cheers erupted, several more of such creatures emerged from the tide of corpses. "Throw grenades! Throw grenades! Don't let it through!" Faced with potentially unstoppable foes, the use of heavy weaponry became the optimal choice. After issuing the command, Liu Yu approached a mortar, calling over his team members. "Everyone, pay attention. Adjust the firing parameters. Load, aim, fire." With a series of swift motions, a shell was launched from the mortar, landing amidst the tide of corpses. Boom! While the exact number of zombies felled remained unclear, the sight of zombies soaring into the sky indicated a significant toll had been exacted. Liu Yu waved his hand. "Come on, give it a try. I've made the adjustments. Each of you fire a few rounds." "All right, I'll fire 10. The group, brimming with enthusiasm, took turns attempting their shots, creating a cacophony of explosions as more zombies were obliterated into fragments. To whom Liu Yu, with hands clasped behind his back, nodded in satisfaction. These are seeds of potential. In the future, one could lead another. Forming an artillery unit is no longer a dream. This thought led him to ponder another crucial matter. The military had suffered heavy losses due to the sudden emergence of zombies. Could this be an opportunity to seize weaponry and equipment? Yes, such a golden opportunity must not be squandered. Seeking out already fallen military bases, troop encampments, or even armories would serve as an excellent means to bolster their ranks and strength. Delay would only allow others to claim them. But what is that? Suddenly, Liu Yu spotted another anomaly within the horde. That it was a creature significantly larger than the usual zombies, towering over 2 meters. With a muscular physique and a grayish-white hue, while its speed matched that of ordinary zombies, its defensive capabilities appeared formidable. Not only had he noticed this creature, but his subordinates had as well. Their bullets merely splattered green ichor upon impact, failing to displace the monster or impede its advance. "Aim for the head and sweep," Liu Yu commanded as he positioned himself beside a heavy machine gun, directing the gunner to focus on the creature. This time, the strategy proved effective. The creature was forced back by the barrage of bullets, and once its head was shattered, it collapsed heavily. This must belong to the category of mutated zombies, right? One questioned. Moreover, from the videos we've seen, the other realm appears to be a modern world, yet the zombie virus has been rampant for many years. The absence of any living individuals is irrefutable evidence. Thus, what we face is not merely our own infected turning into zombies, but also a plethora of advanced mutated zombies from another world. As these thoughts crossed Liu Yu's mind, a shadow of gloom enveloped him. If viewed in this light, the crisis facing humanity was bound to intensify. As time passed, the relentless tide of corpses finally began to dwindle under the weight of their firepower. From an elevated position, it became evident that the mutated zombies had vanished, with the remaining zombies scattered and disorganized. "Cease fire. Let me take over," Zhang Wei shouted, halting the others amid their confusion, stepping out from the line. He opened his mouth, unleashing flames that spewed forth like a high-pressure water jet, swiftly engulfing the zombies before him in flames that he shook his head vigorously, widening the area of combustion, rapidly creating an inferno. The zombies writhed in agony within the fiery expanse, emitting chilling cries as they fell one by one. Wow, this supernatural ability is astonishing. Impressive. The display of Zhang Wei's prowess drew cheers from his team. "Xiao Wei is incredible. Gung Biao gave Zhang Wei a thumbs up, recognizing fire as the quintessential weapon against zombies. Wei Gu is quite capable. Yu Yang nodded in acknowledgement of his abilities. What? Wei Gu? Let me make it clear. I despise this moniker. From now on, I wish to be addressed as Wei Shun. Zhang Wei proclaimed with hands on his hips, brimming with pride, that if you are Wei Shin, then what am I? Lu Yu's voice echoed from behind, startling Zhang Wei into a shiver. Big brother, I am but a pseudo-god, and you are undoubtedly the true deity. Regardless of the circumstances, this pseudo-god shall always remain beneath you, heeding your commands and directives. Zhang Wei quickly turned, donning a sycophantic smile, circling Lu Yu as he showered him with flattery. Watch this. Song Wentao's voice captured everyone's attention. Above his head, shards of ice began to coalesce, with a wave of his hands. The ice shards flew forth, severing the heads of several zombies that had emerged from the flames. Tao Gu is impressive. The captain is formidable. What? The number he has eliminated pales in comparison to our captain. Indeed, though fewer have perished, he certainly looks dashing. This display of bravado sparked yet another round of cheers that I shall join in. Unable to tolerate the antics of the two, Yu Yang donned thick clothing and a motorcycle helmet, brandishing a machete as he charged in a melee with the zombies. This man was inherently reckless. Back in the Black Factory, he thrived on brawling, earning the nickname Madman during his time with Lu Yu. In this moment, activated by his supernatural ability, his speed and strength surged, slicing through the horde like a whirlwind, decapitating every surviving zombie in his path. True man. Yang Gu is the fiercest. Hey, let us give it a try too. There are hardly any zombies left. With your iron fingers or my sharp teeth, given our subpar abilities, perhaps we should refrain. Our lives are paramount. Listening to the chatter and feeling the scrutiny of his squad members, Gung Biao felt a tinge of embarrassment. However, his ability was not suited for close combat, and he was reluctant to engage in risky encounters like Yu Yang. Thus, he began to incite, "Boss, please show us a demonstration." "Show us, boss, show us." Members from all four squads joined in the clamor, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Goose. Lu Yu indeed showcased his powers. All those who clamored were met with electrical shocks, leaving them trembling and convulsing. Is there anyone else who wishes to receive treatment, who desires to witness my demonstration? The crowd scattered in fear, none willing to undergo the electric therapy. Let us take a short break, then continue our work. Gather all the supplies. Ensure those survivors descending from the upper floors stand over there for inspection. Subsequently, Lu Yu issued various commands, and the team began a brief respite before commencing to clean the battlefield. "Boss, we discovered something within the zombies' brains that a member reported, having stumbled upon a glittering object amid the shattered skulls of the zombies, bringing it to Lu Yu's attention." "What is this?" Lu Yu held the thumb-sized object, which radiated a diamond-like brilliance, narrowing his eyes thoughtfully. "Brother, could this possibly be a zombie crystal core?" Zhang Wei leaned in, his excitement palpable. Ditto. Lu Yu was aware, having encountered such concepts in various novels. "Brother, I once watched an anime featuring zombies. The protagonist fortuitously discovered a zombie crystal core and grew stronger after consuming it." Zhang Wei's insights held merit. Many post-apocalyptic novels echoed similar themes. Indeed, this item is likely valuable. Listening to his subordinates, Lu Yu nodded slowly, then proclaimed, "How about we find someone to test it?" His words were met with consensus from his team. Yes, to ascertain the core's utility, we should simply find someone to try it out. We now require a volunteer. Lu Yu's gaze swept over his four stalwart comrades that Yu Yang, Gung Biao, and Song Wentao exchanged glances and promptly stepped back in unison, highlighting Zhang Wei. This left Zhang Wei utterly bewildered. "Since Wei Shun is so courageous, then you shall take the lead." Lu Yu clutched the zombie crystal core, preparing to deliver it to Zhang Wei's mouth. "Me? No, please, big brother. I still wish to remain useful for your service. I have contributed to the gang. I have bled for you, big brother." Chapter 9. So, you are the Lord, are you? Let us see how arrogant you can be. Ultimately, Lu Yu refrained from forcing the zombie crystal core into Wei Shin's mouth, even though Yu Yang and the others had already restrained him. Indeed, this object required experimentation, yet there was a lack of suitable test subjects that if one were to use their own people, it would certainly lead to discord among the ranks. Thus, Lu Yu commanded his subordinates to split into two teams. one to continue scavenging various supplies from the buildings, and the other to don gloves and wield knives to extract the crystal cores from the deceased zombies. It became evident that not every zombie possessed a crystal core in their brains. It was a matter of probability. Some zombies had them, while others did not. However, most mutated zombies did possess crystal cores. These mutated zombies were remarkably fast, having almost breached their defenses earlier. That Yu Yang kicked the corpse of a green mutated zombie and frowned. Indeed, it can match the speed of a normal person running at full tilt. Lu Yu, with arms crossed, scrutinized the corpse, his brow furrowing, and no matter how he looked at it, it resembled the small lit creatures from the movie Resident Evil he had seen before his transmigration. They both crawled on all fours, the difference being the absence of exposed cerebral cortex or a protruding tongue. Perhaps it was more akin to the shadow marauders encountered in the game Crossfire within the ruins of Giant City. Big Brother, observe this. Its speed may be on par with ordinary zombies, but its defensive capabilities are astonishing. Just look at these muscles. I suspect its strength is formidable. Zhang Wei pointed to another grayish-white creature's corpse. His expression graved that if our team encounters more of these creatures ahead, it could spell trouble. Indeed, Lu Yu pondered, suspecting that the creature resembling a shadow marauder was akin to the green giant, while not identical. There was a striking resemblance to AT that moment. Song Wentao approached to report, Big Brother, the survivors have arrived. They have been checked and are uninfected. Let us go take a look. Lu Yu stroked his chin and walked toward the gathering of survivors. There were approximately 100 of them, including men, women, and children at this moment. Some were glancing around nervously. Others whispered amongst themselves, while a few, having gone days without food, devoured bread and water ravenously. Commander, are you from the military? How will the Empire accommodate us? Is there any assistance available? Previously, Song Wentao had ordered the team to maintain strict silence. Anyone who spoke out of turn would face punishment. Thus, the survivors initially received no response to their inquiries. Now, seeing someone who appeared to be in a position of authority, they immediately clamored with questions. Some even shouted, "Who is in charge here?" This question momentarily bewildered Lu Yu, as well as Yu Yang, Zhang Wei, and Song Wentao beside him. Who is this person, acting so high and mighty? A stout man with a prominent belly, resembling a pregnant woman, approached Lu Yu and scrutinized him before inquiring, "You must be their commander." "Haha, yes, that would be me," Lu Yu replied with a smile, nodding. "May I ask your name?" "Wang Shuang, chief of the Comprehensive Division of the Municipal Finance Bureau." The portly man introduced himself with an air of superiority. He had reason to be haughty, for in times of peace, civil officials had long overshadowed military officers. Although it had not reached the extremes of the late Ming dynasty, civil officials often bore an inexplicable sense of superiority when encountering military personnel. "Ah, so you are Chief Wang, my apologies," Lu Yu replied with a smile that did not quite reach his eyes. Song Wentao's lips twitched, knowing that whenever Lu Yu wore such a smile, it was a prelude to misfortune for someone. "Forget it," Wang Shuang waved dismissively. "Now, I wish for you to escort me and my family away from this place to Jinghai District. Did I ask there a problem with that?" "Yes, indeed. Quickly escort me and old Wang away from this wretched place." A sharp-tongued middle-aged woman pushed her way through the crowd and clung to Wang Shuang's arm. "What the hell? Who do you two think you are?" Yu Yang was furious. These two acted as if they were entitled. "What do you mean by that, young man?" The middle-aged woman retorted, glaring at Yu Yang. "What business do you have interrupting a conversation among adults? You have no manners." Afterward, she shook the stout man's arm, saying, "Look, old Wang, no matter how you slice it, you are a department chief. How can a mere soldier dare to speak to you like that? What will you do for your dignity?" Wang Shuang's expression darkened as he turned to Lu Yu. "You need to discipline your subordinate. He lacks basic decorum." "What the hell? You two are just acting tough, aren't you?" Yu Yang, who had always been the one to reprimand others, was now on the verge of rolling up his sleeves. "What do you intend to do?" Wang Shuang's eyelids twitched, and he quickly looked to Lu Yu. "You must stop him at once. How can someone like this be a soldier? He doesn't deserve to be part of our empire's national defense army. Yangzi, fists are not the answer. Use this." Lu Yu tossed a pistol to Yu Yang. "You arrogant fool. Acting tough, are you? Think you're something special." Yu Yang seized the portly man by the collar with one hand, pressing the gun's muzzle against his forehead while shouting furiously, "Da!" The middle-aged woman screamed and recoiled in fright. Hey, young man, don't be impulsive. You mustn't take the path of crime. The stout man was nearly terrified into submission, his body going limp and his face pale, continually begging for mercy in the face of Yu Yang's rage. Look at that big belly of yours. How much public wealth have you consumed? Bang. A shot rang out, brain matter splattering, as the stout man fell, eyes wide open. And you? What are you pretending to be? Do you think you're invincible? How many people have you bullied in your daily life? Ah, please don't kill me. I beg you, don't kill me, bang. Whether it was one or two, killing was still killing. Yu Yang, now seeing red with rage, fired another shot, taking down the middle-aged woman, sending her to join the stout man in death. They've killed someone. The survivors initially froze, but soon the women began to emit ear-piercing screams. Bang, 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 bang. Yu Yang fired into the air, emptying the magazine, and roared at the survivors. Shut your mouths. When faced with a bit of trouble, all you do is scream. What else can you do? Just a burden. That's all you are. The survivors trembled in fear, none daring to meet the gaze of this devil-like man. After venting his anger, Yu Yang returned to Lu Yu's side, bowing his head slightly. Big brother. Lu Yu patted his shoulder without a word, lamenting the lost opportunity for experimentation with the zombie crystal core. He approached the survivors and stated flatly, "We are not military personnel. We are a militia." I figured as much, just from your methods. The weight of despair settled heavily on the hearts of the survivors. Our organization is called the Brotherhood. Lu Yu had already prepared this name, while it might be a bit crude. It was important to note that the government had not yet collapsed, and the military was still present, that if he were to name the organization something like the Survivor Alliance or the Mutual Aid Association, it would appear overly formal and might raise concerns in the eyes of the court, presenting a greater threat than any syndicate like the Black Dragon Gang or the Fierce Tiger Gang, which were easily associated with criminality. Lu Yu's plan was to eventually seek acceptance, aligning nominally with the court and military, ideally securing a position within the military structure. Thus, this name served as a transitional measure. To be honest, exterminating zombies and saving you was merely incidental. We will not escort any of you further. You are free to leave. However, if anyone wishes to join the Brotherhood, I welcome you, provided you are not elderly, ill, or insubordinate. Do not accuse Lu Yu of being cruel. In times of chaos, self-preservation is difficult enough, let alone saving others. Lu Yu could only afford to lead those with combat capabilities to their destination. He had neither the capacity nor the desire to carry burdensome dependents. Of course, those injured while fighting for themselves were exceptions. His ability to gather a team and ensure the survival of those who followed him was already a commendable achievement. I want to join the Brotherhood. I want to join. I'm only 36. I can still fight. I request to join the Brotherhood. I possess D-class abilities. I believe I can contribute. Big brother, I can wield poison, fire, and ice. Big brother, I have a great physique. Upon hearing the opportunity to join the team, the survivors quickly expressed their desire to enlist, some desperately showcasing their skills and advantages. Noticing a few women trying to flirt, Zhang Wei scoffed, "Look over there. Do you think you stand a chance?" Upon closer inspection, the street was teeming with young women clad in military uniforms, their grace and allure far surpassing that of the few present. Thus, Lu Yu assimilated dozens of robust young men and women from the survivors. Naturally, he refrained from distributing firearms to them at this juncture. The team was not lacking in combat prowess, and the issuance of weapons could not be taken lightly. Given their immense lethality, for the time being, these new recruits would be tasked with logistical duties, engaging in menial tasks such as clearing the battlefield and organizing supplies, suitable for their current capabilities. Other responsibilities would be assigned once the observation and assessment period had concluded. After thoroughly scavenging the street and collecting all the zombie cores, the team resumed their journey. Having traversed 3 consecutive streets without encountering significant trouble, they managed to gather a substantial amount of resources. This was perhaps attributable to the previous skirmish, during which Lu Yu and his companions had attracted and eliminated the majority of zombies in the vicinity. They also came across several survivors who had ventured downstairs due to the decreased presence of zombies. Most of them joined the Brotherhood's logistics team, swelling its ranks to over 300 individuals. Thus, when tallying the numbers, with 5 combat teams comprising 700 members and a logistics team of 300, Lu Yu's total contingent had astonishingly surpassed 1,000. Stop, Lu Yu commanded abruptly, raising a hand to halt the procession. He had heard gunfire. This sound, distinct from the firearms he wielded, was characteristic of the Great Xiao Empire. He had previously acquired a handgun from the black market and could discern the difference. "Brother, what is it?" Zhang Wei, catching up from behind, asked with curiosity. "There are gunshots ahead, not too far from us. Take 2 individuals and investigate," Lu Yu ordered promptly. Understood. With subordinates at his disposal, Lu Yu need not intervene in every matter. After all, what was the purpose of having subordinates, if not to delegate? Watching Zhang Wei's retreating figure, Lu Yu speculated that someone up ahead had encountered trouble. However, with firearms in hand, they were likely not ordinary individuals, perhaps not even official military or police, but rather fellow travelers. Yet it was also possible that they belonged to specialized security companies within the Great Xiao Empire, which could legally possess firearms. Before long, Zhang Wei returned, breathless. "Brother, the street ahead is swarming with zombies. And I couldn't get close that I sent 2 brothers upstairs to observe. We should have clarity soon." "Very well." Not long after, the walkie-talkie left with the 2 brothers crackled to life. "Brother, it's a convoy trapped in the middle of the street by zombies. There are about 200 to 300 people, many of whom are armed with handguns and possibly even submachine guns and assault rifles, but we don't know who they are." "Did you encounter zombies while going up?" Lu Yu inquired. "That we did, but my brother and I took care of them, and we weren't too fatigued." "All right, return now and exercise caution." Setting down the walkie-talkie, Lu Yu's gaze flickered. Not military or police. Who could they possibly be? "Brother, the way ahead is blocked, and if we wish to proceed, we can either rescue them or take a detour. That a detour would still require clearing out zombies. We might as well check on them. Who knows, they could be acquaintances." Chapter 10. Zai Minjian and Ling Yu finally make their appearance after 10 chapters. Is it a tad late for such stunning beauties? Bam, bam, bam. The sounds of various firearms echoed incessantly along the long street. Armed personnel, donned in distinctive black combat vests, formed 2 groups to safeguard the convoy in the middle, relentlessly eliminating one zombie after another with precise shots. Yet, the sheer number of zombies was overwhelming. Despite the continuous fall of their comrades, the undead surged forward relentlessly, their fearless advance sending shivers down the spines of all present. In light of this, the armed personnel were compelled to repeatedly retreat, readjusting their defensive lines as they fought. "Bang, Captain, I'm out of bullets." A man's expression turned grave as he gazed at his empty rifle, raising his voice in alarm. "Captain, I'm out too, me as well. I have just 1 magazine left." Following the first man's exclamation, others began to voice their dismay in succession. "Damn it," the captain cursed, continuing to aim and fire at the advancing zombies. Suddenly, a mutated zombie, crawling on all 4s, sprang from a nearby window, pouncing on an armed personnel. "Xiaohu, Xiaohu," his comrades cried out in horror. But before any aid could arrive, the unfortunate Xiao, who had his skull partially devoured by the mutated creature. Though lifeless, his body continued to convulse. Son of a comrade frantically unleashed a barrage of bullets at the mutated zombie, bringing it down, only to find his own ammunition completely expended. "Captain, we're out of ammo. If this continues, we'll be wiped out," a team member lamented. "Indeed, Captain, we need a plan." Another female team member chimed in. "I know, but what can we do now?" The captain gritted his teeth, his face pale as he surveyed the undulating tide of zombies before him. "Are we really going to meet our end here today? Dying at the hands of zombies is a fate too dreadful that I've got 1 bullet left. Which brave soul is willing to accompany me on this final journey? If only we had grenades, we could take some along for the ride." "Hey, they were dead to begin with. What good would that do? Come on, you damn zombies." As despair engulfed them, the team members were left in a state of hopelessness. Some were filled with dread, others prayed for a miracle, while a few prepared for a final act of defiance. There was still one option left: retreat into the surrounding buildings to hold their ground. However, with so many zombies, even the sturdiest doors would eventually succumb to their relentless assault, and hiding within would only prolong their inevitable demise. The captain conceived a plan, the only feasible way to alleviate their predicament. "Better to die late than early. Captain, let us retreat." "Yes, Captain, we might just hold out until help arrives." "Precisely. The boss has a noble identity. The government won't abandon us." Upon hearing the suggestion, the subordinates brightened. Seeing merit in the idea, It's better to live on than to perish now. What if a miracle truly occurs? All right, Ahong, go consult the boss and let him decide that no need. I've already heard everything. Before the captain could finish speaking, a cool, ethereal voice interjected. Xiamenjian glided forward, a vision of unparalleled beauty. Accompanying her were a man and a woman, her brother Xiamenglong, who bore a handsome visage, and Lengriu, her secretary and confidant. A stunning beauty in her own right. The chance of breaking through is slim. For now, we shall follow your lead and retreat to the buildings to await rescue, Xiamenjian declared, her gaze fixed upon the encroaching horde of zombies. With a slight narrowing of her enchanting eyes, a torrent of invisible energy surged forth from her being, sending several zombies hurtling backward. Beside her, Lengriu remained silent, raising her delicate hand, which conjured countless ice spikes as thick as human arms, causing the surrounding temperature to plummet. With a swift motion, she unleashed the ice spikes, transforming the zombies into pincushions. Very well, please retreat first, and we shall provide cover. The captain nodded in agreement that no, let the others withdraw first. I will stay and cover your retreat. Xiamenjian firmly rejected the proposal. That is out of the question. You're the boss. Here, there is no boss and no hierarchy. Only a group of individuals struggling for survival. The captain began to protest, but was silenced by Xiamenjian's resolute voice. Moreover, both Lengriu and I are no longer helpless women. Indeed, Lengriu affirmed, continuing to unleash her powers against the zombies. After another volley of ice spikes, she appeared somewhat pale. All right, we shall stand with the boss and fight to the bitter end. The captain nodded solemnly, discarding his empty rifle and facing the advancing zombies, his physique beginning to transform as he grew in size, gradually taking on a more beastly form, the bitter end. Seeing their boss, a woman, display such courage ignited a fire within the hearts of the captain's men. They roared in unison, awakening their own powers, while those without abilities either affixed bayonets to their rifles or readied their knives for close combat. Xiaolong, lead the employees into that building. Xiamenjian unleashed her powers twice more, the exertion causing her complexion to pale. Understood, sister. Her brother Xiamenglong responded immediately, turning to rally the surviving employees from the disaster towards safety. What? Boss Xia is still up front. I won't leave. Though my powers are weak, I can still fight. I'll go back and support. I am a man. Even without powers, I can't let women take the front lines. Everyone fears not death. What is there left for me to dread? I shall go as well. The reactions of the employees left Xiamenglong astounded and filled him with a sense of quiet shame. He hastily shouted to the elderly and weak, "Quickly depart. Do not linger and cause trouble. Follow me." Just then, a tremendous roar erupted, causing Xiamenglong to halt in his tracks, gazing in astonishment towards the source of the sound. A shell, and it was undoubtedly a mortar shell, the trajectory unmistakable. Captain Boss, it is likely military personnel. We are saved. Splendid. Reinforcements have arrived, as they witnessed the scene of shells raining down upon the horde of zombies. Sending them flying, joy erupted among the crowd. Brothers, hold on. The captain, equally elated, roared out before continuing to strike with his claws. Transformed into his beastly form, he exhibited enhanced strength and speed with a single swipe. He crushed a zombie-esque skull, deftly dodging the oncoming attacks, twisting and turning. After all, awakening extraordinary abilities does not guarantee immunity to the fate of becoming a new zombie after suffering an injury. Ryue, let us assist those at the rear. Xiaomingyan discerned that regardless of who the reinforcements were, their arrival indicated that they had already traversed half of this crisis, with allies and unknown reinforcements flanking the zombies. There was no need for concern, save for the weak defenses at the rear. Understood. Lung Ryue nodded, promptly following in Xiaomingyan's footsteps. Fire 3 rounds rapidly now. Observing the successful trial shot, Lu Yu issued another command. Boom! 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 The mortars of both teams had been adjusted, and his subordinates merely needed to load the shells, resulting in a rapid rate of fire that relentlessly bombarded the horde. First team, second team. Advance steadily. Third team, fourth team. Remain in the center and follow at a distance. Fifth team, hold the fort. Execute immediately. Another order was given, and the members of the Brotherhood, now exhibiting the demeanor of seasoned soldiers, brandished their weapons, and began their advance. Sensing the presence of the living behind them, many zombies turned and launched an assault on the Brotherhood, splitting the horde into two factions. Rat-a-tat-tat, several machine guns were set up, spewing forth bursts of fire, raining bullets upon the zombies and causing them to fall in droves. The riflemen, maintaining a safe distance, began to advance while shooting, creating a powerful counterforce that caused the attacking horde to dwindle. Do not halt. The vanguard must maintain a steady advance and eliminate every last one of these zombies. Lu Yu, positioned at the center of the ranks, continued to issue commands, amplifying his voice through a megaphone to the entire attacking force. Brothers, slay them, kill them all. The more zombies you dispatch, the greater the rewards from the boss. Those cowards who dawdle, I'll kick your backsides. The women of the 5th team were watching us. Do not disgrace the name of manhood. Haha Yu Yang, like a madman, charged at the forefront with a light machine gun, relentlessly firing at the zombies, his eyes ablaze with fervor, utterly unconcerned about the fact that he was less than 10 meters away from the undead. Holy hell, Yang, you're insane. You are my hero. Zhang Wei, hiding behind several soldiers, waved his arms and shouted encouragement. Despite possessing extraordinary abilities, he was acutely aware of the fate that awaited those surrounded by zombies and dared not take such risks. No wonder they call him a madman. Even if we hadn't encountered the boss, he would have eventually roamed the world, merely having met a guide earlier. Indeed, aside from the boss, he is the most reckless and fearless individual I have ever encountered. That time when Chun Lauer disrupted our gathering, the boss returned just in time and single-handedly pursued over 100 people, and this fellow woke up shortly thereafter and dared to cut them off despite his injuries, managing to succeed. In the end, he had dozens of stitches. Reflecting on it now is terrifying. In the rear, observing through binoculars, Gung Biao and Song Wintao were both taken aback by Yu Yang's audacity. Yu Yang, you reckless fool, retreat this instant. Lu Yu began shouting orders again, prompting laughter from the rear ranks. Watching the dwindling horde of zombies, Lu Yu couldn't help but smile that he had ample reason to take pride in his capabilities. With adept coordination and measured commands, he maximized the strengths of his forces, striking the enemy while minimizing his own losses, without rashly leading the troops into chaos. This was the commander every soldier yearned for. Under such relentless bombardment, it was not long before the zombie tide was extinguished, their numbers dwindling significantly. Who on earth are these people? The captain pondered as he watched the figures with firearms approach. Having decimated the zombies, they are not Imperial troops. Look at their uniforms. Foreigners? No, that cannot be. How could foreign soldiers appear on Imperial soil? Enough of the chatter. They have saved us. Whoever they are, we must repay this debt of gratitude. Upon recognizing the attire of the Brotherhood members, those beside the captain erupted in a buzz of excitement. Old Wang is right. They rescued us and are our benefactors. Come, let us go express our gratitude. The captain, speaking solemnly, took the lead toward them. The two groups met on a street littered with zombie corpses, and the captain immediately spotted Lu Yu, surrounded by the crowd, feeling a surge of vitality. Some individuals possess an innate aura that sets them apart, making them stand out as exceptional no matter where they are placed. Lu Yu was one such individual, and his gradually emanating extraordinary charm only heightened this effect. The captain approached Lu Yu, first offering a standard military salute, then proclaiming, "We are profoundly grateful for your assistance. Such kindness cannot be repaid in a lifetime." Lu Yu returned the salute and introduced himself, then began to assess the tall man standing before him. "Greetings, Commander Lu. I am Chen Feng, and my comrades and I are subordinates of the Zhanlong Company." Ah, so they are the elite of Zhanlong. No wonder they could withstand the zombie assault for so long. Lu Yu nodded, exchanging pleasantries. During his first month in this world, he had diligently sought out information on everything, hence he was familiar with this company. Zhanlong Company is a prominent private security firm within the Great Xia Empire, renowned even internationally. Thus, their ability to openly possess firearms within the empire was easily understood. Moreover, this company not only undertook security tasks but also engaged in military operations abroad, handling the dirty work that the imperial government preferred to avoid. To put it simply, think of the Blackwater Company from the Eagle Nation or the Xianfeng Company from Huagua, and one can grasp the nature of their operations. Lu Yu, having once served as a war dog in Africa, had dealings with these companies, both of which had substantial political backing. "Commander, Your soldiers are equally valiant that I witnessed their steadfastness and clarity in action. They are exceptional troops. Lu Yu smiled slightly and inquired, "May I ask what your mission entails that led you to be ensnared here?" Indeed, Chen Feng nodded, but abruptly recalled Xiao Mingyun at the rear and promptly said to Lu Yu, "Commander, our boss is still behind. We must rush to her aid. Please lend us some ammunition, and I assure you we will repay you tenfold. Good deeds should be carried to completion, having offered assistance. One should not falter at the final step." Lu Yu waved his hand and commanded, "First team, fourth team, follow me." "Thank you, Commander. Our boss will surely reward you and your men generously." Chen Feng expressed his heartfelt gratitude. "Which boss do you speak of?" "Xiao Mingyun, Commander. You must have heard of her." "What? Who did you say?" Chapter 11. "You are also heading to Sancha Island? What shall we do?" Although there were many zombies attacking the rear of the convoy, with Xiao Mingyun and Lung Ryue, two extraordinary individuals, along with others fighting valiantly, they managed to hold the line and prevent the undead from breaching their defenses. "Everyone, clear the way. Bullets do not discriminate. Stand aside. Let us through. Take aim at the zombies. Shoot to kill." At this moment, Lu Yu's troops arrived as reinforcements from the front of the convoy, swiftly annihilating the zombies that had surged ahead. "Wonderful. The military has arrived. Phew, I thought we were doomed this time. That I love my country. Long live the motherland. Long live the soldiers." The individuals who had vacated their combat positions exhaled in relief. Yet it was evident that they had mistakenly identified the members of the Brotherhood as military personnel. Their uniforms do not belong to the Imperial Army. They resemble those of foreign troops, yet lack the distinctive insignia and shoulder patches of such forces. At this moment, Xiao Mingyun leaned against the wall, gazing at the Brotherhood members, her mind filled with profound questions. Simultaneously, her complexion was ashen, and her breath came in ragged gasps. Utilizing her supernatural abilities was a taxing endeavor, consuming both physical stamina and mental fortitude. That in her current state, Xiao Mingyun felt utterly drained, her spirit waning, approaching the brink of collapse. If assistance did not arrive promptly, she would surely be overwhelmed by the undead horde. Who were these people? Beside her, Lung Ring was in no better condition, her pallid visage betraying her fatigue as she too discerned the peculiarities, murmuring as she observed the Brotherhood members dispatching the zombies. Soon, Xiao Mingyun and Lung Ryue beheld the approach of Lu Yu, surrounded by an entourage. Both women, quick-witted and perceptive, instantly concluded that this man was likely the leader of the rescue team. Consequently, they both developed a profound admiration for Lu Yu, recognizing him as their savior. Lu Yu, for his part, immediately noticed the two strikingly beautiful women, a smile spreading across his face. The headquarters of the Shao Corporation was situated in Huadu, recognized as one of the Empire's premier enterprises, reputed to possess assets in the billions. Xiao Mingyun was the chairwoman of the Shao Corporation, the captain steering this colossal commercial vessel. Moreover, she was undoubtedly the most exquisite woman Lu Yu had ever encountered. Her ruby lips and pearly teeth, eyebrows arched like a crescent moon, and the enchanting beauty of her jade-like visage, complemented by a pair of sparkling eyes that seemed to possess a voice of their own, rendered her captivating. Her lustrous hair cascaded like a painting, her skin as smooth as fine cream, and her perfectly proportioned legs elongated in an ideal golden ratio, her figure both voluptuous and alluring. Particularly noteworthy were her ample bosom, which resembled towering peaks, undulating with a ferocity that threatened to burst forth from her attire, approaching a level of beauty that verged on the impossible, beyond her physical allure. Her aura was extraordinary, composed and dignified, exuding an air of opulence and grace. Despite lacking an intimidating coldness, she evoked a sense of self-consciousness in others, resembling an ethereal being, unattainable and divine. Such a paragon of beauty, a rare gem, was the dream goddess of every married and single man in Huadu's elite society. It was said that suitors for her hand could be found from the bustling streets of Huadu to the metropolitan expanse of Jiangzhou. Including signs from prominent political and business families. 2 months prior, Lu Yu had accompanied Huang Shorin to a charity gala, where he had glimpsed Xiao Mingyun, the center of attention, surrounded by admirers at that moment. He felt insignificant, akin to an ant, unnoticed by anyone. Naturally, it was well known that he was Huang's enforcer, a figure of the underworld, and few dared to approach him. However, that fleeting glance at Xiao Mingyun had solidified in his mind the belief that he would no longer settle for superficial women. Only someone of her caliber was worthy of his pursuit. As a mercenary, a war dog, what could one expect of his morals? Lu Yu had resolved that once the benefits bestowed upon him by his newfound powers increased, and he grew stronger, unafraid of the state's machinations, he would boldly pursue Xiao Mingyun, even resorting to force if necessary, for she was destined to be his, and he yearned to savor her essence. Who could have anticipated the onset of the apocalypse? Lu Yu had not foreseen that during his journey to Sanxia Island, he would encounter the woman he had long desired. Upon seeing her stunning visage once more, he was struck anew by her breathtaking beauty, reflecting on the captivating allure that stirred his heart. Such unparalleled beauty, such enchanting grace. Beside her stood another exquisite figure, her dark tresses cascading gracefully, a few strands tucked behind her delicate ear, where ruby earrings accentuated her fair earlobes. The captivating contrast of her alabaster neck and exquisite collarbone, framed by the vivid red of her adornments, further highlighted her remarkable form, which, despite being constrained by professional attire, could not conceal her extraordinary physique. That if Xiao Mingyun was the peony reigning over a garden of blossoms, this woman was a solitary snow lotus blooming in isolation. She radiated an aura of chilling elegance and aloofness, akin to the beauty of a peach blossom juxtaposed with the frost of winter. "Boss, this is Lu Yu, Commander Lu, the one who saved us." Chen Feng promptly introduced Lu Yu to Xiao Mingyun upon their arrival. Xiao Mingyun mustered her strength, inhaling deeply before addressing Lu Yu with solemnity. "Commander Lu, greetings, and thank you for your assistance today. We are all acquaintances here." "There is no need for formalities," Lu Yu replied with a smile, extending his hand. Taken aback, Xiao Mingyun hesitated, extending her hand with a puzzled expression. "I apologize, but my memory seems to fail me. Have we met before, Commander Lu?" "Of course, at the charity gala 2 months ago. I had the pleasure of exchanging pleasantries with you, Miss Xiao, and it seems you are quite the forgetful one." Lu Yu fabricated smoothly as he clasped her delicate hand. "One word. Soft. 2 words. Exquisitely soft." Such a hand was surely too precious for mere handshakes. It seemed destined for more intimate encounters. Xiao Mingyun's face flushed slightly with embarrassment as she apologized. "I sincerely apologize. My duties keep me occupied, and with the company affairs keeping me busy, I must have overlooked our previous meeting. That I hope you can forgive me, Commander Lu." She strained to recall Lu Yu's features from the crowded gala 2 months prior, where she had conversed with countless individuals, struggling to remember which one he was, assuming perhaps she had genuinely forgotten. "Not at all. It is serendipitous that we meet again. Would you not agree, Miss Xiao? Indeed, our meeting is indeed fated, and I am truly grateful to Commander Lu. Otherwise, I would have faced great peril this time." As she spoke, Xiao Mingyun suddenly furrowed her brow, a consequence of her earlier overexertion of her abilities. Yet in Lu Yu's eyes, her delicate demeanor was even more enchanting, igniting a desire to cradle her gently and cherish her. "Are you all right, Mingyun?" Her close friend, Lung Ryue, quickly assessed her condition. "That it's nothing. A moment's rest will suffice." Xiao Mingyun waved her hand dismissively, having learned from her earlier confrontation with the zombies that excessive use of her powers merely required a period of recuperation. Lu Yu regarded Lung Ryue with a twinkle in his eye. "I observed that both you and Ms. Xiao displayed remarkable prowess in combat. Surely your awakened abilities are quite formidable." "This is my dear friend, Lung Ryue. As for our abilities..." Xiao Mingyun's brow furrowed in hesitation. But then, almost instinctively, she revealed, "Commander Lu, you are our savior. So I shall not conceal it from you that I have awakened an SS-level psychic ability, while Ryue possesses an SS-level power of elemental ice manipulation." Upon uttering this, she felt momentarily dazed, questioning why she had divulged such information. Yet, as she contemplated it, her furrowed brow relaxed. There was indeed no need for secrecy, as their team had witnessed their powers. And it would not be difficult for the other party to uncover the truth that an SS level and an SS level. Lu Yu's heart raced, astonished he had not anticipated that these two were not only stunning, but also possessed such formidable abilities. While levels did not solely define combat prowess, they indicated potential for growth. If nurtured, their ceilings would be extraordinarily high. Indeed, they must not be overlooked. He was determined to recruit them. If that proved impossible, He would have to absorb their powers to prevent them from becoming rivals in the future. Lu Yu's resolve solidified, fueled by a desire for their physical forms, a truth he saw no reason to disguise. "Mr. Lu?" Just then, Xiao Minglong approached, exclaiming upon seeing Lu Yu. "This is my younger brother, Xiao Minglong." Xiao Mingyan introduced him to Lu Yu, glancing at her brother. "Little Long, do you know Commander Lu?" "Know him? We are practically best friends," Xiao Minglong exclaimed, astonished that their savior was none other than the proprietor of his frequent haunts. "Da, I have indeed crossed paths with young Master Xiao." Lu Yu nodded, aware of the reputation that preceded him as one of the elite VIPs of the high society. He was cautious not to divulge too much about Xiao Minglong's escapades, uncertain whether his sister was privy to them. "I am the Jing'an district of Huadu. Who doesn't know Mr. Lu?" While Lu Yu refrained from elaborating. Xiao Minglong was effusive, the youngest boss in all of Huadu, a legendary figure in the underworld, known as Jade Tiger. It was said that Mr. Lu chased 100 men with a machete, single-handedly vanquished the infamous Lai Wuer, and unified the underground world of Jing'an. This is common knowledge. Hearing this, Xiao Mingyun's brows knitted together as she began to understand the true nature of Lu Yu. The others, including Chen Feng, were equally stunned. The Black Society, soon, he and his subordinates exchanged glances. For the Great Xiao Empire was a nation where firearms were strictly prohibited, governed by stringent laws. Consequently, the underworld organizations within the empire often remained obscure, akin to petty ruffians in the eyes of the common folk, scarcely worthy of discussion. "But you tell me that this Officer Lu is part of the underworld. Surely, you jest with such an arsenal, such formidable firepower, and so many armed personnel. Can this truly be an underworld organization? One might easily mistake it for the warlords of certain countries." Of course, if Xiao Minglong did not bring it up, Chen Feng and the others would only speculate about Lu Yu's true identity in their hearts. This mention only served to heighten their astonishment. This was not a war-torn region where weapons and ammunition could be casually procured at a pittance. Within the empire, to amass such a stockpile of arms capable of claiming countless lives, and to organize a militia of nearly 1,000 individuals at such a time, what kind of influence? What kind of audacity did this individual possess? Xiao Mingyun and Lung Rue shared similar thoughts. After a brief frown, they realized that this Officer Lu was indeed extraordinary, that if he were merely an ordinary underworld leader without any military background, how could he orchestrate such an armed force? What a remarkable individual he must be. Indeed, as young Master Xiao said, Lu Yu responded with a hint of nostalgia, that I, Lu, once dabbled in some less than reputable businesses. Alas, when disaster struck and the authorities were overwhelmed and unable to assist, I had no choice but to lead my brothers to carve out a path for survival. Officer Lu, I am in awe. Chen Feng said, clasping his fists in respect. Is that not young Master Xiao? Zhang Wei approached, surprised upon seeing Xiao Minglong. "Oh, it turns out your convoy is here." "Yes," Xiao Minglong acknowledged, recognizing Zhang Wei, the public relations manager from Heaven and Earth. "When the disaster broke out, many zombies invaded our corporate headquarters that my sister, seeing that we could not hold our ground, led the employees to break through. Thankfully, we encountered you here. Indeed, you are fortunate to have met my elder brother," Zhang Wei remarked, grinning as he approached Xiao Minglong, resting a hand on his shoulder in a rather unseemly manner. "Young Master Xiao, are you interested in meeting the ladies from our Heaven and Earth? The last time you visited, you were quite insistent on seeing them, but they were on leave. This time, they are with us, and I can introduce you. Who are you? What are you saying? Don't spout nonsense," Xiao Minglong exclaimed, panic-stricken as he sensed two piercing gazes filled with menace directed at him. "Xiao Long." Xiao Mingyun's expression darkened immediately as she glared at her inept brother. "Didn't you assure me before that you would never visit such places again? What is the meaning of this? Speak. How many times have you been there in the past 2 years?" Since their parents' passing, Xiao Mingyun had been in charge of the Xiao family, wielding considerable authority and enforcing strict discipline over Xiao Minglong, who feared her greatly. That no. He is lying. He is slandering me. Xiao Minglong protested vigorously, shaking his head like a rattle drum as he pushed Zhang Wei away, adamantly denying any such claims. "Come now, young Master Xiao. Haven't I served you well? Each time you visited, was I not the one to personally attend to you? How can you now deny knowing me? Moreover, we just saved you. I don't know you. Stop lying. I've never been to Heaven and Earth." "Ah, sister, don't act rashly. Let me explain. No, listen to me. Xiao Minglong cried as Xiao Mingyun tugged at his ear, but the battle had already concluded. The zombies, unable to withstand the onslaught of bullets and grenades, had now been reduced to lifeless corpses. Team 1, advance forward. Team 2, retreat to the rear and establish a defensive perimeter. Teams 3 and 4, scavenge for supplies in the buildings on both sides. Team 5, the logistics team, clean the battlefield and extract the crystal cores from the zombies' heads. Leave not a single one behind. Simultaneously, Lu Yu issued his commands. His subordinates wasted no time and swiftly organized themselves to follow the orders. Observing this, Chen Feng couldn't help but nod in approval. Through his observations, it was evident that this team, while not a long-established professional army, displayed a semblance of military structure in their adherence to their commander's orders and their operational conduct. Given time, it was easy to imagine that this force would undoubtedly evolve into a proper military unit. It was clear that the individual who had forged this team was no ordinary person. He possessed remarkable capabilities in military organization and command. May I ask, Miss Xiao, where are you headed? Having just reprimanded her brother, Xiao Mingyun turned to Lu Yu, who inquired, "Oh, we are." Xiao Mingyun pondered briefly before replying, "We are returning to my home, to Sansha Island." Oh. Lu Yu's lips curled into a smile, taken aback by the fact that her chosen destination aligned with his own. Indeed, Sansha Island is renowned as a wealthy enclave. It makes sense for her to return there. However, given her status, she would certainly be privy to the information regarding the establishment of a safe zone in Jinghai District and the relocation of the city's guard troops. Why, then, would she choose not to go to Jinghai District? Furthermore, the headquarters of the Xiao Group is closer to Jinghai District, suggesting that their convoy had deliberately taken a longer route. Gazing upon the striking beauty of this woman, Lu Yu felt a flicker of intrigue in his heart. Unexplainably, he sensed a kinship, a connection that suggested they shared a similar disposition in her. He perceived a particular quality. She was likely his kindred spirit. No, that was too vague. Rather, certain traits she possessed mirrored his own. For instance, ambition. Yes, while most might be captivated solely by her beauty, they would overlook her intellect. A grave oversight indeed. Rumor had it that Xiao Mingyun had transformed the company, once valued at 200 million, left by her parents, into a formidable enterprise within a mere few years, establishing herself as a veritable queen of commerce. This alone was evidence that she was no mere ornamental figure. Thus, Lu Yu further inquired, why not Jinghai District? Xiao Mingyun's expression shifted slightly, her inner displeasure evident. Yet she maintained her composure as she replied, "My sister is still at home. I must return to Da. That is a valid reason." Lu Yu mused, stroking his chin and raising a finger. However, once you safely arrive in Jinghai District, with your social standing, could it not be a simple matter to send a helicopter to retrieve your sister with just a word? Xiao Mingyun's countenance fluctuated, and after a moment of silence, she directed her gaze at Lu Yu, questioning, "What exactly are you implying, Mr. Lu?" Lu Yu chuckled, his laughter brimming with a hint of audacity. This probing made him realize that his initial suspicions were entirely accurate. Xiao Mingyun was indeed a woman of considerable ambition. Her choice to lead her convoy to Sansha Island was motivated by her recognition of its potential. She avoided Jinghai District not out of ignorance, but rather a desire to seize control of her destiny. As he laughed, Xiao Mingyun found no humor in it. Her gaze swept over the armed members of the Brotherhood on the streets, and a shadow of concern loomed over her heart. "Miss Xiao, it seems we are indeed fated to cross paths," Lu Yu remarked, hands clasped behind his back, casting his eyes skyward. "To be frank, my brothers and I share the same destination, Sansha Island." Upon hearing this, Xiao Mingyun felt a rush of shock and anger. He intended to go there as well. With a force of nearly 1,000 men, armed to the teeth, how could she realize her ambitions in the face of such overwhelming power? Her plans would be rendered utterly void. But wait, why was he headed there? What were his true intentions? Did he seek to traverse the river and leave Huadu, perhaps to resupply on the island? If that were the case, perhaps she could leverage his strength. Sansha Island, a splendid locale, surrounded by water, and if the zombies could be cleared and the 2 major bridges sealed off, it would be an impregnable stronghold. They could scour the city for supplies to the east or retreat to the wilderness to the west. How unexpected to find someone with ambitions akin to Lu Yu's. As Lu Yu continued to speak, the flicker of hope in Xiao Mingyun's heart was extinguished. She realized that this man's intentions mirrored the plans she had meticulously devised in the aftermath of the disaster. Lung Ruyue, standing nearby, was equally astonished. The strategy they had painstakingly formulated was now identical to Lu Yu's. She bit her lip in disbelief, glancing from Lu Yu back to Xiao Mingyun. Xiao Mingyun met Lung Ruyue's gaze. And at that moment, the two women exchanged alarmed looks, both silently acknowledging the gravity of the situation, realizing it was far from favorable. Mr. Liu, this is not an appropriate place for discussion. After a fleeting moment of astonishment and anger, Xiao Mingyun swiftly regained her composure and coolness, feeling the necessity to engage in a serious conversation with this man. Casting a glance at the surrounding onlookers who were observing them with curious eyes, Lu Yu nodded in agreement. That suits me perfectly. On one side of the street stood a CF, adorned in a light luxury style, a favored haunt for the urban elite during their daily routines. The transparent floor-to-ceiling glass happened to be free of any bloodstains, rendering it an ideal venue for their discussion. Upon entering, the three of them took seats by the window. That Mr. Liu is indeed not an ordinary person. Since you are aware of the plans to establish a safe zone in Jinghai District, yet still lead your team to Sanshao Island, it is evident that you possess remarkable courage. Xiao Mingyun, sitting opposite Lu Yu, was the first to speak, generously offering her praise. Moreover, your strategic vision is exceptionally astute. Her enchanting gaze remained fixed on the man, her dark pupils slowly swirling with curiosity about him. She was overwhelmed with questions. How did this man amass such a large cache of arms? Was he truly just a gang leader in the past? What motivated his desire to go to Sanshao Island? You are indeed more audacious than me, Chairman Xiao. Lu Yu waved his hand dismissively, chuckling. To seek distant goals while knowing the perilous journey ahead, yet you steadfastly lead your people through a city teeming with zombies. Were I in your position, I doubt I would possess such courage. Where did you acquire these weapons? Compared to Xiao Mingyun's restrained demeanor, Lung Ruyue was far more direct, promptly voicing her most pressing inquiry. Of course, they were procured through special channels. Lu Yu shrugged and countered her question. What? Miss Ruyue, do you admire my firearms? If you like them, I could gift you one. Lung Ruyue, oblivious to the implications behind his words, maintained her icy exterior and replied flatly. To smuggle such a vast quantity of arms, especially within the Empire, you are the most daring and reckless person I have ever encountered. One lives but a fleeting moment. Without striving and contending, how can one survive? Without effort and struggle, how can one ascend? Lu Yu gently shook his head, expressing a profound sentiment. Not everyone is content to remain hidden like dust in the soil. Some will inevitably endeavor to become stars in the sky, even if their brilliance is as fleeting as that of a shooting star. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mingyun's mind began to race. Just from this single statement, she discerned a glimpse of the man's character. The madness burning in his depths, the pulsating ambition within him, all vividly revealed what kind of person he was. This further confirmed her suspicions about his intentions. At this moment, Xiao Mingyun was certain. Moreover, isn't this fortuitous? It is precisely because of these weapons that I dare to put my plans into action, enabling me to reach this place without casualties. Leaning back in his chair, Lu Yu reclined against the sofa with an air of leisure, one step at a time. Every endeavor unfolds amidst a historic upheaval. Such a rare opportunity must not be squandered. A jolt of realization struck Lung Ru at a historic upheaval. More accurately, it should be termed a calamity. While others regarded this as an unprecedented catastrophe, the man before her viewed it as an opportunity, which was simply, she could not help but exclaim, "You are utterly insane." And indeed, Lu Yu was inherently a madman. Even before he acquired his golden finger, he could not accept mediocrity, resolutely abandoning comfort and security to plunge into a chaotic world, battling for survival against other predators, not merely for a better life, but in pursuit of the extraordinary. This was why Lu Yu regarded Yu Yang as his trusted confidant. They shared a kinship in spirit, seeing in each other reflections of their own essence. While Lung Ruyue instinctively recoiled from the madness Lu Yu exhibited, Xiao Mingyun's eyes sparkled with intrigue, reflecting an unending brilliance. She leaned forward, resting her elbows on the table. Her delicate hands intertwined beneath her chin, and gazed intently into Lu Yu's eyes. What do you wish to achieve? And what do you wish to achieve? Lu Yu mirrored her posture, countering with equal intensity. At that moment, their gazes were so close that their faces nearly touched, resembling a duel of eyes to see who would yield first. They remained locked in this tense standoff for half a minute, causing Lung Ryue to furrow her brows in confusion about their peculiar exchange. Finally, Xiao Mingyun smiled, though silent. It was a smile that spoke volumes, akin to a garden bursting into bloom, revealing a fleeting moment of beauty. Lu Yu also smiled, the corners of his mouth curving ever so slightly, maintaining his gaze upon Xiao Mingyun's enchanting eyes, that in the course of this mutual stare, they had exchanged a multitude of unspoken sentiments. It may sound mystical, but in truth, both had intuitively grasped each other's thoughts and intentions. Simultaneously, Lu Yu became increasingly certain that the woman across from him was of the same ilk as himself. Equally ambitious, equally unwilling to be subservient, both eager to seize the moment amidst chaos and swiftly act to become the players rather than mere pawns. That it could be said that aside from their differing methods of operation, their tactics and their cognitive processes, their visions aligned, their aspirations were in unison ditto, and let us not forget the sole distinction of gender. Yet it was precisely because she was a woman that Lu Yu found himself profoundly intrigued. Appreciating the resilient spirit that refused to be overshadowed by men. Had she been a man, he would have likely ordered her execution the moment he sensed her ambitions. Let us speak candidly. Shall we? By all means, the initiative currently resides with me, that I envision this. After seizing Sanshao Island, we commence the collection of resources, cleanse the island of zombies, gather survivors, and exert complete control over the territory. Internally, we shall enforce martial law, identify those with special abilities, reorganize the military, and establish a legal framework with a system of rewards and punishments. Externally, we will blockade the bridges, gather all usable vessels, and dispatch capable teams to scavenge for supplies and recruit survivors. Continually expanding our reach, Lu Yu raised a finger, articulating his plans, setting the stage. Xiao Mingyun nodded repeatedly, realizing that her thoughts mirrored his. She eagerly continued, subsequently, we can consistently probe the local authorities for intelligence. Remain attuned to military movements, publicly align ourselves with the authorities, and nominally affiliate with the court to secure a legitimate armed status, while discreetly engaging with military factions at the same time. When recruiting survivors, we should prioritize those with specialized skills. Amateur radio enthusiasts, researchers, engineers, welders, chefs, masons, and particularly those with experience in military factories. Her words delighted Lu Yu immensely, for they echoed his own strategic inclinations that he swiftly added, once we stabilize. We can deploy teams to search for rescue opportunities in significant locations, various public security bureaus, arms factories, military academies, esteemed universities, military ports, and the surrounding besieged barracks. It is worth noting that there seem to be strategic grain reserves around Huaqing. Moreover, there are vast stockpiles of outdated munitions constructed in preparation for a world war. Xiao Mingyun's eyes sparkled with excitement, her tone invigorated as she continued, seizing the initiative, accelerating our preparations, remaining vigilant and ready. While constantly monitoring our surroundings at that time, the area will undoubtedly be rife with civilian forces, and numerous warlords will emerge in the military that as the situation evolves, we may find opportunities to sweep through and dominate. This woman must not be let go. There are only two choices: kill or recruit. Lu Yu clenched his fists slightly, narrowing his eyes, his voice rising a notch. Huaqing, the capital of Yuezhou, a vital stronghold of the nation. If we truly have the chance to seize it, we could launch campaigns in all directions, advancing south and north, thus achieving great things and establishing dominance in the southern territories. Indeed, well said. Xiao Mingyun smiled faintly in agreement. Ha ha ha! Lu Yu chuckled lightly. Xiao Mingyun, too, beamed with joy. Had it not been for her feminine modesty, she might have laughed aloud, for she was genuinely pleased, and no one could have foreseen that amidst the onset of this apocalypse. As most people either struggled or worried, a wise woman had already begun to devise plans for the future, laying the groundwork for what was to come. It is often said that while wealth is easily acquired, finding a kindred spirit is a rare treasure. To seek someone who understands oneself, shares the same ambitions, and can engage in profound discussions is an exceedingly rare find. Xiao Mingyun had not anticipated that when her team stood on the brink of collapse, a man would emerge to rescue them. Even more astonishing was that this man shared her goals, and their thoughts, strategies, and visions for the future aligned seamlessly, like meeting a male version of herself. Perhaps, as the man had said, this was indeed fate, or perhaps divine will. Mr. Liu, how about we join forces? Together, our two families can seize Sancha Island, and then proceed according to our plan. You possess soldiers and weaponry, while I have resources and connections at the government office that be why working hand in hand, we will undoubtedly create a synergy that exceeds the sum of its parts. Xiao Mingyun gazed at Lu Yu, extending a formal invitation, her exquisite visage radiating anticipation. This moment, her heart raced. Not only did she feel the thrill of finding a rare confidant, but she also sensed an undeniable charm emanating from the man, rendering her slightly enchanted. Mingyun. Lung Ryua felt astonished, her crimson lips parting as she murmured her best friend's name. From an observer's perspective, she noted that Xiao Mingyun's cheeks were faintly flushed, and her enchanting eyes sparkled with brilliance. Like rippling water. Previously, her dear friend had always maintained a distance from any man, regardless of their status or power, but never had she displayed such initiative and eagerness as today. Chapter 13. Two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain unless one is male and the other female. Unexpectedly, it appears to be a buy one, get one free situation that I refused that I in response to Xiao Mingyun's hopeful gaze. Lu Yu decisively rejected her proposal. Though he was tempted by Xiao Mingyun's allure, he was not a mere sycophant willing to submit to whims. With his own soldiers and formidable strength, why should he share the spoils with anyone? In short, the imbalance of power rendered Xiao Mingyun unqualified to partner with Lu Yu. Have you considered it further? The rejection was anticipated. Xiao Mingyun had already contemplated this possibility, that I in the realm of danger. How could one allow others to rest? Lu Yu shook his head, adding, moreover, you are a capable individual, even as a woman. You are quite formidable. Xiao Mingyun fell silent, a hint of disappointment flickering within her. Yet she understood that her hand was limited, making it impossible to negotiate on equal terms with Lu Yu. After a moment's contemplation, Xiao Mingyun fixed her gaze on Lu Yu's eyes, asking, what are your conditions? She was an astute woman, aware that Lu Yu remained seated, indicating he had something to propose, and she even surmised what he might say. A partnership of equals was unattainable. Lu Yu raised a finger and gently shook his head. You must understand, two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain. He paused, a knowing smile gracing his lips. Unless one is male and the other female, any sensible person could grasp the implications of Lu Yu's words. The notion of coveting her best friend stirred anger in Lung Ryua, her brows knitting together as she activated her powers, causing the temperature in the CAF to plummet. Crystalline snowflakes materializing in the AI are, did you not assume you are the only one with SS-level abilities? Trust me, if it comes to a confrontation, only one of us will walk away unscathed. And that will be me. Lu Yu did not even glance in her direction, instead summoning his own powers, causing sparks of electricity to crackle through the atmosphere, startling Lung Ryua. Another elemental ability, the power of lightning. Though Lung Ryua felt trepidation, she remained defiantly unconvinced, refusing to take Lu Yu's words to heart. However, Xiao Mingyun maintained her composure, unfazed by Lu Yu's insinuations, instead displaying a curious expression. Become my woman, Lu Yu declared, his gaze fixed on Xiao Mingyun's stunningly beautiful face. Your people will join my organization that I will handle external affairs, while you manage internal matters. Within the organization, aside from me, you will hold the highest authority as the second-in-command of the Brotherhood. What do you say? Lu Yu's words caused Lung Ryua's expression to darken. This is absurd. Many affluent suitors have pursued Mingyun over the years without success. How can you presume to win her over so easily? She remained poised, ready to heed Xiao Mingyun's command and gauge Lu Yu's strength, to see which of the elements, ice or lightning, was superior. Yet Xiao Mingyun's next words left Lung Ryua utterly bewildered. Did I agree? Pardon? Lu Yu's eyes brightened. That I said, I agree. Xiao Mingyun leaned languidly on her hand, blinking slowly. Lu Yu regarded her intently, slightly taken aback that he had expected that upon proposing this idea, Xiao Mingyun would respond with outrage or refusal. Or at the very least, reluctantly acquiesce while stipulating conditions. However, he never anticipated that she would agree so decisively. Mingyun. No. Lung Ryua looked at her best friend in disbelief, unable to fathom why she would consent. Xiao Mingyun ignored Lung Ryua's astonishment and turned her attention to Lu Yu, stating, this is a mutually beneficial arrangement, and you saved my life. Most importantly, I find that I do not actually dislike you. Lu Yu instinctively touched his cheek. Have I reached the point where my looks can win me favors? Or is this the effect of the peach blossom divine body, bestowing an irresistible charm upon me? In any case, it seemed he had a formidable advantage. Xiao Mingyan continued, considering the current strengths of our two families, an alliance makes sense that I had not thought this through. How about we include Ryue as well? Having someone of her exceptional potential as part of your team would certainly not be a disadvantage, and I believe you would not refuse. Wait, what? Lu Yu was utterly taken aback by this unexpected development. Lung Ryue was equally stunned, exclaiming, Mingyun, have you lost your mind? How can you, did we not agree long ago that the two of us would remain inseparable, and that if we were to marry, it would be to the same man? Xiao Mingyun turned to her friend, a smile adorning her delicate features. That was just a joke. How can that be taken seriously? Lung Ryue's cheeks flushed, her frustration palpable. This was indeed a sacred vow between two sisters, a testament to their profound bond. Yet before a man, how could she possibly acknowledge it? Is what Miss Xiao said true? As Lu Yu beheld the two stunning women, their beauty rivaling each other, his spirits soared. Securing both of them was precisely what he desired. Yet as much as he wished for it, the execution would not be so simple. And now Xiao Mingyun was the one suggesting it. What a divine encounter! Of course it is absolutely true. Xiao Mingyun nodded with a smile. All right, a gentleman's word is his bond. It is settled. With that, Lu Yu stood and exited the CF, leaving no room for Xiao Mingyun to reconsider. He knew the two women would need some time to converse. That as soon as Lu Yu left, Lung Ryue furrowed her brow and asked, Mingyun, what are you thinking? Why did you agree to become his woman? Xiao Mingyun raised an eyebrow, smiling as she replied, not just me, but you too, you. The mention of this made Lung Ru even angrier. You sold me out without my consent. You must provide a reasonable explanation. Ryue, Xiao Mingyun's tone turned serious as she looked at her. He is a normal man, that he has been concealing his desire for both of us, but I could see the fervor in his eyes. Tell me, do you believe he would simply let us go if I refused him? I do not believe he would dare. Our current situation is extremely precarious. Before you can finish your thought, allow me to interject. First, you must understand how many men he commands. With a mere command, how many weapons could be pointed at us? He possesses rocket launchers, heavy machine guns, mortars. These heavy weapons could obliterate our forces in mere minutes. Including you and me. Lung bit her lip, falling silent. Indeed, thousands of armed men, equipped with automatic rifles and an array of heavy weaponry, constituted a terrifying force should a conflict arise between Lu Yu's faction and theirs. The outcome was inevitable. Conversely, even if he does not resort to violence simply because he cannot subdue us, he shares my mindset that do you truly think he would allow a rival he cannot control to grow stronger? Xiao Mingyun narrowed her eyes, lowering her voice. Though we have only engaged in preliminary dialogue, I can state with absolute certainty that he possesses the qualities of a formidable leader, a true dragon in spirit. He is one of the emerging ruffians in this chaotic world. Such individuals are inherently born leaders, possessing a perspective that diverges significantly from that of ordinary people, that if I were in his position. Confronted with your rejection, I would likely make it my first order of business to resort to violence upon leaving this place. Lung Ru bit her lower lip more firmly, her gaze growing increasingly complex. She is no fool. Having followed Xiao Mingyun for years, she has absorbed much knowledge, and her cunning has undoubtedly flourished, rendering her more astute than her peers. She understands that Xiao Mingyun's words are entirely accurate. Lu Yu is certainly no ordinary person. He is akin to those in positions of power, differing only in that he previously lacked opportunity, whereas the onset of chaos has now afforded him the chance to rise. Those in power prioritize self-interest above all else, their obsession with authority eclipsing everything. Should they sense a threat, they are capable of snuffing it out with ease. Let us entertain a hypothetical scenario. Even if he were a remarkably benevolent individual, unperturbed by our rejection and allowing us to leave, would our predicament truly improve? Our ammunition has been depleted in this battle. What would we do if we encounter a horde of corpses next? How would we reach Sanxia Island? If it were just the two of us, it might be manageable, but we are accompanied by many others. This thought extinguished any remaining temper in Lung Ryue. Despite their extraordinary abilities, they are not inexhaustible resources. Using their powers drains both physical strength and mental fortitude, and they cannot be deployed endlessly. Moreover, those zombies lack any sense of fear, if surrounded by a multitude of them. The outcome would be grim, in truth. Throughout their journey from the headquarters to this location, it has been Chun Feng's team of bodyguards who have primarily engaged in combat against the zombies. Their firearms have been the mainstay, while she and the other ability users merely provided auxiliary support. Therefore, it would be wiser to bind ourselves closely to this promising figure, who has already begun to reveal his potential. By aligning ourselves with him during his nascent ascent, we can ensure our safety while establishing a more favorable starting point for our future. After all, we are of the age to consider marriage. If I were a man, I would undoubtedly refuse to bow to anyone, seeking every possible means to resolve this crisis and distance myself from him. Yet, fate has dealt me a different hand. Being a woman means I must eventually find a man to entrust myself to. Perhaps I should leverage my greatest advantage, placing a wager that can only be made once in a lifetime. Xiao Mingyun caressed her alabaster chin, her beautiful eyes shimmering with uncertainty. After uttering these words, she murmured to herself, I never anticipated encountering such a twist of fate, meeting someone like him, but upon reflection, it may not be such a bad outcome that a troop of over 1,000, if managed wisely in this precarious situation, could undoubtedly seize the initiative and pave the way for a resurgence. Lung Ryue had a multitude of thoughts swirling within her, but she swallowed her words. She had to concede that from the most rational perspective, Xiao Mingyun's reasoning was profoundly sound and represented the most prudent choice. However, the mere notion of becoming the wife of a man she barely knows left her feeling quite disgruntled. Thus, she sighed resignedly, shaking her head slowly. Should I lament my poor choice in friends? Perhaps I should never have entered into that pact of mutual marriage with you. Hee Ryue, dear sister, you have always looked after me since we were children. No matter what I liked, you would willingly share it with me. This time, I shall not compete with you. Let us enjoy it together. The Lung and Xiao families share a long-standing friendship, and after Lung Ryue's parents tragically passed away in an accident, she was taken in by Zhao's parents, effectively making them as close as sisters. Despite their lack of blood relation, is that truly the case? I concede defeat to you. Lung Ryue rolled her eyes dramatically, retorting, At least your taste remains impeccable. This insufferable man is leagues ahead of the previous suitors you entertained. Those slick, pretentious, and feeble characters, that he is indeed quite handsome, or rather, extraordinarily masculine. As she spoke, a natural blush crept across her cheeks when Lu Yu was present. She could not quite articulate why, but she felt an undeniable charm emanating from him. Had she not possessed an inherently cool demeanor, and if Lu Yu's proposal had not irked her somewhat, she might have viewed him in an entirely different light. After a moment of contemplation, she added, Yet this insufferable man's ambition seems somewhat daunting. Were it not for his ambition, I might not even regard him. Xiao Mingyun cast a glance at Lung Ryue, reflecting, The world is changing too rapidly. Those devoid of ambition and capability, be they men or women, will inevitably be swept away by the tides of time. To put it more poetically, they merely drift along, unable to dictate their own destinies. Only true talents can navigate the currents and stand tall at the pinnacle of their era. This is precisely why I persuaded you and your subordinates to establish a foothold on Sansha Island and create a survivors' camp. Now, having encountered such a grand ship, one that can sail the waves with ease, I need not labor excessively or exhaust my mental faculties. Lung Ryue pursed her lips, contemplating how to dissuade her friend. Hoping to alter her decision, after a moment's thought, she inquired, Are you not concerned that this vessel might be on the verge of sinking? After all, the whims of fate are unpredictable. Who can say what will transpire next? I have taken into account all conceivable factors. Given his current strength, as long as we proceed methodically, there should be no unforeseen complications. Xiao Mingyun's gaze was deep, her lips curling into a smile. Just wait and see. My choice will prove to be infallible. Furthermore, in all these years, have any of my investments ever faltered? You make a compelling argument, leaving me speechless. Lung Ryue spread her arms, realizing she had no rebuttal. She had witnessed firsthand how her dear friend became the youngest business empress in Huadu, and even the entire empire. When she initially inherited her parents' company, its valuation was a mere 200 million. In just a few short years, under her stewardship, the company transformed into the Xiao Group, boasting assets worth over 100 billion. Xiao Mingyun's business acumen is undoubtedly unparalleled. Her keen investment instincts and innate talent have earned her acclaim throughout the business world, resulting in one textbook investment case after another. However, the stakes you are gambling are exceedingly high, placing me at risk as well. Have you considered how you will compensate me? There was a hint of grievance and dissatisfaction in Lung Ruyue's tone. Hee, that merely adds to the thrill, does it not? Xiao Mingyun pulled her close, wrapping her arms around her friend and whispering hot breath against her ear. As for compensation, how about I allow you to share my bed from now on? Though I do wonder how his stamina holds up. Let us hope he can endure. Chapter 14. Sister getting married. Xiao Minglong is overjoyed. The team regroups and advances towards the bridge. Brother, shall we take action? Just as Lu Yu exited the CF, Geng Biao approached, whispering a question, his eyes glinting with a cold light. What are you thinking? Surely not every situation is dire. Lu Yu chuckled softly, shaking his head. Geng Biao is a ruthless individual, merciless not only to others but to himself as well. That in the past, he had stirred up trouble back home and, to evade his enemies, endured hardship in a black factory until Lu Yu discovered his potential and took him under his wing. Over the past few months, Geng Biao has either handled the dirty work himself or overseen its execution, proving to be Lu Yu's capable assistant, tirelessly devoted to his tasks. Has a deal been struck? Upon noticing Lu Yu's demeanor, Geng Biao's eyes flickered with realization. Indeed, the negotiations have gone well. Congratulate me. After patting Geng Biao on the shoulder, Lu Yu walked into the crowd, leaving Geng Biao momentarily stunned. At that moment, the subordinates had already gathered a significant amount of supplies, stacking them at the entrance of each building. Lu Yu approached, systematically collecting the supplies into his spatial ring. Wow, President Lu? What kind of ability is this? Upon witnessing the scene, Xiao Minglong excitedly ran over, his face brimming with curiosity. Spatial abilities. What do you think? Lu Yu casually replied while continuing to gather supplies. Not just acceptable. This is simply astonishing. It's akin to the storage bags found in immortal novels. My goodness, Xiao Minglong's eyes sparkled with envy. Lu Yu regarded him with a deeper gaze, surprised that this kid had unwittingly hit the nail on the head. Brother, the zombies have been dissected, and all the crystal cores are right here. Song Wentao led several female teammates, presenting Lu Yu with plastic bags filled with zombie crystal cores. Excellent work. Well done. Lu Yu gathered all the zombie crystal cores, then turned to Song Wentao and said, Wentao, please urge them. The pace of this sweep is far too slow. Inform them to hasten their efforts, as some seemingly useless supplies can be disregarded. Upon hearing this, Song Wentao glanced at the busy brethren. Noticing they had only cleared a small portion of the buildings, then he nodded and replied, Understood. Brother, I shall attend to it immediately. Brother, zombies are approaching from the south, and there are quite a few at that moment. Zhang Wei rushed over, bringing with him unwelcome news. This was an anticipated turn of events. Lu Yu, however, was not taken aback. Having previously slaughtered numerous zombies, the creatures in the vicinity should have been eradicated. Yet, it was inevitable that those from further afield would be drawn by the sound of gunfire. Can you take charge of fending off the zombies? He inquired. Upon hearing he would be given independent command, Zhang Wei exclaimed joyfully, Just watch, brother. I guarantee I will accomplish the task. Before long, the sound of intense gunfire erupted from the southern street corner. More zombies incoming. The gunfire also caught the attention of Xiao Mingyun and Lung Ruyue, who swiftly exited the CAF and approached Lu Yu. Rest assured, Director Xiao, Lu Yu said to Xiao Minjian that MY men can hold their ground. Once we have thoroughly scavenged the supplies on this street, we shall proceed. Why do you still call me Director Xiao? Xiao Mingyun playfully chided him. Lu Yu's eyes lit up as he promptly changed his address to Madam. Just call me Mingyun, Xiao Mingyun replied, a hint of annoyance evident as she rolled her eyes at him. Ha, Mingyun, Lu Yu said, extending an arm to wrap around her slender waist, pulling the enchanting lady into his embrace, feeling a rush of delight. I almost forgot about Ruyue. Come here as well. Wait, you don't. Lung Ruyue was taken aback when Lu Yu used his other arm to draw her in, instinctively trying to evade, but ultimately failing to escape his grasp. Let go. Lung Rue's cheeks flushed crimson. Having never experienced such intimate contact with a man, she felt quite unaccustomed. Meanwhile, Xiao Mingyun watched with a silent smile. although it was also her first time engaging in such closeness with a man. Leaving her feeling warm and slightly unsteady, she had already made her decision and would not waver, striving to adapt to this new sensation. Why struggle? You are both mine now, and will be forever. Lu Yu feigned ignorance, observing the subconscious reactions of the two women to their proximity to a man, noting their demeanor and other traits, concluding that both were indeed unmarried maidens. Meng Yun, after several futile attempts to break free from Lu Yu's embrace. Lung Ruyue, in exasperation, turned to her best friend for help with pleading eyes. Xiao Mingyun, unable to resist her friend's silent plea, or perhaps feeling a twinge of guilt within, gently said to Lu Yu, "All right, there are so many people watching that I don't mind, but Ryu it is. Please let her go. Since the madam has spoken, I must comply." Lu Yu chuckled, loosening his hold on Lung Ruyue, and cheerfully remarked, "Rue, you should learn from your elder brother. Or how will marital life be harmonious in the future? The more you adapt, the more accustomed you will become." Ugh. Lung Ruyue, her face still flushed, scurried away. "Rue, have you been assigned a rank? Are you considering a little third, fourth, or even fifth?" Xiao Mingyun astutely picked up on the nuances in Lu Yu's words, speculating about future scenarios. Ahem. Lu Yu cleared his throat, about to respond when Xiao Mingyun continued. Some things, however, might not be out of the question. Lu Yu's mouth slowly dropped open. He had not anticipated her to say such a thing. "Well, as long as your stamina is sufficient to satisfy both me and Ryu simultaneously, I won't stand in your way," Xiao Mingyun said, playfully placing a delicate finger on her crimson lips, appearing quite serious. "However, it is imperative that any woman considered must have my approval first. This is a fundamental respect for my position." My heavens, what a celestial wife I have. Lu Yu beamed with a smile. "Of course, I can manage that. My constitution is exceptionally unique. Not only can I handle you and Ruyue, but I could easily accommodate 10 pairs like you. And I will certainly ensure that before introducing anyone, I will provide you with at this juncture." He suddenly became aware that Xiao Mingyun was gazing at him with a mischievous glint in her beautiful eyes. And he realized he had been led into a trap. Sighing, Xiao Mingyun lamented, these men, always glancing at what lies beyond their current plate, even before finishing what is before them." Lu Yu, maintaining a serious demeanor, replied, "Well, I noticed you were performing quite convincingly, so I thought I would play along for a moment." Giggling, Xiao Mingyun covered her mouth, then, with a flirtatious glance, said, "All right, I won't tease you any longer. What I told you is genuine. After all, the elite circles of the Empire operate this way, that if my man is to surpass them, he must possess such privileges that as long as you can fulfill the two conditions I mentioned, then anything goes." This time, Lu Yu chose not to engage further, opting instead to savor the moment. That "Let's not discuss the future. Let us first enjoy the present," he thought, as he focused on the current circumstances. Meanwhile, in the distance, Xiao Minglong observed his sister being embraced by Lu Yu, both of them engaged in lively conversation, that he rubbed his eyes in disbelief, pondering if he had misinterpreted the scene before him. "Sister, Mr. Lu, what is happening here?" As he approached and confirmed his suspicions, his jaw dropped in shock, as if an apple could fit in his mouth. "What is going on? Is this really my sister, who has always been aloof towards men? Is this the formidable chairwoman of the company? Do you not recognize me?" Upon seeing her younger brother, Xiao Mingyun displayed no signs of embarrassment, nor did she pull away from Lu Yu's embrace. Instead, she turned and smiled at Xiao Minglong. "Wow, sister, are you serious about this?" Xiao Minglong exclaimed in astonishment. "That I've been single for 26 years. If I don't find someone soon, I will become a leftover." Xiao Mingyun rolled her eyes. "I think Lu Yu is quite exceptional. He is a man worthy of my trust. Oh my." Xiao Minglong suddenly burst into laughter. Nearly jumping for joy, he exclaimed, "Heaven has eyes! You are finally getting married. Soon, the Xiao Corporation will be mine." Having faced numerous challenges as a top-tier rich heir, Xiao Minglong's life had been far from easy, particularly after the passing of his parents in the years that followed. Under his sister's stewardship, he had been unable to enjoy the same privileges as other wealthy heirs. While others indulged in various vices, he was constantly under scrutiny, with his sister's watchful eyes monitoring his every move. Ready to report back that he fought daily against adversaries, and any misstep would lead to a reprimand from his sister, followed by her bodyguards teaching him a lesson. His greatest wish had always been for his sister to marry and for a brother-in-law to support him. Little did he know that today, that dream was finally coming true. Mr. Liu, no, brother-in-law, you are incredible for managing to win my sister's heart. This is something even the wealthiest heirs from the capital and the metropolis have failed to achieve. Brother-in-law, you are simply amazing. Xiao Minglong gave Liu a thumbs up, his face displaying genuine admiration that it was sincere. After all, how long had these two known each other before becoming so close? Even those who had pursued his sister for months, showering her with roses daily, had not succeeded, yet Liu had managed to conquer the formidable woman. You are overthinking it. Even if I marry, I will still be the chairwoman of the company, and my shares remain mine. Besides, in this current situation, do you think that even if you become the chairman of the company, it would matter? Xiao Mingyun, seeing her brother so elated, nearly felt guilty for dampening his spirits. You have a point there. Upon hearing her words, Xiao Minglong deflated like a punctured balloon, his spirit diminishing. Indeed, in this post-apocalyptic world, not even the wealthiest could secure their status. Zombies did not discriminate based on identity, and the wealth amassed by the corporation could soon turn to waste paper, if it had not already. However, he was clever and quickly realized the crux of the matter, that he rushed to his sister and brother-in-law's side, wearing an ingratiating expression. But I still have a brother-in-law. With so many men and guns at your disposal, you will undoubtedly become a formidable force. With you to protect me, I am still Xiao, the young master. You are a clever one, rest assured. Your brother-in-law will definitely have your back. For those who possess a charming way of speaking, Liu has always held a fondness that he chuckled. Thank you, brother-in-law. Might I have a chance to wield a gun now? Preferably a sniper rifle. I noticed someone under your command has one. Previously, when I requested a handgun for my sister's bodyguard, she forbade it that no problem, as long as you learn the basic operations of handling firearms and avoid pointing the gun at anyone. He replied that don't indulge him. He's always been a source of worry for me. Giving him a gun would only lead to wasted ammunition. Xiao Long, your elder sister may have married, but she is not gone. Don't celebrate too soon. The authority to discipline you still lies with me, brother-in-law. Look at her. Your wife is bullying your brother-in-law right in front of you, and you do nothing, feeling a bit mischievous. Meanwhile, the horde of zombies approaching from the south had been vanquished. Zhang Wei returned with his team, and, upon seeing Liu Yu with his arm around Xiao Mingyun's waist, exclaimed, "What on earth is happening here?" Zhang Wei was momentarily taken aback and quickly inquired with Yu Yang and others. "What is going on? How would I know?" "You ask me, and I'll ask who." Yu Yang shrugged, expressing his ignorance. "Biao Ge, Tao Ge, can you enlighten me?" He pressed Gung Biao and Song Wentao for answers. "I don't know. All I can say is that the boss is impressive." Gung Biao replied that you got a sister-in-law now. And two at once, Song Wentao remarked leisurely, then turned his gaze toward the employees of the Xiao group. "Look, they probably want to join us too." "What?" Zhang Wei gaped, then began to ponder. After a moment of reflection, he noticed that among the Xiao group members were several elderly and weak individuals, causing his brow to furrow deeply. Oh no, the boss has fallen for a beauty trap. We need to warn him. Zhang Wei exclaimed, alarmed, that if you want to die, don't drag us along. Go by yourself. Gung Biao quickly distanced himself. Exactly. Let us see if you can come back in one piece, Yu Yang scoffed, twirling a dagger in his hand with a cold smile. Song Wentao narrowed his eyes, thinking that his elder brother's decision to leverage his charm in this transaction was indeed not a loss, although the employees of the Xiao group might be of little use. The dozens of bodyguards from the Zhanlong company were formidable, each one a skilled combatant. The effectiveness of the firearms in their hands would vastly differ from that in the hands of the current members. Come on, our boss is far too wise to fall for a trap. Even if it is a trap, he'll consume the sugar coating, launching a counterattack that leaves the opponent at a loss. Zhang Wei chuckled, quickly backtracking on his earlier panic. You seem to have a good understanding of our boss's tactics, that I wonder how much of it you can actually grasp. Gung Biao laughed in response. At that moment, Liu Yu's voice rang out. Hey, you few plotting rebellion over there, come over here. About an hour later, the entire street had been thoroughly scavenged, and the zombies that had attacked were eradicated. Liu Yu reorganized the team, incorporating Xiao Mingyun's people into the Brotherhood, that he divided the Brotherhood into two temporary divisions, the Combat Division and the Logistics Division. The Combat Division remained at the original 700, consisting of 5 combat teams. The Logistics Division, which previously had 300 members, now boasted nearly 500 with the addition of more than 100 surviving employees from the Xiao group. As for Chen Feng and his few mercenaries, since they were hired by Xiao Mingyun to protect her, their allegiance was merely contractual, unlike the employees who steadfastly followed her. Therefore, Lu Yu allowed them to remain independent for the time being. Seeking an opportunity to gauge Chen Feng's intentions, standing before over 1,000 people, Lu Yu declared loudly, "Let me announce that from now on, Director Xiao, my wife, is the second in command of the Brotherhood and the head of the logistics division. Her words are my words, and I hope everyone will heed them. That understood? If so, let us hear some applause." The street erupted into enthusiastic applause. For the employees of the Xiao group, joining the Brotherhood meant having numerous armed protectors, an unequivocal boon. As for the original members of the Brotherhood, they perceived this as an assimilation, merging their team with another, which was entirely acceptable. Moreover, their leader had won the heart of the stunningly beautiful Xiao Mingyun, a woman coveted by countless powerful figures, which filled them with pride. "All right, let us continue our journey and aim to reach the bridge before nightfall." With a command, the team set off once more. To reach Sanxiao Island, they had two routes, one by land, via the bridge, and the other by water, requiring them to search for boats and other watercraft along the shore, as well as someone skilled in navigation. After discussions with Xiao Mingyun, they decided to first attempt the bridge. If that proved unfeasible, they would seek vessels for the water route. Of course, Lu Yu did not doubt his team's ability to cross the bridge, as their strength would not permit otherwise. "Commander Lu, you not only saved us, but also provided us with some firearms and ammunition. Allow us to take the lead and clear the path." "It would be a small way of helping," Chen Feng volunteered, stepping forward with a few capable subordinates behind him. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Yu prepared to decline that he wished for Chen Feng and his team to owe him more, not to let them assist in repaying any debts. However, before he could speak, Xiao Mingyun chimed in beside him. "Since Team Chen has expressed interest, then let them go. Just ensure the safety of your team. Both of you and I look forward to your decisions." Chen Feng nodded in silence, then turned to lead his men to the front of the group. "That if you don't allow them to assist, they re not foolish. They'll soon discern your intentions, and it could backfire." Xiao Mingyun quietly explained to Lu Yu that it's better to maintain a balance. "That I believe that in the current situation, the headquarters of Zhanlong Company likely can't keep tabs on their personnel, and they will ultimately make the right choice." "That you're right, Mingyun. I've been too hasty," Lu Yu mused, hands clasped behind his back as he walked. Indeed, he was exceedingly eager to incorporate these skilled individuals into his ranks. Each one was an exceptional marksman, with some possessing specialized skills such as sniping, demolition, artillery operation, driving armored vehicles, tanks, and helicopters. Their addition would significantly expedite the development of Lu Yu's forces. And this was precisely the advantage of having Xiao Mingyun as a wife. She provided counsel and validation of ideas, correcting directions when necessary, and even sparring at night. It couldn't be better. Chen Feng was a former sergeant from the army, known for his rigid demeanor. He responded well to kindness, but was resistant to coercion. The headquarters of the Zhanlong Company had not dismissed him, so he wouldn't easily defect. Thus, winning him over would require some time. Xiao Mingyun reflected on this, that it was precisely because of Chen Feng's steadfast character that he remained dutiful even amidst the apocalypse, refusing to abandon his responsibility to protect his employer. This gave Xiao Mingyun the confidence to venture to Sanxiao Island. She had been considering ways to fully win him over. Of course, with the merging of the Xiao and Lu factions, her focus now shifted to how to secure this formidable warrior for Lu Yu. As you mentioned, Mingyun, the situation is dire. Zhanlong Company probably can't reach their employees in various locations for the time being. I doubt he'll leave your side, giving us time to retain him and his team. Lu Yu nodded, thoroughly agreeing with his wife's perspective. Upon reaching Sanxiao Island, where should they begin? Of course, from your home. We must rescue my sister first. Otherwise, wouldn't my wife be unhappy? Oh, the consequences. As the two conversed, their feelings deepened, growing more in sync and drawing closer to one another. This left Lung Ruyue, who could not interject, feeling disheartened, her cheeks puffed and lips pressed together. Especially as she watched Lu Yu and Xiao Mingyun laughing and chatting, she felt a sense of defeat and a complicated swirl of emotions within her. "Mingyun, you rascal, you've changed, sob sob sob." The beautiful Lung had mistakenly believed her feelings stemmed from jealousy over her childhood friend. In reality, It was not merely that. The most notable characteristic of the peach blossom divine body was its inexplicable, powerful allure to women. Although Lu Yu had yet to cultivate the technique to unleash its full potential, the basic capabilities of this divine body were already remarkable. Lung Riwei remained oblivious, and even Lu Yu himself had not fully grasped its implications. Otherwise, did he think that with mere words, he could win over someone as astute and formidable as Xiao Mingyun, a woman who combined intelligence and cunning? What if Lu Yu attempted to woo her without the influence of the peach blossom divine body? While Xiao Mingyun appeared to have her own reasoning for choosing to align with Lu Yu and agreeing to be his woman, a careful analysis would reveal that her logic was rather flimsy. In truth, under the influence of the divine body, she had concocted a narrative that led her to feel she had actively chosen him. Of course, even without this factor, given Xiao Mingyun's intelligence, she would still have made a wise decision in such circumstances. However, Lu Yu was likely unaware of just how much support the peach blossom divine body would provide him in the future. Chapter 15. Have I become old Huang now? Huang Shoren felt a mix of shock and fury that in a villa located in Jinghai district. He sat on the sofa, one hand clutching his phone and the other holding a glass of red wine. His expression dark and brooding. There are indeed some survivors seeking my protection, wishing to join my ranks. They are all subjects of the empire. I cannot simply stand by and watch them perish. Can I? The voice of Lu Yu came through the phone. Huang Shoren replied in a low tone. I have also heard that you have set out, yet instead of heading towards Jinghai district, you are advancing towards Sancha Island. Yes, I intend to scour the island for supplies first. In these times, one cannot afford to be without resources, especially since the court is not allocating any. Huang Shoren had anticipated that Lu Yu would appear flustered. Stammering for a justification in response to his direct inquiry, to his surprise, Lu Yu spoke with such ease and nonchalance, which only served to deepen Huang Shoren's ire. Just as he was about to reprimand Lu Yu, the latter's voice echoed again from the phone. Old Huang, I presume those idle folk from Tianshang Rinjian have shared their tales with you. Let me tell you, that group is quite treacherous. Do not believe their fabrications. Old Huang, just moments ago, Lu Yu had referred to him as Huang Shu, and now he had the audacity to call him Old Huang. Huang Shoren's grip on the phone tightened, his face twitching with indignation. Enough. I have matters to attend to. This conversation is over. Hey you. The call ended with a beep. Huang Shoren slowly lowered his phone, his expression darkening to the point where it seemed as if his face might drip with shadows. With a resounding crash, he hurled the glass of red wine to the ground, where it shattered with a sharp sound. Lu Yu, you little wretch, how dare you play me like this? Huang Shoren cursed through clenched teeth, his hatred directed at the man on the other end of the line. Dad, I've told you before, that man is a treacherous wolf, born with a rebellious spirit. You must not treat him lightly. At that moment, a young man descended the staircase, clad in a loose bathrobe, his steps unsteady, his face displaying an unmistakable lewd expression, clearly having just engaged in some physical activity. He was Huang Shoren's only son. Huang Lei. What did people call him? Jade Tiger, Smiling Tiger. Some even conferred upon him the formidable moniker of Flying Jade Tiger. Such a person harbored grand ambitions and would never settle for subservience. Given the chance, he would soar away. And now, was I not correct in my assessment? It is a pity you never listened back then. Huang Lei approached his father, observing the soiled carpet with a disdainful pout. Had I listened to you back then and eliminated him? But could your men manage that? Not only did they fail, but they were all wiped out. Did you think I would have willingly sheltered him otherwise? Huang Shoren glanced at his son and shook his head. Lu Yu had suddenly emerged like a specter from the crevices of stone, directly eliminating his black-gloved adversaries, thereby establishing himself as a tyrant in Jing'an district. Subsequently, his son had enlisted the assistance of Chen Lar and others to conspire against him, only to be thoroughly defeated by Lu Yu, which only served to enhance Lu Yu's notoriety and allow him to dominate Jing'an district. Huang Lei's face flushed with embarrassment, and he quickly retorted, I later contacted Gao Mingsheng, but before I could act, you had already made arrangements with that Lu fellow. Lu Yu is a lone tiger. While the Gao brothers are a pack of hungry wolves, do not mistake them for mere commoners. Huang Shoren's eyes widened, feeling increasingly disappointed in his son's capabilities. Gao Mingxiang had risen from selling fish at a market to become the city's unrivaled leader in just 20 years. Did he think that was simple? Over the years, the Gao family's influence had been expanding towards Huadu, and their backers wielded even greater power than I. Gao Mingxing is so close to you. He seeks to exploit you. Do you not realize that inviting a wolf into the fold can have dire consequences? Huang Lei, feeling somewhat defiant, countered, I know that the Gao fellow intends to use me. But can we not also turn the tables and use him? And what of the Lu fellow you chose? Hasn't he betrayed you by now? No. Upon hearing this, Huang Shoren's eyelids narrowed, and his demeanor returned to normal. Betrayal is not quite the right term. It is merely a cooperative relationship that is likely to evolve. Reflecting on Lu Yu's words during their earlier conversation, Huang Shoren suddenly realized that Lu Yu had not spoken harshly. Nor had he torn their relationship asunder. Perhaps it was indeed as he suspected. What? Cooperation. That mere servant, who cannot show his face in daylight, dares to negotiate cooperation with his master. He must be indulging in fanciful delusions. Huang Lei, feeling incensed, shouted, You. Huang Shoren shook his head and sighed. This black-gloved fellow is akin to utilizing a chamber pot. He is useful when needed, and when not, simply cast aside that he too is laboring for his survival. A mutually beneficial arrangement is not truly a partnership. Do you think he is akin to a pampered child raised in luxury or a loyal soldier? He was a seasoned politician, well-versed in the principles of political exchange. Thus, he contemplated matters more deeply than his son. Times change. There is little to be angry about. Huang Shoren straightened his posture and mused aloud. Within the empire, one cannot afford to be publicly shunned. Even if Xiao Lu does not heed my counsel, he must seek another ally. And now the situation has shifted. The world is in chaos. As long as one possesses arms, one holds capital. Were I in his position, I too would not be content with past standings. That I never anticipated that this Xiao Lu would refrain from severing ties with me immediately. He's indeed a character, as he listened to his father praise another. Huang Lei couldn't help but scoff. With that small band of followers, what can he achieve? I believe you ought not to invest too much thought in him. If he is lost, we can simply find another. Moreover, with the security zone currently under construction, there are plenty of desperate individuals willing to take risks. Lei, you are thinking too simplistically. Huang Shoren interjected, Indeed, nowadays many are willing to take risks, but to truly rise above, one must possess the capability to do so regardless of the circumstances. Why have those individuals from the past not emerged? While opportunity is crucial, ability is paramount. I fear that no matter who is chosen, I may not find another like Xiao Lu who is so adept. At this point, Huang Shoren suddenly exclaimed, Yes, quickly find me a map, a detailed one of Sansha Island. A map? You have a phone. Dad, why do you need a map? Huang Lei was taken aback, shaking his phone. Huang Shoren replied earnestly, Xiao Lu has taken his men to Sansha Island. I need to see what he intends to do. He picked up his phone and began to examine the map of Sansha Island. After a brief glance, Huang Shoren's eyes widened in shock. My heavens! This man's ambition is likely even greater than I had imagined. Meanwhile, on Lu Yu's side, after hanging up the phone, he couldn't help but chuckle coldly. Huang come and hold me accountable? Xiao Mingyan turned her head to look at him. Prior to this call, Lu Yu had already shared some details with her. Indeed. Lu Yu nodded, surveying his subordinates who were busy scavenging for supplies on the street, and lamented, at over 50 years of age, can he not discern the situation? Brother is right. If one offers respect, call him Huang Shu, but if not, send him to his grave. Every time brother delivers money to that old fellow, it pains me, and his foolish son has an air of arrogance, flaunting himself at the venue while refusing to pay. I have been dutifully serving him while he nitpicks. Should I encounter him again, I will not hesitate to deal with him harshly. The officials of the Huang faction had long been a source of frustration for Lu Yu and his men. Which of Huang's officials has ever paid us? If brother had not intervened previously, I would have long sought retribution. My brothers have toiled to establish our business, yet they take advantage of us without consequence. We will settle this score with them eventually. Zhang Wei and Yu Yang echoed their discontent, having harbored grievances against Huang Shoren and his entourage for quite some time. Xiao Mingyan remarked, It seems you do not intend to sever ties with him. You? Yes. Old Huang is not an ordinary character. For now, maintaining contact is prudent. Turning against him is an impulsive act reserved for children. As for our future cooperation, well, that will depend on his choices. You have acted wisely. I am aware that Huang Shoren is a significant figure in Huadu's political landscape. We should avoid antagonizing him as much as possible. Xiao Mingyun nodded, satisfied with Lu Yu's approach to managing affairs. Zhang Wei interjected, "Sister-in-law, you may not know, but that Huang is quite cunning. He treats my brother with suspicion, preventing him from attending many important meetings of the Huang faction, clearly not considering him one of their own." "Is that so?" Xiao Mingyun smiled slightly, choosing not to elaborate further. "Enough of that." Lu Yu waved his hand and then gazed ahead, his eyes narrowing. "Listen, brother, what is it?" Yu Yang asked, momentarily taken aback. "Gunfire. Tat-tat-tat, 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 tat-tat-tat. Did you hear?" Short bursts, long bursts, quite stable. Lu Yu imitated the gunfire while gesturing with his hands that he then sighed to achieve 2-round bursts automatically and some even single shots. These are exceptional marksmen. Several officials felt their faces flush with embarrassment. Lu Yu had previously taught them this skill, and with ample ammunition and undead targets for practice, yet they could not replicate the stability he demonstrated. "Brother, we must bring Qin Feng and his gang under control." Geng Biao inched closer, his voice dripping with malice. "If that cannot be done, then eliminate them all." Biaozi was right. These few dozen individuals armed to the teeth were indeed formidable, perhaps even more so than our entire combat squad. Before Yu Yang could finish echoing the sentiment, Song Wintao nudged his arm, signaling that Xiao Mingyun was still present, that they not be misled by my position as their employer. "It is merely a temporary circumstance," Xiao Mingyun remarked with a smile. "Once their company reaches out to them, they could abandon me at any moment. Thus, I align with Biaozi's perspective. If we cannot subdue them, they must not be allowed to remain." Zhang Wei clapped his hands together, grinning broadly as he exclaimed, "Ah, our sister-in-law truly is commendable, always supporting our big brother. With her backing, his endeavors will surely flourish even more rapidly." Yu Yang chuckled in agreement. "Indeed, it is said that those who are not of the same family do not share the same door." Lu Yu laughed heartily, wrapping an arm around Xiao Mingyun's waist, prompting her to shoot him a playful glare. Geng Biao and Song Wintao exchanged glances, both inwardly impressed. This new addition to the team was no ordinary woman, with such determination to claim she was merely engaged in legitimate business. It would not be far-fetched to assume she could command her own territory in the underworld. One could only wonder if our big brother could keep her in check. Chapter 16 Downstairs. Fighting. Let your bones be shattered and go spar with the King of Hell, with a series of gunshots. A flurry of bullets found their mark, striking the last of the fleeing zombies in the head, leaving the street devoid of their presence. The armed individuals gradually lowered their weapons, proclaiming loudly, "Mission accomplished." Not far behind, Qin Feng, upon hearing this, immediately issued orders. "First and second teams, maintain vigilance. The rest may rest in place." Is that the army? Come save us." Cries echoed from the buildings. There are still zombies inside. "Help us!" Survivors' heads popped out from windows on either side, desperately pleading for rescue. Yet Qin Feng and his team paid no heed, for Lu Yu's main force would handle that street, that moment. The vigilant team members scanned the surroundings with steely gazes, prepared for any zombies that might leap forth. Meanwhile, those resting either sipped water and munched on biscuits or checked their firearms, loading bullets into magazines. This gun feels remarkably comfortable to us. It resembles the standard weapons from the West. While the caliber may not be large, it excels in stability and accuracy. I wonder where Lu has procured this impressive arsenal. The team members began to engage in light banter when suddenly, one of them turned to Qin Feng, who was cleaning his gun, and said, "Captain, I must say, Lu is quite a commendable person. He has been generous with supplies and ammunition, not to mention saving our lives. I think we should consider joining him." Another voice chimed in, "Xiao Luo is correct. We can't even reach headquarters via satellite phone." "What does that imply?" "It indicates that the headquarters is likely fallen. With the company in ruins, we are free agents now. Joining Lu's ranks would provide us with a sense of belonging. Indeed, since Boss Xiao has joined, why shouldn't we? Yes, I hear Lu has mortars and rocket launchers. I am eager to test them out, though I hesitate to voice it. That I heard from a brother that Lu has armored vehicles and tanks. I wonder if that's true. That I would like to return home. But given the current situation, traveling such a distance is impossible. Perhaps we could find a secure place where we can eat our fill. One person eats well, and the whole family is fed. I am in for whatever, as long as the captain agrees." As these discussions unfolded, Qin Feng remained silent, absorbed in his task of cleaning his firearm. "Enough," A female team member shot a glare at those speaking. What is this? Now that you see someone formidable, you are eager to switch allegiances. Her words effectively silenced the chatter. The group exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what to make of the situation, that a man with a scar resembling a centipede furrowed his brow and spoke up. Ahong, your words are excessive. What do you mean by new master? We are not slaves to the company, nor are we. He paused, casting a significant look at Chen Feng before continuing. We all know you harbor feelings for the captain and cannot bear to hear anyone speak ill of him. However, the captain must also consider the future of the brothers. How dare you speak such nonsense? Ahong, flustered and angry, looked between the scarred man and the still silent Chen Feng. I end this situation. We cannot continue to flounder about like headless chickens. The scarred man's voice grew louder. Lu possesses immense power. It seems he intends to sweep through the entire Sansha Island and establish a private militia. Joining him now would be akin to securing a place of honor in ancient times. Our futures would surely be bright. I implore you, Captain, to consider this carefully. Hey, Deputy, enough. Let us hear what the captain has to say. That a voice attempted to defuse the tension. That I will consider it. Chen Feng finally ceased his gun cleaning, lifting his head to speak, his cold gaze prompting the scarred man to instinctively turn away. Moments later, Lu Yu's voice crackled through the intercom. Captain Chen, we've finished the cleanup at the back. We are advancing forward. Chen Feng promptly replied, Commander Lu, the street ahead has been cleared. We shall continue on our path immediately. If ammunition runs low, we can resupply here, and please remind the brothers to exercise caution. There is no need for recklessness. How splendid! With someone paving the way for us, we can gather supplies and crystal cores without lifting a finger, Zhang Wei exclaimed as he jumped atop a vehicle. Hands on his hips, gazing at Chen Feng and the others clearing the zombies ahead, feeling quite contemplative, Do remained vigilant. There are still many infected corpses lurking within the buildings, Song Wentao cautioned, hands clasped behind his back. Understood, Lao Song, that I will take my team over here first, Zhang Wei replied, leaping off the vehicle while calling out, all members of the second squad, follow me. As time passed, more supplies were scavenged, and survivors emerged from the now secured buildings. The survivors were gathered together for inspection. Once cleared, they were provided with water and bread, that as per usual protocol. Only young, able-bodied men and women were selected for the logistics team, while the elderly, weak, and disabled were turned away. This inevitably sparked outrage. Yet under the ominous threat of gun barrels, all dissenting voices were silenced, with no one foolish enough to challenge authority. Thus, Chen Feng continued leading the way, with the main force trailing behind to clean up the aftermath. After traversing several streets, they found themselves just one street away from the bridge as dusk fell. Commander Lu, we have completed reconnaissance on the bridge. There are many zombies above, but given our current firepower, we can push through. Chen Feng reported back to Lu Yu. Indeed, Lu Yu pondered, stroking his chin, that he understood Chen Feng's implication. In order to cross the bridge, they would need to deploy their mortars and other heavy weaponry. Then it is settled. We will advance with the entire army, Lu Yu decisively commanded. But big brother, are we not going to scour this street? Zhang Wei asked, taken aback. Lu Yu replied gravely, it is growing dark. Visibility is diminishing, and nighttime will be perilous, but we must cross the bridge promptly, establish a camp on the island, and secure our position. Indeed, we must choose between camping here for the night or on the island. A decision must be made. Xiao Mingyun wholeheartedly agreed. Advance the entire army, Lu Yu commanded, and the vast procession began making its way toward the bridge. Meanwhile, the survivors in the buildings, awaiting rescue, were left bewildered. What is happening? Aren't they coming to save us? In unison, they began to wail, help! Help! We are still up here. Where are you going? You cannot just leave us to die. Is this still the Empire's army? Do not abandon us. The cacophony was deafening and quite bothersome, in response. Zhang Wei seized a megaphone and shouted towards the survivors in the buildings. Enough with the noise. We've cleared out all the zombies below and left you plenty of supplies. You can't handle just those few zombies in the building. We have a mission and cannot linger here, that if you truly wish to join us, now is your chance to come down before we leave. With this proclamation, the noise level from both sides diminished significantly. Many, gritting their teeth, began to take action, planning to rush downstairs and join the ranks. However, some were still filled with indignation. For instance, what is this? This is how you call yourselves imperial soldiers. You disregard the lives of the common folk. Zhang Wei, overhearing, directed a shout at the woman who had spoken. Then you better hurry and come down. The woman, with an air of entitlement, retorted, there are zombies right next door. How do you expect me to come down? You must come up and rescue me. Well, we have no time for that. You are on your own. Having said that, Zhang Wei no longer wished to engage in idle chatter with her. If she couldn't even muster the courage to slay a single zombie, how could a rescue be anything but a burden? What purpose did the team serve? Family, who understands? A bunch of insipid men. The shrill cries erupted once more, and many in the team looked up, only to find that same woman filming the advancing group with her phone, babbling incessantly. Damn it. How audacious. Zhang Wei was seething with rage, wishing he could silence her once and for all. Damn it. Yu Yang was a man of action, but he had no time to charge at her. Instead, he seized a rocket launcher from a subordinate and aimed it at the window above. Such foolishness. Utter foolishness. Ah! The woman suddenly noticed Yu Yang and trembled in fear, her phone dropping from her grasp. Die already. Whoosh boom. A single rocket obliterated the room in a dazzling explosion, and the woman's cacophonous voice was extinguished, her body reduced to mere fragments. Who else? Who else dares to prattle on? Which fool dares to expose themselves? Let me see. What an outrageous lot, thinking they can defy the heavens. Damn. If they don't see some consequences, they'll think we owe them something. A bunch of fools, just waiting to meet their demise. Go tell the king of hell about your foolishness. Don't let me encounter another brainless woman. Otherwise, I'll take down every single one. Yu Yang stood atop a vehicle, pointing at the buildings on either side, cursing vehemently. This scene paled the faces of the survivors peeking out from either side, making them retract their heads in fear, while those who had just rushed down to join the group felt a chill of trepidation. What a ruthless individual. He actually used a rocket launcher without hesitation. Many who were already familiar with Yu Yang's temper had little reaction to it. Brother Yang's fiery disposition was refreshing, without a doubt. It was cathartic. Xiao Minglong gave Yu Yang on top of the car a thumbs up. Zhang Wei's mind sparked with excitement, and he turned to Xiao Minglong, saying, Xiao, could you please record a video for me? Sure thing. Xiao Minglong took out his phone and made an okay gesture. Then Zhang Wei picked up a loudspeaker and started shouting, You lot are nothing but a nuisance, you brainless women. Pretending to be something you're not. Are you still pretending now? In peaceful times, the law protects you, but when the apocalypse arrives, you still don't know your place, if we indulge you further. Would the apocalypse have come in vain? Don't you yearn for the charm of the Wei and Jin dynasties? Don't you dream of flirting with warlords in chaotic times? Here is a harsh reality for you. In tumultuous times, you are mere playthings, merely reserves of food, meat. Don't even mention dowries. You want to even have basic safety guarantees. Come on, keep throwing punches. Keep babbling. I'll greet you with bullets. Remember my name? I am Wei Shun. Any foolish woman unafraid of death, come and fight me. Ha ha ha. As he shouted, this fellow even brandished a handgun, firing into the air, sending the female survivors in the room shrinking into corners, trembling in dread. Afterwards, Zhang Wei jumped off the car and asked Xiao Minglong, Did you get it recorded? You spoke well, Wei Go. Xiao Minglong shook his phone. Post it online. Let it go viral on the biggest local forum. I, Wei Shin, want those women to know who's the boss in these times. Should I post it? Post it, no worries that Yu Yang was momentarily stunned, that am I the one showing off. How did he manage to one-up me? Xiao Minglong glanced back at the front of the team and chuckled. Little Wei is quite amusing. Lung Ryu candidly remarked to Lu Yu, Your subordinate has a bit of a punchable face. I was thinking the same, haha. Lu Yu waved his hand, giving Zhang Wei a thumbs up. Whether in the apocalypse or chaos, if one can't distinguish between rank, then what could they be but brainless? Chapter 17. A fierce battle at the bridgehead. Wei Shin's moment of glory, tat tat tat, boom boom. At this moment, at the bridgehead connecting Sansha Island to the mainland, gunfire echoed continuously, interspersed with the sounds of landmines, grenades, and rocket explosions. Zhang Wei and Yu Yang led the second and third squads in establishing a defensive position, drawing the zombies from the bridge with their gunfire. Of course, the gunfire also attracted the zombies from the nearby residential area, but with the first, fourth, and fifth squads on defense, it posed no significant issue. In the middle of the team, Lu Yu observed with binoculars for a while before receiving data from a subordinate controlling a drone that he then issued orders to the 5 mortar teams before him, all artillery units. Fire at target number 2, zombies, range XXX, left XXX, high explosive shells, 3 rounds rapid dash fire. As soon as the command was given, the mercenaries immediately retrieved matching shells from the ammunition boxes, loading and firing them. These were elite soldiers. It was a waste to have them merely pave the way. Now, as they needed to eliminate all the zombies on the bridge, Lu Yu entrusted them with high-tech equipment like recoilless rifles, rocket launchers, and mortars. Boom, 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 boom. The sound of shells firing was particularly melodious, with each shell tracing a graceful arc in the sky, precisely landing among the horde and exploding, effectively cleaving the zombie throng in two, facilitating the defense of the position. Quite good. Look at this. What do we call this? This is professionalism. You all better learn from this. The sooner you master it, the sooner I can rest easy. After checking with the binoculars and finding the shell impacts extraordinarily precise, Lu Yu was quite satisfied, continuously praising the efforts. The artillerymen watching nearby nodded in agreement. This was well said. They were elite professional soldiers from Dragon War Company, trained to fight. They needed to learn from those who had just started. Commander, your cannon is truly remarkable, a mercenary under Chen Feng exclaimed excitedly during a lull in firing. This is just the beginning. I've heard you're quite versatile. Do you want to drive an armored vehicle? Want to crush zombies with a tank? Want to pilot an armed helicopter to sweep the area with machine guns? Lu Yu waved his hand, beginning to entice them. He didn't believe soldiers could resist such temptations. One, I dream about it. To be honest, executing missions within the Empire is mind-numbingly dull. We can only equip rifles, and even large-caliber sniper rifles are restricted. That don't even get me started on those big guns. Exactly. This is the real deal. Dealing with zombies requires this. I've piloted an armed helicopter before. I remember helping the government forces fight against the insurgents, using the helicopter to take out tanks. I long to pilot one again. I'm still a main gunner. I can use missiles to turn a helicopter into scrap. Speaking of which, Commander Lu knows his stuff. He must have served in the military before. Right. No need to mention it. With such a high command level, he must have at least been a battalion commander. Once the conversation opened up, the mercenaries began to chatter away, their talk not interrupting their work, showcasing their skillful operation of the weapons. Not at all. I was just a sergeant squad leader. Lu Yu boasted, embellishing his past experience. That's impressive. Just like our captain, he was once a sergeant major in a certain elite brigade. And even the colonel treated him with respect. Yes, those so-called officers only sit in offices. When it comes to actual combat, it's our sergeant ranks that matter. That I was once a sergeant acting platoon leader too. Essentially, everyone in Dragon War has served in the Imperial Army. In modern military forces, sergeants are the true backbone, the vital link between officers and soldiers. Without them, nothing could function. Usually, those who become sergeant majors are well respected among soldiers and excel in various performance metrics. Otherwise, they wouldn't be selected. Lu Yu shared his background, instantly bridging the gap with the mercenaries. Lu Yu asked them, "How is your captain as a person?" The captain? He is great in every aspect. Just overly strong-willed, prioritizing missions above all. And no matter the task assigned by superiors, he will find a way to accomplish it, even at the cost of his life. One replied immediately. Another added, "Well, to put it nicely, he has a strong sense of military honor. To put it bluntly, he is rigid and inflexible. Take this incident for example. The zombie crisis isn't even within our mission scope, yet he insisted on protecting the target. Our team and the deputy team." One guy quickly interrupted. "Liangzi, stop talking nonsense. You're too chatty, I see." Lu Yu's eyes glimmered with intensity as he refrained from uttering further words, instead picking up the binoculars. The battle raged on, with the thunderous cacophony of gunfire echoing across the bridge. Fearless zombies surged through the barrage of fire, desperately charging towards the defensive positions. The defenders, in turn, pulled their triggers with relentless fervor. And before them lay a towering mountain of corpses on this side of the bridge. A network of machine guns formed a crossfire, bolstered by rocket launchers, grenade launchers, hand grenades, and mortars. There was no doubt that eliminating the zombies was merely a matter of time. The real challenge lay behind them, as zombies drawn by the gunfire emerged incessantly from the surrounding streets, overwhelming the beleaguered members of the Brotherhood. Faced with this dire situation, Lu Yu had a flash of inspiration and instructed his subordinates to maneuver drones. dousing the zombie corpses with barrels of gasoline. Watch this way. With a call to action, Zhang Wei sprang forth, unleashing a torrent of flames. The inferno roared to life, rapidly transforming into a fierce wall of fire. While it could not entirely halt the advance of the zombies, it would surely incinerate a few unfortunate ones, rendering them lifeless. The more vigorous the flames burned, and the greater the number of corpses, the stronger the defensive barrier would become, eventually repelling all approaching zombies. Suddenly, a mercenary, rifle in hand, was startled by an ominous presence. He looked up just in time to see a mutated zombie plummeting towards him, too late to evade its descent. A blinding bolt of electricity surged forth, instantly obliterating the mutated zombie midair, thus saving the mercenary's life. Lu Yu retracted his hand and approached the dazed soldier, advising him, "There are all sorts of mutated zombies. Be cautious." "Thank you, Commander." The soldier finally regained his senses, filled with gratitude. "This is the second time you've saved me, and from now on, I shall dedicate my life to your service." Agreed. After giving his shoulder a reassuring pat, Lu Yu continued to wield his abilities against the zombies, particularly focusing on the troublesome mutated ones, well suited to combat alongside Xiao Mingyun and Lung Ruyue. Not far away, Chen Feng, controlling a rocket launcher, observed the scene with a sigh, silently making a decision. Chapter 18. Chen Feng joins the secrets of the four great warriors, Lu Yu's desire for a night of romance. With the zombies diminished on the bridge, passage was now possible. Lu Yu lowered his binoculars and immediately commanded, "Xiao Wei, Yangzi, lead the team forward," advancing steadily. Yes. Zhang Wei and Yu Yang promptly took charge of the second and third squads, moving out from their positions to advance ahead. This moment, sporadic zombies charged towards them, but they no longer posed a threat as the massive tide had dissipated. They could simply engage and proceed. Biaozi, Wentao, you two lead the fourth and fifth squads in the rear. Understood. Don't worry, big brother. The two swiftly relayed the orders, organizing their troops. Ruyue, I'm entrusting the first squad to you. Coordinate with Biaozi and the others to engage while retreating. Can you manage? Don't underestimate me. Leave it to me. Lung Ruyue coldly replied before turning to convey her commands. Watching her retreating figure, Lu Yu nodded, confident that with her formidable abilities, she would command the loyalty of the first squad soldiers. And no one would resist her leadership. That he then turned to Xiao Mingyun beside him, saying, "Mingyun, let the logistics team begin gathering, searching for crystal cores among the zombie remains. Collect as many as possible." Absolutely. Xiao Mingyun was already on the move, directing the logistics team to withdraw while performing makeshift surgeries on the zombie corpses. Her organization was impeccable, even more so than Lu Yu's, with everything proceeding in perfect order. The massive fire in the background continued to illuminate the sky, significantly reducing the number of zombies that could pursue them. Not long after, they crossed the bridge and reached the opposite end. Sansha Island, also known as Sansha District, spans over 200 square kilometers. That is neither vast nor diminutive, surrounded by the waters of Zhu. The island boasts lush greenery, exceptional landscaping, and is home to several prestigious universities, as well as a sculpture park, concert halls, art galleries, and various other artistic venues, attracting numerous visitors daily. Moreover, the island is dotted with a variety of star-rated hotels, upscale communities, apartments, and villa clusters, making it a veritable haven for the affluent. As Lu Yu and his men arrived here, night had completely fallen. Lu Yu inquired of Xiao Mingyun, "Where is your home?" "Filong Mountain Villa, but it's quite far from here, situated at the highest point on the island. We'll have to wait until tomorrow to go." Understood. Lu Yu nodded. Confronting zombies during the day was already challenging, let alone at night. Their priority was to find a place to settle down and await the dawn. "We need to establish a camp. What about that park over there?" Lu Yu pointed to a nearby green park. "That might not be wise. The park lacks defensibility if a sizable horde were to approach under the cover of darkness. The consequences could be dire." Xiao Mingyun gestured towards a nearby street, suggesting, "I propose we clear the zombies from that street first, then occupy some defensible buildings suitable for habitation, like a hotel that we can maintain communication based on the squads and weather the night." "Indeed, that's a sound plan." Lu Yu nodded, affirming her basic military knowledge. Just as he prepared to issue commands, Chen Feng suddenly approached, prompting Lu Yu to ask, "Captain Chen, is there something you need?" Chen Feng lifted his gaze. meeting Lu Yu's eyes directly, and declared, "Commander Lu, I've given this much thought, and now I wish to lead my men and join your brotherhood permanently, that I hope you will accept us." "Now you wish to join?" Lu Yu was momentarily taken aback, while Xiao Mingyun subtly nudged his elbow. Lu Yu burst into laughter. "Ha, splendid, Captain Chun. It is my fortune to welcome you into my ranks. That is truly a stroke of luck." "Commander Lu, please do not say that. You have saved us, and this gratitude can only be repaid through our service." Chen Feng spoke earnestly. "I just consulted my men, and they all agreed that if Commander Lu is willing to accept us, we shall be your loyal followers from now on. How could they refuse? With your assistance, I feel as though I have gained wings." Lu Yu joyfully stepped forward, clasping Chen Feng's hand. "Indeed, in the realm of martial prowess, some have dubbed me the Flying Jade Tiger. However, I felt unworthy of such a title, for I lacked wings. Now, with you and your men, my moniker is solidified, as you will serve as my wings. Please, Commander, issue your orders." Chen Feng immediately stood at attention, saluting Lu Yu with a precise military gesture. Lu Yu observed him closely, recognizing that this man had internalized military discipline to the core, even as a mercenary. He retained the demeanor of a soldier. "Commander, please do not be so formal. Call me Big Brother like the others. Be Big Brother." Chen Feng hesitated but complied. "Good brother." Lu Yu patted his shoulder. "So, the combat unit now comprises 5 squads. I plan to establish a 6th and 7th squad, with you as the captain of the 6th. How does that sound? By all means, whatever the commander and Big Brother commands. Additionally, I wish to assign responsibilities to your men, allowing them to serve as instructors for the entire unit. We will also form specialized teams, such as those for operating battle vehicles and armed helicopters. What do you think?" "I have no objections." "Excellent. Then you should go rest with your comrades for now. There will be combat tasks later, and we can convene for a meeting afterward." "Understood." After Chen Feng departed, Xiao Mingyun furrowed her brow and asked, "You, is this not a bit hasty? He just joined, and you are already assigning his men to different roles. Could this lead to issues?" Observing Chen Feng's receding figure, Lu Yu clasped his hands behind his back and replied leisurely, Mingyun, you may excel in many areas, such as mobilization, organization, and coordination, but there is one thing I can confidently assert. There is no comparison between us in this regard." "What?" Xiao Mingyun's curiosity was piqued, eager to discern how Lu Yu believed himself superior. He. Lu Yu chuckled, deliberately keeping her in suspense to tell. Seeing his silence, Xiao Mingyun grew impatient. "Only if you promise me that we shall consummate our union tonight." Lu Yu's lips curled into a smirk, seizing the opportunity to tease her ditto. "You insufferable man." Xiao Mingyun's cheeks flushed as she playfully swatted him twice. "Having chosen you, is it not inevitable that you shall have me in due time? With the night being long and dreams numerous, you must— All right, I promise you. Is that satisfactory?" Xiao Mingyun shot him a playful glare. Yet deep down, she understood that someone like Lu Yu would never leave a temptation unfulfilled, always eager to seize the moment. Good wife." Lu Yu enveloped her in his arms, planting a gentle kiss upon her cheek before remarking, "It's all about reading people. I have an uncanny knack for it." "Reading people?" Xiao Mingyun nestled against him, savoring the phrase. "Indeed," Lu Yu continued, reflecting, "over the years, I have traversed countless places, slumbered atop graves, danced with death, navigated through gunfire, and waded through treacherous waters. The storms and tribulations I have endured are simply innumerable. It is precisely because of this that I have encountered a myriad of human hearts, some dark, some light, some shades of gray, others predominantly black with a hint of white, and yet others entirely white, only to be instantaneously tainted black." He rambled on, boasting before the woman, merely to convey that his extensive encounters have honed his ability to judge character with remarkable precision. Yet, the truth of the matter is that extraordinary individuals often possess extraordinary experiences. His days as a soldier before his transcendence were monotonous, but once he became a mercenary, he plunged into a world of chaos, witnessing a brand new realm. Having traversed various war-torn regions, he had seen it all. However, those who live on the edge, dancing with death, seldom meet a favorable end. As the saying goes, one who frequents the riverbank shall inevitably get their shoes wet, without a golden finger to aid him. After exhausting his resources, he would have been mercilessly besieged by those who targeted their team. Let me speak of those around me. Xiao Wei, Yangzi, Biaozi, and Wen Tao. Why was I able to rescue them from the Black Factory? Lu Yu continued, while Xiao Mingyun, with a smile gracing her lips, listened to his tales of bravado. Xiao Wei, once a reclusive young man, was deceived by unscrupulous agents and lured into a Black Factory due to his lack of funds. Yet, he displayed a remarkable kindness towards animals, buying sausages to feed stray dogs and cats even when he was penniless. Such a gentle heart, albeit indicative of his limited life experience, made him an ideal candidate for mentorship. His character easily molded, ensuring his unwavering loyalty. When I first brought him into the underworld, I pondered whether I had made a mistake, but now, with the apocalypse upon us, such thoughts are moot. Yangzi, marked by tattoos and a history of brawls, unable to secure a position in a legitimate factory, became notorious in the security circles after hospitalizing a company leader's nephew. This brash young man, born with a rebellious spirit, I would strike him repeatedly, 29 times in a month, until he realized he could not best me, ultimately swearing fealty as my sole younger brother. Such individuals, once tamed, are fiercely loyal. Akin to eagles, Biaozi, having stirred trouble at home, found himself embroiled in legal issues, and with enemies lurking, he sought refuge in the Black Factory. This ruthless man, initially unappealing to me, revealed a profound filial piety when I discovered he would sacrifice his meager earnings to support his blind mother. Thus, I decided to extend my hand to him. As long as he breathes, he will carve out his own path, and my timely assistance during his lowest point will earn his eternal gratitude. Wen Tao, in truth, is 2 years my senior, and I ought to refer to him as Lao Song. This man achieved renown in his youth through stock trading, destined for a fulfilling life. However, the stock market is no different from a battlefield. A single misstep led to his downfall, resulting in a fractured family and insurmountable debts that he wandered aimlessly, eventually arriving in the Flower City and succumbing to a life of despair, numbing himself with alcohol whenever he had a few coins to spare. It was only when I discerned his potential that I decided to intervene. After a thorough beating and a subsequent drink, I listened to his story and invited him to join me. The first lesson he learned was to exercise caution, for pride had previously been his undoing. That he is astute. As long as I maintain my upper hand, betrayal is out of the question. There was another individual I initially considered bringing along, adept in social graces, eloquent and meticulous in his endeavors. However, I repeatedly noticed his impatience when conversing with his parents. While not outright disloyal, it evoked an indescribable discomfort within me, prompting me to abandon the idea of including him. One must question how someone who treats their kin poorly could genuinely care for their comrades. Once I established my footing in the Flower City's underworld, I orchestrated numerous trials, using wealth, beauty, and power to assess their reactions. All 4 proved themselves admirable. Even Lao Song firmly rejected any attempts at coercion, while the hot-headed Yang Zi nearly tore apart my emissary. Xiao Mingyan lay quietly in the man's embrace, listening to the steady rhythm of his heartbeat. She comprehended that he was not merely boasting of his ability to read people, but also imparting insights into the characters of his 4 key subordinates, facilitating her future command. Simultaneously, it was a glimpse into his own life experiences. From the slightly magnetic quality of his voice, one could discern the extraordinary circumstances that shaped his character and depth that I end circling back to my assertion that I excel at reading people. I wish to convey that Shen Feng, having chosen loyalty, will likely remain steadfast even unto death. Moreover, considering the reassignment of his subordinates, he will surely contemplate matters from the broader perspective of the team, harboring no resentment. This man embodies a spirit of camaraderie, likely a trait molded during his prolonged military career. If my intuition serves me correctly, upon discovering the disconnection from the central command, he must be yearning for a return to the military, to the official ranks. Yet his subordinates are eager to join us, and he seeks to repay his debts of gratitude while simultaneously not shunning us, ultimately leading to his decision to ally with us. As Lu Yu spoke, Xiao Mingyun felt a blend of astonishment and joy, astonished by the man's profound insight into human nature. How many souls has he truly grasped? Joyful at the realization that she was no longer his adversary, but rather an ally. Guided by such a man at the helm, charting the course of their future together. With a playful glint in her eyes, she inquired, given your understanding of me, what kind of person do you think I am? Just a brief acquaintance, And yet I feel I know you well. Lu Yu replied with a hint of exasperation. Da, you acknowledge that our acquaintance is brief, yet you are so eager to share a bed with me. Are you not merely a creature driven by base instincts? Should I strangle you for that? Ouch, please spare me. Regardless, you must provide an answer. All right, I shall speak, if you would kindly remove your hand. Xiao Mingyun released her grip from around his waist, her expression brimming with anticipation as she urged him. Speak, Dream Yun. Lu Yu gently grasped her shoulders, his tone earnest. If you were a man, I would not hesitate to eliminate you, no matter the cost, for in this flower city, there is no room for two individuals of exceptional talent. If you were an unattractive woman, I would not hesitate to act, for in these tumultuous times, ambitious women are no less formidable than men, that if you were merely average in appearance, I would issue a decree to hunt you down. For individuals of your character, as long as they live, pose a potential threat of rising to power and becoming my future adversary. Thankfully, you are a beauty, a stunning one at that, so I must resort to using myself as bait. Shedding tears as I employ my charms to win you over, as she absorbed his earlier words. Xiao Mingyun's brows furrowed in indignation, her delicate features darkening with ire. Yet, as she processed his middle remarks, her expression shifted to one of discontent. Ultimately, upon hearing his concluding words, her face lit up with laughter, her hands covering her mouth in delight. Using your charms? What? Am I to be your woman, and you still feel wronged? I dare not. It is merely the fortune of 3 lifetimes. Xiao Mingyun giggled. In truth, if I were in your position, my thoughts would mirror yours. You cannot fathom the shock I felt upon witnessing your ability to assemble such a formidable team. Had my strength exceeded yours even slightly, I would have taken action. This is what we call a meeting of heroes. It must be fate that prevents us, 2 exceptional individuals, from clashing on the battlefield, urging us instead to unite and become one. I am no hero. I am but a humble woman. A woman who stands shoulder to shoulder with men, daring to make them blush with shame. You are quite the charmer. Surely, you have deceived your fair share of women. Alas, the past is like the wind, better left unmentioned. Let us focus on the present. Yet, modern women do not favor flowery language. It is not a skill that will win many hearts. Then allow me to showcase my rustic romantic prowess and my remarkable endurance. Shameless. After a playful exchange, Xiao Mingyun suddenly posed a question. You assigned Chun Feng to the 6th squad. Whom will you designate for the 7th? It cannot be Ru Yu, can it? Lu Yu replied, let her lead my 1st squad. It is prudent to entrust the elite troops to a woman of my own choosing. As for the 7th squad, I intend to assign it to your brother, Xiao Long. What? Is he capable? Xiao Mingyun possesses a clear understanding of her brother's capabilities that I stated. If I say he is capable, then he is. If I say he is not, then even if he believes he is, he cannot be. Lu Yu chuckled at this. Furthermore, in this world, we cannot allow him to be merely a 2nd-generation rich kid. Can we? He must learn gradually. That's so. Xiao Mingyun fixed her gaze intently upon Lu Yu. After a moment's reflection, he continued, moreover, since we are one entity, how can there be a faction within the group that does not include you? As for Liu, that does not count. Once she becomes my woman, she will form her own faction. You truly dare to speak such words so bluntly, Xiao Mingyun remarked, slightly taken aback. We are all about authenticity. After all, sincerity is the finest weapon, Lu Yu replied, shaking his head. Thank you. A warmth enveloped Xiao Mingyun's heart. The man laid bare such private power dynamics, which was in itself a declaration of his attitude that we are one. What is mine is yours, and what is yours is mine. From this moment forth, there shall be no room for discord. Saying thank you is insufficient. How about tonight? Hey, why the sudden urgency? I have heard that the first time can be quite painful for women. I shall collect a bit of interest first. Damn, are you out of your mind? Hey, enough already. I'm afraid that in my excitement, I might inadvertently unleash my powers and electrocute you, giving you a rather shocking treatment that you might not withstand. Oh, then I shall also struggle to rein in my overwhelming telekinetic energy. Cough, hold on. Stop talking to can't you see those rascals glancing over here? Lu Yu coughed a couple of times and then bellowed. Xiao Wei, Yangzi, Biaozi, Wintao, Xiao Long, Chen Feng, coming big brother. Brother-in-law, I'm here. They all rushed over at the call. Good, now everyone should be well rested. Lu Yu began to issue orders. It's time to take action. Xiao Wei, Yangzi, Biaozi, Wintao, I will distribute some flares and flashlights. Aim for 1 flashlight per person. If that is insufficient, ignite torches for illumination. Then, you will lead your respective squads and eliminate all the zombies on this street. Afterward, do not loot the entire street at once. Instead, select some hotels and apartments and clean out the zombies within those buildings. Tonight, we shall take residence at no problem, big brother, the 4 responded, nodding in agreement, with a wave of his hand. A pile of flares and flashlights appeared beside him, resembling small mountains that he then turned his gaze toward Chen Feng and Xiaolong. Chen Feng, Xiaolong, you two each select 150 personnel from the logistics team to form the 6th and 7th combat teams. With you both as captains. Make sure to choose those who joined us earliest this morning. They have been observed and deemed qualified. Then come to me to receive firearms. Chen Feng's team can rely on your guidance. While Xiaolong, I will assign a few individuals to assist you. You will lead the charge alongside Xiao Wei's 4 squads in the initial street clearing operation. Let your subordinates use the zombies as targets for practice, so they can swiftly master the use of firearms and develop combat effectiveness. What? I'm a captain now too? Thank you, brother-in-law. Thank you. Upon hearing this, Xiaolong's face lit up with joy. Old Shun is joining us. Congratulations. From now on, we shall all work together under Big Brother's command. That I knew Old Shun wouldn't back out. His presence is simply fantastic. Come, let us shake hands. The others had no objections to Xiaolong's promotion. None found him particularly remarkable, especially since he had not even awakened his powers, thus reluctant to engage with him. However, their attitude toward Chen Feng was markedly different. His abilities were evident from the daylight engagements. And he too had awakened his powers, making his addition to the Brotherhood a source of great joy that I hope everyone will support us in the future. Chen Feng, typically reserved, managed to express his gratitude with the most courteous words he could muster. Haha, Old Chen, with you aboard, we are bound to grow stronger. Indeed, Old Chen is a capable hand. You can't go wrong. All right, enough of the pleasantries. I need to check into that 5-star hotel, the Caesar Palace. You all have half an hour to get it done, so hurry up and get to work. Xiaolong and Chen Feng, go select your people. I will distribute weapons. Once the others departed, Lung Liu furrowed her brows and asked, And what about me? What about my first team? Lu Yu realized this was his second wife requesting a role that he smiled and replied, From now on, you shall be the captain of the first team. Tonight, the first team will remain here to protect the logistics personnel, as we have gathered far too many people along the way. I am not your second wife. You speak nonsense. Lung Liu crossed her arms, feigning disdain, yet inwardly she felt a rush of delight. Humph, the insufferable man finally shows a bit of conscience, not forgetting about me, appointing Ming Yun as the logistics chief, and now making me the first team captain. It seems he does care and trusts me. Yes, the feeling of commanding those fighters was indeed far superior to directing office staff. This family business cannot be solely guarded by Ming Yun. I must contribute as well. Wait, I have known him for less than a day. Why am I already starting to think about things from the perspective of his woman? Lung Liu was taken aback, sensing something amiss, yet upon reflection, she could not pinpoint what felt wrong. Chapter 19. The Shouting of the Goddess Alliance. Lu Yu's wishes fulfilled under the cover of night. The zombies roared while gunfire resounded, in less than half an hour. All sounds had largely subsided. The cadres gathered before Lu Yu, with Song Wintao reporting the situation. Big brother, we have cleared this street, and the zombies within some of the buildings have been eradicated. Defensive lines have been established to repel the attracted zombies. However, we lost a dozen brothers during the building clearance due to surprise attacks from the zombies, that we have casualties. Lu Yu was slightly taken aback. They had fought all day without fatalities, yet now there were losses. Yes, in battle, there are bound to be casualties. He sighed, understanding that the night's challenges had contributed to this, which only reinforced his determination to rest the troops. He then inquired, Do we know the names of the fallen brothers? We do, Song Wintao nodded. Even if he did not know, he could ask those close to the deceased. Lu Yu instructed, That is good. Make sure to record them. Once we are secure, we must establish a memorial for the heroic martyrs and a temple for the meritorious. Their names should not be forgotten by future generations and must become objects of reverence. Big Brother shows great compassion. The cadres all expressed their agreement. The camaraderie forged through shared hardships in combat is something many who have not experienced it cannot comprehend. It is about enduring suffering together and fighting side by side. a bond that allows one to entrust their back to another. Also, are there any relatives of theirs within the team? I will ask around. All right, Wen Tao, you handle this matter, that if there are relatives, the honors will be bestowed upon them. We must not forget to issue rewards later. Understood. Let us go. While the zombies are being held at bay outside, we will check the cleared buildings and plan the encampment for the team. There were dozens of buildings that had been cleared. Liu Yu divided his 7 combat teams into several groups and also split the logistics personnel into various teams, with each combat group overseeing a logistics group. Thus, moving into the buildings, Liu Yu took residence in a hotel, specifically the Caesar Palace. Phew, finally, some peace. I can truly rest now that I am in a presidential suite. He plopped down onto the soft sofa, lazily closing his eyes. Hey, what are you doing here? Xiao Mingyun, about to change clothes for a shower, halted her movements upon seeing him and questioned. What? Is it not permissible for me to enter my own home? Liu Yu opened his eyes. Amused, Xiao Mingyun's face flushed as she retorted, This is not your home. Stop saying nonsense. Indeed. Liu Yu crossed his legs and lit a cigarette. Smoking is prohibited in here. I shall smoke. What will you do about it? Do you believe you can drive me out? Do you believe I will electrocute you? I have developed a new skill and turned hundreds of zombies into fragments that so you dare to threaten me? Do you believe I will zap you? I too have developed a new skill that melted hundreds of zombies with electric heat. All right then, let us see who is stronger. I am not afraid of you. But if I am struck, I must stand at attention. If I lose, I shall accept my punishment. Let us agree that the loser will. You shameless person, I have teeth. If you doubt it, you will find out shortly. And they are quite effective. The two exchanged playful banter, each volleying back and forth, while Liu Yu remained relatively unfazed. Yet Xiao Mingyun's face turned bright red. All right, you are impressive. Hurry and attend to your duties. You need to check the watch, or I won't feel at ease. Indeed, your words resonate deeply with me. Meanwhile, in the apartment where Zhang Wei and his group resided, look, it's still our Wei Shun. The video has garnered over 1 million likes in just one afternoon. The captain is truly impressive. He is a role model for our generation. Everyone is praising Wei Shun's prowess, eager to have him lead us. Behold, these women of low character. Yet among the locals, very few dare to speak out, save for those from afar. This is hardly surprising, as everyone knows our captain wields a firearm. Who would dare challenge him to a real-life duel? A group of subordinates, with their smartphones in hand, pointed at a video released today by Xiao Minglong, voicing an array of opinions that I do not mean to generalize all women. The majority are commendable. However, those who champion female supremacy and sow discord between genders, each one of them is unworthy of respect, that if their parents were aware of their disgraceful antics, they would have long since taken a belt to them. They can only pretend to be superior online. Would they dare to act so in reality? Naturally, many men have infiltrated their ranks, and they are even more despicable. Let it be known, I shall not let them escape my grasp. Zhang Wei, with arms crossed and a smug expression, shook his head and proclaimed, I tell you, following my elder brother will lead to certain victory, while others are scrambling to survive in this apocalypse. We will be feasting and enjoying the spoils. When the time comes, we'll capture some foolish individuals, divide the spoils, and let everyone have their fun. Really, Captain? One subordinate's eyes brightened, their heart racing with excitement. Zhang Wei, feigning nonchalance, declared, Is there any doubt? With a gun in hand, follow me. I, Wei Shin, never speak falsehoods. That sounds wonderful. In the past, I couldn't even afford the bride price. In this chaotic world, who needs a bride price? A bowl of porridge will suffice. Many people in peaceful times are never satisfied. Now they shall learn that what is lost is the most precious. All right then, let us catch a few of those fools to play with. Oh, Weiga, hold on. There is actually a local woman challenging you. What? Who is she? Let me see. Zhang Wei immediately leaned forward, only to see a woman in a selfie video. Her appearance was unremarkable, neither ugly nor beautiful. Just an ordinary face. Beside her stood a group of women, seemingly her followers. She showcased her awakened abilities before the camera, declaring her intent to skin Zhang Wei alive. Subsequently, she proclaimed the establishment of a goddess alliance, calling upon all women to join her organization, which advocated for female dominance overall, trampling men beneath their feet. Damn, what nonsense is this goddess alliance? With that AP not long after, the The command of Lu Yu crackled through the intercom. Received. Understood. The heads of various strongholds responded in unison, instructing their subordinates to extend their weapons out of the windows and commence firing upon the zombies in the streets that I end the next moment. The air was filled with the thunderous sound of gunfire. Indeed, there were many zombies, yet the firepower of humanity was even more formidable. Within 5 minutes, the streets were littered with hundreds of corpses, with not a single living being left standing. Subsequently, members of the Brotherhood began to pour out from the buildings. Be cautious, everyone. There may be zombies lurking in the corridors or at the entrances. Let me warn you, some mutated zombies are exceedingly cunning and may lay ambushes. Form groups of 3. Keep your ammunition loaded at all times, but be careful not to harm your comrades. First squad. Gather here. We're the people from the 6th squad. What the hell are you doing over there? That's the assembly point for the 7th squad. Get over here. 2nd squad, come here, stop dawdling. You look so slovenly. You only rested for 1 night, and you're already worse than yesterday? Tighten up your spirits. Once all personnel from the combat and logistics departments had descended, a sea of thousands nearly filled the entire street. Lu Yu instructed the 2nd and 3rd squads to allocate some personnel to set up simple defensive positions at the street corners, preparing for a potential zombie assault, that he then leapt atop a vehicle, brandishing a loudspeaker to commence his speech. Everyone come, look at me. Yes, all of you, gaze upon me, for I am handsome. Now, turn your faces this way. This remark elicited a wave of laughter from below, with discussions buzzing. People noticed that their leader seemed to possess a remarkable sense of humor. Seeing this, Lu Yu waved his hand, a smile gracing his face, signaling everyone to continue listening to him. The crowd, respecting his authority, ceased their chatter. Brothers and sisters, among you are my former subordinates, my original employees, those under Director Xiao, and even newcomers who joined our ranks just yesterday. Lu Yu meticulously categorized the composition of the crowd. Regardless of our previous identities, we now share a singular identity. We are survivors. At this point, his expression shifted to one of solemnity, his voice lowering. Consider what sort of life we once led. As long as we had hands and feet to find work, there was always food to eat. As long as we spent wisely and lived our lives carefully, there was always hope, although life was rife with disappointments. We managed to endure year after year, and the mundane existence reflected the reality of most people. Initially, the crowd paid little heed to Lu Yu's voice and regarded his speech with indifference. However, out of respect for his leadership and the armed members of the combat squads, they stood still, half listening. For aside from the armed combatants, the majority were logistics personnel, lacking a sense of belonging to this group. Yet, Lu Yu's voice seemed to possess an enchanting power. As he continued, the audience gradually became engrossed. But what about now? What sort of wretched existence do we endure? Almost overnight, our lives have undergone a cataclysmic transformation. Death lurks everywhere, and corpses abound. At any moment, we may be devoured by zombies, reduced to mindless shells of our former selves. Contemplating their past lives contrasted with the current calamities, a profound heaviness enveloped the hearts of those present, their spirits beginning to plummet. Yes, they were survivors, fortunate not to have become zombies, fortunate not to have met the same fate as others who perished just days ago in a mere few days. They had witnessed the myriad forms of life under the apocalypse, experienced the desperate struggle for survival amidst the outbreak, and encountered an unprecedented despair. At this moment, empathy blossomed among all, and no longer did anyone yawn, wander their gazes about, appear disinterested, or wear indifferent expressions. Some perked up their ears, others' eyes glistened with unshed tears, and some clenched their fists. Is there no way out? Is there no escape? Is this a dream? If it were a dream, I wish we could awaken swiftly, but alas, this is not the case. Opening their eyes still revealed a hellish scene, a heart-wrenching tragedy, an unparalleled catastrophe, a monumental terror. Lu Yu's voice resonated deeply, rich with magnetism, echoing through the streets, constricting the hearts of all who listened. Are we to languish in despair? He suddenly posed a question, instantly stirring the hearts of everyone present. Indeed, throughout history, the only certainty has been death. To sit idly by is the most foolish of choices, akin to burying one's head in the sand like an ostrich. That I believe this question resonates with everyone here. It may very well be the reason you have chosen to follow me. Lu Yu, into this bloody battle. As the inquiry morphed into a proclamation, his voice reached a natural pause. Lu Yu then slowly turned, surveying the faces of everyone present. After a pause of nearly a minute, he suddenly raised his fist and bellowed, "We must survive!" This proclamation reverberated, akin to the tolling of a great bell, resonating within each person's heart that we are not mere livestock to be slaughtered. We are not ephemeral insects destined to perish. We are not weeds that can be cut down only to regrow. We must not wait for death. With that, all present raised their fists in unison, shouting in fervor, "No, no, no!" It was as if their anger ignited a flame. Their rage surged forth, their voices hoarse from the intensity, as if they were venting their emotions, expressing sorrow, and perhaps a yearning for unity. Human beings are inherently social creatures. Thus, they possess a propensity for conformity, an essential mechanism for individual adaptation within society. For instance, in a military camp, one walks in pairs, forms groups of 3, or lines up in 4s, blending in seamlessly. As a soldier, this is entirely normal. Deviating from this norm would make one stand out, inviting reprimand from superiors. However, upon returning to civilian life, if one continues to march with military precision, one would appear utterly out of place, attracting strange glances that avoid embarrassment. One would consciously revert to a more socially acceptable gait. Similarly, those ensnared in pyramid schemes often face judgment for their naivety. But is it truly their lack of intelligence? No, a significant portion of the issue arises from the gradual erosion of individual thought through prolonged conformity. Returning to the present, Lu Yu's speech and mannerisms were imbued with profound significance. Addressing the threats of their current environment, the pervasive fear of death, and the tumultuous state of affairs, guiding the listeners step by step into his rhythm, while their collective emotions fell under his sway. As the fervor began to wane and fatigue set in, Lu Yu seized the loudspeaker once more. The ancient said, "He who helps himself is aided by heaven. To sit idly is the folly of swine." We must take action to carve out our path to survival. Leaning on mountains may lead to their collapse. Relying on others may result in abandonment. If we do not rely on ourselves, who else can we trust? Who else will assist us? At that moment, someone in the crowd suddenly shouted, "Boss, you can help us. You are the one who rescued us, the one who brought us here. No one else cares for us. Only you do. Without you, we would likely be dead by now, or at the very least, waiting for death." This voice incited a chorus of agreement. "Yes, boss, you are our savior. We will follow you." Lu Yu extended his arm, gesturing for silence. Once the noise subsided, he continued, "You are correct. We must rely on ourselves, and ourselves alone." His voice rose once more. "If we do not wish to become corpses, forgotten in the corners of this world, we must unite as one. Clench your fists. Channel your strength into a singular purpose." The crowd's voices were overshadowed by his, and they ceased their murmurs, collectively focusing on him. This resolute and determined leader. From now on, we must unite, facing life and death together, to survive in this wretched world. Without unity, there is only death. Without unity, there is no path to survival. While we may not share blood ties, as long as we stand together, we are brothers closer than kin. Thus we are the Brotherhood, the Iron Brotherhood. The strength we wield as a united front shall not be underestimated, that we must be harder than steel, more resilient than iron. Should anyone seek to extinguish our lives, we shall ensure their demise, be it zombies or any other foe. The Steel Brotherhood, a name that Lu Yu found quite appealing from a game he played before his journey through time, felt perfectly appropriate for his current circumstances. His elder brother spoke wisely. "Indeed, we are of one mind, united as brothers. We must rally around our leader, and those who oppose us shall face dire consequences. Anyone who stands against us will be dealt with." In that moment, a cacophony of voices erupted from the audience, all fervently shouting and roaring in support of Lu Yu's sentiments to be wide the window. Xiao Mingyun and Lung Rui observed everything unfold. Upon hearing the thunderous applause and witnessing the fervent enthusiasm of the crowd, Lung Rui gasped in astonishment. "Goodness!" Xiao Mingyun, radiant with a smile, remarked to her friend. "Did you see that? With just a few words, he has garnered the loyalty of so many. Such a talent is rare indeed." As she continued to gaze at Lu Yu, the brilliance in her eyes grew ever more intense. What a remarkable individual, she mused. Lung Ryue's expression was complex as she regarded Lu Yu. He is undoubtedly a natural leader. Xiao Mingyan reflected, such charisma is innate, honed through adversity, and individuals like him typically lack only a fitting stage for their talents. And at this very moment, a grand stage has been prepared for him. Are you not also one of those individuals? Lung Ryue queried, her brow furrowed in contemplation. You maneuver adeptly in the commercial world, accumulating substantial wealth, and have devised numerous strategies in times of crisis. Surely, you belong to that category as well. That I do not. Xiao Mingyan shook her head. That I once believed I was, but seeing what he accomplishes has made me realize my limitations. It is not a matter of gender differences, but rather an ineffable charisma that I do not possess. Upon reflection, I recognize that my abilities are better suited for a stable environment with established systems. In the face of such chaos, I admit I had previously overestimated myself. He is right. I should assume a supportive role. Thoughts change over time. This year's aspirations differ from last year's, and what one desires as a child often diverges from adult ambitions. Xiao Mingyun gained a deeper understanding of herself, recognizing this evolution of thought, perhaps stemming from her own introspection or external influences, that I hope our choices are not misguided. Lung Ryue's eyelashes fluttered as she pondered. I believe that with your assistance, he will undoubtedly achieve monumental things in the future, that MY Man should command the storm. Xiao Mingyun's gaze was resolute, her voice unwavering, that as for myself and the brothers. While we may only be able to ensure our own survival for now, I firmly believe our future prospects will be exceedingly bright. Lu Yu continued his speech, exuding confidence, his words ringing clear as everyone fixated on him with eager anticipation. As the ancient said, in times of poverty, one must cultivate oneself. In times of wealth, one must aid the world. Each generation carries its own mission, and in the face of this turmoil, we have no choice but to confront it head-on. Thus, I, Lu Yu, boldly declare to my brothers today that I have a vision, a goal, to restore everything to its rightful state. This may seem fanciful, perhaps a pipe dream, yet I know that neither the goal nor the dream can be realized without the support and backing of my brothers. At this juncture, Lu Yu's tone softened, and he chuckled. Let me make it abundantly clear to my brothers. As long as I have food, you shall never go hungry. As long as I have water to drink, you shall never suffer thirst. If I fail to uphold this promise, any member of the Brotherhood is welcome to confront me and reprimand me. It is noteworthy that he referred specifically to members. Should the Brotherhood flourish in the future, not everyone would be permitted to join, as it would become an elite group, a veritable aristocracy, that if all the oppressed joined, who then would be exploited, who would occupy the lowest tier of society. In summary, as Lu Yu spoke, myriad thoughts raced through his mind, and he instinctively guided his speech in that direction. Laughter erupted from the crowd, yet they all took his words to heart. Indeed, there is no assurance more reliable than that which a leader proclaims before all. With that declaration, the hearts of the people found solace. Life is not a game. Mere slogans hold no weight. Sustenance is essential. After all, the basic needs of life are paramount. In other words, the turmoil in the world fundamentally stems from the struggle for survival. Long live the elder brother. Upon sensing that Lu Yu had concluded his speech, Zhang Wei leaped and shouted. Lu Yu cast an appreciative glance at Wei Shen, feeling a need to rephrase his words, and raised his fist in a rallying cry. Long live the Brotherhood. Long live the leader. Long live the Brotherhood. Once again, it was Wei Shen, leaving the cadres, who had been poised to shout, feeling somewhat vexed. This young man's flattery was unparalleled. Long live the leader. Long live the Brotherhood. Long live the leader. Long live the Brotherhood. Long live the leader. Long live the Brotherhood. The thunderous roars eclipsed all else, propelling the fervent atmosphere to its zenith. The apocalypse had descended without warning, enveloping the world in death and destruction. For all survivors, confusion and fear reigned. They were directionless, uncertain of their next steps in a world turned chaotic and tumultuous. After all, those with awakened abilities are but a minority. Indeed, some possess powers not significantly superior to ordinary individuals, yet they too face the trials of survival. Perhaps, at this moment, a figure to guide and lead them is precisely what their hearts yearn for. Brothers, our voices have attracted the zombies. We can't boast any longer. Grab your weapons and deal with the zombies. After we take care of them, we can have breakfast. It was already too late. The defense positions on either side of the long street had been engaged for a minute, felling the relentless tide of zombies, and were now awaiting reinforcements. Onward, onward. Greet them with bullets. What if we lack powers? No worries, the elder brother will arm us with guns. We need not fear these minor zombies. Let us go. The name Steel Brotherhood was indeed impressive, quite distinguished that we are the first members of the Brotherhood. Thus, we shall be considered elders, right? Surviving qualifies one as an elder. Failing to do so renders one a martyr. Gazing at the spirited crowd, Lu Yu let out a sigh of relief. This moment, where he felt like a monkey on display, had him anxious about the success of his speech. After all, opportunities are rare, and a misstep could lead to a loss of prestige, making it difficult to win hearts again. Fortunately, everything unfolded smoothly. Chapter 21. The King of War Strikes. The troops reorganize. Little zombies, Grandpa will treat you to a big pineapple. There was a high-defense mutated zombie that could not be vanquished by machine gun fire. Bring me a rocket launcher to take it down. Damn it, how can this mutated zombie jump so high? Thankfully, we set up a fire point upstairs to take it out early. Otherwise, it would have been troublesome. Point 2 recoilless rifles here. Another wave of fast-moving mutated zombies appeared. Prepare to fire grenades. Call for artillery support. It will make things easier for us. The zombies in the community where the street was located had nearly all been drawn in, including a significant number of mutated zombies. As they surged relentlessly towards the Brotherhood's front and rear positions, putting immense pressure on the defending members that in light of this situation, Lu Yu swiftly gathered a dozen of Chun Feng's brothers beside him. Alongside those with prior artillery experience, with a wave of his hand, 5 heavy mortars and 10 light mortars materialized before him, along with crates of shells. Get moving. I want to see shells raining down on the zombies within 3 minutes. Lu Yu bellowed. The artillerymen, filled with excitement, immediately set to work. Dozens of elite soldiers swiftly positioned the mortars, while the remaining novice gunners secured them for firing. Then shell after shell soared into the air and landed. The zombies suffered heavy casualties, resulting in widespread devastation. With the mortar support, the pressure on the front and rear defenses significantly eased, and the Brotherhood members erupted in cheers, their morale soaring to unprecedented heights. Everyone, come here. Afterward, Lu Yu summoned dozens of soldiers to his side and revealed 5 self-propelled howitzers and 5 self-propelled rocket launchers. Wow! The boss is not only mortars but also howitzers. Is that a 155mm self-propelled howitzer? Am I seeing things? And that looks like a self-propelled rocket launcher. Oh my goodness! The mercenaries gasped in astonishment, their eyes wide with disbelief. They had assumed that Lu Yu possessing mortars was already remarkable. But to their shock, he also had self-propelled artillery and rocket launchers. 2 formidable weapons, compared to the might of the mortars. These were even more ferocious and impressive. You mean to tell me he was once part of a gang? I fear that they are not mere arms dealers, nor are they the mid-sized ones. They must be formidable, well-connected arms magnates, even in regions rife with conflict and an abundance of firearms and munitions. Acquiring these 2 types of equipment is exceedingly challenging, particularly the latter. Possessing such resources, the local underworld would be insufficient to challenge them. They could easily engage the garrison forces stationed in the city. Thus, why does he take on a second job in the underworld? The soldiers cast peculiar glances at Lu Yu, perplexed and unable to fathom the situation. Lu Yu interjected, "Stop staring. I ask you, do you know how to operate these 2 types of equipment?" "Reporting, sir, I do, but I need to see the specific model." "Sir, I can as well. My requirements are the same." "Indeed, sir, the distinctions between different equipment are substantial. The IT may require time to comprehend. Most individuals can operate artillery, yet dare not guarantee proficiency. Allow me to demonstrate a few times." Lu Yu understood this. With the evolution of modern warfare, artillery has increasingly favored rapid engagement and withdrawal, resulting in a greater complexity in operation. Moreover, disparities exist between nations, and it is entirely reasonable for them to hesitate in guaranteeing proficiency with unfamiliar artillery types. However, Lu Yu, being well-versed in the American-made equipment, promptly commenced operations that, it appears quite similar, reminiscent of Western standard weaponry. Indeed, it is Western weaponry. Can you not even recognize English? To me, It resembles the artillery employed by those traders across the ocean, yet I have never encountered this specific model of self-propelled artillery. Yes, it bears a striking resemblance to the craftsmanship of the American Federation. As the mercenaries observed Lu Yu's demonstration, they engaged in animated discussions, their eyes wide with awe, unwilling to miss a single detail. Lu Yu nearly chuckled aloud. How could it be otherwise? Although this is a parallel world, the presence of the American influence persists. It is merely a hybrid in this realm, with a technological advancement in modern weaponry that is not significantly dissimilar to that of the pre-transmigration world. Before long, Lu Yu had imparted his knowledge to these well-trained warriors, and soon 10 artillery pieces began to roar, producing a thunderous cacophony. Artillery, the undisputed king of warfare, the nightmare of infantry, when unleashed in numbers. Not even a horde of zombies could withstand it. Even a tidal wave of armored tanks would falter. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of cannon fire reverberated, and though only 10 were fired, the earth-shattering noise evoked an instinctual tremor within all present. Everyone bore witness to the terror of the king of war. The sounds of battle not only startled more zombies but also roused other survivors on Sancha Island. Goodness, is that thunder? Yet the sky is clear. Let me check. Ah, indeed, there are no clouds. What could this be? It does not sound like thunder. Within a villa, members of a survivor group engaged in fervent discussion, puzzled by the noise. Only the leader among them displayed a shifting countenance. Murmuring, this cannot be. The island's garrison does not possess such equipment, let alone the police. Boss, are you suggesting that this is weaponry? One subordinate inquired, overhearing. His words prompted other subordinates, who exclaimed in unison, could it be artillery? Indeed, it is artillery, the leader replied, maintaining a serious demeanor. Having served 5 years in the army, I am intimately familiar with this sound. It is unmistakably artillery, specifically a 155 mm caliber, and I believe I also heard the sound of rocket artillery. Could it be that the military has landed on the island to eradicate the zombies? Could they have arrived so swiftly? I saw videos claiming that the armies of various nations suffered heavy losses. If that is the case, our local military must not have incurred severe casualties. That is splendid. Splendid? Are you mad? The military's arrival should not bring you joy. This apocalypse has its advantages. We all possess abilities and enjoy a life previously unattainable. Do you wish to return to being a mortgage slave? Do you long to resume your role as a security guard? Do you wish to endure daily insults from women while the law protects them? Exactly, this is simply dreadful. Within a stadium, it is undoubtedly the National Defense Army that has arrived. I knew it. The Empire would not abandon us. Huadu is the foremost stronghold in the south, and Sancha is of utmost importance. The military must act. Haha. Quiet down. Let us hear what the captain has to say. We do not know if we will be evacuated this time. Numerous soldiers of the garrison, upon hearing the sound of cannon fire, became increasingly excited. Old friend, what do you think? In contrast to the soldiers' enthusiasm, the deputy captain wore a grave expression. The captain furrowed his brow, smoking a cigarette while whispering to him. The National Defense Army previously stated there were no forces available for rescue and instructed us to hold out for a while. Hence, all garrison forces in the city were to retreat to safe zones. But now, is it possible that it is not the National Defense Army? The deputy captain speculated. The captain's expression shifted in surprise as he exclaimed. If not the National Defense Army, then who could it be? Brother, I hope your speculation is incorrect, that I too hope so. Otherwise, the deputy captain glanced outside, his face contorted with concern. Otherwise, the consequences would be too terrifying. An unknown force armed with artillery. Not far from the combat zone, atop a high-rise building, a blond man observed through binoculars, speaking to those nearby. Brother Donkey, do you see? It truly is the military. My goodness, those artillery pieces are frightening. I can see that. No need for your chatter. The man referred to as Brother Donkey, appearing somewhat aged, slowly lowered his binoculars. The blonde scratched his head, conflicted, and said, Brother Donkey, if the military has arrived, does that mean our good days are about to end? We have killed quite a few people these past few days, to T.O. hell with you. Shut your crow's mouth. Brother Donkey glared at him, cursing, Can't you say something nice? Ahem, so what should we do now? What to do? We return to inform the boss. Yes, we must tell the boss. We need to make a hasty exit. With machine guns and artillery involved. Silence. Brother Donkey could hardly contain his frustration, exclaiming, "Have you been kicked in the head by a donkey? What are we most afraid of?" "Women." The blonde interjected, "To hell with that. You think women are easy to bully? Ha, ha ha, what a joke. Have you forgotten what our boss's ability is? Right now, what we fear the least is gunfire. Come on, let us return and inform the boss. He will surely be thrilled to hear this. If we can seize these weapons, we will strike it rich." Half an hour later, the oncoming zombies had all been eradicated, leaving only a few stragglers, which became live targets for the novice infantry to practice their shooting. Liu estimated that not only had the zombies within this community been dealt with, but the surrounding hordes likely faced similar fates. Next, as many of the buildings on this street had yet to be cleared from the previous night, the Brotherhood members who had become available began a thorough sweep, scavenging a wealth of resources and rescuing several survivors. After inspecting the area where logistical support members were collecting zombie cores, Liu entered a building alone, sought out a room, and began to assess the quantity of equipment at his disposal, including what remained in his spatial ring and what had already been distributed: 2,000 automatic rifles, 800 handguns, 300 submachine guns, 200 light machine guns, 30 heavy machine guns, 100 sniper rifles, 100 shotguns, 100 grenade launchers, 100 rocket launchers, 50 recoilless rifles, 20 flamethrowers, 20 portable anti-air missiles, 20 portable anti-tank missiles, 5 heavy mortars, 10 light mortars, 5 self-propelled howitzers, 5 self-propelled rocket launchers, 5 tanks, 10 armored vehicles, 5 armed helicopters, 2 transport helicopters, 2 anti-air missile vehicles, 2 self-propelled anti-aircraft guns, 2 armored mine clearance vehicles, 10 field kitchens, 10 ammunition supply trucks, 5 fuel supply trucks, 2 armored repair vehicles, 6 comprehensive supply vehicles, 20 off-road vehicles, and 5 heavy trucks. As for ammunition, artillery shells, rockets, illumination flares, incendiary grenades, armor-piercing shells, grenades, landmines, hand grenades, rifle grenades, explosives, fuel, entrenching tools, drones, bayonets, military rations, bedding, raincoats, uniforms, helmets, canteens, magazines, protective masks, military radios, backpacks, and so forth. The quantity was simply overwhelming. Liu could not keep track. It could only be said that the inventory was ample. He had consumed less than 1/10 of the ammunition thus far. Though claimed to be the equipment of an enhanced regiment, in reality, it far exceeds that. After contemplating his own resources, Liu began to assess the manpower at his disposal. The Steel Brotherhood had tentatively established 2 departments, a combat division and a logistics division. The combat division comprised 7 combat squads, totaling exactly 1,000 personnel. The logistics division, not yet fully organized, boasted over 3,000 members, rounded up to a neat total of 3,500. After considerable reflection, Liu had formulated specific plans. Upon exiting the building, he summoned his aides. "Bring the vice president and the officers here for a meeting." Once everyone was assembled, Liu clarified the purpose of the gathering: to establish the rules and regulations of the Steel Brotherhood, the internal systems, and to discuss the reorganization of the troops, among various other matters. The group engaged in a collaborative effort, filling in the gaps, and, within a morning's time, successfully finalized everything. First and foremost were the rules. Just as a nation has its laws and a family its rules, a standard quasi-military organization must have regulations. Otherwise, it would be no different from a disorganized rabble or a horde of mercenaries. Liu certainly did not wish for his newly established Steel Brotherhood to resemble those apocalyptic gangs or bandit factions. Hence, the rules he devised were numerous and stringent. Those who failed to heed orders would be punished. Those who hoard confiscated goods would face severe penalties. Those who disobey commands would be executed. Those who defy orders on the battlefield would be executed. And those who betray the organization would be executed. Next came the internal structural changes and additions. The 2 major departments remained, namely the Combat Division and the Logistics Division. Within the Logistics Division, there would be medical, equipment, supplies, catering, construction, and security departments, among others, each responsible for various tasks such as battlefield cleanup, food supply, equipment management and maintenance, security inspections and guarding, and resolving disputes among members. In truth, the functions of these departments far exceeded the simple definition of logistics. A more fitting term would be administrative division. However, Liu felt it prudent to retain the current nomenclature to avoid provoking unnecessary attention from authorities and preemptively inviting trouble. Xiao Mingyuan, the vice president of the Steel Brotherhood, concurrently held the position of head of the Logistics Division, managing all affairs related to IT. As for the combat division, Liu Yu assumed the role of minister himself. The 7 combat squads under the combat division were restructured into 7 infantry battalions, with each battalion's personnel increased from 150 to 300, fully adhering to the military structure of battalion, company, platoon, and squad. While a battalion of 300 is relatively small due to the current shortage of firearms, this was the only feasible arrangement. Once adequate equipment is secured, the structure will be filled out. Additionally, plans were made to establish an artillery battalion, a tank battalion, an air assault battalion, an air defense battalion, and a communications support battalion, each varying in scale. That a training unit would also be created, with Liu Yu as its commander. The members would naturally be the elite soldiers previously under Qin Feng's command, tasked primarily with assisting Liu Yu in selecting personnel to form the 5 specialized battalions. Thus, with this comprehensive restructuring, all 4,000 personnel were allocated to the combat division, leaving Xiao Mingyun's logistics division with a mere 500. However, this was inconsequential. The apocalypse had only recently begun, and although the civilian casualties in the city were substantial, many survivors remained. Currently, the total of 4,500 individuals could already be considered formal members of the Steel Brotherhood. Liu Yu had assured them that they were his people, promising to share both hardships and comforts, ensuring they would be well-fed and clothed in the future. Even if more survivors were rescued, priority would be given to these members. From this moment forward, any newly rescued survivors seeking the Brotherhood's protection would have to earn their place. Compliance with orders and a willingness to work would be mandatory, as formal membership would no longer be easily granted but would require rigorous vetting. This marked the inception of Liu Yu's endeavor to forge a military and political interest group centered around himself, reminiscent of historical entities such as the Guanzhong Group that evolved from the 6 towns of Northern Wei, the Beifu Army formed by northern exiles during the Eastern Jin, and the Hedong Group that emerged during the 5 dynasties, as well as the Beiyang Group from the Republic period in the world Liu Yu had traversed from. As for the extent to which this group would develop in the future, whether it would be a fleeting phenomenon or grow into a formidable entity, Liu Yu was uncertain, yet he firmly believed in his eventual success. Chapter 22. The Villains Grow Old, the Soul Summoner? Very well. Let us send you down to accompany your old partner. Following the restructuring of the troops, the Brotherhood promptly initiated a cleansing operation, with the majority of zombies from several nearby communities having already been lured and eradicated. The Brotherhood found itself remarkably unencumbered while clearing this particular street. This also provided Liu Yu with valuable experience. With such formidable strength at his disposal, he realized that the most efficient approach to combating zombies was to gather and eliminate them en masse, significantly enhancing efficiency and conserving time while minimizing casualties among his subordinates. What are you doing? Why won't you let me in? Yes, why not? Just because you're soldiers. Does that make you special? This supermarket isn't yours. Why are you allowed to carry things out in bulk while we can't even go in to grab something? Step aside. I've been 2 days without food. I'm going to starve to death. At the entrance of a large supermarket, hundreds of individuals were being blocked by Brotherhood soldiers, their protests loud and incessant. These hundreds were survivors from the vicinity. Upon witnessing the streets cleared of zombies by the Brotherhood, they mistakenly believed that a military rescue was underway. Rather than waiting for the Brotherhood to clear their buildings, they boldly rushed out, hoping to scavenge for food. However, although they had the courage to charge forward, they lacked the daring to invade the shops still inhabited by zombies. Seeing that some shops had already been cleared by the Brotherhood and were in the process of moving supplies, they set their sights on these opportunities, eager to partake. Yet the Brotherhood soldiers would not permit anyone to take advantage of their efforts, although they had been survivors just the day before. Donning standardized uniforms, wielding firearms, and having been tempered by battle, they had undergone a transformation, having received Liu Yu's guarantee of shared prosperity. Ditto, we painstakingly eliminated the zombies. And you want to sneak in and reap the rewards? Were you here when we fought the zombies? Moreover, these are the resources of our Steel Brotherhood veterans. They represent our collective interests. What gives you the right to claim them as outsiders who contribute nothing? Thus, conflict erupted. Despite facing hundreds, the Brotherhood soldiers stood resolute with only 5 defending the entrance point. One soldier coldly retorted, "What gives you the right?" "Just the fact that we fought for it." Another soldier chimed in sarcastically, "Where were you idiots when we were fighting the zombies? If you want supplies, figure it out for yourselves and don't bother us. Otherwise, don't blame us for being unfriendly, expecting to gain without effort." Sorry, that principle doesn't apply here, another soldier sneered. Faced with the soldier's derision, the crowd of survivors erupted in outrage. Is this how you treat the common people? Aren't you soldiers of the Empire? Soldiers bullying the common folk. Where is the justice in that? I will report you. I will file a complaint. Little did they know that the next words from one soldier would leave them stunned. What nonsense about being soldiers of the Empire. We are not. If you want to complain, go ahead. What? Not soldiers? Then who are you? The survivors exchanged glances, momentarily silenced, that if they were indeed soldiers of the Empire, they could leverage the moral high ground to launch their attacks. But if they were merely unreasonable armed civilians, one keen observer noted the soldiers' uniforms, which did not match those of the Imperial Defense Forces or the Imperial Guard, and a look of fear suddenly crossed their faces. Yet someone remained unconvinced that a young boy stepped forward and shouted at the 5 soldiers. This supermarket belongs to my family. What right do you have to occupy it? Your family owns it. The soldiers appraised him skeptically. Yes, it's mine. I am the prince of this supermarket. Who gave you the authority to take things from my family? The boy defiantly lifted his chin, trying to sound authoritative that, of course, he was no prince. He was merely overestimating his own importance, believing he could deceive the soldiers. But a child is still a child. Their life experience cannot compare to that of an adult. One soldier quickly saw through the boy's facade and grinned menacingly. Oh, so it's your family, yes? Well, now that we've taken it, it's no longer yours. You can just leave. The boy was momentarily dumbfounded. After a moment of shock, he stammered, Why, you can't just take things by force? And what if we do? Got a problem with that, little brat. The soldier raised his W. 5 soldiers exchanged glances, each appearing as though they had stumbled upon a new world, gazing at the old woman before them, utterly at a loss for words. You are rather audacious, old lady. One of them remarked, Did I say, madam, did you not hear what we just said? This is not your domain. If you seek supplies, procure them yourself. Perhaps the soldier's language was too gentle, which inadvertently led the old woman to perceive them as ineffectual. With a defiant spirit, she retorted, With so many resources, you cannot possibly consume them all. What harm is there in giving some to an elderly woman like me? Will you perish or lose a piece of flesh? Such stinginess could result in your offspring being born without a rear end. One soldier, incensed by her insolence, raised his rifle but, ready to strike her. Sensing the impending danger, the old woman immediately flung herself to the ground, throwing a tantrum and shouting, Help! Come quickly, everyone! The soldiers are bullying an old woman, persecuting us who contributed in our youth. Indeed, in this vast world, one encounters all sorts that I wonder if you are the infamous elderly villain spoken of in whispers. Another soldier mused, recalling unpleasant memories. You must be one of those old miscreants who stand on their moral high ground on public transport, lecturing young people to give up their seats while incessantly blaring music for your square dancing troupe, disturbing the peace. Oh, woe is me! At my advanced age, I am still slandered, she lamented, her cries growing louder. Unfazed, she was confident in her age-old tactic, which had proven effective countless times before. Indeed, her antics left the 5 soldiers in a quandary. To strike would be inappropriate, yet to refrain was equally vexing. Captain, at that moment, Yu Yang approached with his hands behind his back, striding directly towards the marketplace. The 5 soldiers immediately saluted him, albeit somewhat clumsily, having just learned the gesture that morning. Yu Yang nodded, ignoring them entirely as he proceeded, You must be their commander. You are their leader. You must intervene on my behalf. I cannot bear this any longer. The old woman, seizing the opportunity, dashed forward and clung to Yu Yang's leg, wailing in distress. Let go, you old hag, one soldier exclaimed, aghast that as the soldiers prepared to act, Yu Yang raised a hand to signal them to halt. There are no good people left in this world. These individuals treat soldiers as if they were mere dogs. The old woman thought to herself, secretly reveling in her perceived victory, while outwardly amplifying her cries. Yu Yang's expression remained impassive. The moment he drew his handgun from its holster, the onlookers instinctively retreated, sensing impending doom. Who will advocate for me? My dear, please lend me your strength and take these bullies away, she continued to wail, her tears flowing as she theatrically summoned spirits, leaving others to wonder how unsettling it was that I heard every word you uttered. Indeed, you should join your deceased husband in the afterlife. With a resounding slap, the old woman, shocked by the turn of events. Fell silent. Help! A murder has occurred! The onlookers were divided. Some covered their mouths in disbelief while others screamed in terror. The cacophony of shrieks drew a frown from Yu Yang, who calmly uttered, "Open fire." Eliminate them all. Yu Yang's authority was palpable. Upon hearing his command, none of his men dared to disobey. The 5 soldiers grinned menacingly as they raised their rifles. Run! The survivors, realizing the perilous nature of their situation, scattered in a panic. But alas, it was too late. The sound of gunfire echoed as the soldiers unleashed a torrent of bullets. When the last magazines were emptied, all the assailants lay lifeless in pools of blood, utterly deceased. Did you think to take advantage of the Brotherhood? Very well. Let your lives be the price you pay. Remember this, you 5. We, the Brotherhood, do not engage in wanton slaughter and pillaging, but we shall not play the role of self-sacrificing fools either. If one does not provoke me, I shall not retaliate, but should one choose to confront me, I shall repay them 100-fold. If there are those who seek death, then granting them that wish is the finest course of action. Understood. Now return to your posts. As summoning spirits, appearing as a ghost, you dare play such games with me? I am the judge who specializes in vanquishing evil spirits. Chapter 23. The effects of consuming zombie crystal cores emerge. Before dusk, the community occupied by the Brotherhood was thoroughly cleansed that a vast array of supplies was securely stored within Lu Yu's spatial ring, with only a small portion remaining in the warehouse for safety. Additionally, thousands of survivors were rescued from this community. Originally, there had been over 100,000 people. Thus, saving several thousand was no small feat upon learning that the Brotherhood was not an army, but a civilian militia. Most of the survivors displayed considerable resistance. The notion of being assigned tasks and ordered to work only intensified their reluctance. In response, Lu Yu devised a strategy to address their concerns. This is indeed your home. But we have vanquished the zombies and saved you. You owe us a debt of gratitude for preserving your lives that if you refuse to join the Brotherhood, then kindly take your leave, should you wish to remain in your homes. We will simply tie some zombies outside your doors, recreating the scenario where you were trapped inside by the undead, effectively giving you a second chance. 2 paths lay before them. They could choose either. In truth, those too fearful to select the first option would find themselves with no choice but to remain, for the Brotherhood had stripped the community of all resources. Without food, starvation would soon claim them. Moreover, this choice effectively sealed off any aspirations of those brave enough to slay zombies and venture further afield for supplies. They could not join the Brotherhood and still expect to return safely to their stronghold at night. Ultimately, apart from a handful of individuals who believed they could survive on their own, the majority of survivors capitulated, begrudgingly accepting their new roles in the Iron Brotherhood, which now boasted over 3,000 additional personnel. Adjacent to the community occupied by the Brotherhood lay a square. Within this square, the roar of engines reverberated as a steel behemoth maneuvered back and forth, its turret rotating as it underwent performance testing. This was an M1A2 main battle tank. Lu Yu was well-versed in artillery and familiar with some armored vehicles, but the intricacies of operating a tank required a coordinated effort from an entire crew, which he could not grasp, thus entrusting it to his training team for exploration. Before long, the tank rolled to a halt near Lu Yu and his companions, and a figure emerged from the turret. "How does it fare?" Lu Yu inquired, hands clasped behind his back, addressing Zhao Yong with a smile. "President, while this tank differs somewhat from the current models employed by the Empire, it presents no significant challenge for us. With a bit more practice, we will master its operation," Zhao Yong replied, a genuine smile lighting up his face, though the scar resembling a centipede on his cheek twitched slightly, giving him a somewhat fearsome appearance. Indeed, he was the former vice-captain of Chen Feng's team. Previously, he had been eager to ally with Lu Yu's forces and was the first to express loyalty when Chen Feng inquired if any members wished to join Lu Yu's ranks. Additionally, he had awakened an ability, albeit the most common F-class power, transformation strength. Recognizing his potential and strong ambition, Lu Yu appointed him as the vice-captain of the training team, entrusting him to train soldiers in his absence. "Vice-captain, is that so? Allow me a turn. It's our turn now. I have served as a gunner before. Let me go first." Zhao Yong's enthusiasm sparked a glimmer of excitement among the training team members, their eyes gleaming with eagerness as they looked towards the tank. "Get lost. We haven't had enough fun yet. Tomorrow is your turn." One of the two crew members inside the tank protested, emerging to rebuff the eager volunteers. Very well. Lu Yu gazed at the tank, reflecting. To combat zombies, we must unleash a torrent of steel. Alas, I only possess 5 at present, insufficient for a large-scale operation. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yong's eyes brightened, and he quietly suggested to Lu Yu. President, the garrison within the city lacks tanks. They only have infantry fighting vehicles. However, some military camps outside the city still possess them. Many units have suffered significant losses, so I believe those abandoned camps are now unattended. We might. Ah Yong, your insight is commendable, Lu Yu praised, patting Zhao Yong on the shoulder as he began to paint a grand vision for him and the instructors of the training team. Although I have assigned you to the training team to focus solely on training, it is because only you can shoulder this responsibility. In due time, once our troops are fully assembled, you will have ample opportunities to demonstrate your skills. For instance, the Armor Battalion, Air Assault Battalion, and Air Defense Battalion I am establishing currently lack commanding officers. I trust you understand my meaning. Upon hearing these words, the instructors of the training squad gazed at Lu Yu with fervent eyes. Chen Feng had previously served as their captain. Whether Lu Yu valued Chen Feng's abilities or simply paid a high price for his loyalty, appointing Chen Feng as the commander of an infantry battalion was a reasonable decision. As they observed Chen Feng's promotion, every ambitious soul among the ranks harbored desires to lead a battalion. Particularly Zhao Yong, the former vice captain. He yearned for Lu Yu's recognition and elevation, aspiring to surpass Chen Feng, who had consistently overshadowed him. The subordinates were willing to lay down their lives for their leader. Henceforth, they would fight valiantly, without hesitation. Zhao Yong, acting decisively, knelt before Lu Yu in a gesture reminiscent of ancient loyalty, disregarding his own pride. Ha! Ah Yong, rise, get up. Lu Yu chuckled, assisting Zhao Yong to his feet. Warrior, you are worthy of respect. Soldiers, you rightfully deserve glory. I have always held warriors in high esteem and respected soldiers, and all of you present are warriors and soldiers. I trust your loyalty and courage as I trust my own eyes and arms. Let us not speak of anything else. We are bound by honor, and in this chaotic world, we shall surely share in wealth and glory. We are willing to follow the leader, with thousands of troops at his command. The leader possessed formidable strength and would undoubtedly become the overlord of Yuezhou. To follow such a person was worth dying for. If we are a pack of fierce tigers, then the leader is our tiger king. And we shall be invincible henceforth. The others, equally talented and eloquent, delighted Lu Yu with their words. What shall we call you, leader? From now on, let us call you Big Brother. Big Brother, Big Brother. As this group reveled in camaraderie and envisioned a future filled with splendor and greatness, Lu Yu's walkie-talkie suddenly crackled to life. Big Brother, this is Yangzi and I'm on patrol and have captured a spy. Upon hearing spy, Lu Yu's demeanor shifted, and he asked in a low voice. Where are you now? At the Western Defense Line, near the Walmart supermarket, that I'll be there immediately. Upon Lu Yu's arrival, Yangzi gestured, and the soldiers dragged a bruised and battered man, who could barely stand, to the forefront. Please, don't hit me anymore. I've told you everything. The man collapsed to the ground, trembling uncontrollably. Yangzi brandished a dagger before him, threatening, repeat what you said before, in front of my brother. If there's even a slight difference, your life won't be spared. Why yes, I'll tell you. The man stammered, compelled to recount his tale. That's Su Lao Lu. Upon hearing the name, Lu Yu frowned, for he was quite familiar with it. In the Empire, it was plausible for a single underworld figure to dominate in 3rd or 4th tier cities, but it was impossible in 1st tier cities where the powers of the law would not allow one to monopolize. As one of the most prosperous cities in the south, Huadu was no exception. Huadu housed numerous districts, each with its own gang leaders, mutually overseen under the protection of various factions, ensuring they did not interfere with one another. Su Lao Lu, originally named Su Jian, was indeed the underworld boss of the Sansha district. Big Brother, it's quite a coincidence that Su Lao heir is lurking nearby. Upon hearing the commotion we caused during the day, they sent someone to scout us. Not only did he survive, but he also awakened his abilities and gathered a group of enhanced individuals, capturing many men and women. His situation seems rather favorable. Lu Yu stroked his chin, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Big Brother, shall we eliminate him? Yangzi grinned, eager for the task, that of course, he dared to send someone to scout, attempting to seize my weapons. He truly does not know the meaning of danger. Lu Yu's expression hardened as he commanded. Here is the plan. Inform the battalion commander to dispatch her troops to accompany me, and additionally, request 2 mortar teams. Also, Zhao Yong, have him bring the tanks that I intend to flay Su Lao Lu alive. Yangzi interjected, Big brother, why not send my 3rd battalion? There is no need to disturb the sister-in-law. Why would we send the 3rd battalion? They are responsible for guarding. Hurry up. Understood. After Yangzi departed, Lu Yu retrieved a zombie crystal core from his spatial ring, signaling his soldiers to feed it to the man before him. I've been so busy. I almost forgot about this. Now, I have a perfect test subject for experimentation to double. What are you doing? I want to eat it. I want tea. The man struggled, fearing it was poison. Lu Yu's displeasure was evident. Yet, without needing to lift a finger, his soldiers understood the Q.1 soldier swiftly struck the man with the butt of a rifle, sending him sprawling to the ground. Another soldier brandished a bayonet, threatening, refuse to eat, and you die now. Will you eat? Sobbing, the man nodded. Under the duress of the bayonet and gunpoint, he consumed his zombie crystal core. How do you feel? Lu Yu observed him closely, eager to catch any change that I feel so hot. The man gasped, trembling on the ground. Continue. And such strength, so much power. The man suddenly perked up, his face flushed, gazing at Lu Yu with a transformed expression. In a blink, Lu Yu appeared behind the man, shattering both of his kneecaps and breaking his arms. With a command, the nearby soldiers immediately acted, piercing the man's arm joints with bayonets. Eat the second one and describe your sensations. Do not think of anything else, or I shall make you suffer a fate worse than death. I won't dare. I won't dare. Please don't kill me. Submit and obey, quickly. 10 minutes later, Yangzi returned, accompanied by Lung Riyue and the young Zhang Wei. Upon seeing Lu Yu, Lung Riyue frowned, saying, Is it necessary to make such a grand spectacle to combat the underworld? Lu Yu extended his hand, encircling her waist. What is the point of not showing our strength when we can? Rude. Being embraced publicly, Lung Riyue's cheeks flushed slightly, and after a moment of struggle, she relented, while she chastised him for rudeness. Her heart was filled with joy. Physical contact with a man brought her a sense of security, comfort, satisfaction, and attachment. These changes stemmed from the 2 capabilities of the peach blossom divine body, its irresistible allure to female beings, which deepened over time, and the more advanced the female, the stronger the desire to engage in dual cultivation with the divine body. Once a female interacted with the divine body, her beauty and cultivation aptitude would continuously improve. Furthermore, a single encounter would ensure a lifetime bond, with her spirit bound to the divine body. As long as the divine body existed, so too would she, even being resurrected after death unless the divine body's true spirit were to perish. Although these effects required both parties to practice certain techniques, it was not impossible without them. Progress would simply be slower. Lu Yu addressed Lung Riyue. Moreover, I've confirmed the capabilities of the zombie crystal core. Humans can consume it, and their physical attributes, speed, strength, and so forth, will be enhanced. Really? Lung Riyue exclaimed in delight. The prospect of consuming a zombie crystal core to enhance her physical abilities was indeed marvelous. It was well known that using special abilities consumed stamina, and ordinary individuals had limited endurance, hardly sustaining multiple uses of their powers. But now, with the emergence of a means to enhance physicality, it meant that abilities would also strengthen. However, results could vary from person to person. Consuming it could yield adverse effects. Lu Yu stated thus, this time, we must capture more prisoners for experimentation. Hundreds of trials will ensure our peace of mind. What are we waiting for? Let us go. Let us heed the lady's words. We shall proceed swiftly. Chapter 24. How is it that I haven't even exerted myself, yet you have already fallen? The Dihao Grand Hotel, a 5-star establishment, stood independently on this bustling street. When the apocalypse erupted, Su Lao Lu happened to be here, sensing the imminent shift in order and rules that he promptly took control of the premises and summoned his surviving subordinates to gather. Following this, Su Lao Lu relentlessly scavenged for resources, recruiting personnel, particularly those who had awakened their abilities, while neglecting those without. Many survivors were captured and relegated to slavery, serving him and his men for their amusement. As of now, Su Lao Lu commanded a gang of over 500 thugs and more than 1,000 male and female slaves. In a presidential suite within the hotel, Su Laolu felt an inexplicable surge of anxiety. Even the icy hot service was beginning to irritate him. "Get out of my sight. Bring someone else." With a swift kick, he sent the woman before him sprawling aside. Yet she gritted her teeth, daring not to utter a sound. Beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. Responding to his command, a young woman among those standing ready in the room stepped forward cautiously to serve Su Laolu. As he lit a cigar, he bellowed, "Crazy donkey, is that you calling me?" Moments later, Crazy Donkey hurriedly entered the room. That it's been nearly an hour since the third party left. Where on earth could she be? Perhaps she encountered zombies on her way back and was delayed. Su Laolu was dissatisfied with this explanation. Chewing on his cigar, he remarked skeptically, "I have a feeling something has gone awry. She might have been discovered." "Surely not." Crazy Donkey furrowed his brow. The third party has always been cautious. "She should be." Just then, a series of gunshots erupted outside, interrupting Crazy Donkey's words. That Su Laolu's expression shifted. "What is happening? Where's the gunfire coming from?" Hearing this, Crazy Donkey rushed to the window, peering outside. "Brother, this is bad." "It's bad." A panicked subordinate burst into the room. "What is the matter?" Su Laolu snapped, arching an eyebrow. "What are you panicking about? Is the sky falling or the ground caving in?" "Brother, it's the army." "The army?" The subordinate exclaimed in terror. "There are troops outside on the street, and they are coming this way." He is not wrong. They are clearing out the zombies that have wandered onto the streets. "And they've even sent people to block our hotel entrance." Crazy Donkey turned to Su Laolu. "They are definitely coming for us. This is bad. That useless third party has certainly caused us trouble. She must have been caught." Though Su Laolu felt a sinking sensation within, he outwardly displayed no fear. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he scoffed, "So what if the army has arrived?" "Just in time. I was looking for them anyway. They are here to deliver weapons to me." "Brother, they have tanks." The subordinate continued with the grim news. "What?" Su Laolu's face paled, the shock rendering him speechless. He kicked the woman in front of him aside and shouted, "Quickly, tell them to stop playing around and organize a defense. Brother, the zombies have been cleared, and the flanks have been set up. We need not worry about attracting zombies with the gunfire." "Well done. Now let us see what trick Su Laolu has up his sleeve." Liu gazed at the towering Empire Hotel, a cold smirk gracing his lips. "Brother, there is no need to waste words with them. Let us go straight to the attack." "Yes, let's open fire. Damn it." Yu Yang and Zhang Wei cracked their knuckles. The so-called etiquette before battle. "If this old fool surrenders willingly, I might spare his life. But if he chooses to resist, then he cannot blame me." Liu shook his head, instructing his men to grab a loudspeaker and call out to the hotel. "That's Su Laolu. You have 1 minute to bring your people out and surrender. Otherwise, prepare for annihilation." The voice from the loudspeaker carried far, echoing above the hotel, inciting chaos within that moment. Su Laolu had donned his trousers and gathered his officers on the first floor. Nearly 500 of his subordinates armed themselves and took positions at the windows of each floor, fortifying the first floor. Hearing the loudspeaker's call, Su Laolu's face darkened as he called for a loudspeaker of his own. "Might I ask which commander is outside?" "I, Su Laolu, have not wronged you, have I?" He mistook Liu Yu's men for the army, considering the tanks. "If not the army, then who else could it be?" Outside came the response. "Do we need a reason to deal with scum like you? Stop the chatter and come out to surrender." Su Laolu's teeth clenched in anger. He retorted loudly, "I believe we can negotiate. There is no need for violence." Zhang Wei seized a loudspeaker from one of the subordinates and shouted, "We can negotiate, but you need to come out. We have tea and snacks waiting for you." "Now that is a bit insincere, isn't it? You want to devour me? My brothers and I are not easy prey." After making this declaration, Su Laolu strained to listen. But outside, silence prevailed, but he picked up the loudspeaker again to speak. But still, no reply came. As the 1-minute deadline approached, the army launched an assault on the Grand Hotel. Boom! The first to attack was the tank. A shell fired directly shattered a window on the third floor, instantly transforming several thugs holding hunting rifles into corpses, their living companions shrieking in horror. Rat-a-tat-tat. A barrage of bullets followed, enveloping the hotel. Many unfortunate souls struck by bullets met their demise. "Brother, help me, mommy." The lobby of the hotel was particularly hard hit, with numerous injuries occurring in an instant. Su Laolu extended his hands, unleashing his extraordinary ability, causing dozens of bullets aimed at him to come to a standstill in midair. Releasing his grip, the now inert bullets fell harmlessly to the ground. Having narrowly escaped disaster, he immediately retreated to the staircase. Fall back. To the upper floors. I refuse to believe their tanks can ascend. Su Laolu, in a fit of desperation, saw that the enemy was resolute in their assault. And he too had no choice but to resist to the bitter end. Surrender? That was out of the question. He had grand ambitions to fulfill and countless plans to execute. He absolutely refused to relinquish control of his life and death to others. But brother, Crazy Donkey interjected, that's merely waiting to die. We must retreat. They have tanks. We cannot face them head-on, but we can conduct a surprise attack, engage in guerrilla tactics. As he spoke, another shell from the tank struck the hotel, causing the entire structure to tremble. All right, then let us retreat through the back door. Su Laolu made the decision without hesitation. Though he possessed extraordinary powers and was unafraid of bullets, his subordinates were not. Moreover, he sensed that he could not lock onto the tank shells to manipulate them. Thus, confronted with the army's advance, he acknowledged that his subordinates' words held merit. Holding their ground would certainly lead to their demise. Hold the line here. If they dare to rush in, shoot them down. While Su Laolu commanded his armed subordinates at the second-floor staircase, he summoned the others to retreat through the back door. Boom, boom. Yet just as some began to exit through the hotel's back door, 2 shells exploded, sending bodies flying and cries of agony echoing. Nearby, Lung Ryu, arms crossed, wore a cold smile. How could I not anticipate their attempt to flee? I specifically brought a squad here to lie in wait. Rat-a-tat-tat. The heavy machine gun unleashed a torrent of bullets, forcing Su Laolu and his men to retreat back inside the building. Damn it. There are cannons. How can this be? Su Laolu was both astonished and enraged. As he spoke, more shells fell at the back door, causing his men to tremble in fear within the hotel. Advance. Show no mercy to those who dare resist. Yu Yang, brandishing a shotgun, was the first to charge toward the hotel entrance. Kill. Seeing his bravery, the soldiers rallied behind him, charging ahead with fervor. Back, back. Everyone retreat upstairs. Witnessing the enemy's charge while the back door was sealed by relentless artillery, Su Laolu panicked, hastily leading his subordinates up the stairs that Yu Yang had already stormed into the hotel lobby. But as he continued his charge and reached the stairs, the foremost soldier was struck in the thigh by a bullet, collapsing on the spot, only to be swiftly dragged to safety by his comrades. Damn, they have plenty of guns. Observing the enemy's firepower, Yu Yang cursed under his breath, refraining from recklessness. What is the situation? Zhang Wei, having followed closely, inquired beside him. These idiots seem to possess firearms. They're all probably black market pieces, Yu Yang replied, pulling out a grenade. The Great Xia Empire has a ban on firearms. But there are still numerous guns circulating among the populace. Aside from homemade and hunting rifles, many black market weapons are also in circulation, especially those crudely manufactured imitation military and police handguns. They dare to resist, huh? Let me treat them to a grand surprise. With that, Yu Yang tossed the grenade, pulling the pin. With a resounding explosion, screams echoed from above. Hold on. Watch this. Zhang Wei blocked Yu Yang, opening his mouth to unleash a fiery breath. Sure enough, more screams erupted from above. Brothers, follow me and slaughter. Only then did Yu Yang lead his men in their charge to rat-a-tat-tat bang, bang, bang. Surrender, and you shall not be harmed. The only fate for those who resist is death. I surrender. I surrender. Please don't kill me. I surrender. Surrender. Faced with such a formidable barrage of firepower, the ruffians under Su Laolu were utterly incapable of putting up any resistance, lacking the unwavering determination to fight to the death. Even those few possessing extraordinary abilities found themselves unable to survive the assault of machine guns and grenades. The situation grew dire. They all raised their hands and surrendered on Yu Yang's side. Victories were accumulating rapidly, and they were nearly at the top floor. Cold Liu's forces were advancing similarly, her soldiers moving upward without the need for her subordinates to engage. Her formidable powers left the ruffians devoid of any will to resist. She traversed the corridor. Some were impaled by ice shards, others crushed by enormous ice pillars, and some decapitated by icy blades. There was even a corridor completely encased in ice, transforming everything within into lifelike sculptures. This was the craftsmanship of Wan Laoshi. Lu Yu, surrounded by his subordinates, examined a pistol with meticulous attention, reaching a conclusion. The rifling was somewhat lacking, yet it was sufficient for dispatching zombies. After his assessment, he casually tossed the pistol to one of his men and led them upstairs. Big brother, Su Laolu, is hiding up there. His powers are rather intriguing, making bullets and grenades ineffective. The Yu Yang pointed towards the top floor. Though he was mad, he was not foolish. After realizing he could not ascend, he chose to wait for Lu Yu rather than waste his soldiers' lives to assert his own prowess. Especially since this was Cold Lu Yue's 1st Battalion. That's so. That's precisely my intention. Lu Yu replied with a cold smirk, just as Cold Lu Yue arrived. Every one of these people must die. Cold Lu Yue's expression was frigid, an aura of cold emanating from her that made the surrounding soldiers retreat in fear. Did you see them? Lu Yu gestured towards the men and women enslaved by Su Laolu within the hotel. It was truly reprehensible of Su Laolu to allow neither male nor female slaves to wear clothing, leaving them exposed for his and his subordinates' vile enjoyment. Upon hearing this, Cold Lu Yue's countenance grew even colder. She was well aware of the treachery of human nature in a post-apocalyptic world, yet she was astounded by the sheer savagery of these individuals, who treated their fellow countrymen with such malice. Then let us proceed. Lu Yu and Cold Lu Yue ascended the staircase together. With a graceful wave of her hand, a thick ice shield materialized from the air, shielding them from the barrage of bullets that came from the opposite end of the corridor. Continue firing, Su Laolu, both astonished and enraged, shouted die. At the same time, he clenched his fists tightly, commanding the specially collected flying knives to strike the ice shield, while metallic entities within the corridor walls burst forth. Cold Lu reinforced her ice shield, preventing some of the incoming projectiles from breaching it. Lu Yu also took action, summoning the lightning elements from nature. Ugh. The lightning erupted, instantly rendering those opposite in the corridor to a state of agony. Their screams echoing. Lu Yu intensified the discharge, causing the lightning to shine even brighter, incinerating all but Su Laolu and a few of his closest subordinates, who were left charred and lifeless upon Lu Yu's cessation of power. Don't move. None of you. Yu Yang charged forward, aiming his weapons at the incapacitated contenders. Lu Yu slowly approached Su Laolu, looking down at him and calmly stating, "Why have you fallen before I've even exerted myself?" Who are you? Su Laolu, utterly weakened, lay on the ground unable to turn his head. Who am I? Weren't you eager to seize my weapon? I'm now presenting it to you voluntarily. Do you like it? Gazing at the defeated figure, Lu Yu felt his supreme body stirring with eagerness, a fervent desire to devour this man's powers. That you Lao? Is it you? The mad donkey, lying on the ground, recognized Lu Yu's face and exclaimed in terror. Chapter 25. Devour and plunder new abilities. SS grade. Control of metal. Among those who tread the underworld, it could be said that they were not exactly friends. They were merely notable figures in the Huadu underworld who had crossed paths. Su Laolu had taken his men to Tianshang Runjian for revelry, and the Mad Donkey, being one of Su Laoyu's trusted aides, naturally recognized Lu Yu, the notorious boss of Jing'an District. Lu Yu, it's actually you. Upon hearing the Mad Donkey's words, Su Laoyu's weak voice was filled with shock. Why you Laohu? You have no sense of brotherhood. We have no grievances or enmity. Why attack us? If you have the guts, challenge me one-on-one instead of relying on equipment to bully others. Spare me. Lu Laoda, I beg you, do not kill me. Su Laoyu's remaining trusted aides also began to plead. Some shouting, others begging for mercy. Zhang Wei kicked one individual fiercely twice, scolding as he did so, brotherhood. Who the hell would speak of brotherhood with you beasts? You scoundrels don't deserve to call yourselves people of the underworld. Ha ha ha. Mad Donkey, do you still recognize me? Yu Yang questioned, placing a foot on the Mad Donkey's chest, laughing heartily. Mr. Yu, what are you going to do with us? The Mad Donkey, trembling and struggling to swallow. Recognize the once feared you madman of Jing'an District, the first general under Yu Lao. I could have considered you as my fellow townsman, but your judgment seems to have faltered, hasn't it? Yu Yang mocked loudly. I heard your previous boss was killed by the Gao brothers, and you fled to Huadu only to follow Su Laolu. And this is what you've become, not even able to withstand a single blow from my brother, TSK. Hey, Lulada, please spare my life. The Mad Donkey, terrified, quickly began to plead for mercy. From now on, I am willing to follow you. No need for idle chatter. Take everyone except Su Laolu down for experimentation. Understood. Get up and move. Lu Yu commanded, and everyone except Su Laolu was escorted away. You all should leave as well. Lu Yu waved his hand to his other subordinates. Everyone, except for Cold Liyue, immediately exited the top floor. Cold Liyue, however, pouted and crossed her arms, regarding Lu Yu with a skeptical gaze, clearly reluctant to leave, eager to witness his intentions. Of course, Liyue, you may stay. Lu Yu flashed a mysterious smile at Cold Liyue. Then crouched down, extending his finger that in an instant, a flash of electricity surged, and Su Laolu fell lifeless. Lu Yu then placed his palm on Su Laolu's corpse. The supreme chaotic body could no longer be restrained and began to unleash its power. It was the same sensation he experienced when devouring the lightning ability. Lu Yu felt an infinite gravitational force manifest within him, extracting a source of power invisible to the naked eye from Su Laolu's remains. The next moment, new information flooded his mind. SS-grade ability. Elemental control of metal. One that the ability to manipulate any metallic substance by consuming stamina. 2 that strength increases with the enhancement of life essence and physicality. The potential of SS-grade abilities ranks just below SSS-grade. An SS-grade ability. This revelation caused Lu Yu to burst into joyous laughter. Control of metal? Does this mean I can now refer to myself as the king of all metals? And my Steel Brotherhood would indeed be aptly named. Most importantly, this control of metal complements his mastery over lightning. The simplest of techniques would involve manipulating conductive metals to launch attacks, significantly amplifying damage. What is happening to you? Cold Liyue, perplexed by his elation, inquired. Lu, take a look at this. Lu Yu refrained from explaining, demonstrating instead. He extended a hand and grasped at the in an instant, the bullet's shell casings. And metallic firearms scattered across the corridor began to levitate. Simultaneously, the metallic entities that had burst forth from the walls under Su Laolu's command began to stir once more. What is this? Cold Liyue slowly opened her mouth. Her eyes widening in disbelief as she gazed at Lu Yu, engulfed in unprecedented astonishment. She could hardly believe her eyes. Was this Su Laolu's? Indeed, it was his ability, but now it belongs to me. And in my hands, it is far more potent than he ever wielded. Lu Yu answered as she spoke halfway, his eyes narrowing as he exerted more stamina to unleash his power. Swish in the corridor. The various metallic objects floating in the air began to rotate slowly. The metallic entities that had broken through the walls turned supple and began to sway, as if welcoming their sovereign. This was utterly incredible. Cold Liyue gasped in amazement, then swiftly ran to Lu Yu's side, her face alight with anticipation as she implored, "Quickly tell me. What is happening?" "Actually, it's nothing extraordinary. This is merely my first ability, capable of devouring the abilities of others," Lu Yu replied with a light chuckle, unconcerned as he revealed this truth. Devouring the abilities of others. My heavens, Cold Liyue was utterly ensnared in a state of stupor. Is it truly so hard to believe? Lu Yu interrupted his manipulation of the supernatural powers, pulling Cold Liyue into his embrace. The metallic creations plummeted from the air in an instant, and the swaying metallic objects stiffened immediately. After what felt like an eternity, Cold Liyue finally regained her composure, gazing at Lu Yu with an expression of profound complexity. "Then why did you choose to reveal such a clandestine matter to me?" She was, after all, an exceedingly astute woman, fully aware of the sheer might, terror, and intimidation that such formidable supernatural abilities entailed. In her mind, if she possessed such a power, she would likely never disclose it to anyone, even to the one closest to her. "Because I love you," Lu Yu replied, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he gazed down at her with deep affection. "If even you and I cannot trust one another, then would I not be exceedingly lonely? Would that not be rather heartless? Wouldn't you agree, my lady?" In truth, it was not quite so. Rather, there were distinctions of gravity. Lu Yu's most secretive possession was his golden finger. The great benefactor. With the presence of this golden finger, he anticipated even more remarkable advantages to come. Thus, the effects of the supreme chaotic body, what he referred to as the devouring supernatural ability, seemed less significant, allowing him to share it with his beloved. Had he not possessed the golden finger, he would have undoubtedly kept it a secret from everyone, including her. Another reason was that, by the latter part of the previous night, Cold Ryue had already become his confidant. Their souls had bound together, and she was utterly devoted, never to betray him. Brother Yu. Upon hearing Lu Yu's words, Cold Ryue was deeply touched, leaning closer into his embrace, her delicate head resting against his chest. You know, I haven't even told Mingyun about this. You're the first to know. Lu Yu caressed the exquisite figure nestled in his arms, while his thoughts inevitably wandered to his esteemed wife. When it came to Xiao Mingyun's figure, it was undoubtedly the most perfect and striking he had ever seen. Her front was voluptuous to the extreme, her rear equally so, reaching a pinnacle that could not be surpassed. And her slender waist complemented her long legs, resembling a masterpiece of creation, as if she had stepped out of a Korean comic, while Cold Ryue's figure might slightly pale in comparison when measured against other women. She was simply the epitome of perfection, her curves representing the pinnacle of desirability, especially her long, powerful, and elastic legs that were truly eye-catching, deserving of the title leg goddess. Have you thought about how to tell her? Upon realizing that she was privy to information even before Xiao Mingyun, Cold Ryue's lips curled slightly upwards, inexplicably filled with joy. Just speak the truth. What else is there to do? Lu Yu shrugged, guiding her slowly towards the staircase. Speaking of which, it's fortunate that I didn't engage you that day. Otherwise... Hey, did you also consider the idea of devouring my and Mingyun's powers? If I say I had no such thoughts, you certainly wouldn't believe me, given your intelligence to S.O. Indeed. I was contemplating that if you two change your minds, I would certainly take action to seize your supernatural abilities, Ditto. Couldn't you just fool me? She exclaimed. Really, now that I am a man of virtue and intellect, I would never deceive my own wife, he retorted. I think you are utterly shameless, a disgraceful man. Shortly after their playful banter, the results of their recent endeavors emerged. Firstly, the supplies that Su Laolu had dispatched numerous individuals to gather resources over the past few days, accumulating a wealth of provisions in the hotel warehouse, including food, cigarettes, and liquor. As for firearms, they were of no use. Lu Yu soldiers looked down upon them. Secondly, the captives that Su Laoyo's nearly 500 subordinates had been reduced by half, with around 200 surrendering, alongside approximately 1,000 male and female slaves. Naturally, upon arriving at the Brotherhood, they could no longer be treated as slaves. Instead, they were elevated to the status of extraneous personnel under the Brotherhood's dominion, essentially becoming laborers. The losses from this operation were minimal. Lu Yu's the reasons are not particularly complex. Firstly, before Lu Yu's retirement, he was a member of a certain amphibious elite unit under the command of the Huaxia Marine Corps. He was indeed a soldier of soldiers, forged in the crucible of military rigor, excelling in every aspect. Otherwise, he would have been eliminated long ago. Naturally, he possessed a wealth of experience in the proficient operation of various advanced equipment. Later, during his tenure as a mercenary, the company he worked for had contracted tasks that involved the notorious Blackwater Company, which led him to accompany the American forces during their tumultuous operations in a certain country. Being on friendly terms with the Allies, he seized the opportunity to learn from them while clearing paths with his machete. Consequently, he became particularly well-versed in many aspects of the American military. The mornings slipped by swiftly, with seasoned veterans guiding them through hands-on training. Zhao Yong and his companions were not novices, so they grasped the lessons quickly and soon were capable of piloting the Black Hawk in Lu Yu's stead. Amidst the envious gazes of many soldiers, the Black Hawk ascended gracefully, heading towards the direction of the Xiao family's villa. Within minutes, it hovered above Feilong Mountain Manor. "Lower a bit. Lower," shouted Xiao Minglong from the cabin door, directing the pilot. The Black Hawk began its descent, revealing increasingly clearer views below. That seems to be my family's villa." Xiao Minglong furrowed his brow, uncertainty creeping into "Don't you recognize your own home?" Zhang Wei quipped from the side. "I do, but," Xiao Minglong retorted, pulling out his phone and pointing towards a villa within the estate. Lu Yu followed his gaze and narrowed his eyes. The entire villa was ensnared by lush green vines, surrounded by towering trees, and the ground was littered with thorny brambles. Various plants enveloped the villa, creating a sanctuary reminiscent of a verdant kingdom, with the villa standing as its castle, among the thorny vines. Numerous corpses of zombies dangled ominously. This sight was undeniably abnormal. This isn't right. While other areas have greenery, this is excessive. Zhang Wei echoed his confusion. Did ITS my younger sister's ability? Xiao Minglong exclaimed excitedly after ending a call. Brother-in-law, my sister has awakened an SSS-level ability. Elemental control of wood. These are the plants she has conjured using her power to fend off the zombies. Wow, an SSS-level ability, Zhang Wei gasped, disbelief etched across his face, eliciting astonished reactions from the others aboard the aircraft. Lu Yu's eyelids flickered. He hadn't anticipated that Mingyun's sister would awaken such a formidable power. An SS-level potential was already at the pinnacle of strength, with abilities that would continue to grow alongside physical development, essentially limitless. Are we really this fortunate? Not only have I acquired 2 extraordinary wives, but now my sister-in-law is also remarkable. Lu Yu mused inwardly, recognizing that such a powerful ability must not fall into the hands of outsiders or foreign forces. The best course of action was, is your entire family this incredible? Your sister-in-law awakened an SSS-level ability. And your sister has now awakened an SSS-level ability as well. What a divine family. Zhang Wei clapped Xiao Minglong on the shoulder, still in shock. Ha, just look at that, Xiao Minglong beamed with pride. Yet, Zhang Wei's next words extinguished his smile instantly. But you, my friend, are lacking to ITS, not that your potential is inferior to your sister or sister-in-law, but rather, you haven't awakened any abilities at all. Are you really part of this family? Get lost. Do you want me to rip your mouth apart? Xiao Minglong snapped, infuriated by the remark, swatting away Zhang Wei's hand from his shoulder. Hey, calm down, young Master Xiao. Zhang Wei chuckled, trying to ease the tension. Big brother, shall we continue our descent? A voice from the cockpit inquired. Move directly above that villa, then lower the altitude and drop the soft ladder. Lu Yu commanded, having spotted 3 figures atop the villa waving enthusiastically. Following his instructions, the pilot complied, and the helicopter gradually positioned itself above the Xiao family villa, hovering in midair. The figures waving were none other than Xiao Mingyun, Xiao Minglong's sister, and the couple of servants from the villa. Here. Second brother, I'm right here. Xiao Mingyao waved her tiny hands excitedly, her white skirt fluttering, revealing her porcelain-like calves, exuding pure joy. Over here. Young master, the elderly servant couple cheered, their faces alight with excitement as they waved frantically at the helicopter. Xiao Mingyao, the youngest of the Xiao family at 18, had just graduated high school, done on the day of the apocalypse. She happened to be at home, where she awakened her abilities that in recent days. She had been honing her powers to protect the villa, allowing her and the servants to escape the fate that befell many others in different villas, who met tragic ends at the hands of zombies. She had inherited her parents' excellent genes, sharing a resemblance with Xiao Mingyun in her eyes, nose, and features, exuding an ethereal beauty and a youthful aura. Truly a pure goddess, though her physique paled in comparison to her sister's voluptuous figure. However, when compared to her peers, her curvaceous form was certainly above average. When Lu Yu finally laid eyes on the enchanting young lady, his pupils constricted slightly as he made an internal decision. Mine. She must be mine. I am sacrificing myself for the growth of the Brotherhood. All right, humanity cannot deceive itself. I admit, I am shamelessly drawn to her allure. But it seemed Mingyun had mentioned that as long as he could satisfy her and Riyue, finding a 3rd, 4th, or even 5th partner wouldn't be an issue, right? That made things much easier. The Peach Blossom Divine Body not only optimized his appearance, but also transformed him and his 2 companions, allowing them to embrace a life of vigor. The last few days with Mingyun and Riyue, being unable to rise from bed, was the greatest testament to that. So, it appeared Mingyun's conditions had already been met. I'll go down first. Lu Yu's lips curled into a slight smile as he leaped down from a height of several meters without using the soft ladder. Remember, move quickly and look cool. Chapter 27. A powerful ability like a nature goddess. Xiao Minglong faces social oblivion, tears flowing as a figure leapt down with grace, landing steadily before rising slowly. The elderly servant couple gasped in astonishment. Wow, big brother. The others aboard the helicopter were equally taken aback. While they possessed abilities, none could leap down so fearlessly as Lu Yu. They had no choice but to continue descending, using the soft ladder to climb down. If they knew Lu Yu had consumed a potent elixir that granted him extraordinary strength, they would surely be even more astonished. Excuse me, are you also an ability wielder? However, Xiao Mingyao was not startled. Instead, She felt a rush of joy. Upon seeing Lu Yu's striking visage, her heart raced inexplicably, and she found herself inexplicably drawn to him, sensing an undeniable charm about him. She slightly squeezed her legs together, her cheeks flushing with a rosy hue. Indeed, Lu Yu nodded, surveying the surroundings. What had once been a flat-roof villa had now transformed into a sprawling platform of vines, likely a result of the young lady's abilities. "May I ask who you are?" The servant couple instinctively shielded their young mistress, adopting a protective demeanor. "Yes, where is my second brother?" "Who are you?" Xiao Mingyao inquired, shaking off any inappropriate thoughts that had surfaced. Her curious eyes scanning Lu Yu. With a warm smile, Lu Yu replied, "I am your brother-in-law, sent by Ming Yun to retrieve you." "Xiao Long is still aboard, Ditto?" The young ladies, the servant couple, exchanged glances of surprise. "Ah, so you are the brother-in-law. I've heard my sister speak of you," Xiao Mingyao exclaimed, rushing towards Lu Yu with excitement, her chatter flowing endlessly as she expressed her delight at his arrival. Of course. Lu Yu suspected she was also a member of the beauty association, pleased by his own good looks that I've arrived. Xiao Minglong and Zhang Wei descended the soft ladder one after the other. "Second brother." Xiao Mingyao's joy only intensified upon seeing Xiao Minglong. "Little sister, you've truly endured these past few days. Were you scared?" "Hee, I awakened my powers, so I'm not afraid. I didn't tell you earlier because I wanted to surprise you and my sister. I didn't expect my brother-in-law to come." "Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Indeed, when did the brother-in-law and sister?" As the conversation flowed, Xiao Mingyao could hardly refrain from mentioning her newly acquainted brother-in-law within 3 sentences, prompting an unsettling feeling in Xiao Menglong's heart. His younger sister surely wouldn't. He glanced at his blushing sister, who was bustling around Lu Yu, and then at his amiable brother-in-law, feeling a sense of exasperation. Never mind, let the elder sister deal with her own troubles. As long as I am provided with delectable food and drink, along with the promise of wealth and prosperity, I shall refrain from meddling in their affairs. Thus, Xiao Minglong turned towards the couple. "Uncle Wu, Aunt Li, young master, you have finally returned. With your presence, we can rest assured that I heard that the young lady is well." This elderly couple had been in service at their home for over a decade, ever since Xiao Minglong's parents were alive. The bond between the 3 siblings and this couple transcended the mere master-servant relationship. They had always interacted as family. Indeed, Xiao Minglong nodded. "Esteemed guests, it is not advisable to linger here for too long. If there are any belongings you wish to take, please gather them swiftly. We should return sooner," Lu Yu suggested. Right. The couple promptly squeezed through an entrance resembling a manhole cover and entered the villa. "Oh, then I must pack as well. Second brother, come help me move things." Upon hearing this, Xiao Mingyao immediately followed suit, beckoning Xiao Minglong to join her. "Let us go together and take a look." "Very well, brother-in-law." They then entered the villa, leaving Zhang Wei behind. It must be said that Xiao Mingyao had indeed developed her abilities quite well. The entrance to the villa was a staircase composed of intertwining vines, and the interior resembled a flourishing garden, with an array of flowers blooming and releasing their fragrant aromas. This is a photograph of the master and mistress from years past. It must be taken along. These are the young lady's garments. They too must be included. And this is your gaming console, young master. It was evident that Uncle Wu and Aunt Li regarded the 3 siblings as their own children, prioritizing their needs over their own. "Uncle Wu, Aunt Li, we are not going on a trip. There is no need to bring so many items. The base is well equipped, and besides, the airplane has limited space." Upon witnessing the preparations for what seemed like a move, Xiao Minglong immediately began to intervene. Then he turned around and discovered his sister had already brought out many items from her girlish sanctuary, causing him further distress. "That I say, little sister, have you forgotten? I am here too." Lu Yu directly intervened, storing all these items within his spatial ring, "that if there's anything you wish to take, just let me know. I have ample space." Almost forgetting that detail, Xiao Minglong smacked his forehead and hurried towards his own room. His wine, his collectibles, his clothes, all those hard drives totaling nearly hundreds of terabytes needed to be taken along. Brother-in-law. Witnessing this scene, Xiao Mingyao was even more thrilled, circling around him. "What is this ability of yours, brother-in-law? Do you possess not just one supernatural power, but several? Can you take my little red and little yellow with you? Items are fine, but living creatures are a different matter. Lu Yu repeatedly gestured dismissively. His spatial ring could not accommodate living entities. Everything placed inside remained static, with no alterations upon removal. The flower she referred to would likely wilt if placed inside. Very well. I shall heed your counsel, brother-in-law. After all, I can always cultivate more little reds and little yellows. Xiao Mingyao, far from disheartened, provided her own justifications, as if her sole intention was to converse with Lu Yu. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu felt a stir of curiosity. Mingyao, could you elaborate on the specifics of your supernatural ability? Why not? Xiao Mingyao eagerly pulled Lu Yu to a nearby tea table and then dashed to the refrigerator. Retrieving a soda before returning to Lu Yu's side, brother-in-law, my control over wood allows me to harness the power of wood elements to conjure various plants. Look, like a child eager to showcase their perfect exam score to their parents. She lifted her small hand, and a thorny vine erupted from the floor, breaking through the tile and thriving until she ceased channeling her energy, where I can induce growth and control plants. She waved her hand at a flower on the wall, and it visibly accelerated in growth, contorting into various shapes and poses under her guidance. Alter the form of the plants. As soon as she finished speaking, the flower abruptly shifted from a delicate pink to a vibrant deep purple, morphing from harmless to a carnivorous plant with a gaping maw full of thorns. Furthermore, I discovered that the power of wood is brimming with vitality and can be used for healing. It seems to work on people as well. She approached another robust flower, snapping it in half, and with a wave of her hand to channel her energy, the flower began to regenerate. That's all for now. There may be many techniques I have yet to develop. Xiao Mingyao faced Lu Yu, her expression filled with anticipation, awaiting praise. Lu Yu was left utterly astonished. Goodness, is this the goddess of nature descended to earth? Or perhaps the reincarnation of the goddess of life, manipulating and creating plants, attacking with elemental power, healing with elemental energy? What an all-encompassing supernatural being. No, wait, she's a little fairy. Now that was the true essence of a little fairy. Unlike those who naively believed that beauty was their true appearance and incessantly boasted online, they were merely like a toilet. Lu Yu was at a loss for words, overwhelmed by the sheer prowess of her supernatural ability. Well, what do you think? Xiao Mingyao beamed, her eyes sparkling with delight, like a kitten anticipating gentle strokes. Truly remarkable, isn't it? I think so too. It's akin to the magical vegetables in a bandit king's tale. Consuming them grants one vegetable powers. I suppose mine could be termed natural vegetables or wooden vegetables. Oh, brother-in-law, what of your supernatural ability? Mine? Well, just as Lu Yu was about to respond, he suddenly noticed Xiao Minglong emerging from his room, a gleeful grin plastered on his face as he clutched a pile of items. Hey, Xiaolong, are those hard drives? Indeed, brother-in-law, Xiao Minglong nodded repeatedly. Those wouldn't happen to be. Lu Yu's expression turned peculiar as he connected the dots, recalling Xiao Minglong's lecherous grin upon exiting his room and the typical uses of hard drives by normal men. He surmised a possibility. Study materials, study materials. Xiao Minglong hastily composed himself, adopting a serious tone to brother-in-law. You know I am affiliated with the group. Normally, barring any apocalyptic scenarios, I will eventually have to shoulder responsibilities for the group. Therefore, I must learn. The pursuit of knowledge is endless. However, this statement elicited a disdainful look from Xiao Mingyao, who retorted, study materials? Then let me ask you, do you prefer Fenggu or Hashimoto? What a difficult choice. I like both, Xiao Minglong barely managed to utter before abruptly awakening to reality. Wait, how do you know? Although he was a wealthy second-generation offspring, his older sister kept him in check, leaving him with little money. He could experience joy, but not in abundance. Thus, like many men, he harbored a crush on young ladies possessing striking beauty and long legs, and this hard drive housed all the works of Fenggu and other leggy models. Of course, I watched your study materials out of boredom when you weren't home. Xiao Mingyao emphasized the phrase study materials with particular emphasis, her disdain for her second brother intensifying, that I never imagined you not only favored the young, but also collected works featuring Kyuka from way back. TFA. In an instant, the charming girl who had made a delightful first impression on Lu Yu transformed into a sharp-tongued young lady, causing her second brother to suffer a public humiliation. Collapsing to the ground with a pained scream, utterly mortified. Rest assured, I won't disclose this to anyone, but in the future, if I desire something, you must provide it. Xiao Mingyao seized the opportunity to threaten. Xiao Minglong's cheek pressed against the ground, his eyes void of spirit, tears streaming down his face, embodying a sense of despair. Second brother, do you hear me? Otherwise, I shall tell the eldest sister. You are very well. Xiao Minglong's face flushed crimson. But beneath the eaves, one must bow their head, and he reluctantly acquiesced to her demands of brother-in-law. You must too. Fear not, your secret is safe with me. Observing Xiao Minglong, who appeared woefully pitiful, Lu Yu shook his head. If this matter were to leak, his standing among the brotherhood would be ruined. Fortunately, Zhang Wei had not followed them. However, it was unlikely Zhang Wei would spill the beans. Instead, he might leverage this information to extort his collection. Let us depart. We shall return just in time for lunch. Subsequently, Lu Yu meticulously gathered all the various items they intended to take and returned to the summit of the villa. Chapter 28. The announcement issued by the court. Sister Mingyao. When the Black Hawk returned, Xiao Mingyao disembarked from the helicopter, and upon seeing Xiao Mingyun, the two sisters immediately embraced each other. Sister, I've missed you dearly. Mingyao, are you unhurt? No, I'm perfectly fine. That's a relief that I've been worried about you these past few days. Fearing something might have happened. Observing the lively exchange between the two sisters, Lu Yu approached to join the conviviality. It's evident that the bond between you two is truly remarkable. Of course. I adore my sister. Xiao Mingyao proudly lifted her small face, then nuzzled her head incessantly into Xiao Mingyun's ample embrace, an act that Lu Yu himself often relished. Mingyao has always been exceptionally sensible. She is my favorite. Xiao Mingyun tenderly caressed Xiao Mingyao's small head with a look of doting affection. Lu Yu cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Minglong, who appeared to be a mere bystander. Humbly lurking in the shadows, his face shrouded in clouds of anxiety as he seemed to be still reeling from the embarrassment of social death and threats to Throughout the journey, Zhang Wei persistently inquired about what had transpired. Evidently eager to uncover the reason for his transformation into such a secretive figure. Mingyao has returned. Lung Riyue approached, her surprise evident upon seeing Xiao Mingyao. Sister Riyue, the girl swiftly shifted her embrace, joyfully leaping into Lung Riyue's arms. Like Xiao Mingyun, Lung Riyue continuously stroked her head, smiling as she asked, It's wonderful to see you safe. Did I heard from your brother-in-law that you've acquired an extraordinary ability? Yes, indeed. I'll demonstrate it for you sometime. After saying this, Xiao Mingyao subtly inquired, Sister Riyue, I heard that you and my sister together. Who is the elder and who is the younger? Oh dear. Who told you that? Despite Lung Riyue's cool demeanor, she could not withstand such inquiries from her younger sister, her cheeks flushing as she turned her face away. Just admit it. One to you? Who spilled the beans? With Zhang Wei's big mouth around, what could possibly remain a secret? Moreover, being the social butterfly that she is, she was well aware of everything during the journey. That it was precisely for this reason that she harbored a certain ulterior motive. Deliberately posing such questions to Lung Riyue. Ask your sister. Unable to resist her insistence, Lung Riyue, in her embarrassment, passed the ball directly to Xiao Mingyun. Xiao Mingyao's eyes sparkled with mischief, perfectly aligning with her intentions. And she turned to Xiao Mingyun. Sister, you and Sister Riyue, together in harmonious companionship. Xiao Mingyun felt a wave of awkwardness and promptly interrupted. Enough. What nonsense are you asking, little one? Mind your own business. Oof. Xiao Mingyao puffed out her chest, causing it to quiver slightly, her small hands planted firmly on her waist as her face puffed up defiantly. Who is little? I'm developing splendidly, not inferior to anyone. Give me a few more years, and even if I can't surpass you, I will surely outshine Sister Riyue at this moment. She cast a triumphant glance at Lu Yu, deliberately asking, You think I'm right? Don't you, brother-in-law? Ahem. Lu Yu cleared his throat, though his gaze drifted elsewhere. You little rascal, always babbling nonsense. Go play with your sister Riyue. I have matters to discuss with your sister. Xiao Mingyun pulled Lu Yu aside with a swift motion. Meanwhile, Xiao Mingyao, having observed Lu Yu's expression during her previous inquiry, sensed a change in his demeanor. However, rather than feeling discontent, she secretly rejoiced, feeling that her strategy had taken a promising first step. Unbeknownst to her, within the span of merely 2 hours, she would find herself contemplating strategies to win over Lu Yu, to claim the man of her 2 elder sisters. No, wait, it was more about wanting to join their team. She simply felt that Lu Yu was incredibly handsome, exuding a captivating masculinity, and being near him provided an overwhelming sense of security, an idea growing more intense, gradually consuming her heart and mind, leaving no room for anything else. Taohua Sheni, am I not impressive? Hia. Although she recognized that such thoughts were inappropriate, leaving her with a twinge of guilt towards her sisters. The thrill was undeniable. Wait, why did she feel guilty towards them? They had formed their own little group. Why shouldn't she be allowed to join? Xiao Mingyao suddenly paused, a sense of justification arising in her mind. This young lady shall join the team. Not even Jesus could stop me. Just wondering, can his kidneys withstand this? That is a question I need to clarify promptly. Xiao Mingyao, I see that your intentions are not pure. Do you harbor any ill thoughts towards Mingyao? Xiao Mingyan fixed her gaze intently on Lu Yu, questioning him directly. Please don't say such things. I'm a model of virtue. Lu Yu replied somewhat sheepishly, attempting to project an air of integrity, but he was uncertain whether he could keep his facade intact. Most likely, he could not, for his wife was no ordinary person. Deceiving her was an arduous task. However, this was a matter of attitude. Even if she understood, he could not speak the truth now, or it would lead to trouble. That would be best. Indeed, Xiao Mingyan gave him a knowing look. Then, Xiao Mingyan took out her phone and said, I have something important to discuss with you. Check your phone and search for any official account on the Chuanin Apo. Let me see. Grateful for the change of subject, Lu Yu wasted no time and immediately complied. He searched for an official account, and upon opening it, he discovered that a significant event had transpired. The central government had once again issued an announcement to all citizens. The previous announcement urged the populace to trust the government, await rescue, and cooperate with local authorities, but this time it was different. This time, it explicitly detailed the characteristics of the zombie virus and various measures for humanity to combat it. For instance, the zombie virus is averse to high temperatures and extreme cold. Heat can completely eradicate the virus, while extreme cold can induce a dormant state. Water contaminated by the zombie virus can be rendered safe for consumption through boiling. But the same cannot be said for meat. Moreover, the zombie virus does not spread through the air, but can be transmitted via oral and nasal cavities as well as through blood. Once it infects a human through a wound, the virus rapidly enters the bloodstream and spreads to the brain. If conditions permit, amputation at the first sign of infection can ensure survival. Next, there was a detailed introduction to various types of mutated zombies. Runners, fast and capable of sprinting like normal humans. Crawlers, faster than ordinary zombies, capable of running at speeds far exceeding those of regular humans. They move on all fours, with sharp teeth and a greenish appearance, roughly the size of lions or tigers. With their weak spot being the head, green giants, slightly slower than runners but significantly stronger than ordinary zombies. Given enough time, they can dismantle a standard security door with bare hands. Their individual defense is astounding, as small caliber bullets are ineffective against them. They typically stand around 2 meters tall with a light green or grayish appearance, their weak point also being the head jumpers. Their front limbs have mutated into scythe-like shapes, while their hind limbs possess incredible explosive power, allowing them to leap several meters high, with the potential to jump over 10 meters when charged. Although their defense is not strong, their forelimbs are exceedingly sharp, and they are half a human's height with a brownish hue, their weak point being the head, meat mountains, huge in size, moving at a speed significantly slower than that of ordinary zombies, but exhibiting astonishing defensive capabilities. Common firearms struggle to penetrate their fatty layers, requiring heavy weaponry to combat them. They usually stand around 5 meters tall, with their weak point being the eyes, big heads, low defense, slow speed, and weak strength, resembling a child in size, with a disproportionately large head and weak limbs, yet possessing considerable intelligence and mental prowess, capable of commanding ordinary zombies. There are many more types of mutated zombies, with each one described in great detail and accompanied by illustrative images. Furthermore, at the very end, the government called upon the supernatural beings among the populace, urging everyone to unite in these apocalyptic times. Trust the government and swiftly respond to the calls of local military and authorities, contributing to the survival of humanity and the rise and fall of the dynasty. This, Lu Yu raised his head and looked at Xiao Mingyun. Do you have something to say? Xiao Mingyun gazed at her man with a beaming smile. People from the other realm have made contact with the central government, Lu Yu declared with unwavering conviction. Indeed, we are on the same wavelength. Xiao Mingyun nodded in agreement. But it's only been a few days, hasn't it? Previously, we were completely oblivious to the situation regarding the zombie virus. Even if scientists worked tirelessly, it would be impossible to achieve results in such a short time. Yet now, we have a clear understanding of the virus's characteristics, along with detailed information on mutated zombies. Precisely. Lu Yu stroked his chin, continuously analyzing. Mingyun, consider this. The realms are merging, right? Though the other realm has zombies, does that mean all humans have perished? I refuse to believe that. There must be survivors. Unless, of course, the zombie virus in the other realm has been rampant for many years, leading to the complete extermination of humanity. Xiao Mingyan nodded repeatedly, agreeing with his perspective. This implies that the central government could acquire this information so rapidly, likely due to contact with survivors from the other realm, facilitating communication. Lu Yu lowered his hands and gazed into the distance, slightly squinting his eyes. However, there exists another possibility, namely that significant locations in the other world, such as research facilities harboring secrets or the remnants of survivor bases that have fallen, may have been discovered by the imperial military or governmental authorities, leading to the acquisition of pertinent information. It is not entirely implausible. Xiao Mingyun raised a finger. Lu Yu furrowed his brow, regardless of the reason. The Central Court must surely be aware of the cause behind the outbreak of the zombie virus in the other world. Yet this was not mentioned in the recent announcement. Perhaps they deem it insignificant. If it is indeed unimportant, then let us examine these mutated zombies that we have encountered quite a few in recent days. And fortunately, we have heavy firepower accompanying us. Otherwise, our team would have been overwhelmed by these mutated creatures long ago. Xiao Mingyun remarked. I have meticulously reviewed these materials several times and discovered an introduction to the zombie lords, indicating that these mutated zombies are rare, yet represent the pinnacle of evolution. They not only possess the ability to command lesser zombies, but also exhibit formidable and terrifying strength, making them exceptionally troublesome, Lu Yu asserted. Then we must expedite our progress. We cannot afford to wait any longer. We need to seize every resource and armament, fortifying our strength as swiftly as possible. Xiao Mingyun frowned. According to our previous plan, we need to occupy the entire island before venturing into the city to scavenge resources in the vicinity. But given the current situation, it may be prudent to advance our timeline. Thus, I shall instruct all our subordinates to familiarize themselves with this information, and this afternoon, I will arrange a combat mission to expand our territory. Lu Yu clapped his hands decisively. At that time, you will remotely command them from a central position while I lead a separate team to search for strategic materials that we will proceed concurrently, striving to cleanse the island of zombies and secure those valuable resources. Xiao Mingyun sighed softly. Although I wish you wouldn't take such risks, it is indeed the necessary course of action. In the foundational stages, as the rulers, if you and I do not set an example, how can we expect to earn the trust of our followers? After a moment's contemplation, Lu Yu added, moreover, I cannot entrust such a significant matter to others. It must be handled personally, as the saying goes. Man proposes, but heaven disposes. Yet I firmly believe that united as husband and wife, we shall prevail without failure. Indeed, let us strive together. Chapter 29. Metal tied the end of all. After finishing lunch, Lu Yu promptly summoned his subordinates. Initially, he intended to train for a few more days before taking action, but time was of the essence, and they could no longer afford to delay. Looking at his subordinates before him, Lu Yu began assigning tasks. Biaozi, Wentao, Xiaolong, Chenfeng, you four will each lead your respective teams and spend the afternoon securing the neighboring Xixing community. Is there any issue? Rest assured, big brother, no problem at all. Just watch us, brother-in-law, that we will ensure the mission is accomplished. The four immediately stepped forward, responding in unison. Very well, Lu Yu nodded, adding, Yangzi Xiaowei, the vice president will arrange for our brotherhood's 4,000 auxiliary personnel to construct walls, bunkers, and other structures at the bridgehead, while also designating some to scour the coast for vessels. Your task is to lead your teams in providing security and vigilance. Can you manage that? Leave it to us, big brother. We can absolutely manage it. The two exchanged glances, then patted their chests with confidence. That is excellent. While I am away, all must heed the vice president's command. Should any issues arise, feel free to consult her. Do you all understand? Understood. The six responded in unison, but Lu Yu was not satisfied, commanding sternly, Speak louder. I did not hear you. Understood. This time, their voices were unified and resounded loudly. "All right, the meeting is dismissed." With a wave of his hand, the 6 battalion leaders hurried to assemble their troops and prepare for the tasks ahead. "And what about me? Why am I not assigned a task?" Lung Liyue inquired, noticing that everyone else had been given assignments. Liu had indeed planned for her. "Liyue, your mission is to protect Mingyun here, safeguarding our base while also serving as a reserve force at her disposal, allowing her to respond effectively to unexpected situations. Although this community, already occupied, holds little value, the vehicles, tanks, and self-propelled artillery that I have procured are invaluable and must not be compromised. Furthermore, most of the 1st Battalion consists of loyal followers from Liu Yu's earlier days as their leader. Essentially his personal army, making their presence a source of great reassurance for him." Lung Liu nodded. "All right then." Liu Yu turned to Xiao Mingyun. "Then Mingyun, the base is entrusted to you and Liu Yu." Xiao Mingyun stepped forward, adjusting Liu Yu's collar, and urged, "Rest assured, I will be here, but you must take care." "Okay." Subsequently, Liu Yu made his way to the square. 2 Black Hawk helicopters stood silently in the square, with Zhao Yong already lined up with 12 instructors from the training division. Among them, 2 were pilots, while the remainder were fully armed and split into 2 teams. Liu Yu directed one team to board the first helicopter, while Zhao Yong led the second team onto the second helicopter. "All aboard. We are departing." At his command, the silent soldiers swiftly boarded the helicopters, which gradually ascended under the pilot's control. Inside the cabin, Liu Yu's gaze remained fixed on the map in his hands. This was a newly updated map of Sancha Island, far clearer than any enlarged view on a mobile device. He had already circled several targets in red ink. The police station, hospital, school. Unlike the smaller community policing units, the major police precincts on the island typically possess firearms, and in considerable quantities. They would likely have service pistols, revolvers, shotguns, and perhaps even submachine guns. These arms and ammunition were precisely what Liu Yu sought to collect. Next, the hospital. That if there were any surviving doctors, they must be rescued, for they are invaluable assets in the apocalypse. The hospital also housed a wealth of medications and medical equipment that Liu Yu intended to procure entirely. Then he could investigate the garrison of the island security forces, although Liu Yu held little hope for that location. In short, wherever valuable resources and scarce talents could be found, Liu Yu and his subordinates were determined to go. "Help! Help! Over here, someone is here. Save us! Don't go, don't leave!" As the helicopters flew over the city, many survivors, seeing them, shouted desperately for help, disregarding the risk of attracting zombies. Unfortunately, the 2 helicopters paid them no heed, extinguishing the flickering hope that had just ignited in many hearts. Upon reaching the airspace above the Sansha District Police Headquarters, the helicopters halted and began descending slowly, eventually hovering at an appropriate altitude. The sound of the helicopter blades naturally attracted nearby zombies, which began to converge around the police station, clawing at the air with their gnarled hands. The sight of their densely packed heads would surely induce discomfort in anyone suffering from a fear of clusters. "I will go down myself. The police station is not very large. There is no need for everyone to disembark." After communicating via the intercom, Liu Yu leaped from the helicopter, landing steadily atop the police headquarters. As he did, several zombies clad in police uniforms charged toward him. Liu Yu extended his fingers, and delicate arcs of lightning erupted from between them, piercing through the heads of the zombies in succession, granting them eternal rest. His continuous practice with his powers over the past few days had allowed him to master the control of his thunderous might, unlike the previous days when he unleashed vast amounts of electrical energy. Even employing more energy-draining techniques to eliminate zombies, he could now achieve the same effects with minimal expenditure. This technique could be dubbed the Flying Finger Gun, or rather, the Flying Thunder Gun. Liu Yu mused. Did they run to the rooftop out of desperation after the path below was blocked? Observing the uniforms worn by the zombies and the firearms and spent cartridges scattered on the ground, he pieced together the narrative of the calamity that had unfolded here. With a thought, he activated his ability to manipulate metal. The handguns, magazines, and remaining bullets from the police officers floated into the air, collected by Liu Yu into a spatial ring, that as he approached the doorway leading inside. The door, shattered by the zombies, swung open automatically to grant passage to its master. Upon stepping onto the staircase, he encountered a few zombies staring vacantly below. Upon spotting a living person, they immediately lunged at him. With a snap, the metal handrail on one side fractured, softening within a second to transform into a sharp spear that swiftly impaled the head of the mindless zombie. Lu Yu descended the stairs, witnessing the metal objects around him come alive in a frenzy. They either dislodged from their original positions or burst through walls and debris, collectively following their master. These metallic entities morphed into liquid metal before reshaping, some becoming clawing metallic tendrils, while others transformed into various weapons, forming a protective barrier around Lu Yu. They moved in tandem with Lu Yu, displaying an almost sentient awareness, attacking zombies with incredible speed, creating a spectacle that appeared more fantastical than a science fiction film. The phrase "the strength of 9 oxen and 2 tigers" signifies not merely power and speed, but also embodies a robust physique, immense vitality, as well as formidable defensive capabilities, explosive force, jumping ability, agility, perceptual skills, and dynamic vision, among others. That it can be described as a comprehensive enhancement. In essence, Lu Yu represents a conglomeration of 11 ferocious beasts, comprising 9 bulls and 2 tigers. The formidable physical prowess he possesses is self-evident, allowing him to unleash his extraordinary abilities without restraint, unlike other ability users who become incapacitated after a few exertions. That it appears they have all perished. Ascending from the top floor to the 5th, then to the 4th, and subsequently to the 3rd, Lu Yu encountered nothing but zombies along the way, devoid of any survivors. Naturally, like a whirlwind, he collected all the supplies he encountered into his pockets. Shotguns and hunting rifles? These must have been weapons previously confiscated by the police from civilians. Well, even the smallest mosquito is still meat. They are mine now. That he then descended from the 3rd floor to the 2nd. With a series of piercing metallic spikes erupting forth, numerous metallic tentacles relentlessly strangled in the corridor. Heads exploded, blood splattered, and figures continuously fell. The zombies were unable to approach within 3 meters of Lu Yu, all perishing on their charge towards him. Lu Yu thus swept through, employing a metallic tempest to obliterate hundreds of zombies, emerging from the police station's entrance. "Come pick me up." "Understood." After placing down the intercom, he gazed at the multitude of zombies outside, slowly raising his arm and opening his palm. The horde outside the police station noticed him and charged desperately towards the fresh flesh. A flea leapt high. A group of crawlers surged to the forefront. Several green giants clamored to be first. Lu Yu smirked coldly, his outstretched hands suddenly clenching tight. With a whoosh, pipes buried underground burst forth. Metallic objects from nearby buildings crashed through walls. Fixed fire hydrants shot skyward, and abandoned vehicles careened forward, all crashing into the horde. Behind Lu Yu, a torrent of liquid metal surged from the police station's entrance, automatically circumventing his figure and coalescing together, forming countless metallic spikes just as it approached the chaotic mass of zombies. In an instant, the metallic deluge swept through, grinding down both ordinary and mutated zombies alike, reducing them to mere pulp. It seems the effect is quite remarkable. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Lu Yu's mouth. The visual impact of this maneuver was astounding, rivaling that of Brother A's myriad of tendrils that terminate all. This was indeed his first use of it. Moreover, it must be noted that perhaps compared to the SSS-level lightning control, this SS-level metal manipulation proves even more effective against zombies in this locale. For this is the human city, known as the Steel Jungle, replete with malleable metallic materials. Lu Yu's home advantage here is unmistakably pronounced. On board the 2 helicopters, the instructors of the training team gaped in astonishment, their mouths agape and eyes wide, utterly dumbfounded, unable to even utter an exclamation. They knew their leader was formidable, but who could have anticipated he was of such an outrageous caliber? Overlooking the street in front of the police station, not a single living zombie remained. The spectacle of metal and flesh lay in ruins, a truly grand sight, that even human. From a distant building, a survivor, peering through binoculars, gasped in disbelief, "My goodness, this is simply unbelievable." Further away, another survivor, collapsed before an astronomical telescope, muttered to himself, his understanding upended that we are all ability users. But why? Why is he so powerful? Within a building near the police station, a survivor turned pale, trembling in fear from the awe-inspiring scene just witnessed. Chapter 30. It matters not. I will intervene upon returning to the helicopter. The occupants remained in a state of shock. N01 spoke, creating a somewhat eerie atmosphere within the cabin. with only the deafening whir of the rotors filling the air. Lu Yu, however, paid no mind to their musings and began to inspect his acquisitions. Regarding food and water, how much could the Public Security Bureau realistically store? Thus, there was little. The main hall consisted of various equipment. This equipment included computers, desks and chairs, cameras, printers, firearms, law enforcement devices, handcuffs, electric batons, riot forks, riot sticks, stab-resistant clothing, blast shields, bulletproof vests, sweat uniforms, helmets, and more. Among the firearms, there were 5 sniper rifles, 12 submachine guns, 5 shotguns, 62 service pistols, 33 revolvers, 36 riot guns, 78 stun guns, not counting some damaged weapons, .AS for ammunition. The total across all types of rounds was a pitiful 200 or so. With their ample supplies of ammunition, the officers and SWAT members in this Public Security Bureau would have charged out long ago. Rather than being slaughtered by zombies, waiting for Lu Yu to come and collect the gear ditto, and there were also some paper documents. Lu Yu felt these might prove useful, so he gathered them as well. Overall, he was quite satisfied with this haul. At least it wasn't a wasted trip. Big brother, one individual finally could no longer contain himself, eager to inquire about the earlier spectacle that in matters of society. It is best to observe more and inquire less, Lu Yu replied, disinterested in divulging the number of abilities he possessed, leaving them to speculate. Very well. His subordinates immediately fell silent, focusing on organizing their gear. Lu Yu then turned his gaze towards the window. Next, we head to the Chongning Road branch. Also inform Zhao Yong. Understood. The pilot acknowledged the command and promptly maneuvered the helicopter into the air, simultaneously using the onboard communications device to call the second aircraft. Second aircraft received, over. Thus, within a few hours, the 2 Black Hawks visited all the branches on the island, achieving a success rate of about 50%. Some branches had already been raided by other brave survivors, while others showed scant signs of zombies in uniform, indicating that those within had successfully broken free during the outbreak. The clock approached 4:30. Lu Yu and his team set their sights on the hospital. The first target was the largest hospital located on Sancha Island. This hospital was not a public institution of the empire, but rather an expansive private facility, renowned for its exorbitant fees, making it inaccessible to ordinary citizens and even the middle class, typically favored by the affluent and powerful. When the 2 Black Hawks appeared above the hospital, some survivors within were immediately stirred. It's a helicopter. A helicopter? I knew those bastards wouldn't abandon me. I have leverage over them. They dare not. You think too highly of yourself. This must be the result of my distress call. They're here to rescue me. Not you, nonsense. They're clearly here for my esteemed father. My father's old subordinate called yesterday, saying they'd dispatch a helicopter to rescue us. Indeed, although old Chin is retired, his connections in the military remain intact. I concur with this theory. Old General, take me away. As long as you can bring me along, I promise I will. Enough chatter, signal immediately. Head to the helipad, right on it. The hospital was situated on a hillside, overlooking the sea, surrounded by lush greenery, prompting Lu Yu, observing from the cabin, to nod in approval. Truly a place befitting the wealthy. This environment is indeed remarkable. I've long heard of its reputation. To call it a hospital might be an understatement. It resembles a top-tier sanatorium, more akin to a vacation retreat. Impressive. There's even a helipad specifically for helicopter landings. Upon spotting a helipad atop a building, Lu Yu couldn't help but exclaim, "Big brother. It seems there are no zombies there. Should we land there?" The pilot inquired after assessing the situation. "Yes, this time you all come down with me. Run on the helipad." Wait, just as he was halfway through his sentence, Lu Yu noticed several individuals rushing from the building to the helipad, waving their arms to signal them. Survivors. Lu Yu murmured before decisively ordering, "Descend, load the bullets, and follow my commands," informed Zhao Yong. The helipad had 3 areas, just enough for their needs. Soon, the Black Hawk landed smoothly on the helipad. Lu Yu and his team disembarked. The survivors eagerly approached them. Secretary Zhang sending someone to pick me up? Was it the old man Gu and his crew who sent you? Surely, Vice Governor Lin dispatched you here, right? Before this group could draw near, various voices erupted, each revealing expressions of anticipation. "Everyone, halt!" Zhao Yong bellowed. And the 10 team members simultaneously raised their weapons, their dark muzzles intimidating the throng of survivors. Let's talk this over. No need for gunfire. The survivors before me are all individuals of considerable influence. accompanied by armed bodyguards, for without them, their survival would have been improbable. Observing this, their bodyguards hastily brandished their firearms, confronting Lu Yu's side. However, the weapons in their possession were mere handguns, lacking the intimidation factor of the 10 automatic rifles wielded by Lu Yu's group. A knowing smile graced Lu Yu's lips as he grasped the situation. Evidently, these individuals mistook them for their saviors. Stand aside, everyone. A middle-aged man, pushing a wheelchair, maneuvered through the crowd. Seated in the wheelchair was an elderly gentleman with a head full of silvery hair. "My father is here. I am Chin Di Hai," declared the man. "You have come to rescue us. Haven to you? Quickly, assist my father." As he spoke, he and his bodyguards attempted to advance. Bang! Zhao Yong fired a shot into the air, glaring coldly at them. "Did I authorize you to move forward?" The bodyguards of Chin Di Hai immediately tensed, gripping their handguns tightly to shield him and the elderly man. Chin Di Hai was taken aback. Then, filled with fury and confusion, he shouted, "What are you doing?" "My father, General Qin, is right here." No, they are not." The elderly man in the wheelchair suddenly opened his eyes wide, his voice hoarse as he interjected. "They are not Imperial soldiers." This was easily discernible. Their uniforms were distinct. "What?" Chin Di Hai gasped at his father's revelation. They are not from the Imperial Army." "Then who are they?" The other survivors were equally astonished. Possessing a helicopter, yet not being from the Imperial Army. Who were these people? "Well observed, old sir." Lu Yu stepped forward, hands clasped behind his back, surveying the survivors, that we are indeed not from the Imperial military, but rather a spontaneously organized civilian militia. Moreover, we are not here to rescue any of you. Upon hearing Lu Yu's words, the expressions of the survivors soured. However, one quick-thinking individual exclaimed loudly, "My name is Zhang Wanpeng, and I am the owner of Wanpeng Capital, that if you can help me escape this place, I am willing to offer a generous reward." His words sparked a realization among the others. Indeed, though he claimed no connection, negotiations could still be pursued. Thus, they began to speak in unison. "I am Ning Jinfeng, chairman of Mingyang Group, but if you can take me to the safe zone, I will pay you 10 million. My father is the deputy chief of Jinghai. If you take me away, I can arrange for 20 million. I am a major shareholder of Dasan Group. If you can get me out of this hellhole, I will pay 100 million. After they finished speaking, Lu Yu chuckled softly. "It appears that you have all lingered here for far too long. For not only have your wits dulled, but your behavior resembles that of the simple-minded." The survivors seethed with indignation, for they were of the elite class and had never been insulted so brazenly. Yet, anger aside, they understood the gravity of their situation and had no choice but to endure and continue their negotiations. "Sir, if you find our offers unsatisfactory, enough. What use is money in these times?" One individual began, only to be abruptly interrupted by Lu Yu. "It is all worthless paper, but if you can provide me with some military equipment, I might be interested." Meeting the suppressed fury in their eyes, Lu Yu pressed on. "Let us dispense with idle chatter. I have a question for you all, and I hope for your truthful responses. Are you the only survivors here? Where have the doctors gone?" One man shifted his gaze momentarily and replied, "I will tell you, but you must promise to take me to the safe zone, that I have made it clear that I expect honest answers." "Not a bargaining session," Lu Yu stated, signaling Zhao Yong with a glance. Bang! Zhao Yong swiftly raised his weapon and fired, a bullet piercing the man's forehead, causing him to collapse with wide-open eyes. Before the bodyguards could react, they realized their employer was lifeless. "You son of a," one bodyguard immediately aimed his weapon at Zhao Yong. Bang! Zhao Yong was quicker on the draw, firing again and dispatching the bodyguard with a bullet to the head. The scene unraveled like a chain reaction, severing the nerves of the remaining bodyguards among the survivors. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bang, bang, bang. Both sides unleashed a barrage of gunfire. Lu Yu casually discarded the launcher and turned his gaze towards Chin Di Hai and his father. Chin Di Hai was merely in a state of shock, having witnessed the entire process of a missile striking an aircraft. In contrast, his father closed his eyes in anguish, fully aware that the helicopter was meant to evacuate him. Yet the entire crew had perished because of him. Yong, take 2 men and ensure General Qin's safety. The rest, follow me. Yes. Lu Yu led 8 soldiers into the building. Chapter 31. Emptying the hospital. A grand gift for the old general. As they entered the corridor, they encountered 2 women clad in sheer white lab coats, one of whom let out a startled scream. that don't move or scream. Otherwise, we will shoot you. Stand still and don't move." The soldiers immediately aimed their guns at the women, who, terrified, quickly covered their mouths, fearing they would become targets at that moment. The soldiers parted, allowing Lu Yu to step forward. With a reassuring smile, he addressed the two women. "Do not be alarmed. We are from the military and mean you no harm. To be frank, both women possess striking looks and shapely figures, making them quite appealing." "Military?" The two women sighed in relief, yet remained tense as the guns were still trained on them. "Tell me, who are the survivors here?" Lu Yu continued his inquiry. One woman was uncomfortable with being treated like a prisoner under the gun's aim. Just as she was about to voice her discontent, the slightly older woman beside her tugged at her sleeve. The mature woman signaled her companion to remain silent, and then replied earnestly to Lu Yu. "Greetings, all those who survived in this building are doctors, nurses, patients, and their families. After the disaster struck, we all gathered on the top floor. I am a psychologist. You know everyone's identities." Lu Yu's eyes gleamed, realizing she was astute. "Yes, I am aware of all of them," the female doctor answered promptly. "Very well, lead the way and help me identify them." Lu Yu gestured for her to proceed ahead. Okay. The female doctor, not daring to hesitate, took her companion's hand and moved forward. Yaching, they seemed to don't speak. After guiding Lu Yu and his men to a door, he waved his hand, and a soldier kicked it open, with the others swiftly following suit. "Who are you? What do you want?" The luxurious ward, originally consisting of 3 rooms and a living area, was now overcrowded with people. "We are military rescue personnel, here to save you," Lu Yu announced, hands clasped behind his back, addressing the panicked individuals within the room. "Is it really the military come to save us? That's wonderful. Please, take me away from this dreadful place. Let me board the helicopter first." "Shut up. Let me go first." Upon hearing the military was present for rescue, the crowd immediately lowered their guard, even beginning to argue over the order of departure. "Everyone calm down, one at a time, that I will call you up. And you will come forward, understood?" Lu Yu declared, then turned to the previously speaking female doctor. "You, point out who the fat man is." The female doctor tucked a strand of hair behind her ear. Scrutinizing the man Lu Yu indicated before responding, "He is a patient here for recuperation." Lu Yu nodded and then pointed at an elderly man with glasses, asking, "What about this person?" The female doctor hesitated for 2 seconds before answering. "He is our hospital's orthopedic expert, Chen Mingren." Lu Yu's eyes lit up, promptly addressing the elderly man. "Mr. Chen, please step behind me, and we will escort you to safety." Before the somewhat hesitant Dr. Chen could move, the previously mentioned fat man protested loudly. "Hey, young man, what do you mean by this? You're not planning to take me with you. Let me tell you, I am bang." The sound of a gunshot resonated as the fat man collapsed, his eyes wide in shock. "Weren't you told to remain silent? Isn't it better to just comply?" Lu Yu gently blew the smoke from the gun's barrel. The women in the room let out piercing screams, while the men, eyes filled with fear, dared not move. Meanwhile, Dr. Chun, the orthopedic expert, swiftly positioned himself behind Lu Yu, displaying agility uncharacteristic of his age. "Who is that?" Lu Yu pointed at another individual, although the female doctor's face had turned pale and her legs trembled. She immediately replied, he is also a patient at our hospital, apparently a real estate developer. Oh, and next, what about this individual? Our hospital's neurology expert. Welcome, please step this way and wait to board alongside Mr. Chun. And who is this lady? She is a family member of a patient. And him? The onlookers began to discern that this group, claiming to be military, only sought out medical professionals and showed no regard for the patients. Some felt indignant, others disgruntled, yet no one dared to resist, for they had surmised that those prominent figures who had rushed to the rooftop with their bodyguards had likely met grim fates. "I am useful. I have awakened special abilities. I am valuable." A middle-aged man, unwilling to await his fate here, swiftly showcased his prowess that he had awakened a D-class mutation ability, enhancing his physicality, and demonstrated swift kicks that only a master could execute. Lu Yu nodded, "Not bad. Although space on the helicopter is limited, you may secure a spot. Come over. I have money. I can offer you a fortune. My entire estate is worth 200 million. Just take me with you. I have money too. I can offer you much. Please, let me leave." Though the older woman was past her prime, she maintained an admirable physique and pleaded, "I possess 2 apartments and a gym. Can you allow me on the helicopter?" My father is the deputy director of the construction bureau. If you take me with you, he will surely reward you." Seeing some had successfully garnered attention, the rest clamored, employing all manner of persuasion. Get lost, you Annie, stop crowding. Why is your face so large? With that physique, a water barrel would outperform you." Lu Yu kicked the hefty woman aside and then shouted to the crowd, "Listen carefully. I want neither money nor any of your worthless properties. What would I do with your ghost money? I only seek those who have awakened special abilities or possess unique skills. If you cannot provide me with capable individuals, then be silent, or I won't hesitate to send you on your way. Is that understood? Don't make things difficult for yourselves." Thus, Lu Yu led the talented survivors to the rooftop. During this time, others attempted to take risks, but they all fell victim to his gunfire. Board the helicopter. Everyone. Then we will return. Under normal circumstances, this version of the Black Hawk could accommodate 14 people besides the 2 pilots and the mechanic, but in emergencies, it could carry up to 20. Consequently, every individual Lu Yu had brought along was crammed into the helicopter, which soared towards the Brotherhood's stronghold. After the aircraft departed, Lu Yu delved back into the zombie-infested building, commencing the collection of various medical instruments, medications, and supplies, all stowed away in his spatial ring. The metallic creations within the hospital became his finest soldiers, akin to the Desert Emperor returning to his domain. As the metallic tide surged forth, not a single zombie could survive. Once Lu Yu concluded his looting of a building, 2 Black Hawks returned, and they continued their efforts on the remaining structures. The operation persisted until around 7 o'clock, with Lu Yu having thoroughly scavenged the entire hospital, collecting talent, equipment, and supplies, taking everything of use, except for those with only wealth and no special skills or awakened abilities. Yet, Lu Yu felt he had done right by them. He had nearly eradicated all zombies within the hospital, and these individuals could now safely leave and forge their own paths as he wrapped up his busy work. The Brotherhood also made significant progress. The main force had taken over a community, clearing out the zombies, thoroughly looting supplies, saving survivors, and simultaneously engaging in a skirmish with the horde drawn by the gunfire, resulting in a toll of several casualties. The logistics team had gathered numerous boats, erecting walls and watchtowers at the bridgehead. Come, General Qin, this toast is to you from the younger generation. I shall drink to your health. Feel free to partake. That won't do. How could I allow such a thing? Ah, Mr. Qin, our dear you has always held soldiers in the highest esteem, especially someone like the old general who has seen battle against foreign foes. My wife speaks the truth. Within the private room of a hotel, a table was lavishly adorned with an array of exquisite delicacies, surrounded by only 4 individuals: Lu Yu, Xiao Mingyun, Qin Dihai, and his father. Qini, the couple, Lu Yu and Xiao Mingyun, exhibited a remarkable warmth, while Qin Dihai appeared visibly anxious, and the elder General Qin maintained an upright posture, his expression serene. Throughout the evening, it was predominantly Lu Yu and Xiao Mingyun engaging in conversation, with Qin Dihai responding nervously and Qin Yi remaining largely reticent. As the wine circulated for the 3rd time, Qin Yi let out a sigh, casting a complex gaze upon Lu Yu and Xiao Mingyun before stating, "Feel free to inquire about anything. I shall share all that I know." Qin Dihai's complexion shifted subtly, surprised that his typically steadfast father, who had shown no signs of compromise during their journey, was now inclined to do so. Nonetheless, this revelation allowed him to relax, knowing that both he and his father were likely to be spared. Lu Yu and Xiao Mingyun exchanged knowing glances, their eyes reflecting mutual delight. They had anticipated that the elder would be obstinate, yet he had capitulated with surprising ease. With a hearty laugh, Lu Yu proclaimed, "Indeed, the old general is a man of straightforwardness. Let us set aside other matters for now. I am prepared to appoint you as our special military advisor and to enlist Mr. Qin in our logistics department. What say you, General and Mr. Qin?" Caught off guard, Qin Dihai instinctively glanced at his father, who, eyes closed, slowly nodded in agreement, but he promptly expressed his gratitude to Lu Yu, stating, "We appreciate your trust. My father and I are willing to accept your offer." Sighing inwardly, Qin Yi contemplated the journey that had brought them here. On the plane, he had pondered the background of Lu Yu and his associates, who had somehow procured military-grade transport helicopters, complete with pilots. Upon arriving at the Brotherhood, he was utterly astonished. uniformed strangers wielding standardized weaponry. Not only helicopters but artillery and armored vehicles as well. Although they were still far from the elite of the army, they were no less formidable than many second-tier forces that he could not fathom how such a military organization, certainly not a mere civilian group, had been established right under the nose of the authorities. If it had been formed in the wake of a catastrophe, that would be even more astonishing. Their strategic foresight was commendable, choosing to establish a foothold on Sancha Island, a critical position. Their strength had already eclipsed the garrison troops within the city, marking their ascent into prominence. Though a soldier at heart, Cheney had accumulated wisdom through his long military career. Following the threads of known information, he had surmised Lu Yu and Xiao Mingyun's intentions. They sought to leverage the current turmoil to swiftly acquire military resources for their own growth. Yet, given the present circumstances, contemplating the government was futile. Securing the welfare of his family came first. Thus, after a moment's reflection, he began, I am indeed aware of some locations, including the whereabouts of several vast munitions depots built in the last century. Lu Yu expressed his satisfaction with the elder's awareness, signaling him to continue. However, the specifics were secondary. What truly mattered was that if they wished to advance further or to navigate the future landscape effectively, forming a connection with the military and obtaining formal recognition would be paramount. The elder general had his own ideas. Since they were ensnared in a predicament, why not emulate the ancients and advocate for a peaceful resolution? This would help avoid the potential fate of being eradicated alongside rebels should the military decide to purge dissenters. Qin Dihai, hearing his father's words, felt a wave of unease wash over him as he scrutinized Lu Yu and Xiao Mingyun's expressions. Unbeknownst to him, the couple harbored similar aspirations. Despite the outbreak of the zombie catastrophe, the government remained a formidable entity, akin to a giant centipede that, though wounded, was not yet dead. The military, despite suffering significant blows, remained the most powerful and intimidating force within the current regime. Integrating into the military and becoming part of its framework, regardless of whether they were viewed as an unrecognized faction or otherwise, would yield numerous advantages. Without delving into the specifics of equipment and supplies, the military would be less inclined to target individuals who were ostensibly part of their organization, as opposed to those who had raised banners of rebellion. The general's reasoning is sound. I too have contemplated such a course of action, Lu Yu remarked with a smile, easing Qin Dihai's apprehension. The elder's eyes lit up, and he pressed on, though I am now retired. Many of the soldiers I trained are currently serving in the Southern Theater, that I believe a number of them have survived, and I am willing to facilitate the connection. That is indeed a favorable development. Xiao Mingyun interjected, taking the lead. However, given the pervasive chaos in the disaster zones, I propose we first focus on aiding the besieged military camps and bases before approaching the military, thus allowing us to present some notable achievements as a form of introduction. Would you not agree? Indeed. My dear wife makes a valid point. Lu Yu feigned contemplation before turning to the elder. What are your thoughts, General? What could Cheney say? He shook his head internally, recognizing the couple's clear intent to expand their influence and leverage their newfound power before deliberating on longer-term strategies. These young ones were quite astute. Moreover, with a metaphorical knife to his throat, he had little choice but to acquiesce. Very well. I shall comply with your wishes, madam. Please bring forth a map. Certainly. Prepared for this eventuality, Xiao Mingyun promptly handed a map and pen to Lu Yu.as for the locations of military bases and troop encampments. Such details would not be found on conventional maps, nor even on electronic ones, unless they were military grade. Observing the couple's meticulous preparation and cooperation, Cheney could only sigh internally yet again as he began to divulge what he knew. Chapter 32, untitled on the 8th day following the outbreak of the apocalypse. Lu Yu emerged from his room in high spirits, only to encounter a bleary-eyed Xiao Mingyao around the corner. Why are you up so early, Mingyao? He inquired, puzzled. Initially, the small villa had housed just him and Xiao Mingyun. But due to the girls' insistence on staying together, Xiao Mingyun had reluctantly acquiesced that I hardly slept a wink. Xiao Mingyao pouted, her expression one of indignation as she gazed at Lu Yu. Lu Yu felt a twinge of embarrassment. Realizing the noise from the previous night had indeed been substantial, he scratched his head and replied, well then, you should try to rest more. Ugh, if it continues like this, I surely won't be able to endure. Then, before Lu Yu could finish, Xiao Mingyao interjected, but I don't want to be separated from Ryue and the others. That is there a way we can have the best of both worlds? a way to achieve both outcomes truly existed. Lu Yu regarded her thoughtfully before shaking his head, intent on attending to his own matters. Though he harbored feelings for Ming Yao, he needed to consider Xiao Mingyun's perspective. Such matters required careful thought and a gradual approach. If only I could join you, that would be the perfect solution, Xiao Mingyao suddenly proposed, leaving Lu Yu momentarily stunned. After making her declaration, the girl swiftly retreated into her room, slamming the door shut behind her. Leaning against the door, Xiao Mingyao's face flushed crimson, akin to a ripe fruit. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with unshed tears, and she could hear her heart racing within her chest, overwhelmed by a mixture of anxiety and admiration for her own audacious confession. Lu Yu blinked in astonishment. Did our charm truly this potent? In less than 2 days, she has succumbed to such feelings. He stroked his chin, contemplating that even if he were to burst into the young lady's room at that moment, she would likely not refuse him. Yet, after a moment's reflection, he decided against it, sensing that the timing was not yet ripe. Upon exiting the villa, Lu Yu surveyed his surroundings and noticed that a considerable number of personnel had already been roused and gathered. The cadres appointed by the logistics department Xiao Mingyun were to lead them in continuing the unfinished tasks from yesterday, namely reinforcing the construction of the checkpoint at the bridgehead. This contingent of extraneous laborers originally numbered 4,000. And after seizing control of the eastern community the previous day, an additional 2,000 had been gathered that if this trend continued, the extraneous labor force would only grow. Consequently, the matter of expanding the military needed to be prioritized. Fortunately, with General Qin, a living map, Lu Yu felt he had a clear strategy in mind that he made his way to the outer zone, which was designated as the military camp area. The troops had already sounded the wake-up call and were engaged in drills within the limited space, overseen by instructors from the training squad. After inspecting the area, Lu Yu proceeded to the armored vehicles and the Air Force camps, collaborating with several instructors to teach the selected soldiers how to handle the equipment. Hoping they would soon develop combat readiness, over the next few days, he did not intend to continue offensive operations to expand their territory. After all, soldiers were not machines. Balance was key, and relentless assaults on zombie hordes would lead to exhaustion. To expedite the formation of the medical department within the logistics division and the military hospital, Lu Yu dispatched a team via helicopter to continue scavenging for medical supplies and personnel. Time flowed relentlessly, and the days passed swiftly. For 3 consecutive days, Lu Yu and his helicopter had visited every hospital on Sansha Island. That as night fell, Xiao Mingyun did not open her door, and Lu Yu immediately grasped the underlying meaning. He approached the door to Xiao Mingyao's room and gently knocked twice. "Come to my room." Xiao Mingyao, her face flushed with embarrassment, gazed at the man outside, nervously tugging at her clothing, her voice barely above a whisper, laced with shyness. "Shu, keep your voice down. Let me in." Lu Yu glanced back and, like a thief, slipped inside to, "Oh no, you can't." Although Xiao Mingyao feigned resistance, her heart longed for his presence, and she was unable to contain her excitement. "Hurry, close the door." Complying, Xiao Mingyao gently shut the door and locked it. She turned to Lu Yu and asked coyly, "What exactly do you want to do in my room?" "What do I want?" "You closed the door so obediently and even locked it. How could you not be prepared for what is to come?" "Isn't that a silly question?" Lu Yu saw through her modest pretense. Otherwise, he would not have dared to intrude. However, he played along, saying, "Mingyao, I've been exiled and have nowhere to stay tonight. Could you possibly shelter me?" This statement was riddled with inconsistencies. You are the esteemed leader of the Steel Brotherhood, commanding vast territories under its rule. Surely, you can find somewhere to stay. Yet, like one struck by folly, the girl nodded sympathetically, saying, "You truly are pitiful that my sister and Ryu are too much to no worries. You can stay with Mingyao tonight." "But there's only one bed," Lu Yu protested. "That's fine. We can share it. Are you already that impatient?" Lu Yu felt somewhat speechless, sensing that winning over the girl might be easier than he had anticipated. After saying this, Xiao Mingyao realized she had perhaps been too forward and quickly added, But you must promise not to do anything inappropriate. Fear not, I would never engage in wrongdoing, that my greatest skill lies in imparting wisdom and assisting others in their transformation. It is a profoundly sacred and righteous endeavor." Lu Yu spoke with an air of righteousness, exuding the spirit of selflessness for what would follow, that was bound to unfold naturally. On the 10th day since the apocalypse descended, Lu Yu awoke to face the consequences that don't run. "Behold my telekinetic storm." Ice Age. Hey, listen to my explanation. I was a mistake. Lu Yu was pursued, leaping chaotically until he finally tumbled out of the villa in a state of disarray. After tranquility returned to the villa, Xiao Mingyun quietly grasped Lung Ryue's hand and said, I had noticed that this girl harbors feelings for you. This is her choice, and I have no right to interfere. I thought her gaze towards that man seemed somewhat off. Lung Ryue realized, recalling the signs she had detected days prior. Moreover, Xiao Mingyun continued, her nature is quite obstinate. Once she sets her mind on something, it is unlikely to change. Her resolve surpasses that of Xiao Long by far, as you know. Thus, even if I were to intervene, it would be of little use. It would be better to let her shoulder some of this. I see that in truth, Xiao Mingyun had not fully articulated one point. She understood Lu Yu's character exceptionally well, perhaps even better than she understood her own, had Mingyao not possessed such extraordinary abilities. Lu Yu might have refrained from taking action out of respect for her. But given that Mingyao did possess them, how could he let the opportunity slip? Merely having her as a connection was insufficient. Lu Yu would not consider it secure. What if Mingyao encountered someone she favored? He would act in a manner he deemed controllable, essentially ensuring the prize was within his grasp. Anyone who opposed him would be deemed an enemy, and anyone who uttered a word against him would undoubtedly face his wrath. Xiao Mingyun mused that perhaps this was for the best. Binding herself completely to Lu Yu would mean mutual gain and loss. Chapter 33. Devouring the crystal core to strengthen. Opening the sea of consciousness to awaken psychic power. Are you deliberately allowing me to win? Very well. Then tonight I shall obediently seek your forgiveness. And we shall conclude this charade with your magnanimous pardon. Standing atop a building, Lu Yu clasped his hands behind his back, gazing at the bustling construction scene in the distance, a smile gracing his lips. Between the male and female foxes, there exists no secret that can be hidden from one another. As for Lung Ryue, she would likely need some time to discern the intricacies of the situation on her own. And what of Xiao Mingyao, the young lady? No, she was now a matron, observed with spirited enthusiasm, clever and agile, though still somewhat less astute than her brother Xiao Long, yet not nearly as sharp as Xiao Mingyun. Thus, she would not come to a realization, but rather would anxiously confront Xiao Mingyun alongside Lu Yu that evening. Having such a supportive wife was indeed a stroke of fortune. Lu Yu mused that he was fortunate not to have taken a detour, or he would have surely missed this opportunity. With a quiet murmur, he entered a room, and with a wave of his hand, the space was filled with zombie crystal cores. These cores varied in size, from those as large as a thumb, extracted from the brains of mutated zombies, to smaller ones barely the size of a fingernail, taken from ordinary zombies. Previously, Lu Yu had captured over 200 of Su Lao Lu's subordinates and conducted various experiments on them. Once they had served their purpose, he executed them all by infecting them with the zombie virus, transforming them into zombies, and then inspecting their brains for crystal cores. This method was efficient, saving bullets while maximizing the utility of resources. It could be deemed a win-win scenario. Extensive experimentation had proven that human consumption of zombie crystal cores yielded only benefits without any drawbacks. Upon ingestion, the crystal cores would be swiftly absorbed by the human body, enhancing various physical attributes, strength, speed, stamina, and even mental acuity. Of course, the enhancement of mental attributes was the slowest and least pronounced, perhaps due to the enigmatic nature of psychic power within human attributes. Thus, Lu Yu finally felt a weight lift from his heart. Emboldened to deal with the amassed crystal cores, with the military assisting him, his pace in collecting zombie crystal cores was swift. Not only did he have those before him, but his spatial ring also contained many more. The total number of crystal cores collected over recent days had already reached tens of thousands, that if every ordinary zombie possessed a core, then given the number of zombies the Brotherhood had hunted in these days, he would have amassed at least 500,000 cores. Since the court had already acquired extensive information regarding mutated zombies, they must be aware of the advantages of consuming zombie crystal cores. Why then had they not disclosed this to the public? As Lu Yu prepared to consume the cores, this thought struck him. Damn, what a foolish question. The court must be striving to prevent the emergence of powerful individuals among the populace, or at least to delay the growth of civilian strength, especially now, during this critical period of the zombie crisis, as local authorities scramble to gather manpower and recruit those with abilities. The longer the public remains unaware, the more advantageous it is for the court. Shifting his perspective, Lu Yu instantly grasped the rationale that, but how can the court's grand edifice be salvaged? He scoffed to himself. The wheel of history rolls ever forward. No one can halt its course. Those who seek to impede it will invariably be crushed beneath its relentless advance. Such efforts are, at best, akin to placing a minuscule pebble in the path of a mighty wheel, utterly futile. Even without the impending convergence of worlds, Lu Yu's vision could foresee the coming turmoil, the flames of war ravaging the land. The era of warlords and chaos is destined to arrive. In this situation, no one could alter the tide. They could only ride the waves of fate. With a swift motion, Lu Yu swallowed several crystal cores in one go, feeling their effects almost immediately. The crystal nucleus, swallowed and nestled within my abdomen, began to melt, transforming into pure energy that surged throughout my bloodstream, enveloping my entire being in a warm and exquisitely comfortable sensation. Suddenly, I felt an overwhelming strength coursing through me. As if I could vanquish 1,000 horses with a single punch. This was the deceptive allure of power, perhaps a consequence of my body still acclimating to this newfound might. Lu Yu extended his hand, clenching it tightly, and the sensation grew, increasingly palpable. The reason I refrained from likening it to the strength of an ox was that the ox was too pitiable, often reduced to a mere unit of measurement. Closing my eyes, I took a moment to deeply contemplate the changes within my body. After a brief interval, I opened my eyes and realized that not all of it was illusory. My physical strength had indeed seen a significant enhancement. Thus, I resolved to continue feasting. Subsequently, I indulged heartily. Approximately 3 hours later, I had consumed all the thousands of crystal nuclei I had stored, to the point where my taste buds had developed a slight aversion to their flavor. Correspondingly, I felt an immense and formidable power simmering within me, almost ready to burst forth. Rising to my feet, I lightly pressed a finger against the wall that, I swear, I exerted no force at all. Yet my finger punctured the wall effortlessly, as if it were made of tofu. Elated by my newfound prowess, I promptly exited the room and ventured onto the street to practice. First, I focused on strength. I selected a small 2-story building as my target and unleashed my full power. With a flurry of fists and kicks, the structure soon collapsed, having lost the support of its lower walls. Not yet satisfied, I summoned several vehicles from my spatial ring. That a sedan was lifted with ease, a delivery truck too, and I managed to hoist a truck with only a bit more effort. Next, I turned my attention to speed. Setting up a camera, I recorded myself as I sprinted at full throttle. Upon reviewing the footage, I appeared almost invisible, only discernible when the playback was slowed down considerably. Then I tested my neural reflexes. This was a comprehensive enhancement of my entire being, not merely a boost in speed or strength, nor any other attribute, for instance, without a robust physique to support it. A punch would result in my body disintegrating at the moment of impact. As I continued to assess my other capabilities, I arrived at a conclusion, just as I was midway through my evaluations. A sudden pain pierced my head, as if my mind had exploded. Yet, almost instantaneously, the pain dissipated, and I discovered I had gained an entirely new and unique perspective. I could observe everything around me from a perfect 365 degrees. And this perspective allowed me to perceive details far more intricate than those visible to the naked eye. For example, a speck of dust beneath my feet was magnified infinitely in my mental view, rendering it crystal clear. This is mental energy, I thought, a shiver of realization coursing through me. I endeavored to control my mental energy and found it as intuitive as moving my own limbs. Indeed, mental energy is akin to a bodily organ. Mastering it is not a challenge. I extended my mental energy outward and, through this mental lens, I glimpsed the adjacent house, the empty street, and even the ants busily relocating their homes. My mental reach extended 50 meters, and I could encompass everything within a 10-meter radius centered around myself. How remarkable! Is this the most enigmatic force within the human body in the realm of Xinxia novels? Mental energy is often referred to as divine consciousness or spiritual awareness. Inspired by thoughts of such novels, I suddenly had a stroke of genius that I promptly retracted my mental energy and attempted to see within myself. My intuition proved correct. My mental energy could indeed introspectively explore the interior of my body, Closing my eyes and immersing myself in concentration, I found myself in a nebulous realm. This place was indescribable, yet I instinctively understood it to be the sea of consciousness, or perhaps the sea of awareness would be a more fitting term. I surmised that the earlier sensation of my mind exploding was due to absorbing an excessive number of zombie crystal nuclei, which enhanced my mental attributes and opened up the sea of consciousness. Enlightenment dawned upon me that I continued to explore the depths of this sea of consciousness, and, at its core, I discovered an ethereal figure that bore an uncanny resemblance to myself. This is my soul. I instinctively recognized this truth. It seems that mental energy, as well as the sea of consciousness, envelopes the soul, serving as a derivative of it. If that is the case, these zombie crystal nuclei indeed amplify the human body in every conceivable way, fortifying the physique and enhancing the soul, thereby giving rise to mental energy. As I pondered and analyzed, numerous hypotheses formed in my mind. Since I have awakened this mental energy, it stands to reason that I should test its capabilities. After all, isn't mental energy in novels often depicted as capable of influencing reality? Let me give it a try. Having reached this conclusion, I resolved to experiment, that I use my mental energy to manipulate a pebble on the ground. The pebble was enveloped by my mental energy and floated gently before me, proving that this was indeed achievable. Excellent. This is mental telekinesis. Satisfied, I sought out a larger stone to test my limits. This time, it proved more challenging, and I barely managed to lift the stone halfway into the air. Thus, I began to understand the extent of my current ability to manipulate reality with mental energy. It seems controlling objects like my dream wife to smash someone is still beyond my reach, but concentrating my mental energy into a needle to strike at someone's mind appears to be a viable tactic. Perhaps a mental energy shock would suffice. As I stroked my chin, musing to myself, I suddenly thought, wait, finding a wife. Yes, I can consult my dream wife about this. With that thought, I hurried back to my residence. Upon returning to the villa, I found only Xiao Mingyao, who had transformed from a young girl into a charming young woman, engrossed in playing a video game. Xiao Mingyun and Lung Rue were nowhere to be seen, that I quickly surmised that the two had likely gone to work. I made my way to the bridge, confirming my suspicions. Indeed, the two were supervising some construction work. What brings you here? Lung Rue feigned annoyance, her demeanor cold and reminiscent of our initial encounters. Enough with the pretense. Your act is utterly unconvincing, that I waved my hand dismissively and turned to Xiao Mingyun. Mingyun, I have an urgent matter. I'll take Mingyao out tonight to apologize. Did I reveal any flaws? Lung Ryue's hostile facade vanished in an instant as she stared at herself. Bewildered, Xiao Mingyun chuckled lightly, glancing at her. You didn't reveal any flaws. Rather, he is simply too cunning and has already figured it out. With a warm smile, Xiao Mingyun then turned to me, saying, very well, we can settle accounts later tonight. Now, what is this urgent matter? Well, I consumed all those crystal nuclei, and as a result, I have become stronger. I recounted the situation to the two women that you've grown stronger. To what extent? Lung Rue inquired, her expression skeptical. Just watch that I demonstrated what it meant to be faster than lightning, disappearing from their sight in an instant, leaving only a fleeting afterimage behind. Lung Rue was genuinely astonished, covering her open mouth with her small hand, her beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. How was that? I didn't deceive you, did I? I reappeared in an instant, not even slightly out of breath. Naturally, Xiao Mingyun was delighted to see her partner grow stronger. Though she still playfully scolded, you heartless one! Did you not think to leave a little for the three of us? Ahem, blame me. I'll send the troops out this afternoon to gather more crystal nuclei. I felt a flush of embarrassment, realizing I had unconsciously devoured them all. Well, no one blames you. Xiao Mingyun shot me a teasing glance before smiling sweetly, though my telekinesis is rooted in mental energy. It is still an extraordinary ability. After its manifestation, there is a significant distinction from mental energy, the do elaborate, that I leaned in, my ears perked in anticipation. Xiao Mingyun began to explain. When I first awakened my extraordinary ability, my experience mirrored yours. My mental attributes were enhanced, leading to the opening of the sea of consciousness and the emergence of mental energy. The difference lies in that once my mental energy departs my body, I can actively alter its characteristics, thereby transforming it into telekinesis. The mental energy that has been converted to telekinesis no longer possesses the ability to invade another's mind, but becomes more substantial and capable of interfering with reality. For example, a strand of mental energy can lift a stone, while a strand of telekinesis can grasp a person. The realization struck me. Her ability functions as a telekinesis converter, transforming an equivalent amount of mental energy into telekinesis. The quality remains the same, but the efficacy diverges. A strand of mental energy in its telekinetic form loses the capacity to invade the minds of living beings, but gains tremendous resilience, strength, and the power to manipulate reality. Now it makes sense. No wonder your telekinesis is so formidable. You can easily send a dozen zombies flying, and with full force, you can capture and absorb over 100. I exclaimed. And when you activate your telekinetic barrier, it is impervious to blades and bullets, and even I struggled to breach it for a moment. Liu had previously engaged in friendly sparring with them. To be candid, he did not resort to close combat tactics. When the two women joined forces utilizing their extraordinary abilities, they could nearly match him in prowess. Of course, that was under the condition that he solely possessed the power of thunder. Now, with the ability to manipulate metals at his disposal, the dynamics have undoubtedly shifted. This is exceedingly unfair. Setting aside the capabilities of mental intrusion and psychic shock, simply employing mental energy to interfere with reality, or to manipulate objects with psychic force, renders your single thread of mental energy equivalent to hundreds of others. Liu spread his hands, envious of his wife's versatile abilities. Frankly, were she not his partner, he would undoubtedly covet such powers for himself. It is akin to wielding a 100-fold amplifier, is it not? Cold Ryu nodded vigorously beside him, clearly agreeing that Xiao Mingyun's abilities were formidable. At least for the time being, Xiao Mingyun possessed a plethora of techniques, including telekinesis, psychic barriers, telekinetic impacts, and psychic binding, making her arsenal remarkably comprehensive. Observing their expressions, Xiao Mingyun rolled her beautiful eyes and retorted, "I merely alter the characteristics of mental energy. You ability users will, in the future, devour zombie cores to enhance your mental attributes, effectively granting you an additional method." Hiss, indeed, that does seem plausible. Liu Yu and Cold Ryu exchanged glances, finding her reasoning compelling. That so. What are you two envious of? Xiao Mingyun, unusually, uttered something less refined. We don't envy you at all, Mingyun. Fear not, for I shall protect you. Should anyone dare to bully you, I shall freeze them into popsicles. Especially that certain someone. Cold Ryu quickly embraced Xiao Mingyun, casting a sly glance at Liu Yu. Her sense of superiority regarding her abilities once again elevated. What are you staring at? Do you still refuse to accept it? Hasn't the battle between ice and fire already concluded? The last time, I merely compressed lightning in my palm to generate heat, thereby breaking your ice's lowest temperature. Liu Yu, recalling their past encounters, raised the outcome between them. That was solely because your grotesque physique enhanced your abilities. It does not imply that my SSS-level powers are inferior to yours, that if I possessed your physical strength, I would undoubtedly triumph. Cold Ryu remained unconvinced, her retort echoing in her stubbornness. Haha, rest assured, even if you enhance your physical attributes, your abilities will never surpass mine. If you doubt it, we can test it after you consume some cores. How could frost possibly surpass thunder? It is a natural counter. The moment I unleash electricity, you freeze yourself. Liu Yu's arguments were logical, causing Cold Ryu's lips to pout even higher. However, she could not refute him, only clinging to Xiao Mingyun in grievance, tapping her delicate foot and exclaiming, "Mingyun, look, that awful man is bullying me." With that, Liu Yu swiftly vanished from their sight. Chapter 34. The Guard Brigade of Sansha District under Liu Yu's command, after several days of rest to recuperate. The troops commenced their next offensive against the community. Meanwhile, Liu Yu assembled 2 teams and boarded 2 Black Hawks, preparing to scour the island's exterior for vital supplies. The helicopters took off and headed toward the island's outskirts. The pilot in the cockpit suddenly exclaimed, "Boss, there seems to be a massive gathering of zombies on that street in the distance." Liu Yu took the binoculars handed to him and began to observe. He discovered not only a considerable congregation of zombies, but also humans engaged in gunfire against them. There were numerous zombies, and it appeared there were quite a few people as well, armed with an array of firearms. After a moment's contemplation, Liu Yu issued a directive. Change course and approach to assess the situation. Understood. The pilot responded loudly, grabbing the communicator to relay the order. Number 2. Number 2. Alter course. On the east side of the stadium, Guiping Street, a squad was currently ensnared within a horde of zombies, engaged in fierce combat. The group comprised approximately 700 to 800 individuals, of whom only 400 were armed, clad in soldier attire. The rest were civilians, sheltered within the inner circle of the group. Gunfire erupted. Boom, boom, boom. The soldiers protecting the civilians fired desperately at the oncoming zombies, relentlessly shooting them down to maintain their line. Numerous armored vehicles flanked the front and rear of the squad, their mounted machine guns pouring forth a torrent of ammunition. Despite the squad's considerable firepower, the sheer number of zombies assailing them was overwhelming, and amidst the relentless tide, there were many mutated zombies as well. Consequently, the squad's formation was steadily being compressed, and casualties were on the rise. Die, die. A soldier pulled the trigger with fervor, his eyes glazed with bloodlust. Suddenly, a jet of dark green liquid shot forth, striking the soldier and causing his body to dissolve rapidly, emitting a harrowing scream. It's the fat one, beware of its spittle. Shao Wu, damned zombie, I'll tear your grandmother apart. As they watched their comrade's upper body turn to bone in the blink of an eye, the surrounding soldiers' eyes widened with rage. But they were powerless to save their brother's life. With a thud, a monstrous flea descended from the sky, pouncing upon a soldier, its scythe-like forelegs plunging into the soldier's chest, causing him to convulse before his head slumped lifelessly. Squad leader? The soldier's closest comrade felt a surge of grief, swiftly shifting his aim and emptying his magazine, turning the flea into a sieve. Help me. A soldier found himself ensnared by the mutated zombie's tongue. Wrapping around his neck that a nearby comrade, quick on the draw, unsheathed a machete and severed the tongue, rescuing his fellow soldier. The Green Giant. It's the Green Giant. Fire the machine guns at it. A soldier spotted several mutated zombies with astounding defenses and urgently shouted for the armored vehicles to redirect their fire. Die. One soldier emptied his firearm, discarding it, and unleashed his powers to conjure fireballs, hurling them at the zombies, igniting them into fiery figures. What do we do? Daddy, I'm scared. Oh heavens, is this to be our final resting place? Give me a gun. I'll take a few zombies down with me. The crowd sheltered by the soldiers burst into a cacophony of noise. Sobs, shouts, cries, and wails harmonized into a symphony of despair amidst the catastrophe. Gazing at the desperate and tumultuous crowd, and the comrades falling in battle, the highest-ranking commander felt his heart bleed. Hold the line, brothers, hold the line. He personally seized a submachine gun, charging to the front, shouting hoarsely while firing at the zombies. There is no retreat behind us. We must endure. If we hold on, victory will be ours. Captain, watch out. Boom. Captain. One type of zombie, known as the bomb, could self-destruct. Unfortunately, one of these zombies broke through the barrage of fire and tackled the highest commander, taking him from this world. Old Zhong, the vice captain, commanding from the rear, felt his heart race upon hearing the commotion, and he turned sharply, witnessing his old comrade's severed body flying through the air, unleashing a roar of rage. Vice captain, are we all to perish here today? With no reinforcements and no retreat, they could only fight to the bitter end. The highest honor for a soldier was to die on the battlefield. If death would come, so be it. The captain had gone ahead of them. They would follow soon. What was there to fear? I fear nothing, but I refuse to become one of those things. How about we help each other out? Ha, good. To our fallen brothers, take your time on the road to the underworld. We will join you shortly. The helicopter was nearing the battlefield, at the door of the cabin. Someone was observing with binoculars, reporting back to the leader behind him. Boss, it's the Guard Brigade. They are in serious trouble. If things continue like this, they will be wiped out in a matter of minutes. The Guard Brigade? It must be the brigade from the Sansha district that we found nothing at their previous station. Who would have thought they would be here? Liu Yu raised an eyebrow, surmising they may have relocated previously, hiding somewhere, and today attempted to evacuate the island, only to be surrounded by zombies. Boss, should we proceed? The pilot's voice came from the front. Yes, why not? Fly us over. We shall lend them a hand, Liu Yu decisively commanded. He was certainly not a paragon of virtue, harboring love for his homeland. The Daxia Empire of this world was hardly his homeland. What did he care? He merely sought to rescue this doomed squad. much like he had with Chun Feng and Zhao Yong. For professional soldiers were exactly what he needed at this moment. Of course, considering this was a structured unit of the Guard Brigade and not retired mercenaries. Recruiting them might prove challenging. But where their SA will, their SA way. How could one know without trying? Vice Captain Helicopter. It's a helicopter, as the defensive line of the team continued to wane and tremble on the brink of collapse. Two Black Hawks were suddenly spotted, prompting an exclamation of surprise. It is the helicopters that have been flying back and forth over the island these days. The deputy commander looked up and immediately recognized the two helicopters. He and the captain had previously noted their presence, but both had harbored doubts, unsure whether these aircraft belonged to their own forces. Thus, they had urged the troops to remain hidden and refrain from making any contact. It's the planes, our planes. We are saved. Our reinforcements are here. At that moment, the others were devoid of any other thoughts. As if invigorated by a surge of adrenaline, they began to fight with fervor. The appearance of these helicopters was akin to a lifeline for them. They understood that perhaps it would not suffice to rescue everyone present, but at least hope had been rekindled, hadn't it? Open fire! At Lu Yu's command, the pilot promptly adjusted the helicopter's position. The M-134, known for its formidable firepower, unleashed a torrent of bullets against the horde of corpses, thundering with a rate of fire of 6,000 rounds per minute. With two such guns, effective support was instantly provided, mowing down the zombies as if they were mere stalks of wheat. Boom, boom, boom. The Hellfire missiles suspended beneath the short wings of the Black Hawks began to launch in rapid succession, erupting in bursts of explosive fire amidst the throng of the undead. That we are saved. Our reinforcements. Hail! Not only did they possess the firepower of the Gatling gun, but also missiles, which incited a tremendous cheer from the beleaguered team. However, this was merely a temporary reprieve, as the missiles could not be fired indefinitely, nor could they halt the advancing tide of zombies. Thus, amidst the astonished gasps of many, Lu Yu leapt down from dozens of meters above. With a resounding thud, he landed heavily on the ground, shattering the tiles beneath his combat boots. Upon seeing the young man clad in unfamiliar military attire with a stern expression, the deputy commander of the Guard Battalion rushed over. I am He Yun, deputy commander of the Sansha District Guard Battalion. Thank you for your support. May I ask who you are? Someone here to help you. Lu Yu had no time for idle chatter. Taking a deep breath, he began to fully activate his extraordinary powers that in an instant, everything metallic within a radius of several hundred meters, save for the soldiers' weapons and ammunition, established a unique connection with him, coming under his control. Come! With a commanding shout, the surrounding buildings began to crumble, and various metallic materials surged into the sky like a torrent. Is this an extraordinary ability? My heavens, this spectacle was truly captivating. In the midst of astonished gazes, the multitude of metallic objects rapidly assembled and transformed into a towering metallic giant, resembling the leader of the Decepticons, Megatron. The pseudo-Megatron, upon its inception, was immediately under its master-esque control. Rampaging through the horde of zombies, throwing punches and trampling, swiftly eliminating a significant number of the undead, momentarily halting the tide before the team. One more. Lu Yu, while controlling Megatron, summoned more metallic objects from afar, coalescing them into a steel giant serpent, which charged fiercely towards the horde from the rear, crushing through the multitude of zombies and leaving behind a gruesome mire of flesh. What is happening? This can't be real. The citizens sheltered within the team gasped in disbelief, and even the surrounding guard soldiers were rendered speechless by the shock that a metallic giant and a metallic serpent. These two monstrosities brought an unprecedented sense of awe and visual impact to all present, utterly shattering their previous perceptions. Is this even possible? Lu Yu realized that despite the destruction wrought by his summoned beasts, an unceasing wave of zombies continued to advance, akin to an endless ocean. However, his stamina was limited. Then I shall employ a different method. Lu Yu swung his arm powerfully, causing the metallic giant and serpent to explode simultaneously into countless droplets of liquid metal. A massive metallic wall then began to rise around them, continuously ascending until it completely isolated the exterior from those trapped within, leaving only the sky exposed. The people enclosed within the metallic barrier breathed a collective sigh of relief, their gazes now fixed upon Lu Yu, as if they were looking at a deity. Who, exactly, is this man? Is he a celestial being? What? Of course, he is an extraordinary individual. How can you still be unclear in this world? But does such immense power truly exist? It is simply unfathomable. Indeed, this power was akin to that of a divine entity. For the moment, safety was secured. The people within the metallic walls began to murmur quietly, gazing at Lu Yu with reverence that we are immensely grateful. He approached with fervor to express his gratitude, but just as he began to speak, Lu Yu raised a hand, signaling him to cease. Time is of the essence that I will only ask you this. Do you wish to join us? If you agree, I will lead you away, that if not, I shall not compel you. Lu Yu's expression was stern as he surveyed the crowd. His recent display of power, coupled with his unique presence, imbued his gaze with an oppressive weight that rendered nearly everyone reluctant to meet his eyes. Join you. Heian was momentarily taken aback. But his mind swiftly began to churn. The TO attained the position of Deputy Commander of the 1st District Guard Battalion was no small feat, considering the sight of the 2 Black Hawks flying over the island day after day. Along with the sounds of cannon fire heard in the preceding days, he had begun to piece together the implications. Indeed, we are a civilian armed force formed for self-preservation, the Steel Brotherhood. Lu Yu nodded, adding, let there be no superfluous words. Your choices are limited to 2. Join us and embrace a glorious future, or remain here and fend for yourselves. Upon hearing this, Heian fell into silence, realizing that it was essentially a singular choice, that if you decline to join, will you leave us to be devoured by zombies? The soldiers of the Guard Battalion, who had previously sheltered the citizens, were now enveloped in silence, exchanging glances laden with uncertainty. Conversely, the civilians were far less hesitant, eager to voice their intentions. I wish to join you. I want to be part of the Steel Brotherhood. Sir, please bring the helicopter down and take me with you. Sir, if you are willing to take me away, I am willing to devote myself to you. I am fair-skinned and beautiful, with ample bosom and long legs. Dear, what on earth are you saying? These individuals bore no psychological burdens. Lu Yu was not a military figure or a bureaucrat, but rather part of a civilian organization. This merely surprised them slightly. As long as it meant preserving their lives, they would accept any arrangement. Heian and his guard soldiers were different. They had previously remained hidden within the gymnasium, and as the situation grew increasingly dire, they had no choice but to take a risk and prepare to retreat to safety. They operated under orders from higher-ups, being part of the official military guard structure. The court is not yet finished. How dare a nameless civilian organization propose to recruit us? This notion sounded utterly absurd and difficult to accept in the past. Such a statement would have elicited laughter or led one to suspect that the speaker was deranged. Yet the current reality was fantastical. The regular army was on the brink of annihilation and had to rely on a civilian group for salvation. Should they refuse this proposition, they would face certain death, let alone retreating to safety to report back to their superiors. Moreover, the Steel Brotherhood had saved them. Thus they owed them a debt of gratitude. However, this was merely a psychological barrier to overcome. Upon reflection, one need not worry about face when life was at stake. The grim reality was that joining them, though one might sweeten the narrative by calling it a temporary measure, was essentially capitulation. A betrayal of the military and the court. Surviving now, what of the future? If the court and military were to discover this, would they not seek retribution? Wouldn't they be eager to find a scapegoat to execute as an example of treason? What are your thoughts? Lu Yu harbored great ambitions for this elite guard unit. With their addition, his ranks would swell with a contingent of skilled regular troops, significantly alleviating the workload of the instructors in the training corps. More importantly, this development would bolster the pacification strategy devised by Lu Yu and Xiao Mingyun, facilitating their integration into the military's fabric and enhancing the likelihood of success in their endeavors. Heian instinctively wished to refuse. Although he held a degree of loyalty to the court, it was not particularly profound. He simply lacked faith in Lu Yu's organization, believing that a glorious demise would be preferable to an end marked by military annihilation and historical infamy. Yet, as he turned to survey the eager faces of his comrades behind him, though not a single one uttered a word, Heian understood their gazes. He realized that no one in this world, if they could help it, would ever desire to embrace death. Heian clenched his fists, reiterating those 2 words through gritted teeth, that a fierce internal struggle ensued within him. plunging him into a state of tormenting indecision. Click! Ah! The zombies outside the iron walls continued their terrifying howls, their claws pounding against the metal, creating a cacophony that was utterly chilling. You have one final minute to contemplate, Lu Yu remarked, glancing at his watch before signaling to the sky. Instructing the Black Hawk to descend at the command center was a cacophony of sounds, with everyone engrossed in their tasks. Some were meticulously simulating scenarios at the sand table. Others were engaged in phone conversations. While a few hurriedly moved in and out, a man bearing the insignia of a major general stood with his arms crossed against the wall, silently gazing at the enormous map that adorned it. His expression solemn and unyielding to this moment. A bespectacled colonel approached them and greeted softly. Noticing the general's silence, the colonel continued in a hushed tone. The aircraft dispatched to retrieve General Qin has not only failed to return, but has also lost contact. Upon hearing this, the general's demeanor shifted slightly, a flicker of sorrow crossing his eyes. Sighing deeply, the general lamented, "It seems this is fate. Dear old commander, do not hold my heartlessness against me. It is not that I am ungrateful." The general's consideration for bygone friendships amidst such tension, having specifically dispatched a plane for rescue, was already a profound act of kindness. The colonel hesitated for a moment before pressing on. "Shall we dispatch additional aircraft? Perhaps with a larger contingent and equipped with missiles, just in case." The general shook his head slowly, closing his eyes. "That I cannot exploit the authority bestowed upon me by the military. Nor can I allow my brothers to risk their lives for my personal matters. That would be highly inappropriate. Moreover, we are quite distant from Huadu, and the journey poses significant dangers that if we failed this time, what assurance is there that subsequent attempts would succeed?" The colonel nodded in understanding, responding earnestly, "Indeed, the perils and uncertainties of the journey are unpredictable. Take this instance, for example. There is a considerable likelihood that the aircraft encountered mutated zombies within Huadu. The earlier losses suffered by the airborne division serve as a stark reminder. Enough of this matter." The general interjected with a wave of his hand, turning to address the busy soldiers, his tone grave. "Gather all units above battalion level that are not currently tasked. Assemble in a conference room. I have important news to announce." "Yes, General." In Huadu, cries for help echoed. "Help! Help! Over here! There are survivors. Please save me. I'm right here." As two helicopters soared overhead, numerous survivors were filled with hope, risking detection by zombies to wave frantically for assistance. "Don't leave. Don't leave. There are still people here. Damn it. Are you blind?" The exclamations turned to curses as the survivors realized the helicopters had no intention of landing. "If you won't save us, then may you perish." Some, adorned with tattoos and armed with firearms procured from the black market, began firing into the sky, futilely attempting to vent their frustration. Let him taste a hellfire missile. Inside the cabin, Lu Yu observed the scene, tilting his head as he ordered the pilot, "Brother, is it worth it?" The pilot hesitated, feeling a pang of sympathy. Even selling that fool below 100 times would not equate to the value of a single missile. "Regardless of its worth, I refuse to indulge his foul behavior," Lu Yu replied coldly. "Very well then. Since the boss has spoken, how could the younger brother disobey? Besides, a grand firework display will be a sight to behold. A tribute for this mission." With the press of a button, a missile shot forth from the wing. "Curse it, let me not catch you again." The individual on the rooftop, having emptied his magazine, felt a slight alleviation of his rage. Yet the next moment, his once menacing expression turned to one of terror, as a missile loomed larger in his sight. Boom! The rooftop erupted in a violent explosion, the sound reverberating throughout the vicinity. The instigator was no more. Inside the cabin, Zhang Wei set down his binoculars, laughing heartily. "Look at you now, flaunting your bravado. This is the fate of arrogance. You had best remember it in your next life." Yu Yang, leaning against the cabin wall with his arms crossed, smirked and inquired, "How long until we arrive?" Lu Yu turned to Zhao Yong beside him. Zhao Yong glanced at his watch, mentally calculating the time. Then responded, "According to our estimates, we should reach the coordinates within 20 minutes. "Excellent. Notify me upon arrival," Lu Yu replied, leaning back and closing his eyes. Since the Brotherhood established a safe base and began expanding outward, his territory, resources, and population had been steadily increasing. However, as the area of occupied territory grew, so too did the need for stationed troops. Once the zombies on Sansha Island were fully eradicated, perhaps fewer forces would be necessary. Merely guarding 2 bridges would suffice. But that was not the case now, and having soldiers without firearms was untenable. One could not rely solely on melee weapons, which was already in use. Xiao Mingyun, who prioritized meritocracy, efficiently managed all logistics, ensuring that anyone capable could formally join the Brotherhood. Several short video creators specializing in forging melee weapons and armor were assigned to this task, producing numerous broadswords and spears, and selecting individuals to be armed. This cold weapon battalion served as a reserve for the regular army, training like standard soldiers daily, ready to be integrated into the formal military ranks upon acquiring firearms. In summary, Lu Yu's faction was in dire need of an extensive supply of military equipment. Therefore, after scavenging the island's police stations and hospitals, he altered his plans from raiding the police stations, hospitals, military academies, and docks in the outer city, instead heading directly to the coordinates provided by General Qin. Yet, shortly after departing the city and ascending over the outskirts, trouble arose. A dense mass of dark clouds was moving across the sky, pursuing a considerably large shadow. Their flight paths intersected with those of Lu Yu's helicopters. What on earth is that? Holy cow, what a massive eagle! The trio, Yu Yang, Zhang Wei, and Xiao Menglong, who had clamored to join the mission, were now struck with panic. Brother, it's a mutated beast. Seeing Lu Yu gazing out of the cabin door, Zhao Yong exclaimed anxiously, I see it. How rare. Lu Yu narrowed his eyes but did not issue orders to change course. Reflecting on the initial pronouncement of the world's will, the heavens are in turmoil, the realms are merging. The world S will grant the primal power to all beings, enabling them to awaken extraordinary abilities. Indeed, the beings of the world encompass more than just humanity. All flora and fauna, from insects to mammals, were granted this opportunity, albeit with a significantly lower awakening chance compared to humans. 1 in 10 for humans. Even less for other beings. Additionally, most awakened humans possessed only low-level abilities, akin to a slight enhancement. Their true combat prowess did not exceed that of an ordinary person. The same could be said for mutated beasts. In recent days, Lu Yu and his brothers had encountered numerous mutated creatures in the city, including mutated cats, dogs, cockroaches, ants, rats, and snakes. The numbers were considerable. However, they remained underwhelming, lacking intelligence. How ordinary people once dealt with them remained effective. There were formidable variants, such as cockroaches the size of small dogs and cats resembling tigers, but these were exceedingly rare. Lu Yu once pondered whether these mutated beasts required time to develop or if the other beings in and around the city were inherently weak, with the truly powerful residing in the mountains or seas. Brother, while I am not afraid of that large creature, those smaller ones are plentiful. As the 2 kinds of mutated beasts drew closer, Zhao Yong felt a prickling sensation at the back of his neck, unable to resist urging further, hover and align the cabin door with them. Yes, Xiao Wei, put on a show. Ha, just watch me, big brother. Zhang Wei steadied himself, opening his mouth to unleash flames at the approaching mutated beasts. Instantly, the air was filled with the anguished cries of various birds. The enormous eagle, the size of a helicopter, was engulfed in flames, plummeting to the ground. The smaller birds, no larger than a basin, that had been pursuing the eagle also met a dire fate. Their cloud formation ignited and diminished by half as the remainder scattered in terror. Breathing fire is quite advantageous. Not only does it work wonders against zombies, but it's also effective against flying mutated beasts, Yu Yang remarked, unable to suppress his admiration. Seeing this outcome, Zhao Yong couldn't help but express a tinge of envy. His bloodthirsty berserker ability, though rated A level, was primarily a boost to individual combat prowess, and when it came to area of effect skills, it paled in comparison to Zhang Wei's B-level ability. Hey, don't be envious, brother. I'm just a legend, Zhang Wei proclaimed, hands on his hips, basking in his glory. Indeed, Xiao Wei performed admirably. Lu Yu nodded. Just as he was about to order the helicopters to continue their flight, he suddenly noticed the fleeing mutated birds turning back towards the 2 helicopters, evidently intent on revenge. What the hell are they doing? Wei Shin, breathe fire. I find myself overwhelmed as these beasts disperse from all directions. Why are you all in a panic? I am here as well. Confronted by hundreds, if not thousands of vengeful birds, Lu Yu shows no leniency towards them. His extraordinary ability is the mastery of thunder, and as his physical strength amplifies, so does the potency of his power. Now, he can command the forces of lightning within a radius of several hundred meters in a full 360 degrees around him. Our previous predictions were not mistaken. As mutated creatures evolve, their intelligence increases correspondingly. These little creatures have even learned to scatter to evade flames before launching coordinated attacks, adding further unpredictability to humanity's future. As his words fell, a vast expanse of lightning illuminated the sky. It resembled an enormous net of thunder, enveloping a significant portion of the heavens. Except for 2 helicopters that remained unscathed, everything else was ravaged by the storm. Being scorched by fire is unpleasant. But the sensation of being electrocuted is equally disagreeable. In but a single strike, the mutated birds plummeted from the sky like dumplings that in an instant, the shadows that had previously adorned the sky had vanished entirely. The mutated creatures lacked cores, which seemed to be a specialty of the zombie world. Therefore, Lu Yu and his companions did not waste time scavenging for bodies. They were merely remnants of roasted meat, and instead hastened towards their designated coordinates. Chapter 37. Mastering the Steel Dragon. Erecting the Tower of Iron. The power of the divine. We have arrived. This is the military camp of the troops. 2 helicopters hovered in the sky, and the occupants within the cabins directed their gazes downward. Below, a throng of heads surged, shadows flitting about, an inexhaustible sea of zombies. At first glance, it would surely send a chill down anyone's spine. This is the military headquarters of the 39th Army Group under the Southern War Zone, protected by 2 composite divisions, designated as the 17245 and 17,322 units. Endless warehouses, adjacent buildings, slogans on the front and back walls. Vast training grounds. Gazing at this fallen military camp, Lu Yu's eyes grew more fervent. Indeed, it is said that these 2 units have undergone reorganization in recent years. Unlike the previous mechanized infantry divisions, they belong to a new type of mechanized infantry, a hallmark force within the Southern War Zone. Zhao Yong also expressed his sentiments. During my service, I had heard of their designation, yet I never knew their whereabouts. I never imagined I would encounter them in such a manner today. Zhang Wei pointed to the distance, suddenly exclaiming, "Holy smokes, are those tanks? They must be worth a fortune." Yu Yang picked up his binoculars for a closer look. Indeed, they are worth a fortune, and those fighter jets too. Goodness gracious. Look at the 2 of you. What a paltry amount of ambition. Can this even be measured in money? Xiao Minglong scoffed at them, turning to praise Lu Yu. This is the grand venture of my brother-in-law. It is the future of our Iron Brotherhood. Suddenly, the stakes were raised. However, his audacious bid for the title of Chief Sycophant caused Zhang Wei to bristle with annoyance. You talk a lot. These are all military heavyweights. Lu Yu nodded, promptly issuing orders. First, head to the airport and retrieve all those fighter jets. Understood. The 2 helicopters immediately sprang into action, flying towards the airport. The whirring of the rotors attracted a multitude of zombies gathering below. Upon witnessing their escape, the zombies pursued fervently. Noticing a mutated flea charging into the air, Lu Yu cast a cold glance and struck it down with a bolt of lightning, reducing it to ashes. Subsequently, more fleas leapt up, attempting to partake in the airborne feast. Ascend higher. Zombies can evolve. The strength among fleas varies greatly. Do not let them collide with us. Lu Yu bellowed commands. He continually activated his Thunder God skill, unleashing arcs of lightning. Yes, the pilots, startled by the mutated fleas, swiftly ascended in their helicopters, evading the jumps of the creatures. Stay put, I will descend myself. Lu Yu leaped from the aircraft, rushing towards the stationary fighter jets at the airport as if a glutton spotting a feast. Drooling with excitement, haha, mine, all mine. I am about to strike it rich. After effortlessly melting the brains of several zombies before him, he began a frenzied spree of looting. Fighter jets, bombers, transport planes, training aircraft, regardless of type. Everything was stowed into his spatial ring. Who could best articulate the sensation of this experience? Without a doubt, it would be none other than Li Yunlong, who once captured the cavalry camp of Wanjia Town. Truly, this is a treasure trove. Lu Yu was elated, feeling that his previous raid on the hospital, where he had recruited the old General Qin Yi, was undoubtedly the most profitable venture of his career. If a single military camp could yield such bounty, what of the countless others? Let us not even mention those far away. Consider the present. How crucial is air supremacy in modern warfare? It is significant enough to transform the very nature of warfare. So vital that even the king of war, the artillery, must hastily retreat after a shot. And if the skies are filled with enemy aircraft, one would not dare to engage in open conflict. With fighter jets, one can execute carpet bombing. With fighter jets, one can enforce strategic deterrence. With fighter jets, one can carry out precision strikes akin to surgical operations, regardless of whether Liu Yu possessed pilots. He sought to seize them first. With these treasures in hand, he could do as he pleased in the future. However, during this process, he discovered that some fighter jets were already damaged, the zombie pilots in the cockpits revealing the cause. Even the broken ones are worth taking. They can be dismantled for parts. Liu Yu continued to pillage, causing the number of aircraft at the airport to dwindle rapidly. Are they our people? In a distant building, a soldier crouched by the window, suppressing his excitement. Another soldier observed carefully and replied, "They likely aren't. If they were brothers who had broken through and established a foothold, they would have come here. Not to the airport, as we have already reported our location. Perhaps they are from the brother unit, searching for survivors?" Another soldier suggested that perhaps that IT seems plausible. The other soldiers in the room nodded in agreement. Finding it the most logical explanation, that a soldier furrowed his brow. We cannot let them waste time like this. If they fail to find anyone and believe our unit has no survivors, they may leave. But you know how terrifying that creature is. If we make any noise, it will locate us. Haven't the previous experiences of our brothers taught us enough? A comrade shook his head, fear flashing in his eyes. Damn it. These mutated zombies are truly troublesome, that if only we could rush to the ammunition depot, I would gladly guard it and fight for 10 days and nights. Who could disagree? At this moment, they could only part the curtains and attempt to signal without being detected. All right, quickly. Wait, look. The zombies are starting to gather. It's that creature. It's mobilizing its forces again. Big brother, zombies from all directions are converging on you. Mutated zombies organized with their own kind, while ordinary zombies gathered with theirs, so remarkably coordinated, it was as if they were a military unit. We need to lower our altitude. Please come up. Zhao Yong's anxious voice echoed through the intercom attached to his chest. That I understand, but there's no need. Just watch. Liu Yu responded into the intercom, then twisted his neck, muttering to himself, I haven't finished collecting my treasures yet, and they come to disrupt my excitement. Casting his gaze, he noticed the tide of zombies surging towards him, and a thought struck him. Could they be command-type zombies? Perhaps there was some truth to that. In the next moment, he ceased his speculation, extending his hands to grasp at the ground, sensing and controlling the metal hidden beneath the concrete. With a loud crack, the earth ruptured, soil heaving. The once exceptionally solid airport surface was easily torn apart. Metal pipes, metal foundations, and rebar entwined with cement. Countless metallic constructs soared into the air, swirling in a tempest. Simultaneously, many pieces of scrap metal, steel, and other materials Liu Yu had previously stored in his spatial ring were released, joining the metallic frenzy. Here, I am the sovereign. Gazing at the zombies, Liu Yu raised his hands, a massive metal plate forming beneath him, lifting him into the in that moment. Amidst the storm of metal above, he appeared as a deity commanding the tempest. Go, with a fierce wave of his hand. The torrent of metal surged downward like a torrential flood, crashing into the horde of corpses, instantly engulfing and overwhelming a vast number of zombies. This the command type. Do you dare to reveal yourself to me? With another sweep of his hand, the metal storm split once more, resembling a colossal cutting machine, pulverizing large swathes of zombies into bloody remnants. By heavens! The surviving soldiers hidden in the camps let out gasps of astonishment, unable to believe the scene unfolding before their eyes. Who is he? An extraordinary individual, but how could there be such a powerful esper? The previously strongest, Shaoan, could not even approach this level, with no means to even touch the edges. Ultimately surrounded and perished by mutated zombies. If Shaoan were truly as formidable as this individual, he would have let us out long ago to unleash his abilities to such a degree. How robust must his physique be? What immense physical stamina must he possess? Could it be that he has consumed 10,000 zombie cores? I feel that even if he had ingested 100,000 cores, it would still be implausible. The surviving soldiers were collectively stirred, showcasing a divine power with a mere wave of their hands. That is this something that humanity can achieve? Of course, putting that aside for now. If such a person exists, then they are indeed our salvation. We must make him aware of our presence. Quickly, step forward and shout. Use the loudspeakers, but wouldn't that expose us? Expose us? At this point, that monster is likely too terrified to care. It certainly has no time to pay us any mind. Hurry, call for help. In that moment, all the surviving soldiers in the camp seized the opportunity, employing various means to capture Lu Yu's attention. Excellent. I knew there would be at least one survivor in the camp. They must have been hiding. This method is far more effective than mere pretense. Lu Yu felt a surge of joy. Why had he been battling against these seemingly endless zombies, expending his energy to unleash powerful abilities? Was it not for these surviving soldiers? Finding even one is akin to discovering treasure. If any possess skills in operating missile systems, driving armored vehicles, or piloting aircraft, that would be nothing short of miraculous. My older brother is truly impressive. That it's no exaggeration. The reason he is called older brother is precisely because of his prowess. Hearing the older brother mention that consuming zombie cores could enhance one's strength, we too shall experience such a day. Indeed, I eagerly anticipate the moment I can transform my title of Great God into Fire God. Get lost. I am still the god of war here. Despite the fact that the subordinates aboard the two helicopters had witnessed Lu Yu's terrifying wrath more than once, each encounter still left them in awe. With a rumble, Lu Yu summoned his abilities, condensing countless metallic creations into a colossal steel dragon, reminiscent of a mythical sea dragon. Standing atop the dragon's head, he crossed his arms over his shoulders. Though beads of sweat had begun to form on his brow, his expression remained carefree. The wind above tousled his hair, causing his coat to billow dramatically. Soon, the steel dragon arrived before a building, its head gently hovering outside a first-floor window. Soldiers, what are you still staring at? If you wish to survive, come aboard with your comrades. The soldiers at the window were momentarily stunned, but upon hearing his stern voice, they quickly regained their senses and scrambled to mount the dragon's head. Secure yourselves. We continue our rescue. Thus, the massive steel dragon soared through the skies, rescuing one group of surviving soldiers after another, rendering the zombies utterly powerless. Ultimately, before night fell, all surviving soldiers were gathered together. Lu Yu, having regained some of his strength, brought them to a football field within the camp, then unleashed his abilities to erect a towering iron spire that reached a height of 100 meters. Chapter 38. Spring breeze and rain, silent nurturing, winning hearts, subduing soldiers, charisma at an all-time high. If someone had told these soldiers in the past that there were gods in this world, they would have scoffed, and the more hot-tempered among them might have even hurled insults at the speaker. Yet now, they believed. Although everyone knew it was the work of an ability user, the disparity in strength among them was evident. This was a realm only the god of abilities could hope to touch. Gazing down at the sturdy metallic platform and the scenic view beyond the railing, who would dare claim otherwise? Gulping sounds echoed as the two Black Hawk helicopters landed steadily on the expansive platform atop the tower. Older brother, you are simply magnificent. Not only magnificent, but also incredibly impressive, truly astonishing, invincible. Yu Yang and his companions emerged from the helicopter, lavishly praising him. Lu Yu smiled slightly. He had grown accustomed to the adoration of his subordinates. There was no choice. His prowess did not allow for modesty, did I say. You shall respond without unnecessary chatter. Lu Yu addressed the group of soldiers still in shock, calculating that he had saved around 800 or 900 of them. Almost 1,000, if you understand. Nod your heads. With that single statement, a multitude of soldiers instinctively nodded in agreement. That in the presence of this formidable ability user, nobody dared to appear nonchalant. No one could remain calm, especially after witnessing his cataclysmic power. Zhang Wei and others stood behind Lu Yu, their faces radiating prideful satisfaction, each striking a pose that suggested they were the powerful figure's entourage, crossing their arms and feigning nonchalance. Very well. Lu Yu began to speak. We are a civilian organization, the Steel Brotherhood, and I am the leader of the Steel Brotherhood. My purpose here is twofold: to acquire equipment and to rescue those willing to join me. Therefore, he paused, casting his gaze over the nearly 1,000 faces of soldiers, Who among you wishes to join the Steel Brotherhood and follow me from this day forth? The silence that followed was anticipated by Lu Yu. Soldiers exchanged glances. Some furrowed their brows, others appeared contemplative. And a few wore expressions of hesitation. In short, each soldier had their own reaction, yet the majority seemed inclined to join the Steel Brotherhood. Noticing the silence, Lu Yu continued, I am rather open-minded. Whether you wish to join or not, I will not make it too difficult for anyone. Not too difficult. This implied that there would indeed be difficulties, causing the soldiers present to feel an unmistakable sense of unease. At the same time, I am a selfish individual, unwilling to assist those unrelated to me, that I believe you all understand my meaning. Yes? This was a blatant threat. Any reasonable person could discern in any case. Refusing to join would lead to a fate that needed no elaboration. Considering how he had turned countless zombies into steel coffins with metal, one could easily grasp the extent of his methods. We are willing to join your organization. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the crowd that was an officer, adorned with the rank of colonel, with thick brows, wide eyes, a square face, and a strong jawline that exuded an air of resoluteness. As he stepped forward and spoke, many behind him revealed expressions of joy. Finally, someone had the guts to pledge loyalty to the older brother. Naturally, some were taken aback, surprised at this strong-featured man. Looking at this officer, who appeared to have attained the rank of colonel at around 30, Lu Yu sensed he was no ordinary individual and smiled as he inquired, Excellent. What is your name, and what was your previous position? Zhou Qingdong, courtesy name Tyran, staff officer of the 39th Army Group Headquarters. The officer stood tall, responding to Lu Yu's inquiry. Oh, you even have a courtesy name. Lu Yu expressed interest in this individual. The most significant difference between this world and the one Lu Yu had traversed from lay in the divergent historical trajectory post the Ming Dynasty. After the Qing army entered the pass, they did not solidify their hold on the realm, but were instead overthrown. This led to a series of differences, such as cultural customs. Despite having arrived in a modern society, many traditions persisted and flourished. For instance, the populace favored wearing hanfu, their speech often imbued with classical Chinese elegance, and they still employed traditional characters. Not to mention the practice of naming and adopting courtesy names. Of course, in ordinary households, few paid heed to such matters. It was primarily the scholarly families, the aristocracy, and those who had recently acquired wealth that engaged in this custom. The fact that this individual possessed a courtesy name, coupled with his military rank and age, suggested a well-to-do background. As the ancients say, a name reflects one's essence, while a courtesy name expresses virtue. Qingdong, symbolizing the pillar of a household, implies stability for the family and country, suggesting that as long as the pillar stands, the household remains steadfast and unchanging, as tranquil as nature itself. Lu Yu had read extensively in the past, and sometimes enjoyed indulging in such elegant pretenses, showcasing his knowledge, much like at this moment. Indeed, a remarkable name, a truly admirable courtesy name. You speak truly, Zhou Qingdong replied with a smile. Since you are willing to join us, it is indeed a good thing, and I wholeheartedly welcome you. After speaking with him, Lu Yu turned his gaze to the others. What about the rest of you, brothers? I, too, wish to join the Steel Brotherhood. Me as well. The army has already crumbled. What do I have to fear? I, Zhang Dami, wish to join the Steel Brotherhood. Indeed, our commander has fallen. I believe he would understand our decision. Once the first individual stepped forward, the rest naturally followed suit. With soldiers eagerly raising their hands and vociferously expressing their desire to become part of the Brotherhood, it is crucial to note that this was not akin to joining the People's Liberation Army in 49. The two situations could not be compared. With such an impressive leader at the helm, one could already envision the promising future of this so-called Brotherhood. Some even went so far as to say, in any case, we are soldiers receiving rations. Serving under anyone is still serving. Joining this esteemed leader's ranks might not be a bad thing after all. That is right, if it's for the common people. I might be motivated, but for the royal family and those wealthy aristocrats, I wouldn't want to serve them for even a day. Humph. When the disaster first struck, those who reacted swiftly fled without hesitation. It is not their fault. After all, anyone in their position would have done the same. Yet so many days have passed, and why have they not returned to rescue their comrades? It is evident that we have been abandoned. Indeed, we have been forsaken, left to our own devices, and now that someone has come to our aid, We must learn to appreciate and repay their kindness. We shall follow the leader." The voices grew increasingly fervent. It was clear that the soldiers, having been left behind for so many days without rescue, were filled with grievances. However, there were some who displayed evident resistance. Yet after much contemplation, they sighed and ultimately followed the tide. After all, a miserable existence is preferable to a certain demise. To refuse would mean that this esteemed leader might not cast you down from a height of 100 meters, but merely send you back to face certain death. It is better to seize the opportunity and join a new faction. Silence. Lu Yu's command instantly silenced everyone. No one dared to whisper any longer. He scanned the crowd and noted that aside from Zhou Qingdong, there were 3 or 4 colonels and dozens of lieutenant colonels. Thus, he addressed Zhou Qingdong. "Brother Tyran, you shall organize the ranks and compile the data of all the soldiers." With that, he tossed Zhou Qingdong a pen and a notebook. "Understood." Zhou Qingdong caught the pen and notebook, feeling a sense of being valued, and immediately stood tall, saluting Lu Yu with a standard military greeting. "Good." Lu Yu turned and retrieved a barbecue grill, along with various alcoholic beverages and meats from his spatial ring, instructing Zhang Wei and others to prepare at such a time. Nothing could be more delightful than an outdoor barbecue. Armored troops, 179, aviation pilots, 42 artillery, 165. Report concluded. Half an hour later, as each individual recounted their professional specialties, Zhou Qingdong reiterated the details, and finally, Lu Yu felt a sense of clarity that on the surface, he remained composed as he continued grilling, but inwardly he was elated. Remarkably, half of them were technical personnel. He had expected to encounter a bunch of weary infantrymen. Yet the yield was unexpectedly high. Now he could fully establish the armored forces. While Lu Yu remained silent, the assembled soldiers stood in line, their mouths watering with anticipation. Heaven be merciful, how had they endured these days? They had not enjoyed a proper meal. Having a bit of dry rations was already a blessing. Some had even gone days without food, relying solely on water to stave off hunger. Had Lu Yu not arrived? It was horrifying to think that the grim specter of cannibalism might have loomed. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. For minutes had passed, yet Lu Yu remained silent, engrossed in his grilling, while his subordinates wore mischievous smiles as they worked. Looking over, one could see the saliva pooling on the ground. Yet no one dared to move or speak. Such was the deterrent power that came from formidable strength. "Why are you all still standing there in a daze? What are you doing? I never said you couldn't move or come over, did I?" Lu Yu looked up, feigning surprise at the soldiers. He continued with a smile, "From now on, we are all one family. Brothers in the same trench, that if I have food, you all shall share in it. If I have water, my brothers shall never suffer thirst. This wine and meat are not prepared for anyone but you. Come, come. Oh ho, long live the leader. Hail to the chief. From now on, this 100 or so pounds shall be yours." The soldiers surged forward like a swarm, their excited cheers echoing through the heavens. "That do not be polite. Eat to your heart's content. From now on, we share glory and disgrace, wealth and hardship alike. Remember my words. Ha! Eat, 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 but do not choke. Fill your cups and drink to your heart's content. Chief, where are you from?" "Boss, your powers are truly remarkable. Do enlighten us." "Woo! I finally get to eat meat again. How many soldiers do we have in our brotherhood now?" Lu Yu excelled at addressing the masses, perhaps stemming from a special talent awakened during his youth when he dabbled in painting. He was also adept at connecting with the lower-ranking soldiers, a skill honed through experience. Otherwise, he would never have risen to the position of acting squad leader. He understood clearly that before he possessed the ability to instill loyalty and devotion in each subordinate. The best way to command his troops was to earn their affection and support, thereby preventing anyone from swaying them away. It was evident that he was succeeding. In no time, he was sharing jokes and laughter, bonding with the newly joined soldiers. They perceived this leader as both authoritative and approachable, possessing a generous spirit and a magnificent character, truly a remarkable individual. Consequently, many soldiers began to harbor admiration for Lu Yu and entertained genuine intentions of following him. This was not only due to Lu Yu's own abilities, but also the extraordinary charm of his Taohua divine body, which enveloped them in a refreshing breeze. Zhang Wei and Yang were no exceptions. They followed Lu Yu's lead, engaging with the soldiers in lively conversation, appearing rather sociable. "Hey brother, have you seen Mountain Bandit King? Do you know where the story is now? Oh, it's at the part with Card 2. He's my favorite character, a real man. And then there's Luffy, he's quite handsome too. No way, if Luffy didn't have his support, he'd have perished long ago. What? You say doing sit-ups is too unfair? Actually, I think, I love Fongu and you have legs. Wait, you know about Dance of Snow and Colorflower while in the military? What? That's ancient history. Don't you know how stunning the new generation of young ladies can be? Yes, there are indeed many fakes, but quite a few are genuine too. Oh brother, you're in the cooking team? Wow, you're even the squad leader. That's impressive. By the way, I noticed you look just like someone I know, a guy named Biaogo. Several infamous battles in my hometown were his doing. Really, I can't be lying to you. You two look almost identical. Biaogo was quite the figure back in the day, the most formidable man in Liaobei. I admired him since childhood, or else I wouldn't have ventured into society. He appears to be merely in his mid-20s, yet possesses such remarkable skills in winning hearts. Like a gentle spring breeze, he leaves a lasting impression. It is truly astonishing. I never imagined such a person existed in this world. Zhou Qingdong believed himself capable of discerning genuine affection from mere pretense. He observed the soldiers, their true sentiments laid bare, devoid of tension, fear, or vigilance. In a short span, they had transformed into what seemed like old friends of Liu Yu. This left him utterly astounded. Did I end this singular moment? He discerned qualities in Liu Yu reminiscent of ancient heroes. Both heroes and tyrants are considered neutral terms. It does not imply that one must only perform good deeds to be a hero or engage in malevolence to be a tyrant. It signifies the ability to forge significant accomplishments, to achieve greatness, to stand at the forefront of attention, possessing the capability to lead and reshape an era. Such individuals are bestowed the titles of hero or tyrant. Moreover, the skill of winning hearts and coaxing loyalty is a fundamental trait that both heroes and tyrants must possess. Of course, if one insists that engaging in pyramid schemes also counts, that is beyond reason. And the definitions of these two terms remain rooted in ancient understanding. Zhou Qingdong began to ponder deeply whether he should genuinely serve Liu Yu. Some wield only strength, ruling through fear. Such individuals will inevitably face downfall. Yet others, possessing both martial prowess and wisdom, are truly formidable. No one can predict how far such individuals may ascend. After a moment's reflection, Zhou Qingdong resolved to follow Liu Yu. Firstly, to repay the life-saving grace. Failing to do so would be beneath even a beast. Secondly, given the current state of decay, regardless of how other factions fared, he remained oblivious to the well-being of his family far away in Xinjiang. Preserving his own life was paramount, and choosing a seemingly reliable leader seemed the right course. Brother Tyran, what are you pondering? Drink up. I dare not have you address me so formally. Simply call me Qingdong. Very well, then finish this cup first. Then I shall. Cheers. How refreshing. Old Zhou, I wish to elevate your status. What say you? Time passed onto the 12th day after the apocalypse had descended. Liu Yu did not rush to bring everyone back but continued his work. Fighter jets, missiles, artillery, armored vehicles, firearms, ammunition, fuel. He sought after everything, harboring the grand ambition of packing up this entire military camp and transporting it home. Meanwhile, the zombies ceased their assaults. The towering iron fortress was one reason. But perhaps the hidden command type, zombie, realized that continuing the attack would merely deplete its own forces. Thus it retreated, wishing only to rid itself of this bane. Unbeknownst to Liu Yu, who diligently toiled like a cheerful little bee. A situation had arisen back at his base, precisely as he had anticipated, which had sparked unrest. This matter was currently being urgently addressed by Xiao Mingyun, stationed at their stronghold. Chapter 39. Have we been too lenient with you? Protest, protest, we demand rice, we demand meat. We refuse to eat only steamed buns, only porridge and pickles. Indeed, why should you indulge in fine fare while we are relegated to mere scraps? We demand our share of cigarettes and canned goods. Within the confines of the safety zone governed by the Iron Brotherhood, a multitude gathered before a building housing the logistics department, their voices raised in fervent protest, arms flailing in agitation, causing the soldiers on guard to grow increasingly anxious. Xiao Mingyun had already received word and emerged from the office building accompanied by her subordinates. Upon recognizing the members of the management, the uproar intensified, fueled by collective indignation. With an icy demeanor, Xiao Mingyun addressed the crowd, her voice resonating. What is the meaning of this? We protest. We demand the treatment we rightfully deserve, came the reply. Why should our labor yield lesser sustenance than yours? This is grossly unjust. At her utterance, one individual boldly responded, igniting a wave of dissent among the crowd. Indeed, they had been fed by Xiao Mingyun surveyed the throng quietly, murmuring to herself. Previously, Lu Yu had confided in her. It matters not if we all suffer together. What is intolerable is the disparity in our fates. My spouse and I have established a ruling elite centered around the Iron Brotherhood that in the short term, all appears well, but as time progresses, unrest is inevitable. Once the rescued survivors stabilize and the threat to their existence dissipates, they will not remain complacent. They will undoubtedly voice their demands, whether through spontaneous organization or clandestine instigation. Yet, fairness was elusive even before the apocalypse. How could we expect it now? If the Iron Brotherhood aims to flourish, it must cultivate a core group of vested interests, namely, all its members. Otherwise, if we fail to provide tangible benefits to those rallying around us, why should they toil tirelessly for our benefit? Xiao Mingyun was acutely aware of this reality. However, she had not anticipated the emergence of such discontent so soon. You have only just found your footing. What could possibly compel you to seek benefits so swiftly? She pondered. Surely, there are those with ulterior motives stirring the pot. A wave of frustration washed over her. After saving you, this is how you repay us. Truly, a grain of kindness begets a pound of resentment. Beside her, Lung Rue's expression was frigid, her fists clenched tightly, her chest rising and falling with anger. Indeed, it is utterly despicable. Xiao Mingyao too raised her small fist, glaring fiercely at the protesting throng. Vice President, should we disperse them immediately? Song Wentao suggested, adjusting his glasses. That no. Xiao Mingyun replied with a slight shake of her head. Big sister, the troops have all been mobilized. Awaiting your command, reported Gung Biao, clad in military attire, as he hurried to her side. Very well, she acknowledged, her gaze sweeping over the crowd. Following the recent uproar, the protesters seemed to have exhausted their energy. Their shouts had diminished considerably. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Mingyun called out to the crowd, I have heard your protests. Speak now. What suggestions do you have that we might consider? Her words instantly caught the attention of some within the crowd. You are so accommodating? Very well. Since you have spoken, let us proceed. One among them locked eyes with a companion and shouted, We demand the same treatment as the members. Food, water, and jobs. Equal treatment for all. Another quickly chimed in, Indeed. We want meat. We want a drink. We refuse to continue with exhausting labor. We demand fairness. The crowd erupted in a chant. Fairness, not oppression. Fairness, not oppression. Fairness, not oppression. As their voices grew, increasingly chaotic, demands spiraled. We too are qualified to be part of the management. The safety zone should implement democratic voting and distribute firearms and ammunition to everyone. Xiao Mingyun could not help but scoff at the absurdity of their demands. Their intelligence seemed to diminish with each proclamation. She raised her voice above the clamor. I have heard your requests, but when will we receive our canned goods and cigarettes? Yes, and firearms and ammunition. Another cried out that we need them immediately. Gung Biao encircled them. Xiao Mingyun commanded, her expression steely, her eyes ablaze with intent. Yes, Gung Biao replied, a sinister smile creeping onto his face as he removed the walkie-talkie from his chest. Load the bullets. Ensure every last one is surrounded. No fly shall escape. What was that noise? The ominous thud of marching boots resonated through the air, causing the protesting crowd to sense impending doom. Ah, you ungrateful wretches! Gung Biao roared at the assemblage. That sound is the soldiers rushing in to suppress a pack of treacherous ingrates. Soon, fully armed soldiers emerged from various streets, swiftly encircling the area like an ironclad fortress. Among them were Lung Ryue's 1st Battalion, Gung Biao's 4th Battalion, Song Wentao's 5th Battalion, Qin Feng's 6th Battalion, and He Yun's 8th Battalion. 5 infantry battalions comprising a force of 1,500 soldiers. Meanwhile, Zhang Wei's 2nd Battalion, Yu Yang's 3rd Battalion, and Xiao Minglong's 7th Battalion were tasked with perimeter security under the command of their deputies due to their leader's absence. What is the meaning of this? What are you doing? You promised to meet our demands. What is this? We are not criminals. You cannot treat us this way. Faced with countless cold muzzles aimed at them, the protesters trembled, their resolve faltering as they beheld the soldiers' disdainful Contemptuous and hostile expressions. Humph, Xiao Mingyun's frigid voice pierced the crowd. When I first heard of your unrest, I wished to believe it was not true. But upon witnessing your shamelessness, I began to reflect. Have I been too lenient with you? Have I allowed your arrogance to flourish, leading you to entertain such unwarranted thoughts? Chapter 40. Execution of the Rebels. Disturbers sent to the penal camp. Up to this day, the Iron Brotherhood's auxiliary personnel numbered around 10,000, yet the crowd that had gathered in protest amounted to over 1,000. This incited considerable ire among the upper echelons, including Xiao Mingyun, that a single ant can bring down a 1,000-mile dike. And lo and behold, this is no mere ant. This is a veritable infestation. The surrounded protesters were now gripped by fear, some trembling in terror, shocked at how drastically the situation had escalated. One among them mustered the courage to shout, "Chairwoman Xiao, we merely offered a suggestion. There was no need for such a show of force." A suggestion? Are you certain it is not an attempted coup? If there is no need for a show of force, then what exactly is this? Lung Ryue interjected on behalf of Xiao Mingyun. The speaker's face turned a shade of red and blue, rendered speechless by the retort. Enough with the empty rhetoric. I offer you but one choice. Speak. Who incited you to act in this manner? Xiao Mingyun demanded, her voice a sharp command. There is no one inciting us. We have organized ourselves spontaneously. Indeed, we only seek fair treatment. If you refuse to grant it, then so be it. We shall withdraw. Yes, we will withdraw. The protesters echoed, retreating from their earlier demands that it is too late. Xiao Mingyun declared, raising her hand. You have one final chance. Otherwise, you shall face execution. The soldiers surrounding the protesters immediately complied with her command, raising their rifles in unison. Heavy machine guns were set up, their cold barrels trained upon the crowd. The soldiers harbored no sympathy for the protesters. In fact, they felt a deep-seated hatred toward them. The soldiers understood the nature of ungrateful wretches. They reckoned what a fanciful notion you all possess. You shameless little calamities. You have taken everything from us. What reason do we have to continue this charade? Shall we engage in futile battles against the undead to ensure your safety? Truly, it is a preposterous idea. It was Wang Wenzhong, Li Kunggo, Xin Jiqiang, and Li Nian who incited us, urging us to protest. Yes, it was indeed them, along with Wang Hong, Zhang Yang, Chen Qingshuang, Wei Xia. They bear no relation to us. We were misguided, terribly misguided. President Xiao, we implore your mercy. We were deceived by them. Our naivety has led us astray. Under the threat of gunfire, the protesting crowd did not hesitate, swiftly betraying the instigators, exposing that small cabal of individuals to the glaring spotlight. How outrageous! It was them. He Yunjin's expression shifted dramatically, filled with fury. For these individuals were none other than those whom Lu Yu had rescued along with him and his comrades, and he understood at that moment why this group had been scheming in the shadows. These individuals were once powerful figures on Sanxia Island, and when the apocalypse erupted, following directives from above, the Sanxia District Guard had first rescued them, bringing them to the stadium to prepare for evacuation to a safe zone. Unfortunately, they were besieged by a horde of zombies, and were fortunate to have been saved by Lu Yu. However, they could not accept the loss of their former social standing, nor did they wish to obediently serve as laborers, which led to this unfolding chaos. Stop, cease your slander. Such accusations are baseless. We did not. In truth, as Yunjin surmised, these individuals were indeed unwilling to reconcile with their circumstances, which spurred them to orchestrate this incident. Now, with their names revealed, their faces paled in shock, and they hurriedly denied the truth that they asked for why they, as the instigators, did not conceal themselves? Well, the protesting crowd is not comprised entirely of fools. You think we would act merely on your words without joining in? We would never have come otherwise. And now, behold, this small group of instigators is ensnared here. Their arrogance has turned to humility, a truly laughable turn of events. Xiao Mingyun could not suppress her scornful laughter. Passing the blame? Of course, it is futile that if we cannot instill a powerful deterrent, if we cannot employ iron-fisted methods to delineate who holds power, such incidents will surely continue to arise, perhaps even proliferate. Why not simply embrace the role of laborers? Is the path to becoming a formal member not appealing enough? Must you court disaster? A flicker of ruthlessness flashed in Xiao Mingyun's eyes as she raised her hand, ready to issue commands. They are guilty, and so are you all. Come, let me see you all. Wait. Lung Riue anticipated Xiao Mingyun's next words. Surely they would be to execute them all. But with thousands present, if they were all to be slaughtered, it would undoubtedly result in a river of blood. Lung Riue felt a pang of conscience, and thus softly advised Mingyun, might this be too cruel? Xiao Mingyun was not angered. Rather, she took the opportunity to explain, Riue, you must understand, in chaotic times, severe measures are necessary. If we do not strike fear into their hearts now, what will prevent further rebellion in the future? Therefore, we must not show mercy. They must all be eradicated. Her words were chillingly harsh, leaving listeners with a sense of dread. Who could have imagined that this woman, with her celestial beauty and regal demeanor, harbored such a fierce disposition? Daring to issue such orders, even those nearby, such as Geng Biao and Song Wentao, could not help but shudder at her resolve. This sister-in-law was every bit as formidable as the elder brother. Furthermore, Xiao Mingyun continued, since a Yu has entrusted me with the family, allowing me to oversee everything, I must ensure its safety. Otherwise, how can I explain to him upon his return? However, Lung Riue's brows knitted in concern. She still felt that it was excessively cruel to execute the leaders while there was no need to condemn thousands to death. Although her powers were cold, and her temperament equally so, she was not inherently a cruel or bloodthirsty person. There is no room for debate. This is a chaotic world, a realm of blood and flesh, where bones lie piled high, that I will do all I can to act, lest this burden fall upon a Yu and tarnish his reputation. Xiao Mingyan understood that even if Lu Yu were to return, he would make the same choices as she did. One cannot be weak if one wishes to stand firm.